Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. For over 40 years, the favorite. That spells Grape Nuts. Yes, sir, back in the days when Sweet Rosie O'Grady was a favorite at the family harmonium, delicious, malty rich grape nuts were a favorite at the family breakfast table. And they still are, and there's a reason. Grape nuts have a distinctive sweet-as-a-nut flavor that makes for real eating fun in the morning. A flavor that's a luscious two-grain blend of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. And today you can enjoy that one delicious flavor in two delicious forms. Grape nuts, crisp, crunchy kernels, and Grape Nuts Flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. And both Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes bring you essential whole grain nourishment, which makes them basic 7 foods, one type of food Uncle Sam wants you to eat more of, because they're nourishing, plentiful, not rationed. So treat your family to malty rich Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes in the morning, every morning. It's a mighty swell way to start off. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 4 days before Thanksgiving, and this year, as every year, Jack Benny will entertain his friends on the holiday. So yesterday, Jack and Mary went shopping, and we picked them up now in a local market.
Well, folks, what'll it be?
I'm giving a Thanksgiving dinner, and I'd like enough turkey for, let's see, there's me, Mary, Phil, Alice, Dennis, Mr. Billingsley, Mark Hellinger, the Warner brothers, and my laundry man. I'd like enough turkey for 9.
Jack, didn't you invite Don Wilson?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Make that enough for 15. That'll do it.
Oh, Jack, Don doesn't eat so much.
He doesn't, eh? Remember last time I threw a big party?
Yeah.
Well, Don ate more than he chipped in for. Don't, tell me. Huh?
Look, folks, there are other people waiting, so let's get on with the transaction.
Oh, yes, of course.
Now, here's a nice turkey, all dressed and everything. 55 cents.
Well, I fully expected to pay that much.
A pound.
Yes, a pound?
That's right. And this turkey weighs 21 pounds. And you'll need at least 21 pounds to feed 15 people.
55 cents a pound. That's a pretty big turkey, and I don't want any left over. How about that one over there?
That's a pigeon.
Oh. Oh. Well, then I'll take that other one, that live one right there.
I'm sorry, I'm not selling my canary.
A canary? Well, anyway, that wouldn't be enough for 15 people, would it?
Not unless you just wanted to entertain.
He's got his violin for that.
Yeah. Gee, Mary, look at those turkeys laying there so cold and still. Just think, a few days ago they were happy, carefree, and gay. And now they're 55 cents a pound. I mean, now they're dead. Say, Butcher, how old were these turkeys when they were killed?
Oh, about 8 months.
Didn't even have a chance to know life. I feel terrible.
You'd feel a lot worse if they were 70 cents a pound.
I suppose so. But, Mary, when I see that turkey laying there like that, I can't help but think of its mother. How lonesome she must be.
Don't worry, Bud. That's her right next to him.
Oh.
I wish you'd hurry, mister. I've got all these people waiting.
Oh.
Pardon me. Oh, Tommy, will you please give me a little service?
Oh, it's Mrs. Greenberg. What can I do for you, Suzette?
Go ahead, Butcher. You can wait on her. I'm trying to make up my mind between these two turkeys.
I'll lay 8 to 5 on the pigeon.
Never mind.
Tell me, Tommy, how much weighs by you the turkeys?
They weigh from 18 to 22 pounds.
22 pounds. You call this a turkey?
Well, that's the average size.
Listen, Tommy. Last Thanksgiving, I had a turkey that weighed 86 pounds. I weighed them myself.
86 pounds?
Yes. And on the other side of the card, it said, you will meet a tall, dark man.
86 pounds. My, that must have been a humdinger.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, pardon me.
Mrs. Greenberg, how about taking 2 of these turkeys?
How much are they?
55 cents a pound.
I'm not asking you.
Oh, excuse me.
All right, Tommy. Give me this one here, and I'll pick it up later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Greenberg.
Goodbye.
All right, goodbye. Social climber.
What's she mad at?
Well, Jack, I guess that'll teach you to mind your own.
I'm not talking to you. Say, Butcher, I've been thinking it over. Instead of taking one of these dressed turkeys, I'll buy a live one. How much is it?
$8. Are you going to take it with you?
Yes.
That'll be 20 cents extra for the leash.
Oh, I often wondered how they got them home. Now, let's see, what else do I want? Oh, yes, for dinner tonight. Say, Butcher, have you got a nice, thick, juicy T-bone steak?
What was that?
I said a nice T-bone steak.
Well, who's next?
Listen, Butcher, you don't have to go into convulsions just because
All right, folks, get your tickets here for the 40-cent tour through the refrigerator. Come one, come all. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
40-cent tour through the refrigerator.
Yes, sir. It used to be 45, but the OPA put a ceiling on it.
Very funny.
Oh, thank you, sir. Now, hurry, hurry, hurry. On this outstanding excursion, you will see rib steaks, rump steaks, hip steaks, T-bone, sirloin, tenderloin, and porterhouse. The 7 wonders of the world.
Come on, Jack, let's take the tour.
Oh, don't be silly, Mary. You've seen steaks before. I showed you some last night when you came over to my house.
Oh, you and your etchings.
They weren't etchings.
All right, folks, all of you going on this tour, please form a line to the left.
Oh, come on, Jack, be a sport. Buy 2 tickets.
All right, all right.
Okay, folks, line up in front of this refrigerator door. Now, quiet, everybody.
Yeah, who is it?
It's okay, Joe. You can open up.
Gosh, it's chilly in this refrigerator.
Yeah, it sure is.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will look to the right, you will see one of our feature attractions, none other than a 7-rib roast.
Wow. Oh. Gee, Mary, it is beautiful. I wonder if I could just...
Don't linger with your finger.
I just wanted to see if it was tender.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a 7-rib roast. Not 5, not 6, but 7. I'll count them for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uh-oh. Hey, Joe, lock the doors.
Okay. Hey, Eddie, bolt the windows.
Okay. Hey, Tom, sound the alarm.
Okay. Hey, Sam!
All right, stop with that. Nobody stole anything. Come on, Mary, let's pick up our turkey and go home. Well, we're almost home, Mary.
Yeah.
Isn't she cute? Say, Mary, do you think it's all right to take the turkey in the house?
Why not? She's going to be your guest for Thanksgiving.
What?
She can sit between the cranberry sauce and the mashed potatoes.
Oh, stop.
Look, Jack, here comes your crazy boarder, Mr. Billingsley.
Mary, he's not crazy. He's just a little eccentric, that's all. Now be nice to him. His rent's due tomorrow. Hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Hello, folks. Out for a stroll, I see.
Well, we're not exactly taking a stroll.
Why, Mr. Benny, I didn't know you had a little one.
Mr. Benny's little one happens to be a turkey.
You may be surprised, but I'm not.
Look, Mr. Billingsley, I'm trying to tell you that we bought this at a store.
Oh, come now, Mr. Benny. I'm old enough.
Oh, brother.
Look, Mr. Billingsley, we're in a hurry.
So am I. I have to go to the barber shop. Or was I there? Isn't that funny? I don't know whether I'm coming or going.
Well, you can say that again.
Oh, can I? All right. I don't know whether I'm coming or going. Well, I must run along now. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
I believe you would, you rascal.
Well, that I know isn't in there. Well, let's go, Mary.
You know, Jack, I don't see how you can stand having a guy like that around the house.
Mr. Billingsley, oh, he's all right. He gets his own meals, makes his own bed. And every morning he gets up at 6 o'clock and takes my dog for a walk.
But, Jack, you haven't got a dog.
Well, for heaven's sake, don't tell Billingsley. It'll break his heart. Well, here we are. Come on, Mary. We'll put the turkey in the kitchen. Oh, hello, Rochester.
Hello, boss. Hello, Miss Livingston. Well, and hello, you.
Now, let's see. Where can we put the turkey? Rochester, what are you doing to that turkey?
I'm only petting her, boss.
Petting her? You got your fingers around her neck.
What are you worried about? I ain't hurting the part you get.
The way some people treat turkeys. Come here, you poor thing. There. See how she looks at me with those trusting eyes? Gee, how can anyone kill it?
Oh, Jack, don't be a hypocrite.
I'm not a hypocrite. I just can't bear the thought of anyone killing a poor, defenseless turkey.
Go on. Last year you killed one yourself.
Mary, I ran over that turkey with my car. It was an accident.
Accident? You turned off the road and chased her halfway up a mountain. If she hadn't stopped to lay an egg, she'd have lived to hatch it.
What are you talking about?
You're right, Miss Livingston. Then he put the car in reverse and got 2 more birds.
What?
I ought to know. I was the tail gunner.
Rochester.
That's the first time I ever had white meat with Firestone written on it.
Now cut that out and let's drop the whole thing. I'll get her, Rochester. There's somebody at the door. You go out and feed the turkey. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
What are you doing around this way, kid?
I came to see you about something important.
Oh, yes? What is it?
Well, it's about me.
All right, Dennis. All right, what is it?
Well,
what?
My mother told me to tell you,
Your mother told you to tell me what?
You've been giving me the same salary for 3 years, and every year you promise me a raise, and my mother thinks I ought to get one, and I do too, so there!
Dennis, come back here. Where'd he go?
He thought he ran outside, but he went into the closet.
What a kid. Dennis, come here.
Gee, it's crowded out there.
Those are my suits. Now, Dennis, if you want a raise in salary, don't act so flustered. Just ask me like a man. What are you afraid of? Just come over to me and say, Mr. Benny, I'd like a raise in salary.
Well, Dennis, I'd like to give you a raise, kid, but right now I can't afford it.
Huh?
I'm sorry, things are a little tough now, but buck up, kid. Stick to me and you'll go places.
Dennis! Dennis, where'd you learn that?
Mr. Benny put it on a record and sent it to me for my birthday.
Dennis, we'll talk about your salary right after Thanksgiving.
It wasn't even my birthday.
Never mind. By the way, kid, what are you going to sing on the program tomorrow?
Say a prayer for the boys over there.
Well, let me hear it. See, maybe I ought to give them a raise. It costs money to make those records, you know.
Say a prayer for the boys over there when they play the Star-Spangled Banner. Picture them by the dawn's early light and ask the Lord to watch over them each night. Lift your eyes as you silently rise when they play the Star-Spangled Banner as the song of freedom fills the air. Say a prayer for the boys over there. Over there, over there. Say a prayer for the boys over there. Over there, over there. Say a prayer for the boys over there. Lift your eyes as you silently rise when they play the Star-Spangled Banner as the song of freedom fills the air. Say a prayer for the boys over there.
Dennis, that song is swell. Run over it once more before the broadcast tomorrow.
Okay, but what shall I tell my mother about my raise in salary?
Just tell her you asked. She'll know the rest.
Dennis, tell your mother we'll talk about it later.
Okay. Goodbye, Miss Livingston.
Goodbye, Dennis.
Goodbye, kid. Dennis, that's the closet.
Oh.
Here's the front door. There.
Gee, Mr. Benny, no wonder you're the star.
Yes, Dennis. I've been a big hit for years just opening doors. Goodbye, kid. I wonder when he'll grow up.
Well, Jack, I think I'll go home, too. I have to clean up the house.
Clean up your house? You've got a maid.
I know, but I don't want to lose her.
Oh, yeah. Good night, Mary.
Good night.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
I'm ready to go upstairs to bed.
I'm tired, boss. Would you mind walking up tonight?
Okay, but don't let it happen too often. Oh, Rochester, what did you do with the turkey? Did you put her where she won't be cold?
Yes, sir, boss.
Good.
I put her in the oven.
The oven? What'd you put her there for?
I don't want her to get stage fright on Thanksgiving.
Well, take her out of there and put her on the back porch.
Okay.
Bad enough that we have to kill her in a few days. The least we can do is see that she's comfortable. Gee, I hate to think of killing that poor old turkey. Oh, boy, am I tired. I'm so tired I can't even hang up my clothes. Oh, well. I'm not so fat. It'll feel good to get these shoes off. Oh, darn it. I always forget. Thanksgiving's here again. Years roll on for everybody but the turkeys.
Hello, my fine feathered friend. Say, you're nice and plump, aren't you?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You're going to make somebody happy on Thanksgiving.
What?
And you'll bring me a nice price on the market. 55 cents a pound.
What am I doing here in this coop? I'm not a turkey. I gotta get out of here. Let me out of here. Let me out of this coop. Oh, I'm not in a coop. I'm in my own house. Oh, Rochester. Rochester.
What are you doing in here, turkey? I thought I put you out on the back porch.
Turkey? Rochester, I'm not a turkey. And stop staring at me like that.
Come here, turkey. Come over here to me.
Rochester, put down that knife and fork. Is that a napkin you're wearing?
It ain't a sarong.
Rochester, what's the matter with you?
Say, Butcher.
Hello, Suzanne.
How much weighs by you this turkey?
Gobble, 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 gobble.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, pardon me.
All right, folks, get your tickets here for the 40-cent tour through the Gravy Bowl. Come on, hurry, hurry, hurry.
Come on, Jack, let's go. 2 tickets, please.
You only need one, lady. Turkeys get in free.
Now, wait a minute. This is going far enough. I'm not a turkey. I'll prove I'm not. Mrs. Greenberg.
I'm not talking to you.
Butcher, you know I'm not a turkey, don't you? What's the matter with you people? Mary, tell them I'm not a turkey. Tell them for cranberry sauce. Tell them.
Of course you're not a turkey. What's the matter with you people? Look at his webbed feet.
Well, I've had enough. I'm getting out of here.
You're a
turkey, you're a turkey, you're a turkey.
Who's a turkey?
You're a turkey, you're a turkey, you're a turkey.
I'm a turkey?
Bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer.
Train leaving on track 12 for Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Arabia.
Oh, boy, I'm going to get on that train. Get away from all of this.
And Turkey.
What? Well, that did it. I'm going to prove once and for all who I am.
Hello, Mr. Benny. You're a little unhappy, I see.
Mr. Billingsley. Mr. Billingsley.
Yes?
Tell me, am I a turkey or Jack Benny?
You haven't left yourself much choice, have you?
This is the end. I'm not taking any more from anybody. The next one that tells me I'm a turkey is going to get a punch in the mouth. That's what I'll do. I'll punch him right in the mouth.
Hello, Jack.
Never mind that Jack stuff. I know what you're thinking, Don Wilson. Go ahead and say it. Just say it.
Of course I'll say it. Grape Nuts Flakes are toasty brown, toasty brown.
Stop
toasty
stalling,
brown,
Wilson.
Sweet as a nut and toasty
You know what
brown,
I mean. Come on,
brown,
say it.
Toasty brown, malty rich and
Don't play
toasty
around
brown,
with me,
toasty
Don Wilson.
brown,
You came here to
toasty
tell me
brown.
one
Grape
thing.
Nuts Flakes are thrifty
Now, you
buy,
say
thrifty
it.
buy, thrifty
You
buy.
say it or I'll punch you right in the mouth.
Grape Nuts Flakes.
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 Right in the mouth. Now get out. Get out of here, everybody. Get out. Get out.
Boss, wake up.
Go away. Go away.
Boss, wake up. You've been dreaming.
Huh? Huh? What?
You've been dreaming.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness, what a dream I had. What a terrible nightmare.
It must have been, boss. Your feathers are all over the floor.
My feathers?
You tore your pillow apart.
Oh. I know what you meant for a minute there. Well, I'm all right now, Rochester. Nearly time to get up anyway.
Almost. Say, Mr. Benny, what's all that money doing on the floor?
Oh, that's some change that dropped out of my shoe. So long, Rochester. So long.
So long, boss. What a man. He's got shoes that jingle, jangle, jingle.
Well, folks, tonight I'm going to tell you a so-so story. You know how you meet a guy on a nice shiny morning and sing out, why, hello, Jim, how are you? And he says, oh, so-so. Well, there's usually a reason for that let-down so-so mood, and it goes something like this. So that guy got up that morning on the run. So then he ate breakfast on the sip and run. So no wonder he felt below par lately. You can't do a man-sized job on a bird-sized breakfast, you know. In fact, doctors and dietitians tell us that we need at least 1/4 of our daily nourishment in the morning. So start the day well-nourished. And for a real treat, feature Toasty Brown Grape Nuts Flakes. Because Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal crammed full of sustaining, energy-giving whole grain nourishment. So you couldn't ask for anything better, could you, than Grape Nuts Flakes? Crisp, toasty brown with that sweet as a nut flavor. Mmm. Eat a good breakfast, you'll do a better job. And for a rousing breakfast treat, make it delicious, nutritious Grape Nuts Flakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I only have a second. I'd like to call your attention to a special USO program which will be broadcast Thanksgiving morning. The program is called Soldiers in Grease Paint. Will include all of your favorite radio and motion picture stars. So please listen. Good night, folks.
Ladies, your grocer has something new for you. That's the time-saving, money-saving, big, new, economy-size package of hot Grape Nuts Wheat Meal. 30 full ounces of this rich, hot brown cereal that's extra delicious, extra nutritious, and it cooks to perfection in just 3 minutes. Ask for the big, new, economy-size package of hot Grape Nuts Wheat Meal. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Friends, don't try to do a good morning's work without an adequate breakfast. Dietitians say we need at least 1/4 of our entire day's nourishment in the morning. And they also say we need a cereal with whole grain nourishment. And if you include delicious, malty-rich grape nuts or crisp, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes as part of your breakfast, you're giving yourself a real break. For these tempting sweet-as-a-nut cereals do provide essential whole grain nourishment. You get iron, niacin, vitamin B1, and man, oh man, you get those valuable food essentials in the most tempting way in the world. For Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes are downright swell eating. So eat a good breakfast and do a better job. And feature delicious, nutritious grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. That was Oklahoma, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our...
Oh, Don Wilson.
Yes?
I'm Barbara Stanley.
Oh, hello, Barbara.
Thank you. Say, Don, Jack called me about a half hour ago and told me that Mary had laryngitis, and he wanted to know if I'd come down and take her place.
Well, that's awfully nice of you, Barbara, although we're very sorry to hear about Mary. By the way, did you see Jack?
Yes, he's out in the hall talking to Dennis. I heard Dennis asking him for a raise.
Yes, I know. The kid tried to get a raise last week, but now he's willing to compromise. He only wants half as much.
If I know Jack, he's holding out for unconditional surrender. That'll go on for weeks.
But you've certainly got to admire Dennis. His motto is, if at first you don't succeed, try again.
Well, Mary tells me he doesn't stand a chance, because Jack's motto is, if at first you don't get it, you just don't, brother. I feel sorry for the boy.
So do I. You know, Barbara, it's hard to believe that Jack is so cheap.
Cheap? Oh, listen, Don, I've known him for years. Remember that girl he used to go with, Gladys Zabisco? Remember?
Yes.
Well, Jack broke up with her because she moved to a 10-cent telephone zone. What a guy. Say, Phil, did you ever ask Jack for a raise?
Yeah, but I had to cut it out. It's habit forming.
Oh. Well, anyway, Phil, you've got no kick coming. You're doing all right, aren't you?
Yeah, but what am I going to do if Alice quits working?
You'll be out in the hall where Dennis is.
Gee, they've been out there 3 hours already. I wish they'd get it settled one way or the other so that we could get on with the show.
Yes, I know, Mr. Benny, but my mother said I really do deserve...
Your mother. Now, look, kid, you've been on this program 4 years. Now, when you first came to work for me, I paid you only $30 a week.
That's right.
And what am I paying you now?
35.
Well, there you are.
Where?
Now, look, Dennis. From the day you came to work for me, I've always had your interest.
Hiya, Jack.
Hello, Fibber. Now, Dennis, look. I've always looked out for your interest. And I always...
But my mother's worried about my salary.
Your mother.
Well, it's quite a problem with her. She talked to Mr. Anthony twice.
Well, your mother had no right to discuss our business. Now, you listen to me, Dennis. I'm paying you...
Ooh, my arm.
Oh, pardon. Pardon me, kid. Now, look, Dennis, you're getting $35 a week, aren't you?
Yes, but I've got a cousin who makes $40 a week, and he's a shoe salesman.
All right, your cousin makes $40, and he's a shoe salesman. That means he has to work every day in the week for it. Now, you don't work Monday, do you?
No.
You don't work Tuesday?
No.
You don't work Thursday?
You forgot Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday.
No.
Now, look, you don't work Friday and you don't work Saturday. The whole week is almost over, and you haven't worked yet.
Gee, I'm a bum.
No, you're not, Dennis. You're not a bum. What I'm trying to explain is... Oh, officer, would you please keep this crowd moving?
Yes, sir. Come on, everybody. Break it up. Move along. Break it up. Come on.
Thank you. Now, Dennis, where are you?
I'm in the crowd.
Come back here. What were you doing in that crowd?
I was telling them my side of the story.
Never mind that. Now, Dennis, I don't want you to think that I'm turning down your raise. But let me give you the reason why. You see, kid?
Ooh, your glasses are hurting my nose.
Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, Dennis. Now, listen, kid. Money isn't everything. There are other things to consider, well, let me put it to you in another way. You see...
What was wrong with that way?
Nothing. With all the trouble I have, it's a wonder I'm not losing my hair. You see, Dennis, your song only runs 2 minutes. And for that, you get $35. That's $17.50 a minute. Now, there's 60 minutes every hour and 24 hours a day. 7 days a week. That's $7.50 a minute.
Mr. Benny, it's against the rule to write on the walls.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. You can erase it.
I haven't finished erasing your argument with Kenny Baker yet.
Oh, well, I'll do it myself. Now, there you are, Dennis. There are 10,080 minutes in a week. And since you get $17.50 a minute, that means you're being paid $186,000 a week.
Oh, boy, am I loaded.
Yes, sir, $186,000. You know what that amounts to a year, kid? $9,672,000. What do you think of that, kid? Huh?
And my cousin's been snubbing me.
Yeah, I guess you can tell him off now. Well, let's go in, kid. We got a program to do.
Okay, Jack.
Jack?
We're both way up in the dough now.
You're right, kid.
Potatoes are cheaper, tomatoes are cheaper. Hiya, Jack.
Hello, Eddie.
Now's the time to fall in love.
What a ham. Come on in, Dennis. Let's go in. We got a program to do. Come on. Surrey with the fringe on top, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Very good, Phil. And now, folks...
Hey, Jackson, I've been wanting to talk to you.
What about, Phil?
Well, I'm pretty sore about last Sunday's show. Now, I'm the only guy that didn't have a line in the script.
Well, that just happens, Phil. Sometimes you're left out. Sometimes Don's left out. Sometimes I leave myself out.
That I gotta see.
What do you mean?
Mary told me the only time your voice was out of the script was the day you had that bad cold. And then you had sneezes written in.
Don't be silly.
You even had the script painted on Kleenex.
Painted? That's printed. They're printed on Kleenex.
Well, Mary would have said printed. I
Oh, Barbara. Stop exaggerating.
Well, Mary said you haven't missed a line since 1912.
Mary said. That's how much she knows. In 1912, I was still in kindergarten.
I'll bet you were the only kid there that used a straight razor.
Oh, you little vixen, you.
Oh.
Christmas is coming. Have you seen Santa, Barbara? What's that, honey? Huh?
Oh, you're a car.
I ad-lib. I stink, really. Well, anyway, I was talking to Phil. What were you saying, Phil?
Well, it's about last week's show. I didn't have no dialogue. Gee, and Alice had our little baby sitting by the radio to hear her daddy's voice.
Well, she heard her daddy's music, didn't she?
Yeah, and when I got home, she bit me.
Oh, well, Phil, after all, your music isn't as bad as that.
Go argue with the kid.
Well, let me tell you something, Phil. I used to pan your orchestra a lot, but this year I think it's great.
I'll say it's great. Everything is great.
Dennis, don't let what I told you out in the hall go to your head.
What happened, Dennis? Did you get your raise?
Who needs a raise? I can't count the dough I'm making now.
All right, Dennis. Now, let's keep it quiet for a while. And now, folks...
I can buy and sell you.
Dennis.
What's the matter with this kid? Say, Jackson, you've been giving Dennis the routine about making so much a minute?
Well, I simply showed him how much better off he is with me than selling shoes. That's all.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, why don't you loosen up and give the kid a little raise?
Look, it's a matter of principle, Barbara. Now, you may not know it, but I had an experience last year with one of my writers. He came to me with a heartbreaking story. Mr. Benny, I can't see very well. Will you please give me a raise so I can buy glasses? So what happened? I gave him a raise, he bought his glasses, read his contract, and left me. So go be nice to people. Now, where was I?
You know, Barbara, as a rule, I don't like to take sides, but there's no question that Jack is underpaying all of us.
Do I hear a thin voice from a fat boy? What did you say, Don?
I said that we were all being underpaid, including me.
Oh, so I'm paying you starvation wages. I suppose that stomach came with your suit. Now, listen, fellas, I've heard all I want to hear about salary and raises. This goes on every year, and I've had enough of it. Mary is satisfied.
Oh, yeah? Asking for a raise gave her laryngitis.
Well, Phil is satisfied.
I am not.
You ought to get Mr. Benny out in the hall. He's a sucker.
No, I'm not, Dennis. I'm just trying to show you and everybody else how well off you are. See, Rochester's been working at my house for years. He's happy with his job.
Oh, say, Jack, that reminds me. Mary spoke to Rochester about a maid yesterday, and he promised to bring his niece over to see her.
I thought she had a maid.
Yeah, but she quit. They had an argument about having breakfast in bed.
Oh.
Mary didn't feel like serving it to her there.
Well, I'll call Rochester and tell him to... Hey, wait a minute. When did you and Mary see Rochester?
Yesterday afternoon, coming out of the movies. We saw him at Warner's Beverly Theater.
You saw Rochester at Warner's Beverly Theater? And he told me his best friend was getting married and he wanted the day off. Give me that phone.
Here you are.
Operator. Operator.
When you hear the tone, the time will be...
What?
Oh, excuse me. I was on time signals all day yesterday. Number, please.
I want Crestview 670...
You know, when you're on time signals, you keep saying the same thing over and over and over and over.
Look, miss, all I'm trying to get is Crestview 6...
You know, the day before yesterday, they had me on information.
Look, I want Crestview 670...
That drives you nuts altogether.
Well, miss, look, I know how you feel, but
You don't know how I feel. When Myrtle and I came to work here, they promised to make me a supervisor.
Listen, miss.
Myrtle's my girlfriend, and she ain't got half the education I got.
Look.
So who do you think they made a supervisor?
All right, Myrtle.
No, a complete stranger.
Now, look here, miss. I'm sorry. Please get me my home, Crestview 6, 7071.
Okay.
That must be the fatherly type. Everybody tells me they're...
Hello?
That's strange. Is this Crestview 6, 70...
I'm not talking to you.
He gave me the wrong number. Operator.
Long distance.
What?
You see how they push me around?
Look, miss, you gave me the wrong number. I want Crestview 6, 7071.
Okay.
Wait till I get Rochester on the phone. I'll tell him a thing or two. Oh, Barbara, what am I mad at Rochester about?
He told you he wanted a day off to go to his best friend's wedding, and he went to Warner's Beverly Theater instead.
Oh, he did, eh? Well, that burns me up.
Mr. Benny's residence, star of stage, screen, and radio. Autograph pictures, 2 for $1.
Rochester, this is Mr. Benny talking.
Oh.
Rochester, how did you enjoy the wedding you went to yesterday?
Oh, fine, boss, fine.
That's good. By the way, did you promise to bring your niece over to see Miss Livingston about a maid's job?
Yes, she's here now. We'll be right over.
Uh-huh. Now tell me, Rochester, just where and when did you tell Miss Livingston about your niece?
It was yesterday afternoon, just as I was coming out of the Beverly Theater. Uh-oh.
You were coming out of the Beverly what?
Chapel.
Chapel, huh? Then you really did go to your best friend's wedding.
Uh-huh.
What's his name?
Who?
Your best friend.
Oh, him.
Yes, him. What's his name?
I don't know, boss. He just got married. It's been changed.
Now, wait a minute. When a couple gets married, it's the girl who changes her name.
When did they start that?
3 months ago. It's a new OPA ruling. Imagine going to the movies. Rochester, you lied to me.
No, I didn't, boss.
All right. Then what time was the wedding ceremony?
2:00.
Were there many people there?
The place was jammed.
Who gave the bride away?
The Warner Brothers.
That does it. Now, Rochester, I'll talk to you about this whole matter when I get home. Meanwhile, you bring your niece over here right away if she wants that job. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Yes?
Looks like my name goes on top of the list.
What list?
The people you get mad with just before Christmas.
Never mind that. Goodbye. Imagine him taking advantage of my good nature. Go ahead with your song, Dennis. Oh, Barbara, Rochester's bringing his niece over for you to interview for Mary.
What your eyes are, soft as stars in April skies are. Tell me someday you'll fulfill a promise of a thrill. Star eyes, flashing eyes in which my hopes rise. Let me show you where my heart lies. Let me prove that it adores that loveliness of yours. All my life I felt content to stargaze at the sky. Now I only want to melt the stardust in your eyes. If it's me for whom those eyes glow, makes no difference where you are. Your eyes still hold my wishing star. All my life I felt content to stargaze at the sky. Now I only want to melt the stardust in your eyes. Star eyes, when if ever will my lips know if it's me for whom those eyes glow? Makes no difference where you are. Your eyes still hold my wishing star. Oh, star eyes, how lovely you
Very good. That was Star Eyes, sung by Dennis Day.
And his $1 million voice.
That's right. And now... oh, brother. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
I meant to tell you how very sorry I was that I couldn't be at your house Thanksgiving. I had sort of a family reunion at my mother-in-law's.
Oh. How was the turkey? I mean, how was the turkey? I'm sorry, Don.
That's all right.
Did you have fun Thanksgiving?
Yes, we had a nice big dinner, and after we finished eating, we all played a game called What Is It?
A game called What Is It, huh? Mm-hmm. Well, that was nice.
It goes something like this.
Don.
I make up a poem, and you have to guess what I'm describing.
Don, we haven't time for that.
Oh, Lordy, take a minute. Now, listen. It's sweet as a nut and yum, yum, yummy. It's good on your plate, but better in your tummy. Now, what is it?
I know, but I'm not going to tell him. Don't tell him, Barbara. Don't tell him.
Well, now, I don't think you know, so I'll give you another hint. It's toasty brown and munchy crunchy. If you don't like it, you're slightly punchy. Now, what is it?
I know. I'm not going to tell him. Don't tell him, Phil. Don't tell him, audience. Don't prompt them. Just let them stand there all by themselves. Yeah. Don't tell him.
Oh, you're just doing that, Jack.
Oh, I know
what
you're
it
driving
is.
at.
Now, look, Jack, I'll give you one last clue.
All right.
On Thanksgiving, it's so tasty, you will eat it, but oh so hasty. Now, what is it?
All right, fellas. Let's give them the answer.
It's Grape Nuts Flakes.
It is not. It's turkey.
What? Turkey? Why, Don.
Ooh, what he said.
Don, do you realize what you just uttered?
Oh, sure, but it's okay, Jack. I took it up with the sponsor, and he said it's perfectly all right for people to have turkey for Thanksgiving dinner instead of Grape Nuts Flakes. He's a great guy.
Oh, he certainly is.
Right now, I'm trying to clear it for Christmas.
I see. Well, I'm sure you won't have any trouble. Say, Don, what about New Year's? Do you think that maybe... Come in? Well, it's about time he got here.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Stanley. Hello, boss.
Rochester, you lied to me, and I'm not forgiving you so easily. So don't talk to me.
Oh, boss, let's not go through that again. Remember last time when you didn't talk to me for 3 weeks?
For 3 weeks?
Yes, ma'am. He was so mad at me he wouldn't tell me to sweep the floor, dust the furniture, or make up the beds.
Really?
The house got so messy I had to move to a hotel.
Now listen, Rochester.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Mary asked me to interview a maid for her. Rochester, did you bring your niece with you?
Yes, Miss Stanley. She's right here if you want to talk to her.
Good.
Butterfly, this is Miss Stanley.
How do you do?
Hello, Butterfly. Rochester told Miss Livingston you'd be interested in working for her as a maid.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever worked as a maid before?
Yes, ma'am.
And you worked for...
Money.
No, Butterfly. I mean, who did you work for?
That was her name, Mrs. Money, M-U-N-I.
Oh.
That's Muni, Paul Muni. Money.
Well, tell me, Butterfly, have you worked for anyone else?
Oh, yes, lots of people. But I worked for Mrs. Money the longest.
I see. How long were you with her?
2 days.
Only 2 days?
Mm-hmm.
Well...
Something wrong?
Well, I don't know what to say. What do you think, Jack?
Oh, I don't know.
Butterfly, do you have any references?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Right here in my bag.
M-U-N-I, money. Well, you could pronounce it that way, it is.
Oh, my goodness. I lost my letter of reference.
Oh, that's too bad.
But I can remember it. Said, to whom it may concern, Butterfly McQueen is honest, trustworthy, reliable, and, Uncle Rochester, what else did you write?
Rochester, where are you going?
Back to the wedding. I forgot to give the bride.
Come back here. Rochester, are you in the habit of writing false references?
Only once before, boss, and I'm still with you.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me...
Oh, Jack, let it go. Butterfly, I'll give you the job on approval.
Okay, I approve.
Hey, nowadays, that's no joke.
Thank you, Miss Livingston, Mr. Andrew. And I hope I'll be happy with Miss Livingston as I was with Mrs. Money, only longer.
Well, I'm sure you will, Butterfly, and you can report to work tomorrow morning.
Thank you, ma'am. Come on, Uncle Rochester.
Okay, honey. So long, boss.
Goodbye.
Listen, Butterfly. Now that you got the job, I want you to work hard and do everything Miss Livingston asks you to do.
Mm-hmm.
She's a very nice lady, and you'll enjoy working for her just like I do for Mr. Benny.
But, Uncle Rochester, I thought Mr. Benny was mad at you.
Oh, we have our little spats once in a while, but I wouldn't leave that man for anything. You know, I'm crazy about Mr. Benny, and Mr. Benny's crazy about me.
Are you sure, Uncle Rochester?
Am I sure? Why, yesterday he gave me the whole day off.
We hear a lot about pin-up girls these days, but right now our government has a pin-up chart for all of us. It's a part of our Food Fights for Freedom program. Now, this pin-up chart is a scorecard to show how well your family is helping food fight by living up to the slogan, produce, conserve, share, and play square. And another important way we're asked to help is to buy more of the foods that are plentiful and unrationed. Foods like delicious, malty-rich grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. Uncle Sam is urging us to eat more cereals with whole grain nourishment, because they are plentiful, thrifty, not rationed. And both grape nuts and grape nuts flakes do bring you all around whole grain nourishment. Best of all, they're such perfectly swell eating. Grape nuts, crisp and crunchy. Grape nuts flakes in delicate, toasty brown flake form. Both glory in that same distinctive, sweet as a nut flavor. So check up with that pin-up chart, friends, to see that you're doing your part in the Food Fights for Freedom program. And to check up on your pantry shelf. See that you have plenty of delicious grape nuts and grape nuts flakes handy.
Well, that's all for tonight, Barbara. I want to thank you for coming over on a moment's notice and pinch-hitting Mary.
I was very happy to do it, Jack.
I know you were. Good night, folks.
Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Say, folks, ever notice how the mood you're in can make a whale of a difference in the work you do? If you're in the right mood, things just seem to zip along. That's why it's important to get in a good up-and-at-'em morning mood by eating the right kind of breakfast. You can't do a man-sized job on a bird-sized breakfast, Nutrition experts say morning's the time we should stoke up, when we need at least 1/4 of our daily nourishment. So right here is where I tell you about those two grand breakfast treats, grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. Because nutrition experts also agree that the adequate breakfast should include both fruit and a cereal with whole grain nourishment. Well, that's certainly grape nuts and grape nuts flakes for you. Both are basic 7 foods, outstanding in their all-around whole grain nourishment. Tops also in their zesty crispness, with their malty-rich, sweet-as-a-nut flavor. So eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And for extra swell eating, feature Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes. That was Great Day, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our show, I know you've all been anxiously awaiting news of the big conference in session since last week. So we take you to the actual scene where they're discussing the great problem of the day.
But, Mr. Benny, I still think I deserve a raise.
Dennis, let's not discuss it out here in the hall. Let's go into the studio.
But even in the studio, I think I deserve a raise.
But, kid, when I explained it to you last week, you were happy. Now, look, I pay you $35, and for that you sing a song which lasts only 2 minutes. That means...
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Dinah.
Hello, Miss Shore.
Now, look, Dennis. She's cute, isn't she? Now, look, kid. Your song lasts 2 minutes. That means you're getting $17.50 a minute. Now, that comes to $1,050 an hour, $25,200 a day. Multiply that by 7 days, and what are you getting a week?
$35.
Dennis, who have you been talking to?
My mother.
Your mother. Let me tell you something, kid. Your mother... Oh, maybe I shouldn't say anything about her.
Go ahead. She says plenty about you.
Oh, she does, eh? What does she say?
I don't know. She tells it to my father.
Well, you can hear, can't you?
No, they send me out of the room when they say things like that.
Now, Dennis, your parents have no right to talk about me or discuss our business. And you ought to be very happy working for me because...
Fred Allen's going back on the air in a few days.
Fred Allen? Now, what brought that up?
Well, Mr. Allen offered me $50 a week.
Dennis, the only person on Allen's program that gets $50 a week is Portland, and she had to marry him to get it. Why, Allen pays his cast so little, even Morgenthau's complaining.
I sing better than he does.
Sure you do. That's why I want you to stick with me, kid, and you'll go further than anybody in this... Oh, hello, Red.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Skelton. I do it.
Well, did you?
Dennis, don't be silly. What was that, anyway?
That's what Mr. Skelton does on his program.
Oh, for that he gets paid? Well, kid, now that everything's settled, we better get into the studio.
But, Mr. Benny, my mother says...
Your mother again. Why does she keep hounding you to get a raise?
Well, she thinks I ought to make money while I'm young. My voice is liable to change any day now.
Look, kid, I'm getting tired of listening to those feeble excuses. I've got you legally tied for the entire length of your contract. And if you're not satisfied when the contract expires, you can get yourself another job.
Yeah, but who'll want me when I'm that old?
Dennis, our agreement doesn't run so very long. It's just a normal...
My mother says I'll expire before the contract.
Oh, she does, eh? Now, you listen to me, kid.
Ooh, my throat.
Oh, pardon me. Now, you listen to me, kid. What I gave you was a standard 20-year contract, and your mother knew it. Listen, Listen, I gave you a 20-year contract, and your mother knew it when she signed it.
She thought it was an FHA loan.
Well, that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of. Why, to hear you talk, you think I was trying to cheat you out of a raise. Now, look, kid, you know I'm generous, don't you? Well, anyway, I've always tried to be fair to the people.
Excuse me, Mr. Benny, I got to get this sound equipment through here.
Okay. Dennis, step over against the wall out of the way of this truck, will you? Now, Dennis...
Say, Mr. Benny, are you satisfied with the sound effects I've been doing for you this year?
Yes, they've been very good. Now, Dennis, the reason I can't pay you any more... What's that?
I got a new train effect.
Oh, very good. Now, look, Dennis, the reason I can't pay...
I got a new gun, too.
Now, Dennis, as I was saying...
Hey, I got a sound effect of an English Spitfire making a dive. Would you like to hear it?
No, thanks. Not now. Now, look, Dennis, believe me, I'm paying you all... I told you I didn't want to hear a Spitfire.
Oh, that was a German Messerschmitt.
Well, I'll be... What are you laughing at?
Just think, I could have pulled him out of it.
Look, we're trying to have a private discussion here. Will you please take your sound effects and go?
Okay.
Now, what is that?
You don't care if I go by boat, do you?
Go any way you want, but go.
Okay, bye.
What a silly guy. Now, look, Dennis, I've told you I'm paying you $17.50 a minute. That's $25,200 a day. And aside from money, working for me is giving you a lot of experience. You know, you meet a lot of nice people. Dennis, what's the matter with you?
I'm getting seasick.
Hey, Bud, will you take those sound effects out of here?
Okay.
Now, come on, Dennis, let's go into the studio. We got a program to do, for heaven's sake. Yep, that was Shoo Shoo Baby, played by Phil Harris, and his activated jukebox. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Jack, what happened out in the hall? Did you give Dennis his raise?
Don, you're working, aren't you?
Yes.
You're happy?
Yes.
And now, ladies and gentlemen... tonight...
Come on, Jackson, tell us what happened. Now, how'd the kid make out?
Phil, it's none of your business.
Go ahead, Mr. Benny. Tell him. I want to know, too.
Dennis, our little discussion is a private matter just between you and me.
Don't bawl him out, Jack. It's not his fault that we know he didn't get it.
Don, Dennis's raise doesn't concern you, so don't worry about it. He'll get it in time.
Oh, brother.
What are you all brothering about?
In time. I've been with you 8 years, and I'm still getting the same lousy salary.
Well, you still got the same lousy band. And time didn't help it any.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Look, Phil, look. You got 4 violins that nobody can hear. An electric guitar player whose nose lights up. A bass fiddle with French doors. And a brass section whose ill wind blows no good. That's what I'm talking about. And the way those guys dress. Look at them.
Well, what's the matter with the way they dress? They know what they're doing. They all read Esquire.
Esquire?
Yes.
Well, tell them to sit up. Those exotic poses don't excite me a bit. let's drop it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are going to...
$17.50 a minute. That's $186,000 a week. That's...
Hey, kid, what are you mumbling about?
Gee, it's so much when he tells it to me and so little when I bring it home.
Dennis.
I must have a hole in my pocket.
Dennis, I'll explain that to you after the show. And now...
Oh, say, Jack.
What is it, Don?
I meant to ask you, how's Mary?
Well, you know how laryngitis hangs on. Right now it's hanging on to me, too, by the way. But she's feeling much better. That reminds me, I promised to call Mary and see how things are going. She's still pretty sick, you know. Oh, she's getting along all right. I sent Rochester over there to help out.
Hello?
Hello, who is this?
This is the new maid, Butterfly McQueen.
Oh, yes. Well, may I speak to Miss Livingston?
I'm sorry, but Miss Livingston ain't talking today.
I know.
She lost her voice.
Butterfly, it's laryngitis. I say it's laryngitis. Laryngitis.
Okay, I'll tell her you called.
No, Butterfly. This is Mr. Benny.
Oh, how do you do?
Butterfly, how's Miss Livingston feeling?
She's much better. Right now I'm fixing her something to eat. Scrambled eggs, toast, and tea.
That's good.
But I think there's something wrong with the toaster.
There is?
Yes. Every few minutes it throws the bread out.
It's supposed to do that. Now, Butterfly, I sent Rochester over to help you out. Is he there?
Yes, sir. He's in the next room.
What's he doing?
Shooting craps for the doctor.
Shooting? Well, of all the... Butterfly, put your Uncle Rochester on the phone.
Okay. Uncle Rochester, you're wanted on the phone.
Okay, honey. I'll be right back, Doctor. Eight's your point.
Imagine I sent him over to Mary's to help around the house. He's shooting craps with the doctor. A fine thing.
Hello?
Hello, Rochester. This is Mr. Benny. I sent you to Miss Livingston's house to work. What are you doing?
Cleaning up.
Oh, cleaning up, eh? So you have been busy.
Busy? I've been sweating over a hot rug for an hour.
Yes, I know you were, and I heard you say to the doctor the point was 8.
Oh, that?
Yes, that.
I was helping him read the thermometer.
I see. And I suppose that point 8 referred to Miss Livingston's temperature.
Yeah, she made it the hard way.
Rochester, you might as well admit it. You were shooting craps with the doctor, weren't you?
Yes, I was, boss.
Now, how did you happen to start?
Well, when I was 3 years old...
I don't mean that. I mean, how could you have the nerve to shoot craps with a doctor?
Well, I'm a bone specialist myself.
Now, cut that out. Incidentally, I'm commencing to sound like you do. A fine doctor he must be. I suppose he charged for his visit, too.
Yes, he brought the bill for the whole week, so I paid it.
Okay, Miss Livingston will return the money to you.
You don't have to, boss. I want it back.
What?
Someday I'll listen to your chest. I got his stethoscope, too.
Well, give it back to him and go right home. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
There was a notice in the mail this morning that you have to go and renew your driver's license.
Oh, well, in that case, Rochester, you better bring my new car down. We'll drive over to the Motor Vehicle Bureau.
Did you say new car?
All right, so it's secondhand. Everybody has to buy a used car.
But, boss, a yellow cab.
Never mind, just bring it over right away.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. Someday that Rochester's
Say,
going...
Jack, what did you do? Buy a car?
Yes, Don. You know, I gave my Maxwell to the scrap drive last year, and I had to have something to ride around in.
What kind did you buy, Jackson?
Oh, it's a foreign make, a French car.
French?
Yes, it's called a, taxi. Well, fellas, Rochester's going to pick me up, and I have to go over and get my driver's license. Go ahead with your song, Dennis. So long, fellas. See you later.
I'll be home for Christmas. You can plan on me. Please have snow and mistletoe and presents on the tree. Christmas Eve will find me where the love light gleams. I'll be home for Christmas, if only in my dreams. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. May all your Christmases be
Here it is, boss. Motor vehicle bureau.
Oh, yeah. It's awfully crowded in here. I'll never get waited on.
You have to push your way through.
Yeah, but Rochester, I can't just push my...
Oh, sure, boss. You get in front of me, I'll push you right up to the counter.
Well, okay.
Gangway!
Hey, what are you doing?
Watch out! Who do you think you are?
That's enough, Rochester. That's enough.
Watch where you're going. Now push it!
Rochester, that's enough. Stop already. I'm behind the counter. What's the matter with you?
Yes, sir?
Oh, miss, will you please wait on me? I came here about my driver's license.
My, how'd you ever think of this place?
Well, you were recommended by some pedestrians, you know. This is one of the places they told me to go. Now, miss, my license has expired, and I want to get a new one.
All right. Your name?
Jack Benny.
Occupation?
Star on stage and screen.
Rochester.
Sorry, boss. And radio.
Never mind.
What's your height?
5'11".
Weight?
165.
Hair?
My hair?
3250.
She doesn't mean that. She means the color. Miss, my hair is a sort of a palomino gray.
I see. And your eyes? Oh, they're blue, aren't they?
Yes, but this suit I'm wearing really doesn't do justice to them.
Well,
Well, all right, Blue Eyes. Take this application and get in line at window 3 for your eye test.
Thank you. Come on, Rochester. I got to go to window 3.
Yes, sir. Right over here. You're next.
Thank you. This is my eye test, isn't it?
Yes. Now, can you read the third line on that chart?
Not very well without my glasses.
Can you read the second line?
Oh, yes. It says...
Would you mind taking a step back?
Not at all. Why?
You're supposed to be at least 1 foot away from the chart.
Oh, yes. I did creep up a little too close there.
Now, can you still read that second line?
Yes, that's ALXRB.
You're wrong. That's 13769.
That's funny, I'm making such a glaring mistake. Maybe I ought to put on my glasses. There. Is it all right to drive a car wearing glasses?
Oh, sure. I wear them, too. In fact, I think I'll put mine on.
Say, the rims on your glasses are just like mine.
Yes, so they are. Now, looking at the same chart, I want you to... Say, you're right. That is ALXRB.
That's funny. Now it looks like 137,769 to me.
You're both wrong. It says no smoking.
Oh, yeah. Now what do I do next?
You have to take your road test. Go right through that door to the street where that lady is standing and wait your turn.
Thank you. Rochester, you wait here for me, will you?
My goodness, you have to go through such a mishmash to get a driving license.
Hello, Mrs. Greenberg.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Randolph.
And what are you doing here, Suzette?
I'm getting for me a driving license.
But why, after all these years?
So when I'm sitting in the back of the car telling my husband how to drive and he gives me a dirty look, I can show him my license. Well, I wish I was finished already.
Oh, it looks like a long wait. Oh, why don't you let me help you with your packages?
Oh, thank you. I went special to the store today to buy for my husband some grape nuts flakes.
Oh, my husband enjoys them, too. He loves their sweet as a nut flavor.
And they're not only toasted brown, but multi-rich yet.
You're right, lady, and they're a thrifty buy in the big 12-ounce economy size package.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, look, Mrs. Randolph, I'll show you on the back. See, it says right here, Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal.
And look at that picture. It says Jack Benny.
My, isn't he a handsome man?
Well, ladies, that happens to be...
I'm not asking you.
Oh.
Mrs. Randolph, I can't wait here any longer. I'll come back tomorrow. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, Blue Eyes.
Yes?
Phooey.
What's she mad about?
All right, who takes the next driving test?
I do. Here's my car right over here. Here's my application.
Okay, Mr. Beanie, let's go.
That's Benny.
All right, let's get going.
Hope I won't be nervous. I haven't driven in such a long time. Here we are.
Isn't this a taxi cab?
Of course not.
But it's yellow.
So what? It isn't a banana either.
I'm not so sure.
All right.
Get in. Okay, start the car.
Strange. It won't go.
Mr. Benny, you're supposed to release the emergency brake.
Oh, yes, of course. Where is it?
Right there.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I hope you don't get the wrong impression. It's just that my Maxwell didn't have one, you know? There. Well, we're running along smoothly now. Is there anything in particular you'd like me to do?
Yes, get off the sidewalk.
Oh, pardon me. There. There, how am I doing now?
Very well, very well. Now, Mr. Benny, do you know what the national speed limit is?
Yes, 35 miles an hour.
Are you allowed to park in the crosswalk?
No.
Very good. Of course you know what that white line down the middle of the street's for.
Yes. I think that has something to do with the fire regulations.
Fire regulations? That white line?
Yes. In case of fire, in order not to tie up traffic, that's where they lay the hose. Well, everything seems okay now. Do you mind if I turn here?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it isn't your fault at all. It's just that the city forgot to put a corner there.
The city do with all our money.
Now straighten out and keep going.
All right. I want you to know that I can really drive better than this, but I'm a little nervous with an inspector in the car.
I understand. Now try and keep your mind on your driving, Mr. Benny.
I will.
You see that big truck in front of you?
Which one?
That one. You can take your head out of the windshield now.
Look, Inspector, I can explain the whole thing.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Can't you see where you're going? Didn't you see me stop?
Now, wait a minute. You can't put the blame on me. You didn't even have your hand out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Well, let's not argue about it. There's a witness standing on the curb that saw the whole thing.
Okay, let's ask her.
Say, lady, you saw this accident. Whose fault was it?
I'm not talking to you.
All right. Oh, I don't need a license anyway. Rochester can drive my car.
40 years young. That's Malty Rich Grape Nuts for you, all right. Back in the days when people were first singing the sidewalks of New York, they were also enjoying their first taste of the sensational new breakfast cereal, Grape Nuts. Well, today, folks are still enjoying them, same as ever. Boy, there's nothing like that distinctive sweet-as-a-nut flavor, is there? And now you can get that one delicious flavor in two delicious forms. Grape Nuts, crisp, crunchy kernels. Grape Nuts Flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. But these two tempting cereals are more than just swell eating. Both are Basic 7 foods, chock full of wonderful all-around, whole-grain nourishment. So there you are, folks. Eat a good breakfast, you'll do a better job. And by all means, eat plenty of thrifty, nutritious Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes.
We're a little late, folks. Good night now.
Jumbo Jumbo, that new giant package size of tasty Grape Nut Sweet Meal sure is one big prize. Yes, and what's swell eating? Grape Nut Sweet Meal is rich, hot, brown, with a luscious full-bodied texture, grand roasted wheat flavor, real whole wheat nourishment. Get Grape Nut Sweet Meal in the new economy size 30-ounce package. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny, and I want to take a moment to ask you not to do something. For by not doing it, you can help our boys in the armed services. Don't do any traveling during the holiday season that isn't absolutely necessary. Remember that thousands of soldiers, sailors, and Marines, as well as the waves and whacks, are looking forward to spending Christmas with their families. And believe me, they've certainly earned a trip home. And surely none of us would want to cheat one of our boys out of such a furlough. Maybe some of you have felt that just one more pleasure trip isn't going to disrupt the country's transportation system. But if millions of people feel that way, you can easily see what happens. Trains and buses become crowded far beyond capacity, so that traveling is no pleasure anyway. So please take it seriously, folks. Let's give our boys and their families a real break for Christmas. Let's give them a chance to be together on this one day of all days.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Something old, something new. That's the story of grape nuts for you. Yes, way back in the days when Wait Till the Sun Shines, Nellie, was the song of the day, the talk of the day was the sensational new breakfast cereal, Grape Nuts. Well, Grape Nuts is still the leading American favorite, and one taste of that distinctive malty-rich flavor tells you why. But today you can enjoy that one delicious flavor in two delicious forms. Grape Nuts, crisp, crunchy kernels. Grape Nuts Flakes, tempting, toasty brown flakes. And both Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes bring you essential whole grain nourishment, which make them a basic 7 food, one type of food Uncle Sam is asking us to eat more of. For better breakfasts and hence for a better start on the morning's work, better be sure to include Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes every day.
Tickets? Have your tickets ready, please. Step along. The broadcast has already started.
Hey, mister, is this the Gildersleeve program?
No. Tickets, please.
Is it the Fitch bandwagon?
No. No, keep moving, folks. Keep moving.
Those we love?
No, no. Tickets, please. Have your tickets ready.
John's other wife?
No.
Is it Inner Sanctum?
No, but you're getting warm. Tickets, please.
Hey, look, buddy, what show is this?
This is the Jack Benny program.
Oh, the Jack Benny program.
Yeah.
Who's on it?
Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Oh.
Well, are you going in?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, Phil Harris.
Look, Bud, you're blocking the door. Will you make up your mind?
That's what I say. Either go in or stay out.
Tickets, please. Where's your ticket, lady?
I don't need a ticket. I'm Dennis Day's mother.
Oh.
Anyway, I don't care about the show. I'm here on business.
All right, Mrs. Day. Go right through.
Thank you. Do you work for Mr. Benny, too?
No, ma'am. I work for NBC.
Well, you're lucky.
You'll find a seat right down front, Mrs. Day.
Dennis has been on his show 5 years, and Mr. Benny hasn't given him a raise since he started.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, Mrs.
He
Day.
pays Dennis $35, and because his song only runs 2 minutes, he tells him he's making $17.50 a minute, which, according to Mr. Benny, amounts to $186,000 a week.
Mrs. Day, you're holding up the line.
Why, he's so cheap he sharpens his pencil in front of his fireplace so the wood won't go to waste.
Mrs. Day, the show has started. Will you please go in?
Oh, Mother!
Oh, there you are, Dennis.
Follow me. I saved a seat for you right in the front row.
Good. And when you see that boss of yours, tell him he's a cheap, no-good, conniving chiseler.
You tell him, Mother, you're bigger than I am.
That's just what I'm going to do as soon as the show is over.
Well, here's your seat, Mother. I got to run up on the stage.
All right, son. Be careful of those steps.
Oh, I will. Say, Mother, these steps don't turn like the ones at home.
That was Hindustan, played by the orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past 3 weeks, 2 of the most important conferences in world history have been held. One in Cairo and one in Tehran. So tonight we bring you a man who has recently been to both places. Not Roosevelt, not Churchill, not Stalin, not Chiang Kai-shek.
I won't mean a thing after those names.
But here he is in person, the one and lonely Jack Benny.
goodness. Well, thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, you're absolutely right. It's only recently that I was in both those historic places, Tehran and Cairo. Cairo, Egypt.
Ah, that must have been thrilling.
Oh, it was, Don. Just think, I, little Jack Benny, rode through the same streets that Roosevelt did, went into the same hotel where Roosevelt went, passed the same doorman that Roosevelt tipped. Gosh, it doesn't seem possible.
No, it doesn't, Jack. It really doesn't.
And, Don, I want to tell you something. If you ever happen to be in Cairo, you must stop at that world-famous Shepherd's Hotel. What a place with its beautiful Egyptian architecture, its spacious gardens, and its front terrace where you meet the cream of international diplomacy.
Gosh.
I'll admit, Don, that Shepherd's Hotel is expensive, but it's an experience you'll never forget.
Oh, I can imagine. How long did you stay at that hotel, Jack?
Well, I didn't live there, Don. You see, I wanted to get closer to the Egyptian people and learn their customs and study their ways. So I stopped at the Abdullah Ben Hassan Camel Court. It's in the heart of the desert.
Oh, that must have been fun and interesting, too, sleeping right out on the desert.
Oh, it was, Don. But sometimes you wake up in the middle of the night and you see the strangest things. I remember one night I woke up and I thought I saw Fred Allen's face.
Fred Allen's face?
Yes, but the next morning I found out it was the Sphinx. Some tourist put a derby on it. So I apologized to the Sphinx and left. I really did.
Say, Jackson, you know Alan's back on the air again.
I know, Phil, I know. That wreath on my radio isn't for Christmas. I can just hear Alan on his opening broadcast.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fred Allen talking.
And his jokes, oh, brother.
Look, Jackson, does that guy always talk through his nose?
Yes, Phil, he's the only comedian who tells them and smells them at the same time. Anyway, let's not discuss that zombie, you know?
Well, Jack, I know you're not particularly chummy with Fred Allen, but in my opinion, he's not only a natural wit, but one of the finest comedians in radio.
Thank you, Don. And now, ladies and... What? What was that, Don? What did you just say?
I said, in my opinion, Allen's not only a natural wit, but one of the funniest comedians in radio.
Don, there's an old Chinese proverb that says... When big fat announcer open big fat mouth, soon find salary not big fat. Just be glad you've got a job.
Ah, Jackson, you're just like a barking dog that don't bite.
Huh?
Every time Don opens his mouth, you threaten to fire him, but you haven't got the nerve to do it.
Phil, this doesn't...
Where's your courage? Let's see you fire Don. Go ahead, fire him.
Phil, I don't want to lose my job. Please.
Don't worry, he can't bluff me. Go ahead, Jackson. Fire him.
All right, Phil, if you feel that way about it.
I do feel that way about it.
Phil, for heaven's sakes, I don't want to get fired. Now, please stop.
What kind of a guy do you think I am? I ain't going to back down now.
Now, look, Phil, if you don't cut this out, I'm going to fire you.
Fire me?
Yes, you.
We're talking about Don. What are you dragging me into this for?
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute. I'm not going to fire anybody. I like Don. I just don't want him to mention Alan's name, that's all. Another thing, we all ought to be ashamed. Mary's home listening to the program, and we're making fools of ourselves.
Oh, say, Jack, I meant to ask you, how is Mary?
Well, you know how laryngitis holds on, but she's much better. And incidentally, fellas, I bought Mary a lovely bouquet of American Beauty roses. I sent it to her yesterday.
Well, that was thoughtful of you, Jack. Is she allowed to go out of the house yet?
The flowers I bought were gorgeous. I mean, they had those long...
Is Mary allowed to go out of the house yet?
You know, they had those long stems. They're very expensive.
Jack, is Mary allowed to go out
You know, those roses that are so hard to get now. I really...
All right. How much is our share?
Huh?
I said, give me the bad news. How much is our share? What do we owe you?
Oh. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting you fellas to chip in, even though I did tell Mary the flowers came from all of us. Of course, if you insist, it's $1.65 apiece. But it's such a small amount, why bother?
Well, here's my share.
Thanks.
Here's mine.
Thanks. Well, Dennis?
Just take it out of my $186,000.
Dennis, your salary has nothing to do with it. This happens to be a cash deal.
Okay, here's $1.65.
Thanks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, all right, fellas, stop staring at me. After all, when Barbara Stanwyck was on our show 2 weeks ago, I gave her a corsage, and I didn't ask you guys to chip in.
You didn't have to. You charged it to Robert Taylor.
Well, certainly, there's nothing sneaky about me. When I send flowers to another man's wife, I want him to know about it. By the way, I think I'll call Mary and see how she's getting along. I'm pretty sure she'll be back on the show next week. All she needs is a little rest now, and then she'll...
Hello? Miss Livingston's residence.
Oh, hello, Butterfly. This is Mr. Benny talking.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Benny?
Tell me, Butterfly, how's Miss Livingston?
She's much better, thank you. The doctor was here and took her temperature.
Oh, is it normal?
I don't know. I think he lost the thermometer.
The doctor lost the thermometer?
Yes, because right after he took her temperature, he looked down her throat with a flashlight.
Oh, no, Butterfly. He was just looking for symptoms.
He was looking for something, I know that.
Well, don't worry about it, and I'm glad that Miss Livingston is getting along so well. Is the doctor still there?
No, he's gone. But before he left, left some green pills, blue pills, red pills, and yellow pills.
That's good.
I don't think so. When I give her the blue pills, she turns green. When I give her the green pills, she turns red. And when I give her the red pills, she turns yellow.
What?
I just can't seem to make her match.
Well, Butterfly, you must have been giving her the wrong pills at the wrong time. Is your Uncle Rochester there helping you?
No, he was here, Mr. Benny. But he caught a cold, too, so the doctor sent him home.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I better call home and see how Rochester is. Tell Miss Livingston I'll see her after the show.
Okay. What color would you like to see her in?
No color, and don't give her any more of those pills. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, now Rochester's got a cold. Looks like he'll be laid up. I'm going to call him and see how he feels. Gee, everybody's got a cold now. I bet I'll be next.
Oh, you're always imagining you're sick. You're a regular kleptomaniac.
That's hypochondriac. Kleptomaniac.
Well, I got the last syllable right anyway.
Yeah, you got the last syllable. Yeah. I wonder what's taking Rochester so long.
Hello?
Hello, Rochester. What happened to you?
Oh, hello, boss. I got a cold over at Miss Livingston's house.
A cold, eh?
Yeah, can't you tell by my voice?
Yes, you do sound a little hoarse. What are you taking for it, Rochester?
Oh, the usual thing.
Well, well, how do you feel?
Fine, I can hardly walk.
Wait a minute, Rochester. Have you been drinking?
It ain't my fault, boss. The doctor told me to take 2 fingers of gin.
Well?
I drank 3 whole bottles and it ain't gone to my fingers yet.
Rochester.
But my elbow's feeling happy.
Your elbow?
The joint's jumping.
Rochester, if the doctor sent you home with a cold, why didn't he give you something for it?
He did. He gave me some of Miss Livingston's pills. Blue ones, green ones, yellow ones, and red ones.
Well, did you take them?
I took them all at once. And say, boss, when you come home...
Yes?
If you see a Scotch plaid rug on the floor, don't step on it. That's me.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard. Now, Rochester, the best thing you can do is go to bed and stay there. That's the only thing that will cure a cold.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
There's a notice here from the steamship company that your crate will arrive in about 2 weeks.
My crate?
Oh, that's that camel I sent from Egypt.
A camel?
Yes.
Is that one of them things with a yo-yo spine?
That's it.
But, boss, what do you want with a camel?
Well, Rochester, it's just something I sent home as a souvenir from Cairo.
A camel for a souvenir?
Yes.
Well, that's logical.
I'm glad you feel that way.
My medicine helped a little.
Well, anyway, as soon as you get over your cold, prepare a place for the camel to stay. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. An ostrich, a turkey, a polar bear, and now a camel. You can get the DTs around here on orange juice.
Now, Rochester's got a cold. My camel's coming in. Oh, well. Let's have your song, Dennis.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
I'm glad Mary's feeling better anyway. Be good to have her back.
How sweet you are, how sweet you are, how dear your tenderly smiling face. Through days are bitter and gray and grim, through nights when even the stars are dim. How sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. What was a lovelier world by far when I remember how sweet you are. How sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. What was a lovelier world by far when I remember how sweet you are.
That was How Sweet You Are, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. That song was beautiful, and you were an excellent voice.
Thanks, Mr. Benny.
I really mean it. Every week you sing better and better.
Then why don't you give him a
Huh? What?
You heard what I said.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, madam. No autographs today. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
What, Dennis?
Guess who's sitting in the front row?
I know. I heard her.
She wants to talk to you after the show.
I know she does. Now go sit down.
It's about my salary.
Dennis, go over and sit down.
Stop pushing him.
I'm not pushing him. And anyway, Mrs. Day, you're not supposed to talk while the program's going on.
My boy just sang, didn't he?
Yes?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the program's over.
Of all the nerve. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Shut up!
Mrs. Day, please. Now, I'm trying to make these people laugh.
Then why don't you tell them what you're paying Dennis?
Now, Mrs. Day, if you don't stop...
Let her talk. Speech.
Well, I'll be...
Ladies and gentlemen, you should know what this Waukegan weasel is paying my boy.
Mrs. Day, there's a program going on.
He pays Dennis $35 a week.
Oh.
And because his song only takes 2 minutes, he tells my boy he's making $17.50 a minute, which that...
Mrs. Day, you're not allowed to stand up on the seats. And besides, this audience came here to see a show.
$17.50 a minute, which that chiseler says amounts to $186,000 a week.
Now, please, Mrs. Day.
$186,000 a week. And my boy is dope enough to believe it.
That's telling him, Mom.
Now, Dennis, you stay out of this. And I hate to say it, kid, but I'll have to find some way to keep your mother quiet.
If you do, my father'll be interested.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
My father wears earmuffs even in the summer.
You're telling me.
Dennis, that'll be enough out of you.
Now, look, Mrs. Day, this has gone far enough. You have no right to come here, sit in the audience, and embarrass me in front of all these people. After all, I'm paying Dennis a fair salary.
Hear that, folks? A fair salary. Why, I can't even afford to play gin rummy anymore.
Mrs. Day, we're on the air and we've got a program to do. Oh, Usher.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Will you please show this lady out of the studio?
Okay, come on, lady, come on.
Usher, if you lay a hand on me, I'll punch you right in the nose.
What? You hit a man in uniform?
Well, how do you like that? Imagine the usher being afraid of her.
Ladies and gentlemen, why is the usher afraid of the lady? Why isn't the lady afraid of the usher?
Don.
I'll tell you why the lady isn't afraid of the usher.
Don.
Because the lady eats grape nuts and grape nut flakes.
Don, this is no...
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, because grape nuts and grape nuts flakes bring you whole grain nourishment and our basic 7 food. The kind of food Uncle Sam wants you to eat more of.
Don, this is no
And
time...
remember, folks, you get one delicious flavor in 2 distinctive forms.
Oh, kiddo.
Grape nuts, crisp, crunchy kernels, and grape nut flakes. Toasty, brown, and sweet as a nut. I thank you.
Well, thanks, Don. Anyway, that put an end to this awful argument. Now, where were we? So mixed up, I don't know where I'm at. I don't know why everybody thinks I'm taking advantage of Dennis. Now, Don, we've been together a long time. You know I wouldn't hurt the kid.
Oh, of course not, Jack.
In fact, I look after him. I watch out for him. And why shouldn't I? After all, I'm old enough to be his father.
You're old enough to be my father.
Now, look here.
And she's no chicken.
Dennis, that's no way to talk about your mother.
Don't mind your own business, you old goat.
What? Huh?
If I had my
Now,
way...
wait a minute, Mrs. Day. If you insist on interrupting my show, don't keep yelling from the audience. Come on up on the stage.
All right, I will.
I knew that would happen.
You pushed me.
How could I push you? I'm up here on the stage.
I wouldn't trust you as far as I'm going to throw you.
That's telling her, Mom.
Now, look, Mrs. Day, you came here looking for trouble, and if that's what you want, you're going to get it.
That's telling her, Mr. Benny.
All I came here for was to get my son a raise.
That's telling her, Mom.
Your son will get a raise when I think he deserves it, and not a week sooner.
That's telling her, Mr. Benny.
I don't know why all these things happen to me.
That's telling her, Mr. Benny.
I hire people. I sign them to legitimate 20-year contracts.
Ah, shut up!
And all I have is trouble. If I hear one more word about money or raises or salary from anybody, I'm going to talk to my father and find out
Well, friends, I've been feeling poetic today. So here's a little something I tossed off especially for you. Listen. A guy named Ray got up one day and he was late for work. So in his rush, he cried, "Tush, tush, my breakfast I will shirk." By noontime, Ray was less than gay. In fact, he had the shakes. So now he eats those breakfast treats, grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. Well, folks, better take a tip from Ray. Don't try to do a man-sized job on a bird-sized breakfast. It can't be done. Dietitians tell us morning's the important time to stoke up, the time when we need at least 1/4 of our daily nourishment. And they also tell us that we should eat a cereal with whole grain food values. So start the day right. Start it with malty-rich grape nuts or crisp, toasty brown grape nuts flakes. Both are basic 7 foods that provide all sorts of energy-giving whole grain nourishment. And you couldn't ask for a sweller tasting treat. Yes, eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And help yourself to plenty of grape nuts and grape nuts flakes.
All right, folks, the program's over. This way out, this way out. Hey, buddy, you glad you went in?
Yeah, pretty good show.
I thought you'd like it.
Say, is Jack Benny really as cheap as he makes out on the radio?
Cheap? Come here, bud, let me tell you something. That guy Benny lost his wallet here with $100 in it.
Yeah?
I found it a week later, returned it to him, and he charged me interest.
No kidding.
All right, folks, this way out, this way.
Ladies, here's a prize. Grape Nuts Wheatmeal now comes in a great big new economy size. It saves you time, it saves you dough to buy the economy size, you know. That's right. Your grocer is now featuring the big new economy size package of Grape Nuts Wheatmeal, the rich hot brown cereal with grand roasted wheat flavor, real whole wheat nourishment. Get hot Grape Nuts Wheatmeal in the new 30-ounce economy package. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Hey, I bet you don't all know the real meaning of the word delicious, or do you? Well, I didn't until I looked it up. And it comes from 2 Latin words meaning pleasant and charm. And if that doesn't spell malty-rich grape nuts, then my name isn't Don Wilson. You're as pleased as punch when you sit down to the big, tempting bowl of grape nuts, now aren't you? And you're certainly charmed with that one and only malty-rich flavor that's sweet as a nut. A rich, distinctive blend of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. A flavor that just plain hits the spot. And all that wonderful whole grain nourishment you get in grape nuts leaves you with such a satisfied feeling of well-being. Yep, for a real treat, just try a bowl of grape nuts for breakfast tomorrow. You'll find it's a charmer, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Mary Livingston has been off the show for 3 weeks because of laryngitis. So now that she is fully recovered, we take her to her house where we find Mary and her maid, Butterfly.
Gee, Miss Livingston, you sure have pretty hair.
Well, thank you, Butterfly. Ouch. Be careful with the comb you're pulling.
Oh, excuse me. Say, Miss Livingston, was your hair always this color?
Of course. I never bleach my hair.
Neither do I.
Well, I'm glad you told me. Now, Butterfly, comb the ends into a roll.
Yes, ma'am. You know what, Miss Livingston?
What?
I think your hair is even prettier than Mr. Benny's.
Oh, Butterfly, you're just saying that. Anyway, you've never been close enough to Mr. Benny's hair to appreciate its beauty.
Oh, yes, I have. Yesterday I was over to Mr. Benny's house.
Oh.
He wasn't home, so Uncle Rochester showed it to me.
Your Uncle Rochester has no right to open Mr. Benny's safe. Now, Butterfly, will you get my blue dress out of the closet, please? Never mind. You answer the door. I'll get the dress myself.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to buy a paper doll that I can call my own, a doll that other fellows cannot steal.
Hello, Butterfly.
Come right in, Mr. Benny. May I take your hat?
Yes, thanks. Here's my coat.
Yes, sir. Shall I take your shawl, too?
That's a muffler. Here. Now, Butterfly, will you tell Miss... Oh, here she is.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary. Gee, you're looking swell, and your voice sounds okay, too.
Thanks. I feel fine now.
That's good. Say, Mary, I brought you a box of candy. Over 100 pieces in it. Here you are.
Oh, thanks, Jack. Just the kind I like. Sen.
Well, I'm glad you do. You know, it cost me extra to have it wrapped as a gift, you know.
Oh, Jack, you're so nice.
I know. But maybe I shouldn't have given it to you now. It'll make your Christmas present look like nothing.
Well, let's not worry about that now. Come on, we'll go into the living room.
All right. Is there a fire in the fireplace?
No, but we can build one.
Okay.
Gee, I haven't had a fire in here since I've been sick.
Well, there's nothing as homey as a fireplace with a cheery blaze. Here goes. First a little paper. And throw on some kindling. And now for a log. There must be a smaller log around here somewhere. Let's see. Thanks, Mary. Hey, look, that log came from the tree that used to be in your backyard.
Yes, I know.
Gosh, Mary, look what it says on it. I love Jack Benny. Isn't that sweet?
Yeah, I remember the night you carved it there.
Yeah, it was so romantic. I'll never forget that night if I live to be 40.
Jack, if you...
Don't answer that. I know what you were...
I'll take it. Hello? Plainfield, New Jersey calling? Yes, I'll hold on. Oh, Jack, it must be Mama.
Oh, is she out on parole again?
Jack, you ought to be ashamed of you. Hello? Oh, hello, Mama. Yes, I'm feeling fine now. That's right. I was off the program for 3 weeks. What? Oh, don't worry. Jack's going to pay me. He will pay me. Oh, Mama, he is not. And where'd you ever hear a word like that? That's what Papa calls you?
Mary, tell your mother.
Quiet, Jack.
No.
Say, Mama, did you get the packages I sent? Good. But I don't want either you or Papa to open those presents till Christmas. What? Papa couldn't wait? He did? Well, Mama, call a doctor. That was shaving lotion.
Mary, what was that word your mother called me?
It starts with an L.
Oh, L.
Say, Mama, tell me, what's happened in the home lately?
L. Could be liar, louse. Louse isn't so bad, is it?
What? What, Mama? Cousin Harry was made a sergeant? Oh, that's too bad.
What's bad about it?
Last week he was a lieutenant.
Oh.
Yes, Mama, that was Jack's voice.
L.
Yes, he's sitting right here beside me.
L.
Mama, stop it.
What's the matter?
You can drop the L and start working on D. Say, Mama, what are you and Papa doing tonight?
D. Dope. Dunce.
Oh, you expect company, so you're making a fire in the living room?
Dumbbell. That starts with a D.
But, Mama, you haven't got a fireplace in the living room. Oh, there's a hole in the rug, and you wanted to cover it up with something.
Mary, hang up, will you?
Well, Mama, I think I better... just a second, operator. Mama, give my love to... Oh, darn it, we were cut off. Oh, operator, why did you... I don't care if my mother does drive you nuts. It's none of your business.
See, Mary, you see, I'm not the only one that's allergic to your mother.
Oh, Jack, Mama's only kidding. She doesn't mean half the things she says.
She does, too. I never saw a woman like that. She's always hounding me.
She doesn't hound you.
Well, she's got the face for it. And let me tell you another thing. Your mother takes delight in aggravating me. Every time she calls me up, she pans me. And I never say anything about her, ever. All right, Mary, I'm sorry.
Well, you ought to be. Every time we talk about my mother, we get into an argument.
You're right, Mary. We shouldn't argue. Let's kiss and make up.
Okay.
Now, how is that?
Let's argue.
Oh, yeah? That was all right, and you know it. Now, straighten your lipstick.
Oh, you and your wet lips. Every time you kiss me, you skid.
Now, what do you want me to do, have them retreaded? I skid. You can't say one nice thing. There's someone at the door.
That's all right. Butterfly will get it.
You can't say one thing without trying to be funny.
Oh, Jack, you take everything so seriously. Where's your sense of humor?
Sense of humor? Listen, Mary, you have no regard for my feelings. And in the first place...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Dennis. In the first place, I only came here to visit.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Dennis.
I only came here to cheer you up because you've been ill.
Well, this is a fine way to do it. Just because I pull a gag on you once in a while, you hit the ceiling.
I hit the ceiling?
What's going on here?
Look, Mary, when you had laryngitis, I was a constant visitor. I'm the best friend you ever had.
Do you mind if I sit down?
No, go ahead.
No, sit down, Dennis.
You know, Mary, I even brought you a box of candy, and what thanks do I get?
Well, what do you expect for a box of cents, and a kiss for every piece?
No, Mary, but the least you can do is show your appreciation.
Oh, you're having an argument.
Dennis, why don't you please be quiet?
Gee, everywhere I go, there's an argument.
Oh, where have you been, Dennis?
Home.
Now, Mary, as far as I'm concerned...
At my house, it's louder.
Dennis.
They ought to be breaking it up by now.
The argument?
No, the house.
Dennis, we're not having a fight. It was just a little misunderstanding, that's all. Now, Mary, let's not argue in front of the kid.
You're right, Jack, and especially about such a silly thing. I'm a dope.
Well, I'm a dope, too.
You want to know something?
What?
It's nothing to be ashamed of.
You should know.
Thanks. Well, I guess I'll run along now.
Wait a minute, Dennis. What'd you come over here for?
Oh, I forgot. I came over to visit Miss Livingston.
You did? Well, sit down and stay a while.
Okay. Well, guess I'll run along now.
Dennis, you just got here. What's that package under your arm?
Oh, I made a record of a song, and I wanted Miss Livingston to hear it.
Well, that's fine. We'll play it later. Oh, Butterfly, see who's at the door.
Yes, Miss Livingston?
Oh, it must be Rochester. There's my new car out in front.
That yellow one? Why, it looks like a taxi cab.
Well, it was, Mary, but it's the only thing I could get. Anyway, I converted it strictly to private use.
Oh.
If it weren't for the color, no one would know it used to be a taxi. Oh, hello, Rochester.
Hello, boss. You better hurry. The meter's running.
Well, turn it off, silly. It's only us.
Why, Jack, if you're using that taxi for your own private use, why do you have a meter on it?
He never knows when he's going to give a friend a lift.
Well, Rochester, it pays to be nice.
It pays him.
Oh, that's not the reason at all. Anyway, Mary, it's not a bad car, is it?
It looks all right.
It rides smoothly, too.
Yes, sir.
Did you ride in it, Dennis?
30 cents worth.
Dennis.
That's my raise. $5 worth of free rides a week.
Listen, kid, I give you those rides because... I give you those rides because I like you. I'm not in business with that taxi. I don't haul people around.
Oh, boss, come now.
Rochester, I told you I only give my friends a lift home.
What's so funny, Rochester?
All of his friends have trunks and live at the Union Station.
Rochester, stop making things up. And you better hurry or we'll be late for the super chief. I mean, stop mixing me up.
I know what you mean, boss, but we gotta go Christmas shopping.
Oh, that's right. Let's get going. I want to do my shopping while the stores are still loaded with stuff. So let's...
Oh, Butterfly. Butterfly, there's someone at the door. Butterfly, where are you? Oh, well, I'll answer it myself. Well, of all people.
I locked myself out.
Oh. Well, come in, Butterfly, and get Mr. Benny's things. He's leaving.
I got him. Never mind. Come on, Rochester. Let's go. So long, Mary.
Goodbye, Miss Livingston.
Goodbye. I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other... Oh, Dennis, I forgot you were still here.
Yeah, I just put my record on the phonograph. Would you like to hear it, Miss Livingston?
Sure, I would. Go ahead and play it.
Okay. Say, Miss Livingston, would you like to... Oh, well.
What, Dennis?
Never mind. Let's sit this one out.
Yes, I'd rather just listen to it.
Speak low when you speak loud. Our summer day withers away too soon, too soon. Speak low when you speak loud. Our moment is swift, like ships adrift. We're swept apart too soon. Speak low, darling, speak low. Love is a spark lost in the dark. Too soon, too soon. I feel wherever I go that tomorrow is near, tomorrow is here, and always too soon. I miss old and love so brief. Love is pure gold, and time a thief. We're late, darling, we're late. The curtain descends, everything ends. Too soon, too soon. I wait, darling, I wait. Will you speak loud to me, speak loud to me, and soon? Will you speak loud to me, speak loud to me,
Rochester. Rochester, don't turn the corners so fast.
Don't worry, boss. These taxi cabs can really take it.
Rochester, I've told you 1,000 times this is my own private car now. It's not a taxi. Anyway, I'm going to have the color changed. It's getting to be ridiculous. Rochester, you're coming to a red light. Watch it.
I see it, boss.
Hey, Bud, mind if I share this cab with you?
I'm sorry, mister, but this ain't no...
Driver, no one's asking you. Certainly, mister. Hop right in.
Okay. Maple Avenue, driver.
Nice day, isn't it?
Yeah. How far you going, buddy?
Oh, I'm going much further than Maple Avenue. So you pay me and I'll pay the driver. That'll save time.
I wish he'd step on it. I'm in a hurry to get home.
You are?
Yeah. I don't want to miss the Fred Allen program.
What? There.
Gosh, boss, how could you reach the brake from the back seat?
Never mind. This is where you get out, mister.
Why? What happened? What did I say?
Get out. Get out.
You can't put me out of this cab. Hey, driver.
I'm sorry, mister, but you'll have to get out.
Oh, I do, hey? Well, my name is Brown, and I'm going to report you to the president of this company.
Mr. Brown, you may not know it, but you were thrown out by the president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and star of stage, screen, and taxi cabs.
That's telling them, Rochester. Let's go. Gee, it sure is crowded in this store. I wish I'd have done my Christmas shopping early like I did last year. You going to buy any gifts in here, Rochester?
No, I already did my shopping.
You did? Where?
At Saks Central Avenue.
Now, let's see. I want to get something for my girl, Gladys Zabisco. But I don't know what.
Why don't you ask the floor walker?
Yeah. Oh, mister. Mister, are you the floor walker?
If I'm asked that question again, I'm going to smash somebody right over the head.
What are you mad about? I just asked you if you were the floor walker.
You see this carnation in my lapel?
Yes.
Or what do you think I am, a long stem?
Oh, then you are the floor walker.
Of course. I'm not rugged enough to be a customer. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I'm interested in something for my girlfriend. What would you suggest?
Well, what does your girl look like?
Well, she's kind of thin and scrawny, and her hair's sort of stringy. But she really has a nice personality. She has a little turned-up nose, and she has 2 ears. And they,
Well, everybody's got 2 ears.
On the same side?
Rochester. That's the way she combs her hair. It's a large bun.
Well, I don't know what to suggest. Why don't you try our harness shop?
Oh, don't be so smart. Come on, Rochester. I'll find things myself. Let's go over to this counter here. Pardon me, miss. Is this the perfume department?
No, this is the cold cream counter. Can I smear something on you?
No, thanks. I'm not interested in cold cream.
You know, we're short of help, so they split my week between cold cream and hot water bottles.
Oh.
3 days a week I'm greasy, and the other 3 I'm overheated.
Well, I feel sorry for you.
You know, for 20 years I was behind the perfume counter. Nothing but perfume for 20 years. Perfume, perfume, perfume.
Well, that's too bad, Miss.
Just call me Stinky.
Well, look, miss, I have to buy something for,
Hey, boss, look. Here comes Mr. Harris.
Where? Oh, yeah. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Chester.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
Doing a little shopping, Phil?
No, I came out here to see Don Wilson.
Don Wilson?
Yeah, he's playing Santa Claus here this year.
No kidding. Well, How'd he get the job?
It wasn't easy. He had to take off 20 pounds.
Gee, can you imagine Don being Santa Claus and talking to all the little kids, telling them about, hey, wait a minute. Have I got a wonderful idea?
What is it, Jackson?
Let's pull a gag on Wilson. Now, Phil, you go over to the boys' department and get dressed up like a little kid.
Yeah?
And I'll go down to the women's ready-to-wear and dress up like a woman. See, I'll be your mother.
Okay, and I'll be the mean widow kid.
Boy, will we fool Don. Rochester, wait for me out in the car. And Phil, I'll meet you in front of the toy department.
Okay. Gee, I wish Jackson would hurry up. I feel like a dope standing here dressed up like a little kid. Oh, boy, look what Jackson's missing. Hiya, babe.
Shut up, it's me. Now, come on, let's fool Don. Come on, we'll go and fool Wilson. Remember, I'm your mother.
Now, gather round, children, gather round, and I want to talk to each one of you in turn. Now, let me see. Who's next?
My little son is Santa Claus.
Oh.
My little son is Santa Claus.
All right, madam. Now, where is your little boy?
Now, where is he? Oh, Clearwater. Clearwater.
Doody, Santa Claus. Doody, Santa. Here I is, Mommy.
Isn't he a darling?
Yes, he's a cute little rascal.
Now, Clearwater, tell Santa Claus what you want for Christmas. Go ahead, don't be bashful.
No, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. No, I don't want to do it.
Now, Clearwater clap saddle. Tell Santa what you want.
No, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it.
Clearwater, take your foot out of your mouth. There. Now the other one. That's better.
Now, little boy, tell Santa what you want for Christmas.
I want some grape nuts flakes.
Grape nuts flakes?
Yes, my mommy and my dad, he tells me that they're toasty brown and they're sweet as a nut.
That's right, my smart little man. And they're a whole grain cereal.
You're absolutely right, Santa. Oh, how cute. Look at that nice little boy sitting on Santa Claus's lap. Such pretty golden coils he's got.
Yes, that little boy happens to be mine.
I'm not talking to you.
Now, tell me, Sonny, wouldn't you like to have a bicycle?
No, I want a grape nuts flakes because they're delicious, nutritious, and not rationed.
That's right, and what else?
Well, there are basic 7 food, the kind of food my dad wants me to eat more of.
Well, you certainly are a good little boy. You should be proud of him, Mrs. Clapsaddle.
Oh, I am. Now, Clearwater. Clearwater, say goodbye to Santa Claus.
Goodbye, Santa Claus.
Goodbye, Santa Claus.
Goodbye, Phil. So long, Jack.
Oh, darn it, he knew it. He knew it all the time.
What are we going to do now, Mommy dear?
Oh, shut up, you little jerk. Come on, let's get out of here.
There's a certain phase to the effect that you can't take it with you. But tonight I'm going to tell you about something you can take with you and should take with you every morning of your life. That's the zippy up and at 'em feeling that you get when you eat the right kind of breakfast instead of one of those sip and run affairs. Breakfast is the stoke-up meal, you know, the time when nutrition experts say we need at least 1/4 of our day's nourishment. Well, for 2 grand-tasting stoke-up foods, let me just mention grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. Because the experts also agree an adequate breakfast should include a cereal with whole grain food values. And that's certainly grape nuts and grape nuts flakes for you. Both are cram full of all-around whole grain nourishment, including iron, niacin, vitamin B1, the morale-building vitamin. And good, say, wait till you taste that zesty crispness, that distinctive nut-sweet flavor. So eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And for extra swell eating, make it tempting, nutritious grape nuts or grape nuts flakes.
Well, folks, that finishes another program, and we'll be back with you next Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, my cast and I want to send Christmas greetings to all of you. To all of you here at home and to all of our boys and girls in the service, here and abroad. Good night, everybody.
Hot grape nut sweet meal. Yes, you bet. The swellest new hot cereal yet.
Get Grape Nuts Wheatmeal. It's a prize in the big new package, jumbo size.
A thrifty treat, you'll all admit, with the first delicious taste of it.
Yes, quick cooking Grape Nuts Wheatmeal is rich and hot and brown, with a grand roasted wheat flavor, luscious full-bodied texture, real whole wheat nourishment. Get hot Grape Nuts Wheatmeal in the time-saving, money-saving new economy size package. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles. Exciting flamingo nail polish, noted for...
Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. You've all heard the expression, let your conscience be your guide, of course. Well, right now, Uncle Sam is asking every one of us to pledge his conscience to his country, to help food fight for freedom. So let's all produce and conserve, share and play square with today's food. Don't patronize black markets. Buy no-rationed foods without giving up the proper stamps. And eat more of the foods that are plentiful, thrifty, and unrationed, such as cereals. Delicious, malty-rich grape nuts and grape nuts flakes, for instance. Two swell cereals that are not only thrifty and unrationed, but bring you grand whole grain nourishment. And you'll find grape nuts and grape nuts flakes bring you an extra bonus. They bring you plenty of real enjoyment, too. Grape nuts, crisp and crunchy. Grape nuts flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. So help food fight for freedom, friends. Let your conscience be your guide. And let thrifty, nutritious grape nuts and grape nuts flakes help you on your way. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to turn the clock back about 20 hours and take you to Jack Benny's house. It's Christmas night, and Jack is expecting a few of his friends over. It's about 7:45, and Rochester is preparing for the arrival of the guests.
I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own, a doll that other fellows cannot steal. This living room hasn't been clean in weeks. I think I'll surprise Mr. Benny and dust it. Well, that's done. And then those flirty, flirty guys with their flirty, flirty eyes. Gee, the boss sure is a nice Christmas tree. Only it seems to be leaning a little. I better get down on my knees and straighten the top up. Buy a paper doll that I can call my... Uh-oh. Look what I discovered here behind this curtain. Mr. Benny's box of cigars. They sure look tempting. No, I guess I better not. But I don't think he counts them anymore. There ain't no notches on the lid. Should I or shouldn't I? Get thee behind me, Satan. I can't reach the box with you standing in front of me. No, I won't. Oh, well, I'll take just one. There. I guess I'll take another one. Satan enjoys smoking, too. Well, now I better sweep up a little bit. I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellows cannot steal. Attaboy, Satan.
Rochester, what are you doing?
Just dusting around a bit.
Okay, I'll be right down.
I better go in the next room and get rid of this cigar.
I'm going to buy a paper doll that I can call my own.
A doll that other fellows cannot steal.
What was that? Must be an echo. An echo that sings harmony? Oh, well, it's Christmas. And the flirty guys. I smell cigar smoke. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boy!
What is this I'm smelling?
It ain't Chanel number 5!
Rochester, come here. Now, Rochester, anytime you want a cigar on Christmas, just ask me for it. Hey, I think our guests are beginning to arrive. Isn't that Miss Livingston's car pulling up?
Yeah, I'll go to the door, boss.
No, Rochester, I'll go. I'm going to surprise Mary. I got some mistletoe over the door, and the minute she comes in, I'm going to kiss her. Shh, quiet. Surprise!
Gee, and do I get a Christmas present besides?
Dennis, I thought it was Miss Livingston.
Well, she drove me over here, and she's parking the car.
Oh, darn it. I hung that mistletoe up there especially for Mary. I wanted the kiss to be a surprise for her.
Go on, you trap me this way every year.
Oh, quiet. I wanted Mary to get the kiss. Hey, she's coming up to walk now. Get in here, quick. She didn't see the mistletoe, so there's still time. Now be quiet, Dennis. Dennis, I was supposed to do that. For heaven's sake.
Hello, Jack. Merry Christmas.
Same to you, Mary. Give me a kiss. There.
Jack, I was hoping for a white Christmas, not a wet one.
Oh, you liked it all right. Say, Mary, come on in the living room. I want to show you how I got things fixed up.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I sent my maid Butterfly to help out. Is she here?
Yep, she's in the kitchen.
Say, you have got the room fixed up nice. It looks swell.
It sure does. And, Mary, do you like the Christmas tree?
Oh, Jack, it's very pretty, and I don't think the year in the garage hurt it a bit.
No, it didn't. And you know how it is, Mary. These days you have to conserve trees and wrapping paper and things like that.
I know, but don't you think you're overdoing this conserving business?
What do you mean?
After all, Jack, using an old toupee for a welcome mat.
Mary, it isn't an old toupee.
Oh, no? Every time somebody wipes their feet on it, you have to run out and comb it again.
Mary, stop clowning, will you?
Say, boss, if you're expecting guests, you better get Mr. Billingsley out of the house. Today he's crazier than ever.
He is not.
Well, right now he's in his room wrapping up a Christmas present for you, and he's wrapping it in wallpaper.
Oh, what's he giving me?
A wall!
Well, we can use one in the bathroom. There. Say, Mary, come in. I wonder who that is.
Hello, Mary. Hiya, Jackson. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Bill. Merry Christmas. And say, you brought your band with you. That's swell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad they're here, but you'd think they're coming to a party. They'd dress up a little.
What are you talking about? They shaved, didn't they?
Yes, but why aren't they wearing shirts?
Well, that's where they shaved. They want people to see you.
Oh. Well, your guitar player shaved too close. There's a rib sticking out there. Anyway, take the boys in the next room and they can set up their instruments.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Phil, maybe the boys would like to have a drink first.
No, as long as they're here in the house, they might as well stay.
Phil, they don't have to go out for it. There's a big bowl of punch in the next room.
Punch, okay. Come on, fellas, punch. Oh.
Say, Mary, let's, gee, there must be some more of the gang.
I'll get it, boss.
It's probably Claudette Colbert or Barbara Stanwyck or Ann Southern.
You'd be happy if it was Lassie coming home.
Now, wait a minute. I've invited a lot.
Mr. Benny! Mr. Benny, your riders are here.
My riders? Well, let them in.
The front way.
Of course. Hello, fellas. Come on in. Hey, now go into the den, fellas, and when you finish tomorrow's script, you can join the party.
Me too, Mr. Benny.
Why, certainly. Wait a minute. I only have 4 writers. Who are you?
I'm the guy who writes for them.
Oh, so that's how I get my joke.
Uh-huh. It ain't no picnic, I can tell you that. They beat me and kick me and twist my arm to force witticisms out of me.
They beat you and kick you?
Yeah, and that ain't all. They tie me in a chair, then the first guy shines a bright light in my eyes, the second guy blows cigarette smoke in my face to torment me, and the third guy says, "Give us a joke or we'll send you back to Harvard."
That's terrible. A fine bunch of... Say, wait a minute. What does my 4th writer do?
Oh, he stands behind me and hits me over the head with a blackjack.
Oh, well, as long as they're all working.
I wish you'd fired those guys.
Well...
Except the one that hits me over the head with the blackjack. I like that.
Yeah, I knew the boys were turning in pretty good stuff, but I didn't think they had help. Well, anyway, go on in with the rest of the boys and finish the script. Hey, Phil!
Yeah, Jackson?
Let's get this party going. How about some music?
Okay.
I had to get something to get him away from that fruit, you know. Swell, no kidding. Say, Mary, the band sounds pretty good in here.
Yeah. Jack, you ought to get the food out. Is it ready yet?
Well, I think Butterfly should have it prepared by now.
Well, let's go out in the kitchen and see how she's getting along.
Okay.
Hello, Butterfly. How's everything going?
Oh, fine, Miss Livingston.
Now, Butterfly, did you put the long stem glasses on the table like I told you to?
Yes, sir.
Well, what about the bucket with the ice cubes in it?
I took care of that, boss. Here it is. And I put the bottle in the bucket of ice.
Yes, the bottle's okay. There's enough cracked ice around it. I put a clean napkin over it. And Butterfly, just before you serve it, you're supposed to turn it slowly in the ice. Like this. See?
Oh, boy, what you go through for a bottle of Pepsi-Cola.
Well, Mary, I want everything to be perfect.
I know. Now, Butterfly, when the guests are at the table, you serve from the left and take away the dishes from the right. I said you must serve from the left and take away from the right.
Oh, well, okay, if you're superstitious.
No, Butterfly, it's not a superstition. That's just the right way to do it, according to Emily Post.
Oh. Was she your last maid?
Butterfly, we'll explain it to you some other time. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Oh, Miss Livingston.
Yes?
Please, could I be able to leave right after I serve tonight? I have a date.
Why, Butterfly, you have a boyfriend?
Oh, come on, Butterfly, tell us. Have you really got a boyfriend?
Mm-hmm. He's in the army.
Oh. Private?
No, I split him with another girl.
Well, I'll be...
All right, Butterfly, you can leave as soon as you finish serving. Come on, Jack.
Hey, Jackson, we're waiting. How about the grub, Bub?
It's coming. Say, Don, when did you get in?
Oh, just a minute ago. And, Jack, I want to thank you for the bonus you gave me for Christmas.
Well, I couldn't think of anything to buy, and I know cash always comes in handy. What'd you do with it, Don?
What did I do with it? You see this diamond stick pin in my necktie?
Yes.
Well, I took your bonus, added a little of my own money to it, and bought the tie.
Well, I knew it would come in handy. Come on, Don, let's join the gang. We'll sing and play games and have some fun till the food's ready.
Say, Jack, here comes that screwy boarder of yours.
Oh, yes. Hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Having a merry Christmas, I
Yes. Yes, we're celebrating. Would you care to join us?
Oh, no thanks, Mr. Benny. I must be running along. I've got to drive into town.
Drive? But, Mr. Billingsley, you haven't got a car.
I haven't?
No.
My, and all the money I've spent on parking lots. Oh, by the way, that reminds me.
Of what?
I wish I was a sleigh bell in honor of Kris Kringle. I'd jump upon my pogo stick and jingle, jingle, jingle.
Say, that's very good.
I wrote a poem for Thanksgiving, too, but we didn't have a turkey, so I ate it.
I see.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Well, naturally, at your age.
Oh, brother. Oh, what a guy.
Come on, Jack. Let's join the crowd. You said we were going to play games and everything.
Yeah. Well, is everybody having a good time?
Quiet, Jack. Dennis is going to sing for the gang.
Oh, he is? Oh, yeah. Dennis, that was very, very good. You sang those carols beautifully.
Sandwiches, here you are. Come and
Oh,
get 'em.
boy, food.
Oh,
Hey, take it easy. Take it easy,
Hey,
fellas.
what kind of sandwiches are they?
Thin ones.
They are not. Now, look, fellas, those sandwiches... Now, who can that be? Come in. Hey, look who it is.
Hiya, Bud!
Andy Devine!
Merry
Merry Christmas, Andy. Doggone. Well, Andy, this sure is a surprise. You know, we haven't seen you since last Christmas.
Yes, sir. It must be 6 or 7 months.
Well, come on, Andy. Grab yourself a bite to eat, and then we're going to play games and have some fun.
Hey, wait a minute, Buck. Ma sent you a Christmas present. It's in this box.
Well, thanks, Andy. What is it?
Our pet homing pigeon. You remember that silver gray one?
Oh, yeah. But, gee, your ma was so fond of that pigeon.
Yeah, I know, Buck, but she wants you to have it now.
Well, won't she miss it?
Yeah, but what's the difference? It died this morning.
Well, it's not the gift, it's the sentiment behind it that counts. Well, anyway, Andy, I'm glad you're here to liven up the party. Yes, sir.
Hey, what's going on? Is somebody going to make a speech?
Speech nothing. Me and Mary's going to sing a song.
You and Mary, huh?
Yeah, we're going to sing a duel.
A duel?
Phil, when two people sing, it's a duet.
Oh. Well, what is it when I sing by myself?
Lousy.
Come on, let's have a song.
No, let's play games.
Yeah, let's play games. Let's play games.
Now, wait a minute. We'll take a vote. Who wants a song?
Yeah, song.
Who wants to play games?
Yeah.
Who wants to hear me play the violin? Well... Doggone it, audience, you crabbed a good joke. You see, and you fellas think I play lousy. That's so... Nobody was supposed to applaud there. Well, anyway, the majority rules.
But, Jack, nobody wants to hear you play.
Quiet, Mary. My vote is as good as theirs. You know, I've been playing this song for years. Maybe I better learn a new one.
You ought to learn that one. Hey, this party's getting dull. We ought to do something to liven it up.
I've got an idea. Let's sing Jingle Bells.
Okay, let's go. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Grape nuts flakes, eat 'em night and day. What a thrill to get your fill of grape nuts in your Bombay. Toasty brown, munchy, crunchy too. They're malty rich, sweet as a nut in a thrifty buy in the 12-ounce economy size package.
They're a breakfast treat for you.
Rochester, the phone's ringing.
I'll get it. Mr. Bentley's resident, star of stage, screen, and radio, but he ain't doing so good right now.
Hello, may I speak to Mr. Benny, please?
Just a minute. Mr. Bentley, telephone call for you.
Oh, darn it. You folks will excuse me, won't you?
Oh, go answer the phone.
Hello?
Hello, Jack. Merry Christmas.
Oh, hello, Gladys.
Hey, that's Jack's girlfriend, Gladys Abisco.
Well, Gladys, I'm waiting for you. Why aren't you here yet?
I'm sorry, Jack, but I can't make it. Hilda didn't come to work today, so I have to wait on her tables, too.
Well, Gladys, honey, even if you are waiting on Hilda's tables, that won't keep you busy all night, will it?
No, Poochie. But when I get off, I'll be so tired, and I have to take 2 streetcars and a bus to get to your house.
But Gladys, this is Christmas. Why don't you take a cab? You're getting Hilda's tips. You know.
I'm sorry, Rosebud.
Well, you can't. I guess you can't. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow night. I'll meet you at our usual rendezvous.
All right. Gee, I hope there's a full moon. It's so dark in the La Brea tar pits.
Yeah. Well, see you there tomorrow night, Gladys. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, honey.
Yeah?
Don't forget to wear your hip boots. Well, fellas, Gladys won't be here, so what do you say we... Hey, Rochester. Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Where is everybody? Have they gone home?
No, boss, the party's just starting. They're all out in the backyard.
Oh, good. What are they doing?
Burying your violin.
Burying my violin? Well, for goodness sake, you'd think that Miss Livingston would stop them.
Stop them? She was the head pallbearer.
Well, I'll show them. Imagine burying my violin.
I'm sure glad I won't be hearing that thing anymore. I hope they bury that fiddle so deep it'll never get out. Yes, sir. I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellas cannot steal. Oh, hello, Satan, you here again? Come on, boy, let's get some more of those cigars.
Well, it must be the holiday season. The old poetic mood seems to be with me again tonight. As follows. J. Algernon Withers had a case of the dithers and lost all his zip by 11. Because this poor bloke neglected to stoke with the right kind of breakfast at 7. There you are. How can a big, tall guy like J. Algernon expect to go out and do a good day's job on a canary bird breakfast? How can anybody start the day right, folks? Started with a big, tempting bowl of grape nuts or grape nuts flakes with milk and fruit. That gives you a swell, wide-awake treat, crisp and refreshing and delicious. And it gives you just what dietitians say the adequate breakfast should include. Milk and fruit plus a cereal with whole grain nourishment. And I mean malty-rich grape nuts and grape nuts flakes do bring you whole grain nourishment. Plenty of it. Yes, eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And don't miss those 2 grand sweet-as-a-nut cereals, Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes.
Well, folks, before we're back with you again next Sunday, it will be 1944. On behalf of my cast, my sponsor, and myself, I want to extend to all of you in America and to all of our armed forces and allies everywhere best wishes for a happy and victorious New Year. Good night, everybody.
I say. Get Grape Nut Sweet Meal right away. In the new economy package Nifty, it's jumbo size and oh so thrifty.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, speaking of New Year's resolutions, here's a poem for you, friends, so listen. When the year is at the morn, resolutions fine are born. When the year is old and gray, resolutions, where are they? I have the answer here to a season full of cheer. Just resolve to start each day happy, carefree, blithe, and gay. And you know, folks, all it takes to start the day is Grape Nuts Flakes. That's the answer, all right. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. Because you need an adequate breakfast after a fast of 10 or 12 hours the night before. In fact, dietitian tells us that morning is the time we should get at least 1/4 of our entire day's nourishment. Yes, breakfast is the stoke-up meal, and Grape Nuts Flakes are certainly a swell-tasting stoke-up food. They're a whole-grain cereal, cram full of all-around whole-grain nourishment. So for 1944, let's all resolve to eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And let crisp, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes help make it easy for you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is the start of a new year, we bring you a man who at the age of 20 began his phenomenal career in show business.
That's right.
At 30, he was a credit to his profession.
Yes, sir.
At 40, he was admired and respected by millions.
That's me.
At 50, his name became a household word.
50?
At 60, he became...
All right, stop. That's enough already. For heaven's sake.
And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, it's a good thing I stopped you or I'd have died of old age before the show started. 40, 50, 60. Well, it wasn't so very long ago that I was going to Waukegan Grammar School.
Why, no, Jack, but you were the only kid in class the teacher called Mister.
Don, they didn't call me that till I was in the 6th grade. And anyway, Don, it doesn't...
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary. Anyway, Don, it doesn't...
Fine thing. I hurry over here and nobody even notices my new dress.
Oh, say, that dress is beautiful, Mary. But don't you feel a little silly wearing a man's necktie with it?
Oh, that. Well, Dennis gave it to me for Christmas, and I'm wearing it so I won't hurt his feelings.
You mean Dennis gave you a... Oh, wait a minute. He must have gotten the boxes mixed up.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, Dennis gave me the cutest pair of lace panties, all covered with rosebuds.
Oh, gee, I'd love to have those. Jack, I'll give you the necktie, and you give me the lace panties.
Well,
Dennis really meant them for me.
I know, but...
You didn't lose them, did you?
I hope not. Gee.
Oh, so that's it. You didn't want to hurt his feelings either.
Look, Mary, when someone gives you a gift...
I know. But, Jack, those panties were supposed to fit me. How in the world did you get them on?
Oh, I didn't have much trouble.
You didn't, eh? I'll bet those rosebuds are stretched to full bloom.
Never mind. Let's see, where was I? Oh, yes. Now, look, Don, the next time you make a remark about my age, you better first...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Don, the next time you make a remark about my age...
What's the matter?
Oh, Don's always telling people that I'm a lot older than I am, and I'm sick of it.
Why don't you hit him with your cane?
Dennis, they gave me this cane with my sports suit instead of an extra pair of panties. I mean pants. Anyway, To change the subject, I'm glad you're all here early tonight because we have a very important program to do.
What do you mean, Jackson?
You'll know in a minute, Phil. Ladies and gentlemen, as is our custom at this time of year, and even though it is January 2nd, tonight we are going to present our annual New Year's play entitled The New Tenant, or Goodbye 43, Hello 44. I hope you will all enjoy our latest version. Now, once again, I will play the part of the
Say,
old...
Mr. Benny, every year you do one of these plays, and I don't understand them.
Well, you see, Dennis, these little sketches we do at the close of each year are not so much plays as they are allegorical fantasies. Now, do you understand?
No.
Well, Dennis, an allegorical fantasy is like, well, look, kid, did you see Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well?
I didn't understand that either.
Dennis, it's all very simple. Look, my play and Snow White are in the same category in that they both deal with the abstract and the esoteric rather than with the prosaic.
Prosaic?
Yes, that's it.
What is?
Don't worry, Dennis. Jack doesn't understand it either.
I understand every word I said.
Sure you do, Jackson.
How do you know, Phil?
Because I'm the guy what learned it to him.
Phil, if you really want to help me keep quiet, keep quiet. Now, look, Dennis, an allegorical fantasy
Oh,
is
Jack, what do you want to show off with big words for?
Show off?
If you want to explain something, do it simply and direct.
Don, don't tell me how
When
to
I
talk.
want to tell somebody about grape nuts and grape nuts flakes, I don't go in for verbal calisthenics.
No, Don.
All I say is that grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are two delicious cereals that always taste like more.
But look, kid.
Grape nuts, crisp and crunchy. Grape nuts flakes, tempting, toasty brown flakes.
Don,
Both
look.
have a zesty, malty, rich flavor that's distinctly their own.
I know, it's their own.
They're made of
Their own.
sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. And they bring you energy-giving, body-building, whole-grain nourishment.
Yeah, but
the
you see,
satisfying,
Dennis...
stick-to-your-ribs nourishment that fills you full of well-being and
Yes.
helps make your mornings just zip along.
Oh, it zips. I mean, it's simple enough.
And so eat a good breakfast, do a better job. Feature grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. Now, you see what I mean, Jack?
You're absolutely right, Don. Come here, kid. I'm going to explain it to you in simple words like Don did.
Oh, you don't have to explain it to me. I thought about it while Mr. Wilson was talking, and I know exactly what you mean.
Good. Now, what is an allegorical fantasy?
A prosaic bowl of grape nuts flakes.
Well, look, Dennis, I'll explain it to you later. Meanwhile, in our fantasy, you're going to play a double role. The parts of the two most despicable men in the world, Hitler and Tojo.
I'm going to play the parts of Hitler and Tojo?
Yes.
Where's a mirror?
Why?
I'm going to spit right in my faces.
You don't have to, kid. You're only playing the parts. Anyway, you're going to be Hitler and Tojo tonight.
Well, okay, but I'll just hate myself in the morning.
Now, Phil, you're going to be Uncle Sam.
Uncle Sam?
Yes. You see, in our sketch, I will play the part of the old year 1943, who has been living in a big rooming house called the United States, run by Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia. Now, Mary, you're going to be Columbia. You have 48 children, one for each state in the Union.
I've got 48 children? Holy smoke.
Well, Mary, it's only an allegorical fantasy.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me.
Mary, I tried to explain it to you. Your children are the 48 states. Each state is a child.
Oh, well, then I better hurry and change California. It's wet again.
Well, don't worry about it now. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we set the stage for our play, which will go on immediately after a song. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want, Rochester?
I've been down to the stores exchanging your Christmas presents for you.
Oh, yes. You didn't have any trouble, did you?
Only at one place. They refused to give you a refund on your Christmas tree.
Oh. Well, it was worth a try anyway.
And say, boss, while I was out for you, I tried to exchange a present my uncle gave me.
Uh-huh.
But the store wouldn't do it just because I tried it out for size.
Well, that was mean of them. What was the gift?
A bottle of gin.
Well, no wonder they wouldn't exchange it. And Rochester, why don't you try to reform?
Oh, I did, boss. Remember yesterday I made a New Year's resolution not to shoot craps anymore?
Yes, I remember that resolution.
What happened to it?
Rochester, have you been shooting dice again?
It wasn't my fault, boss. Some of my friends came to visit me.
Yes?
It was the first time a group ever came through a door on their knees.
So you got right in the game, huh?
No, I didn't, boss. I tossed a coin. Heads, I shoot craps with them, and tails, I don't.
Uh-huh. And I suppose it landed head.
No, boss, it landed tails.
Well?
As I bent down to pick up the coin, 2 small cubes fell out of my suit.
Uh-huh.
And to my amazement, Hart, Schaffner, and March had thrown a 7.
Well, I'll talk to you about that later. Where are you now, Rochester?
In a phone booth on Central Avenue, and I... Get off my lap, honey. This is a high phone.
Rochester, have you got a girl in the telephone booth with you?
It ain't an allegorical fantasy.
Rochester, I'm surprised.
So am I, boss. She ain't the same one I came in here with.
Well, Rochester, I haven't got time to talk to you anymore now, so I'll see you when I get home. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
There was a phone call from the freight company telling me to come over because your camel had arrived from Egypt.
My camel? That's wonderful. Well, listen, Rochester, don't tell anybody, and I'll spring it on my friends as a surprise.
Well, you better wait till the wind is with you, or the element of surprise will be lost.
Well, don't worry. I'll take care of it. See you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'm glad the camel finally got her. I've been waiting long enough. Sing, Dennis.
This will be my shining hour, calm and happy and bright. In my dreams, your face will flower through the darkness of the night, like the lights of home before me, or an angel watching o'er me. This will be my shining hour till I'm with you again. In my dreams, your face will flower through the darkness of the night. Home before me, or an angel watching o'er me. This will be my shining hour till I'm with you
That was My Shining Hour, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our annual New Year's play entitled The New Tenant, or Goodbye 43, Hello 44. As the curtain rises, it's almost midnight of December 31st. And old man 1943 is packing his bags and ready to make his exit. Curtain. Music. Oh, Columbia. Columbia. Will you come here a minute, please?
What do you want, 43?
Give me a hand with this packing, will you? I got to get out of here before midnight and make room for the new tenant.
Oh, yes. Little 44 will be here any minute.
Say, where's your husband, Uncle Sam? I'd like to say goodbye to him.
Oh, he's around someplace. Sam's been pretty busy lately.
You said it. All your kids have been pitching in, too.
Here comes one of my relatives, the Navy.
Oh, yes. Hello, Navy.
Hello, old-timer. How are you, Columbia?
Boy, has he grown.
Yep, his tonnage is almost doubled.
He's big, all right. Nice to see him so healthy. By the way, Navy, how's your wife?
Oh, fine, fine. And congratulations are in order.
Really?
Yep, triplets. 3 new battleships.
Well, congratulations, Pappy.
Here's a picture of them.
Well, I'll be doggone. They got their mother's nose and their father's keel. Yes, sir.
Well, so long. See you later, Columbia.
Hey, he needs a big family. He's got 2 bathtubs to fill. Guess I might as well finish packing. Columbia, hand me that bundle of swing music. I'll take that with me.
Here you are.
Thanks. Lay that pistol down, babe. Lay that pistol down. Boy, am I sick of that. Say, Columbia, I got a few minutes yet, so I thought... Well, hello, Eleanor. Glad to see you back. There she goes again. Say, Columbia, I started to tell you I've only got a few minutes, and I thought that maybe before we...
Oh, hello, Sam.
Well, Uncle Sam, where you been?
Oh, what a week, what a week. I've really been busy, been sending Christmas presents to my nephews all over the world.
Well, you're working hard, Sam, but you never looked better in your life. And say, what's that button you're wearing on your lapel? I never knew you took sides in politics.
Well, I don't. I don't care if it's the Democrats or the Republicans. They're both good.
But that button...
Well, come closer and take a look at it.
Okay. Well, I'll be...
Well, what does it say, old-timer?
Frank Sinatra. Well, Sam, it's good to know that with all that's on your mind, you still find time for a little entertainment.
That's right, and that ain't all. Look down here. Bobby socks.
Sam, you'll never grow old. Hey, Columbia, turn on the radio. I want to hear the World Series. This'll be my last chance to hear the big game.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now listening to the final game of the World Series between the United Nations All-Stars and the Axis Polecats.
That's it. That's what I want.
Me too. A lot of my boys is playing in that game. For the benefit of you people who tuned in late, this is the last half of the 8th. The Axis had their inning, and the United Nations are now coming up to bat. In the early stages of the game, the Axis did pretty well. They pulled a couple of sneak plays and tried to steal a few bases, but they were stopped by a squeeze play between Timoshenko and Montgomery.
Those boys are sure a couple of big leaguers, all right.
You said it, old-timer.
And now, folks, before we resume our play-by-play description, I would like to remind you that this broadcast comes to you through the courtesy of Freedom Unlimited.
That's a great product.
All right, folks, the United Nations are now at bat. The coaches are George Marshall at third, Hap Arnold at first, and stepping up to the plate is Douglas MacArthur.
Hear that, Sam? He's one of the heaviest hitters we got.
Yep, and he's got a darn good batting average, too. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, the battery for the Axis is Tojo pitching and Hitler catching.
And oh, boy, is he catching.
You're not kidding.
And here comes the first pitch. It's a hit! Right between shortstop and third. And MacArthur is safe on first base.
Well, Columbia, we got a man on first.
Yes, sirree.
Incidentally, folks, in the sixth inning, Mussolini got hit on the head with the ball. So now the Axis will have to get another water boy.
Well, he never was much anyway.
All right, folks, MacArthur is on first base, and coming up to bat is Chiang Kai-shek. GROUCHO is winding up, and here comes the first pitch. Ball one. It's low.
Doggone everything he does is low.
Yep, he's been throwing some nasty curves, but our boys are getting wise to him. Chiang Kai-shek is standing, grimly determined at the plate. Here comes the second ball. He laid a beautiful bunt down the third base line, which advances MacArthur to second base. The crowd is cheering Chiang Kai-shek's wonderful sacrifice.
I knew Chiang Kai-shek could sacrifice. That's the kind of a fella he is.
Yep, that's what I call great teamwork.
While we're waiting for the next batter to come up, let's have a word from our sponsor, Freedom Unlimited.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you spend restless nights because of a haunting fear that you may lose your rights? Your right to free speech, your right to worship as you please, and your right to live without fear of aggression? If you do, ladies and gentlemen, get yourself some shares of Freedom Unlimited. And you can do that by buying war bonds. Remember, folks, freedom, spelled F-R-E-E-D-O-M.
That fella sure knows what he's talking about.
And now back to the game between the United Nations All-Stars and the Axis Polecats.
Well, folks, the crowd is sure excited. MacArthur's on second base, and coming up to bat is Montgomery. His wonderful work in the field. Sure is a fine player.
That's right, Sam.
The pitcher's winding up, and here comes the ball. Montgomery sends a hard drive to Rommel. Rommel's going back. He's going back. He tries to stop it, but he fumbles.
Rumble fumbles the ball. Hear that, Columbia?
Montgomery pulls up at first base, and MacArthur goes to third.
By golly, I don't blame him. Hey, Sam, that Rommel ain't doing so good, is he?
No, he ain't. He's the best player they got.
That's right.
And now, folks, what's this? Hitler walks out to the pitcher's mound to talk to Tojo. It seems they got their signals crossed, and Hitler's worried.
Was ist los, Schweinhund? Ohne Knauten verstaut zu greifen und versehen, keine Minuten verstunden, zum Kopf. Oh, so sorry, please, so sorry, please. So sorry, please. So sorry. Versteiten sich Roden versägt. Eine Minuten verstunde Roden verdeiht nicht. Ah, shut up!
Come on, you started this game, so play ball.
That's telling him, old-timer.
Well, folks, the game's about to continue, but there's a switch in the battery for the Axis. Hitler is now going to pitch.
A lot of good that'll do.
Hitler used to have a pretty good arm.
He oughta. He exercised it enough hanging wallpaper.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Hitler is in the pitcher's box, and coming up to bat for the United Nations is Timoshenko.
Timoshenko. He'll knock Hitler out of the box and then put him in one. Wait and see.
And here comes the first pitch. Ball one, very wide.
See that, Sam? Hitler's nervous.
He's winding up again, and here comes the second pitch. Ball two.
You know something, old-timer? I think Hitler's afraid to pitch to him.
Here comes the third pitch. Ball three.
You're right, Sam.
Yep, Hitler doesn't dare take a chance with Timoshenko.
There it is, ball four. Timoshenko walks to first, putting three men on base. Timoshenko on first, Montgomery on second, and MacArthur on third. Home run.
One good hit now put the game in the bag.
What a ball game. What excitement. Bases are loaded for the United Nations, and the Axis team is plenty worried. This is the tensest moment of the game, and the question is, there's a conference being held in the United Nations dugout. Co-managers Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin are putting their heads together to decide on the final move, and wait a minute, folks. Wait a minute. They've reached a decision. They're sending Eisenhower to bat.
Eisenhower?
Sir, that's one of my boys.
One of our boys, Sam.
Oh, boy, I can hardly wait to see what's going to happen.
I'm afraid you won't be able to 1943. Your time is almost up, and you better finish packing.
But I want to hear the end of the game.
Well, I know how you feel, old-timer, but you just haven't got the time.
Okay, turn off the radio. Anyway, I got a pretty good idea how it's going to turn out. Doggone, look at that clock. Just got my duds together in time. That's the first stroke of 12. I wonder what's keeping the new tenant. Little fella should be here by now.
Well, don't worry, he'll show up. He always has.
Say, here's a tip for you, Sam. You worked hard during the time I was here. You did a good job. And I want you to work even harder for the little fella that's coming in.
Don't you worry, old-timer. I'm really rolling now.
Time's a-fleeting, but I can't leave till that little shaver gets here.
That must be him now.
Yep. Come in. Well, it's the little new year. Hello, Sonny.
Hello, old-timer.
What's that you got under your arm?
Some forms I'm going to try awfully hard to get signed this year.
Yeah? What are they?
Well, here's the most important one. It says, How do you pronounce these big words?
Let's see that. Oh, that says unconditional surrender. Well, I hope you get them signed darn soon. Hey, kid, I want you to meet Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia.
Glad to know you folks.
Hello, Sonny.
Hiya, bub. You ought to have a coat on with them diapers. It's pretty chilly tonight.
I was sure cold the first night I got here. Well, son, I'm glad you're a sturdy little fella because there's a big ball game going on, and after it's over, you're going to have plenty to do. With all the pop bottles and peanut shells laying around, you're going to have to clean up the field and put it in order again.
I'll do the best I can, sir.
I know you will.
But tell me, old-timer, how's the game going?
Well, at the start, things didn't look so good. But after a while... Hear that, son?
Yes, sir. What is it?
That's being played for some of Sam's nephews. They were darn good ball players and hard hitters, too, but they were put out early in the game. Wasn't their fault. Pitching was a little too fast for them then, and it wasn't fair either. The man that had my job last year told me that Tojo started pitching before the umpire said play ball. That ain't baseball, son. Not like they play it in America. Well, I gotta be moseying along now. Oh, by the way, son, Uncle Sam's got a nephew called Franklin that's been taking mighty good care of him. Ain't he, Sam?
You're darn tootin'.
So keep an eye on him, son. Give him all the help you can.
Franklin, eh? I'll write that down.
And here's some more names for you. There's Winston, Joe, Chung. Whole lot more than Sam will give you. I ain't got time to mention them all right now.
I'll make a note of them. Leave it to me.
One more thing, son. When I came in, there was a name given to me, and I was instructed to pass it on to you. And I want you to pass it on to the next little fella that takes over.
Who is it, sir?
The name is Colin Kelly. He represents all our boys who only got one turn at bat. Remember that, son.
I will.
Well, gotta be leaving now. Goodbye, Sam.
So long, old-timer.
Well, here I go.
So long, 43.
So long, Columbia. Keep 'em flying.
The sponsors of the Jack Benny program, the makers of Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes, send you their very best wishes for 1944. Good night, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny. If any of you have visited a hospital anywhere in America recently, you know there's a critical shortage of nurses. At least 65,000 new students must enroll this year if we are to care for our fighting forces and our civilians at home. So please think about it. You can do an important war job as a cadet nurse, and you can become one with all expenses paid. The U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps issues scholarships, which pay all expenses, plus a regular monthly spending allowance. As a cadet nurse, you can help your country right now. And you receive training for a respected and well-paid lifetime career. So if you're from 18 to 35 years of age, with a good high school record and good health, why don't you join the U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps? Apply for complete information at your local hospital or write to the U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps, Box 88, New York City.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, of all things, folks, Wilbur Brown is on a diet. And of all the foolish things I ever heard, why, it's so silly I hate to tell you. You know what Wilbur does? He goes on a starvation diet for breakfast. Then, of course, eats like a stuffed owl at lunchtime. Doesn't the poor guy know that breakfast is the stoke-up meal, the most important meal of the day? We've been without any food 10 or 12 hours. That's why dietitians tell us we need at least 1/4 of our entire day's nourishment in the morning. And they say we need a whole grain cereal. So make it Grape Nuts Flakes, folks. Delicious? You bet. Crisp, toasty brown, malty rich, and nourishing. Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, crammed full of energy-giving whole grain food values. So, friends, don't be a Wilbur. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And feature tempting, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. America's most distinctive flake cereal, Grape Nuts Flakes. Oklahoma, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn back the clock a few hours. It's Sunday morning in the Jack Benny household.
A Sunday, a Monday, and always.
I would be in heaven if I could roll a 7. Sunday, Monday, and always. I'd be so happy it would make my poor heart pound to hear those little cubes go round and round and round and round.
Oh, Rochester, whoever told you could sing?
There was only one man who told me I couldn't.
Well, I'd like to meet him.
He's dead now.
Well, prop up another pillow behind me so I'll be more comfortable. You can bring me my breakfast now.
Okay, but this is the silliest thing I ever heard of.
There's nothing silly about it. Lots of people have breakfast in bed.
I know, boss, but not in the kitchen.
Well, it's warmer down here than it is up in my room. I hope you haven't any objection.
No, but it sure was a strain on me carrying your bed downstairs.
It was a strain on me, too. You almost shook me out of it. Now, how about some orange juice?
I'm fixing it for you right now. Let's see. Here's the orange. Now, where's the knife? I got it. Now to give it a good squeeze.
What was that?
Juice!
Juice?
Yes, sir. These California oranges don't know their own strength.
That looks good. What else should I have, Rochester?
How about some breakfast cereal?
Yeah. what kind of breakfast cereal have we got?
Oh, boss, come now.
Oh, yes, I'll have the Flakies this time. The Flakies? Good.
And would you like some... Uh-oh. Say, boss, here comes your crazy boarder, Mr. Billingsley.
Shh, quiet, Rochester. You'll hurt his feelings. Good morning, Mr. Billingsley.
Good morning, Mr. Benny. Taking it lying down, I see.
Yes, breakfast in bed is one luxury I always enjoy.
You know, I always used to have my bed in the kitchen, too. In fact, I lived in the kitchen.
You did? Why?
Oh, it was one of those things. I was married to a cockroach.
To a cockroach?
Her name was Gwendolyn. We used to argue all the time over who was boss.
What was that, Mr. Billingsley?
I say we used to argue all the time over who was boss.
You and the cockroach? You did?
Yes. But one day I put my foot down, and that was the end of it. After that, I stayed single for a long time. But I got tired of being a bachelor, so I remarried.
What's that, Rochester?
Our trap. It finally caught that mouse.
Oh.
Well, what do you know? I'm single again.
One tragedy after another. Would you care for a cup of coffee, Mr. Billingsley?
No, thanks. I must be leaving now. I'm going to run over to the barber shop and get a T-bone steak.
But you can't get a T-bone steak at the barber shop.
I know, but I can't get one at the butcher's either, so I might as well get a haircut while I'm waiting.
I see.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Now, how did that get by the censor?
That's what you know, Rochester. I feel like laughing, but he scares me so. Rochester, I think you're right. He has been acting a little eccentric lately. Well, hand me my robe. I'm going to get up.
Okay. Say, boss, you better hurry. We got to pick up your camel at the freight company today.
That's right, Rochester. I invited my whole gang over. And remember, don't breathe a word about it. I want the camel to be a big surprise. I'll get it, Rochester. You clean up the dishes. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Well, you told me to come over here. Now, what's the big secret you're going to spring on us?
Mary, you'll never guess. It'll be the biggest surprise this town ever had.
Don't tell me you were drafted.
Don't be silly, Mary. I'm over 38. What are you laughing at?
That's what kept you out of the last war.
Mary, I'm only a little over 38 now.
Go on. You've got a brother that's 50.
I know I have.
Your twin brother.
So what? We had a slow doctor. Anyway, the idea of my being in the service isn't so ridiculous.
Well, you know what Fred Allen said. The biggest laugh he ever got was when you appeared before your draft board.
Oh, yeah? Well, all I know is when Allen went to his draft board, they looked at the guy in front of him and said 4H, the guy in back of him and said 4F, then they looked at Allen and said, what for? Which, incidentally, is the same thing his father said to the stork. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack.
Why, that weakling. He had to take a local anesthetic to get his elk's tooth cleaned. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack, I won't.
He had to go to Charles Atlas for 6 months to get enough muscles to hiccup. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack, all right.
And you're lucky I can't think of anything else.
Jack, will you please forget about Allen and tell me what the surprise is?
Mary, I'm not going to tell you. You'll have to wait here till it comes. Meanwhile, I'm going upstairs and get dressed.
Okay, I want to use the phone anyway. I forgot to tell Butterfly what to prepare for dinner.
Go ahead. I'll be down in a minute.
This is the operator. Number, please.
Give me Crestview 52717.
Just a minute. Does Mr. Benny know you're using his phone?
Well, of course he knows.
Oh, yeah? Well, what's the password?
Password? Well, of all the... Oh, Jack, what's the password?
sulfanilamide.
You have to get a prescription to make a phone call here yet. Operator, it's sulfanilamide.
Okay, I'll get your number.
Hello?
Hello, Butterfly. This is Miss Livingston.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. Gee, I'm awfully glad you called.
You are Butterfly? Why?
I was lonesome.
Oh, well, Butterfly, the reason I called is I forgot to tell you what to prepare for dinner tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have dinner at 7 o'clock, so let's have vegetable soup, salad with Thousand Island dressing, lamb chops, and rice pudding. Have you got that down?
I haven't even cooked it yet.
Butterfly, I mean, did you write it down?
No, ma'am, but I will. Would you mind telling me again, Miss Livingston?
All right. Vegetable soup, salad with Thousand Island dressing, lamb chops, and rice pudding. Now, have you got that written?
Not yet, Miss Livingston. I'm having trouble with the spelling.
Oh, what can't you spell?
The words.
Well, never mind, Butterfly. I'll come home early and help you out.
Thank you. By the way, Miss Livingston, when you get home, would you mind coming in the back door?
Why?
I just swept the living room.
Well, I'll try and be careful. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Say, Mary, I'm going to rush out now and bring back the surprise. So you call Don, Phil, and Dennis and tell them to hurry over.
All right.
Rochester, get the car out.
Okay, boss.
Oh, Jack, are you still driving around in that yellow cab of yours?
Mary, it doesn't look like a cab anymore. I had it painted a different color.
Oh.
That's right, Miss Livingston. If we didn't stop to pick up passengers, no one would know it's a taxi cab.
Rochester, stop lying and let's go. Oh, darn it, there's the phone. I'll get it. Hello?
Mr. Benny, this is the operator.
Yes?
What's the password for tomorrow?
LSMFT. Goodbye. Come on, Rochester, let's go. You better hurry, Rochester. I want to get to the freight office before it closes.
Okay.
And when we get the CAMEL, I want you to be nice to her.
Boss, I don't want to have anything to do with those wild animals. I'm having enough trouble with your polar bear.
Oh, you're always afraid of Carmichael just because he shows his teeth once in a while. For heaven's sake, he's only smiling at you.
Smiling at me?
Yes.
You want to know something, boss?
What?
Yesterday when I was feeding him, I happened to turn my back, and he smiled right through the seat of my pants.
Oh, Rochester, stop exaggerating. Carmichael's just playful.
Playful? What happened to the gas man?
What are you talking about? That was 2 years ago.
Well, we haven't had a gas bill since.
All right, Rochester, drop it. Anyway, here we are at the freight office. Oh, boy. Won't the gang be surprised when I come home with the CAMEL? I guess we'll have to go over to that other window.
Where?
Over there, where the man's on the phone.
I'm sorry, but we don't make deliveries. You'll have to call for it yourself. I'll be with you in a minute, sir. No, I can't break the rule. You'll have to call for it yourself. Goodbye. Can you imagine a guy like that sending a mountain goat all the way from Denver?
A mountain goat, huh?
Yeah. What a crackpot he must be.
Well...
But that's nothing. You know what I got waiting here for some nitwit?
What?
It's...
Well, what is it?
If I told you, you wouldn't believe it.
Oh, yes, he would.
Rochester.
Well, what's waiting here for you, Bud?
Well,
what is it?
Well.
Oh!
Well, what about it? They have them for pets in North Africa. Now, you have got my camel here, haven't you?
You don't think I got these windows open because I love the great outdoors, do you?
Never mind that. Bring her out.
You'll have to go get her yourself, mister. Every time I go near that crazy animal, she spits at me.
It's your own fault. Camels only spit at people they don't like. Come on, Rochester. We'll go get her. Oh, there she is, Rochester. There's a camel. Isn't she cute? Oh, you sweet thing. We're going to be pals, aren't we? We're going to...
Boss!
It was nothing, Rochester. She just threw me a kiss.
Well, I got some of it on me.
Never mind. Now help me put this rope around her neck.
Okay.
Gee, Rochester, I can hardly wait to get her home. Boy, will the gang be surprised.
Gosh, I wonder what's keeping Jack so long. I'm getting kind of anxious to know what the surprise is.
Me too.
What do you think it is, Phil?
I don't know. Maybe he broke down and finally decided to give us Christmas presents.
Oh, I don't think so. I told Jack it's better to give than to receive, but he didn't hear the first part of it. No, I guess it isn't that.
Oh, I know what.
What?
Maybe he broke down and finally decided to give us Christmas presents, huh?
Dennis, I just said that.
You did?
Yeah.
Copycat?
Oh.
Say, I'll bet I know what the surprise is.
No, Don. No, Don. No.
Well, I don't see why not.
Don, please.
Well, gee, Mary, why couldn't the surprise be a violin? Maybe a real Stradivarius.
Oh, for a minute I thought you were going to say grape nut flakes.
So did I.
I didn't.
Why, of course not. Now, what kind of a surprise would grape nuts flakes be? There's nothing unusual about people coming home with grape nuts flakes, and why shouldn't they? They're malty, rich, sweet as a nut, and are a whole grain cereal.
Mr. Wilson is right. It could be a violin.
And not only that, they're a basic 7 food.
Violins?
No, grape nuts flakes. And they're a thrifty buy in the big 12-ounce economy-size package.
That could be a small violin.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait till Jackson gets back.
Hey, Dennis, while we're waiting, how about giving us a little entertainment?
Okay, take a card.
I don't mean card trick.
Oh, this isn't a trick. This card I want you to take is from my singing teacher. He's looking for more business.
Oh, well, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, let's have that song, kid.
This is just a fling. Yet you say our love means everything. Do you mean what you are saying? Or is this a little game you're playing? My heart tells me I will cry again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm fool enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart or you? My heart tells me I will cry again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again.
right, easy now, girlie. Easy. Here's the car, Rochester. Rochester, open the door.
That camel ain't gonna fit in the car.
Certainly it will. She can pull in her neck and fold up her leg. Oh, darn it, she won't get in. She keeps shying away.
You should have taken the meter out, boss. She knows it's a taxi cab.
Don't be silly, Rochester. Well, put the flag up anyway. Now, let's see. I'll tell you what we better do. You drive the car home, and I'll ride the camel. Give me a boost.
Okay.
Steady. Steady there. There. Steady, girlie. Gee, this feels high.
Hey, look at the guy on the camel.
Holy folks.
Well, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Hey, mister.
What?
The camels are coming. Ta-da-ta-da. The camels are coming.
Oh, shut up. What's the matter with you people? Did you ever see a camel before? Hey, Sonny, stop that. Cut it out. Cut that out, I say.
You quit hollering at my boy, mister.
Well, make him stop riding his bicycle under us. What a bunch of tourists. Rochester, start the car and let's get going. Rochester.
I beg your pardon, sir.
You know me and don't deny it. Now let's get started.
My goodness, look in the middle of the street, a lumpy giraffe.
Madam, this happens to be a camel. I'm
not talking to you.
Rochester, let's get away from this crowd. Come on, girlie. Giddy up. Come on. Steady.
Careful, boss. She's rearing up.
Take it easy, girlie. Take it easy.
Oh, boss, hold on. Look out.
I can't. Oh.
What happened, boss?
What happened? I fell off. That's what happened. Rochester, the camel's running away. Grab the rope.
I did, but it broke.
Oh, doggone it. There she goes down the street.
Don't worry, boss. There's a red light. She'll have to stop.
Don't be silly. Well, I better call up the house and tell the gang not to wait. Darn it, and I wanted to surprise them with the camel. Oh, well. Rochester, you try to catch her. I'm going over to that drugstore and phone.
Hey, Mary, I can't hang around here any longer. I got to get home before the broadcast and bring Alice my radio script.
Oh, does she rehearse it with you?
No, she explains it to me.
Well, I can do that, Phil.
Hey, that must be Jack with his surprise.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's ringing the bell. I'll open the door. Oh. Hello.
Hello. Is Jack Benny here?
Well, no.
Well, gee, I can't understand it. I'm his girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco, and he wanted me to come over to the house for a surprise.
Oh, do you hear that, fellas?
So you're the surprise.
Gee, am I?
Say, Mary, maybe they're engaged.
Come on in, Gladys.
Thank you.
Well, so you're the surprise.
Oh, Miss Zabisco.
Yeah?
Dennis.
I'm only trying to be a wolf.
Hey, Mary, it looks like that Jack and his girlfriend got their signals crossed, huh?
Yeah, I wonder where... Oh, excuse me, Gladys. I'll be right back. Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Jack. I've got some bad news about my surprise.
I know. I've seen her.
What?
Your surprise is here.
At my house? You mean she found her way all by herself?
Well, what's so wonderful about that?
Well, I knew she had a tag around her neck, but I didn't know she could read.
Jack, stop being so funny, and I think it was rude of you not to come with her.
Mary, I was bringing her home, but the rope broke and she got away.
The rope broke?
Yes, the last time I saw her, she was running down the street waving her tail at people.
What?
Oh, Mary, look, she must be thirsty by now. Would you mind giving her a drink of water?
Of course not.
Now, look, you'll find a pail on the back porch. Just fill it up with water and set it on the floor in front of her.
On the floor?
Yes, she'll get down on her knees and drink it.
Jack, do you know what you're talking about?
Of course, she was trained that way.
And Mary, look, she has a special diet, so don't give her anything to eat till I get home. I don't want anything to happen because I got a good offer for her from the zoo.
Jack, I think you're nuts.
Oh, yeah, I know she looks kind of dirty now, but when I get home, I'm going to give her a bath.
Jack, if she heard you say that, she'd slap your face.
Slap my face? Mary, what are you talking about?
Your girlfriend, Gladys Abisco, she's here.
Well, what of it?
Isn't she your surprise?
Of course not. The surprise is my camel.
Your camel?
Yes, you remember. It's the one that I said I was
Hey,
going to...
boss!
But, Jack,
I have to hang up the phone now, Mary. Rochester's calling me. What is it, Rochester?
I found the camel.
Good. Where'd you find her?
In the next booth.
Well, get her out of there.
We gotta wait, boss. She put in the call to Egypt, and there'll be a 3-hour delay on the call.
Rochester, stop making up such silly things.
Okay.
Now tell me, where is she?
She's over at the counter having a cherry Coke.
Well, that's different. Let's go get her and go home.
You know, most folks are sort of contrary. Why, if a law was passed, no more breakfast, everybody'd holler for breakfast. But as it is, far, far too many people are skimping the most important meal of the day. And you can't expect to do a man-sized job on a canary bird breakfast. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job, and feature those two leading favorites, Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. If you've enjoyed the distinctive malty-rich goodness of these two delicious cereals, you know why they're favorites. Because theirs is the luscious flavor of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley, expertly blended. Grape Nuts, crisp, crunchy kernels. Grape Nuts Flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. Both bring you a swell-tasting breakfast treat and a big extra plus. The extra plus of all-around whole-grain nourishment. One type of nourishment recommended as a breakfast must by nutrition experts. Yep, they're as good for you as they're grand to eat. So feature Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes on your breakfast table every morning.
Well, folks, we'll be with you next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from the Marine Air Station at El Toro, California. Good night, everybody.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from the Marine Corps Air Station at El Toro, California, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Here's a portrait of a man talking to himself. The scene is late in this man's office, and as he sits there shuffling papers, he says, now it's 11 a.m. Certainly seems like a year since breakfast, and it seems like another year to lunch. In fact, will lunchtime ever come around? Well, it serves that guy right, because that's exactly the way time does drag out if you start the day with a sip-and-run breakfast instead of the nourishing meal you need after a fast of 10 or 12 hours. What's more, dietitians tell us the adequate breakfast should include a cereal with whole grain nourishment. So feature Grape Nuts Flakes. Here are two distinctive multi-rich cereals that certainly do supply whole grain nourishment. And they also supply something else, genuine appetite enjoyment, really distinctive flavor. Grape Nuts, crisp and crunchy. Grape Nuts Flakes, tempting, toasty brown flakes. Yes, friends, eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And don't miss out on those two swell-tasting cereals, Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. ladies and gentlemen, from the air station at El Toro, California, home of the rough, tough fighting Marines, we bring you a civilian, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, where do you get that stuff introducing me as a civilian? Can't you recognize a Marine when you see one?
But Jack...
Look, Don, how many hairs have I got on my head?
3.
There you are. I'm a sergeant. Count them.
But Jack, if you're a Marine, how come you're not wearing a uniform?
Because this is Sunday and it's my day off. That's how come.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. What are you talking about? There are thousands of Marines stationed here. Why haven't they got a day off?
Don, they were offered a day off, but they saw the town of El Toro and voted against it. Anyway, Don, the whole thing started with your... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
How are you? Well, listen to that.
Say, Mary, Jack and I have been talking about the camp here. How do you like being at a Marine station?
Oh, it's all right, but it's the last time I'll ever go up in an airplane with one of these aviators.
Now, Mary, that isn't a nice thing to say.
Oh, no? As soon as we got behind a cloud, he tried to kiss me.
Well, what do you know? A flying wolf. He tried to kiss you, huh?
Yeah, but I wouldn't let him, so he threw off the parachute.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I was wearing it.
Oh.
Gee, Mary, you mean to say that you really made a parachute jump?
Yes, and was I embarrassed? I pulled the wrong string.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, anyway, Mary, you've got to admit that these Marine flyers certainly are romantic.
I'll say. Even the automatic pilot tried to put his arms around me.
Now, Mary, huh?
The minute I got in the plane, the needles on the instrument board spelled out, "You'll be sorry."
Now, Mary, listen, I happen to know that you went up with an ace, Colonel John Smith, and you said, there you are, and you said you never felt so safe in all your life.
Sure, but he couldn't get the plane up any higher than 73 feet.
He couldn't?
No, next time he's going to leave his medals off.
Hey, you know, they do have a lot of medals around here, don't they? One fella followed me over here. I thought it was a good humor wagon. I really did. Huh?
Say, Mary, that plane you went up in, was it a Corsair?
A Corsair?
Yes, one of those planes with wings that fold up.
Oh, are the wings supposed to fold up like that?
Sure.
Gee, I thought they were saluting Colonel Fox. I didn't know that. Say, Don, did you meet Colonel Fox? What a great guy he is. Look, you know, the minute I arrived here this morning, he ran over, grabbed me by the shoulders,
and said, "Straighten up."
He did not. He said that when he put his knee in my back. Anyway, he's one of the nicest. Well, look who's here. Say, fellas, I know that Alice Faye is one of your favorite pinup girls. We can't bring you the pin, but here's the guy she's stuck with, Phil Harris.
Thank you. Thanks, fellas. Thanks very much.
Say, Phil, they like you here, don't they?
I'll say they do, and you want to know something? They're nuts about Alice, too.
I know, huh?
You know what they gave me when I came in here this morning? A Marine flag to take home.
Well.
And look what it says on it.
What?
Something for Alice.
That's Semper Fidelis. Something for Alice. Semper Fidelis, Phil. Oh, brother. Phil, Semper Fidelis is Latin.
Oh, that new language, huh?
Yes. They started it last week in El Toro. They learned a new language.
Hey, Jackson, I've heard a lot about that town, that El Toro. You know, I think I'll go out and see that town.
Okay. So long.
So long.
Say, Mary.
Well, I saw it.
So quick? It's a pretty small place, isn't it, Phil?
Yeah, I'd have been back sooner, but the wind was against me.
Oh.
No kidding. Is El Toro really that small?
Small? They had to widen the street before they could put the white line down the middle. So I heard.
Well, that's funny. It looked like an industrious little place to me. When I passed by, I saw Bottle Works.
Bottle Works, nothing. That's where my boys threw their empties on the way in.
Well, that's where you ought to throw your boys on the way out. Anyway, as long as they're here, how about a band number?
Okay.
What are you going to play, Phil?
I don't know, Jackson. Let's wait till it's over, and then your guess is as good as mine.
That's what I thought. Well, go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Were you looking for something to take home to Alice?
Yes, I was.
Well, let's get going. I've only got a 3-hour pass.
This must be his day off, too. Play, Phil. Yes, sir, that was Phil Harris and his El Toro Tomcats playing Your Guess is as Good as Mine from the quiz program of the same name. And now, fella...
Hey, Jackson, look here. Now, why are you always panning my band?
Because they don't know one note from another.
Oh, what are you talking about? If those guys ain't great musicians, I'll eat their shirts.
Oh, boy, do you protect yourself. You know they haven't got any. Great musicians.
Yeah, great musicians. Now, you take Frankie, my guitar player. Now, he knows more about music than Oscar Levant.
What?
Yeah, Frankie was on Information Please twice. Now, when it comes to music, he can identify anything. Hey, Frankie, come up here a minute, will you?
Okay.
Now, get this, Jackson. Play something, Lou. That's enough. Okay, Frankie, what was it?
Can I hear it again?
Yeah, sure. Okay, Frankie, what was it?
A piano.
Well, I'll be... Phil, what's so wonderful about him recognizing a piano?
He plays guitar.
Oh, excuse me. Phil, I found out how Frankie started his musical career.
How?
One day he was scratching his stomach and somebody slipped a guitar in his lap. That's how.
Well, all my boys started from scratch. Oh, Philsy, you're too clever to be in the musical world.
Well, if you don't get shot after a gag like that, the Marines are out to lunch. So cut it out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction...
Oh, say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
I just thought of something revolutionary, never heard of in radio before.
Really, Don?
Yes, a one-word commercial.
Just one word? What is it?
Grape nuts.
Well, Don, do you think our sponsor will stand for a one-word commercial? See, that's the only part of the program he listens to. You know.
But the word grape nuts is all you need. Everybody knows they're toasty brown and sweet as a nut.
They know that without you even hinting about it, you mean?
Sure, and they also know that grape nuts bring you concentrated nourishment, so it takes only 5 or 6 teaspoons for an ample serving.
Well, then I guess one word is enough.
Why, certainly. To say they're not rationed is superfluous. So why tell them about something they already know?
Oh, you're right, Don. You're right, kid. One-word commercial is enough, isn't it, Mary?
Yeah, but the way that one word spread, he ought to get a girdle for it.
You said it. And now, fellas.
Say, Mr. Benny, I was just up in a plane with one of those Marine pilots.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Thanks. Say, Mr. Benny, I was just up in a plane with one of those Marine pilots.
How are you, kid?
Oh, I'm fine.
That's good. What were you saying, Dennis?
He said he was up in a plane with a Marine pilot.
Oh.
It's dangerous to go up in an airplane. You know what happened to my uncle?
What?
Well, he was up 5,000 feet in the air.
Yeah?
And the pilot said, I think I'll go into a bank.
Uh-huh.
So my uncle said, I think I'll go into a drugstore, and stepped out of the plane.
Your uncle, huh?
Boy, was he mad.
Well, I don't blame him.
Yeah, the drugstore was closed.
Look, Dennis, forget about your uncle. And by the way, kid, thanks for driving me up here this morning.
You're welcome.
Dennis drove you up here? How come you didn't bring Rochester?
Oh, I'm punishing him. He's got to stay in the house for 3 days.
What did he do now?
Well, he tried to sell my camel to the cavalry. He told him it was a horse.
But Jack, a camel has 2 humps on top.
I know. He told them they were twin turrets. Anyway, I'm not letting him out of the house till Wednesday. Say, I think I'll call up and check on him. Give me that phone, Mary.
Here you are. You ought to be ashamed of yourself treating Rochester like a prisoner.
Never mind.
Number, please.
Operator, give me Beverly Hills, Crestview 6, 7071.
1 moment, please.
If he's escaped, he's going to get it. Leave me.
Mr. Benny's residence, convict number 80462.
Rochester, this is Mr. Benny.
Oh! Hello, Warden.
Rochester, what are you doing?
3 days, ain't that what you said?
I certainly did, and I hope this is teaching you a lesson.
Yes, sir.
Now, are you eating bread and water like I told you to?
Yes, boss, it goes swell with the ham and eggs.
Ham and eggs? Rochester!
There goes my parole.
Never mind that, and keep the shade down. You're in solitary confinement.
Gosh, boss, my cousin gets better treatment than this, and he works for Warden Laws.
Rochester, your cousin was arrested and went to jail. That's how he's working for the warden.
I know, but his 10-year sentence was up 3 months ago.
Well, why doesn't he leave?
The OPA won't let him.
Oh, well, I don't care about that. I'm just calling to check and see that you don't escape.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, boss. I'll be with you in a minute, honey.
Rochester, have you got a girl there with you?
Yes, boss.
Well, you get her out of that room.
If I don't, the one in the closet will kill me.
Rochester, how many girls have you got there?
I don't know. Some of them jumped out the window when the phone rang.
Well, I'll talk to you about that when I get home. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Can I go out for just a breath of fresh air?
You don't have to, Rochester. There's an air conditioner in the house.
I know, but it's fighting a losing battle with the camel.
I don't believe it. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye.
He's going to stay in that house for 3 days, and that settles it. Sing, Dennis.
I've had this feeling before, but never like this. Love had me reeling before, but never like this. Whoever dreamed this could happen to someone supposed to be smart? I really must have been napping to let you walk off with my heart. My dreams, and I've had quite a few, were never like this. This is too good to be true, but so was that kiss. I know by the way my heart beats that this time I'm playing for keeps. I've had this feeling before, darling, but never like this. My dreams, I've had quite a few, were never like this. This is too good to be true, but so was that kiss. I know by the way my heart beats that this time I'm playing for keeps. Oh, I've had this feeling before, darling, but never like
That was Dennis Day singing I've Had That Feeling Before, and very good, Dennis. Very good.
Ah, tell it to the Marines.
Dennis, I just paid you a compliment. When somebody pays you a compliment, you're supposed to say thanks.
Oh,
I never saw such a dope.
thanks.
Stop being so silly.
Oh, Jackson, why don't you stop picking on the kid?
I'm not picking on him. It's about time I got a little respect around here. After all, I'm the star of this program.
Oh, sure, sure.
Thanks, Mary. And not only am I the star here, but it may surprise you to know that I've just signed a new contract with Warner Brothers.
Who cares?
I care. Next week, I'm starting a new picture, and they let me pick my own leading lady.
They let you pick her. Who'd you pick, Jackson?
Oh, you want to know, huh? Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Okay. Say, Phil, how are things going at Slapsy Maxie's?
Oh, fine, Mary. We're doing a terrific business. I mean, we're really packing them in.
I'm not going to tell you. You can ask me a million times. It won't do you any good, so there.
Say, Phil, I'd like to come over and catch your show some night. What time do you go on?
Well, we do a dinner show, then we do one about 10:30, and then we do another one around 12 o'clock.
You can ask me until I'm gray. I won't tell you. No, sir, I'm not going to tell you.
I was over at Slapsy Maxie's last night, Mr. Harris, and the food is wonderful.
Thanks, kid. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
You're just wasting your time guessing. So you might as well give up.
Jack, will you please?
All right, if you're going to get mad about it. My leading lady is Alexis Smith. You can't even keep a secret around here.
Alexis Smith?
You see, you're blabbing it around already. Anyway, fellas, is she gorgeous? Tall, blonde, and beautiful.
Thanks.
Dennis, I'm not talking about you. Anyway, I love to work with those tall girls. They're just my type.
Well, Jackson, if Alexis Smith is your leading lady, you really got something there.
Phil, I've not only got something there, I've got something here. I brought her with me. Fellas, I want you to meet one of Warner Brothers' most glamorous stars. You've seen her in The Constant Nymph, and she'll soon appear in The Adventures of Mark Twain. And here she is, Miss Alexis Smith. Hello, Alexis.
Hello, Jack.
Alexis, I want to tell you how happy I am that you came down here to be on my program today.
Well, Jack, I kind of misunderstood the whole thing. You told me we were just coming down here to see the boys.
Well...
I didn't know I was going to be on your radio program.
Well...
In fact, until this afternoon, I didn't even know you had a program.
Well, that's strange. You listen to the radio, don't you?
Yes.
Well, do you ever listen to Fred Allen?
Yes, quite often.
Well, then you must have heard about me.
Oh, are you the one that Fred Allen's always talking about?
That's me.
Well, if he's lying about you, you ought to see a lawyer.
You said it.
And if he's telling the truth, you ought to see a doctor.
Isn't it funny, Alexis? I don't mind anything coming from you, and am I happy that we're going to make a picture together? I always wanted a leading lady who's tall and beautiful and... Hey, Alexis, look! Look at that Marine in the fourth row. See?
What about him?
He's looking at me. Thanks, Max. Isn't that wonderful?
Which one?
Over there, the fellow holding his nose.
Oh, Alexis, I want you to meet my gang. First, Don Wilson, Phil Harris, and Dennis Day.
Hello, boys.
Well, fellas, what do you say? I said, what do you say, not what do you think? Now, pay attention.
Oh, Miss Smith.
Yes, Dennis?
I think you're a wonderful actress. I've seen you in all your pictures.
You have?
Yes, and someday I hope to see you in person.
What a silly kid. But don't worry, Alexis, he's harmless.
I know he is, Jack. He's just a sweet little boy, and I like little boys. Come here, Dennis, and I'll give you a kiss.
Gee, those young kids get all the breaks.
Oh, Dowdy, does this great big way. Dowdy, does this great big way to give
Phil,
all us little boys a kiss? I want a kiss. I want a kiss.
Roll down your pants legs. You're not fooling anybody. Oh, Alexis, I want to introduce you to our comedian. Mary, I want you to meet not only a great dramatic actress, but one of the most beautiful and charming personalities in Hollywood, Miss Alexis Smith.
Hello, Mary.
I bet you're as old as I am.
Mary. Alexis, don't mind her. She's always been jealous of my leading ladies.
Even Theda Barra?
Oh, Smitty, you little vixen, you.
Say, Alexis, may I tell you how very much I enjoyed your performance in The Constant Nymph? You did a great job in that.
Thank you, Don.
Oh, yes, Alexis. I thought all the love scenes between you and Charles Boyer were quite thrilling. You know, originally they wanted me to play that part.
Mr. Boyer's or mine?
Mr. Boyer's, of course. I could have taken his place.
You couldn't take his place in a mustard bath.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll show you. Alexis, let's do that scene where you're pleading with Charles Boyer for another chance.
You mean the one where I'm afraid he's going to divorce me and marry Joan Fontaine?
Yeah, that's the one. I'll play Charles Boyer's part, which was Louis in the picture.
And I'll play my original role of his wife, Florence.
I just loved your English accent. Gee, I can remember that one scene so vividly. It just held the audience spellbound as you faced your husband, grasping at the last straw of happiness. Music, please. shut up. Now, come on, let's try again.
Louis, I want to talk to you. I'm very sorry about the roses, Louis, but I thought you were the one who sent them to me.
Florence, I know so well how you must have felt.
And you know how I feel now that you're going away. Take me with you. I'll go anywhere you say.
Well.
If he says El Toro, I'll shoot him.
Quiet. Florence, I cannot let you say things like this.
I mean it. I'm honest and I love you. The fact that I haven't completely understood you hasn't been all my fault because I've tried. And all the time I've had the feeling that I was succeeding.
And all the time I've had the feeling that I was succeeding. Pip, pip.
Mary, stop her. You are attractive, Florence. You are young. You deserve so much more than I can ever be to you.
I understand, Louis. You don't want me anymore. Give me another chance. I'm begging you.
Gee.
Look at me, Louis. Don't tell me what's in your mind just now. I don't think I could stand it.
Gosh.
Louis, you're going away for a while. You might miss me. I'll wait for you. And that will give us a chance to know how much we mean to each other.
She's wonderful.
It is no use, Florence. It can never be. I have thought it over. And all I can...
Shut up!
Dennis, what's the matter with you?
I am so sorry. I lose my temper.
Now stop that nonsense. Phil, will you take that kid out of here?
It will be a pleasure.
What's the matter with you guys? I don't care what you think of my acting. We're going to finish this scene. Come on, Alexis.
All right.
But, Jack, you only have 10 seconds left.
I don't care. Come on, Alexis. Make it quick.
Louis, I want to talk to you. I'm very sorry about the roses, Louis, but I thought you'd sent them
Florence,
to me.
I don't know what I mean.
And you know how I feel now that you're going away. Louis, I'll go anywhere, be anything, do anything.
Florence, I can't let you
ask
say
me.
things like that.
I mean it. I'm honest. I love you. The fact that I
Hurry up.
Hot grape nut sweet meal for me, the favorite hot cereal of my family.
Then, lady, for value that can't be beat, get the giant new package of this cereal treat. Yes, ma'am. Hot grape nut sweet meal now comes in a giant meal.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program coming to you from the Army Airfield at MUROC, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Say, folks, did you ever hear of the forgotten meal? Well, to all too many people, that spells breakfast. Yes, all too many people give breakfast a brush off, sort of take it on the sip and run. Now, that's wrong. Nutrition experts tell us breakfast is the most important meal of the day, the time to stoke up after a fast of 10 or 12 hours. And these same experts tell us the adequate breakfast should include a cereal with whole grain nourishment. Well, both Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes are cram full of energy-giving, body-building, whole grain nourishment. And these two delicious cereals have that one and only malty rich flavor. Grape Nuts, crisp and crunchy. Grape Nuts Flakes, tempting, toasty brown flakes. So don't let breakfast be the forgotten meal at your home. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. Serve thrifty, nutritious Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes every morning. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're broadcasting from the Army Airfield located on the dry lake at MUROC, California. And we'd like to show you how Jack and the gang made the trip up here. So let's go back a few hours and pick up Jack in Rochester at the house.
Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Bye, 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 baby. Your papa's going up to the MUROC camp.
Rochester.
Don't cry, baby. Don't sigh, baby. Bye, 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 baby. They got a lake up there, and it ain't even damp.
Rochester.
We like to travel and entertain the boys. If they don't like us, they stick out their tongues and make a certain noise.
Rochester.
Oh, shoo, 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 birdie.
Rochester. When I call you, answer me.
Sorry, boss. I was just carried away by my soft, tender voice.
Well, take off that bow tie. You're not making me swoon. Now stop it.
I don't say things like that when you play your violin.
You don't have to. When I play my violin, I really put something in it.
I don't know what you put in it, but what comes out is 4F.
Never mind that. Now, Rochester, the bus will be here any minute to take us to the camp. Have you got everything ready?
Yes, sir. I packed your shoes, your ties, your shirts, your snuggies, your radio, your pipe, your hot water bottle, your skis, your bath mat, your ashtray, your bridge.
Rochester, I'm going to MUROC to entertain, not to enlist. My goodness.
Well, all I know is what happened to my cousin.
What happened?
He went to a camp to entertain. They gave him a gun and booked him into Guadalcanal.
Your cousin?
Yeah. Japan don't know it, but the rising sun's going to be hidden by a dark cloud.
Oh. Well, anyway, Rochester, I think we ought to... Oh, there's the bus. Okay, we're coming. Come on, Rochester.
Hey, let's get a move on.
Okay, driver.
Well, it's about time, bifocals.
So what if it is? Say, driver, did you pick up anyone else in our party yet?
Yeah, Don Wilson. He's sitting right in the middle of the bus.
He is?
Yeah, this Greyhound wasn't swayback when I started. What an addle.
Yeah, it does sag a little, doesn't it? Huh? Oh, hello, Don.
Hiya, Jack. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Say, Jack, what kind of a camp are we going to?
Well, it's the Army Airfield at MUROC. And you know, Don, there's a very exclusive place to eat there. Ma Green's. What a place. Wonderful food. All right, driver, let's get going. We have to pick up Phil Harris at 619 Spring Valley. Rochester, you sit here.
Okay. Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Bye, 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 baby. Your papa's going...
Here, Blue Eyes. 619 Spring Valley.
Smart guy. Phil told me he'd be waiting in front of his house. Driver, give him the horn.
I can't. It belongs to the company.
Now cut that out. Or go back to Allen. Now just blow the horn. Oh, Phil! Phil Harris! I guess he can't hear me. Rochester, you call.
Okay. Call for Philip Harris!
Phil was supposed to be ready when the bus arrived. I've told him time and again when we make these trips to curl his hair the night before. Darn it.
Maybe he did, boss, and got it mussed up while he was sleeping.
Well, maybe.
You know, he can't take it off like you do.
Rochester, when I go to bed, I don't take my hair off.
Well, you should. Every morning we have to shake out the blankets to find it.
Rochester, if you don't stop making up things like that, I'll get...
Well, here I am, Jackson, ready to go.
It's about time, Phil. It's about time. Hey, Phil, what kept you so long?
Well, gosh, Jackson, I had to say goodbye to Alice before I could leave the house. Hey, are you married to Alice Faye? Yeah. What do you want to leave the house for?
Look, driver, stop being so comical. Just drive, will you?
Okay.
Our next stop is 360 North Camden Drive. We have to pick up Miss Livingston.
Okay. Shoo, baby. Shoo, baby. Bye, baby. Gee, I hope that we don't get a letter.
Stop singing and get me to Miss Livingston's house, will you? Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. I was waiting for you.
Well, are you all ready?
Uh-huh. Say, Jack, do you notice anything?
Oh, yeah. You're wearing a new dress. Boy, that sure is a glamorous outfit.
Thanks. Do you think the soldiers will like it on me?
Mary, they'd like that dress on a second lieutenant. Or Harold Irwin. Anybody. Come on, let's get going.
Okay. Say, Jack, are we going up to MUROC to visit the soldiers?
Yes, why? Well, there's a switch if I ever heard one. Mary, you always talk about going out with soldiers, and the minute one of them asks you for a date, you run home looking for your mother.
Well, they always ask me to bring a friend.
What are you talking about? The soldiers wouldn't go out with your mother.
Go on, 2 weeks at MUROC, and they'd go out with you.
Well, it is a little dusty here, I'll admit. I'm not, though. Now, let's... Oh, brother. Now, let's go or we'll be late.
Just a second, Jack. I want to go out in the kitchen and speak to Butterfly. She's taking the rest of the day off.
Okay.
Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, bye, 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 baby. Your mama's going down to Central Avenue.
Butterfly, what are you doing?
I'm cleaning out the icebox.
Oh, why didn't you do it last night?
I wasn't hungry then.
Make it snappy, will you, Mary?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Butterfly.
Mr. Benny, I wanted to tell you that I certainly enjoyed your program last week.
Oh, was that the first time you heard it?
No, that was the first time I missed it.
Well, that's not much of a compliment, Butterfly.
Oh, I meant that Miss Livingston brought the radio script home and I read it.
Oh, I see.
I've been reading it every day this week, and gee, it so is funny.
Well, thanks. Butterfly, did you like that joke about Miss Livingston going up in an airplane? You know, the one on page 2?
Oh, I haven't got that far yet.
I see.
Well, we're going now, Butterfly, and I hope you enjoy your day off.
Thank you.
What are you going to do?
Well, you know my boyfriend, my soldier boyfriend, Jerome? He's coming in from camp.
He is?
Yes. I hope he proposes to me tonight.
Well, there's only one sure way, Butterfly. Act hard to get.
But, Mr. Benny, he only has a 3-hour pass.
Oh, I see. Come on, Mary, they're waiting for us. Goodbye, Butterfly.
Goodbye.
Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Bye, bye, bye.
Say, Jackson, have I got a surprise for the gang this week? When we get up to the camp, my band's going to play some of that classical music. You know, that long-haired stuff.
Phil, don't start anything you can't finish, will you, please?
What are you talking about? I studied music.
You studied music?
Yeah.
It took you 2 years to learn how to tap your foot. You wouldn't have learned that if it hadn't been cold. He knows the classics.
Well, I do. Ask me a question. Go ahead, ask me.
All right. Do you know anything about Beethoven's Fifth?
Listen, Jackson, anything that comes in fifths or pints, I know about.
That's what I thought. Phil, when we get to MUROC, just play the one number you know and keep your fingers crossed. What a guy.
Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Bye, 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 baby. Your papa's...
Mary, stop with that song, will you? I'm sick of it.
Well, I'm sick of Love and Bloom, too. Every time we go to a camp, you play it on your violin.
The boys send in requests.
I know, but you play it anyway.
I play it because... Hey, driver! Driver!
Yeah, son.
Pull up to the right. There's Dennis Day's house.
Okay.
You better double park the bus. There's no room there.
Oh, I can get in between those two cars. I parked in a smaller space yesterday.
Okay. Say, driver, are you sure you parked in a smaller place yesterday?
Yeah, but now that I think of it, I was on a bicycle.
Well, that does make a difference. Now blow the horn, will you? Oh, Dennis! Coming, Mother! Dr. Mother, it's me! Me, Dennis.
Oh.
Now hurry up, kid. Take it easy. You don't have to run. Dennis, look out!
Hello, Mr. Benny. What's new?
Dennis, didn't you hurt yourself?
Oh, no. I trip over our garden hose every day.
Why don't you take it off the path and put it on the lawn?
Well, why should I go out of my way to trip over it?
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard. Come on, get on the bus.
Hello, fellas.
Oh, hello, kid.
Hello, Dennis.
What a coincidence.
What is?
Seeing so many people I know on the same bus.
Yes, it's a small world, isn't it, kid? Okay, driver, let's go. Say, Dennis.
Yes, please?
What number are you going to do on the program today?
I thought I'd sing Smoke Gets in Your Eyes.
Oh, yes, the boys will like that. Better rehearse it in the bus, will you, Dennis?
Okay.
How I knew my true love was true. I, of course, replied, something here inside cannot be someday you'll find all who love are blind. When your heart's on fire, you must realize smoke gets in your eyes. So I chaff them and I gaily laugh to think they could doubt my love. Yet today my love has flown away. I am without my love. Now laughing friends deride, tears I cannot hide. In your
Dennis, that was swell. And the boys at MUROC will love that song. Your voice sounded like $1 million.
That's what makes me mad.
Why?
You get it for practically nothing.
Quiet, Dennis. You're doing all right. Now, driver, make a left turn at the next corner and go to 2833 North Lockett.
Okie dokie dokie.
Say, Jack, the cast is all here. Who are you picking up?
I'm taking Alexis Smith with us.
Alexa Smith? She was with us last week at the Marine base.
I know, Mary, but we're going to an Army camp today, and the soldiers like to look at a pretty girl.
Well, what do you think I am, a GI hamburger?
Mary, I meant that with both you and Alexis there, the soldiers would see two pretty girls. And it would be a novelty.
If you want to show them a novelty, let them look at you, a sad sack civilian.
Don't be sarcastic. Anyway, I was in uniform in the last war.
Gee, I didn't know they had wax then.
Dennis, I wasn't a whack. I was in the Navy.
Oh, a wave.
I was a sailor. Now, let's forget it.
That's what the Navy's trying to do.
Oh, stop.
And, Jack, you still haven't told us why you're taking Alexa Smith with us today.
Because, Mary, she's the leading lady of the new picture I'm making at Warner Brothers.
What's the name of it, Jackson?
The Horn Blows at Midnight.
The horn blows at midnight?
Yes.
AM or PM?
Phil, if it's midnight, how could it be AM or PM?
Listen, Jackson, I just get the laughs. I don't explain them.
Because you don't understand them. Hey, driver, 3 more blocks, and it's the corner house on the left.
Hokey, hokey, pokey.
Hope we don't get that guy. I hope we don't get that guy on the next trip. Rochester, give me my box of cigars, will you?
Here you are.
Thank you. There.
Oh, boss, this is Sunday. Why don't you start a fresh one?
This one's only half gone. Now, put the box away.
Okay. Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Bye, 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 baby.
Rochester, will you please stop singing that song? It drives me nuts.
Chew, 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 grape nuts. Eat, 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 grape nuts. Yum, 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 grape nuts. Your papa's off to get the sugar and cream.
Well, the words are different anyway. Now, Bob, look, they like grape nuts.
Crunch, 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 grape nuts.
Oh,
munch,
brother.
munch, munch, grape nuts.
Ooh.
Eat a bunch, bunch, grape nuts. There's a malty rich flavor in your grape nuts flakes. Pah!
Very good, Don. Very, very good, Don. Oh, driver.
Yes, 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 Pappy. Yes, 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 Pappy.
Now cut that out. And pull over to the left. This is Miss Smith's house.
I can park between those two cars.
Never mind. Just wait right here. Driver, you didn't have to blow the horn. I'm going in and get her.
You're not fooling us, Jack. The only reason you're taking Alexa Smith to the camp is so you can get to kiss her.
That's not the reason at all.
Then how come every time her name is mentioned, your lips pucker up?
They do not.
Hey, here comes Alexis now.
Yeah, where is she?
Where is she? Oh, hello, Alexis.
Hello, Jack.
Hop right in.
Hello, Alexis.
Hello, Alexis.
Glad to see you.
Hello. Well, Alexis, we had a lot of fun at the last camp, but I'm sure glad you're coming up to MUROC with us.
Oh, is that where we're going?
Yeah, and believe me, the soldiers there will be glad to see you.
Why?
Why?
Holy smoke, even I know the answer to that.
Well, the kid's getting smart. Say, Alexis.
They want her autograph.
Quiet. Say, Alexis, besides doing our broadcast at the camp, we're going to do an extra show. And that's when you and I will do a love scene from our new picture. You know, where I kiss you.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Are you bringing me up there to entertain the soldiers or you?
the soldiers, of course.
Well, unpucker. We've still got 60 miles to go.
I'm only rehearsing, kid. Anyway, Alexis, remember, we do our program first, then later on we'll do the love scene.
You better do the love scene first. You're not getting any younger, you know.
Mary, you keep out of it. After all, I've done love scenes with big stars before. You know, Alexis, I made a picture called George Washington Slept Here, and my leading lady was Ann Sheridan.
I know, Jack. Annie told me all about you and your acting.
Oh, really? What did she say?
Well...
Go ahead, tell me. I won't get conceited.
I guarantee you won't.
Now, Alexis, stop teasing. Tell me, what did Ann Sheridan say?
Well, Annie said there was no question about your acting ability.
Uh-huh.
But if there was a question, she was too much of a lady to answer.
I don't quite understand, Alexis.
Well, look, Jack. I saw you in that picture, and all the time you were making love to Anne, you were looking right into the camera.
I was?
Yes. I had a feeling your option was hanging on the lens.
Well, unfortunately, it was. Say, Alexis, let's rehearse the love scene we're going to do at the camp. You know, where I'm going away.
Oh, yes. The one where you leave me and kiss me goodbye, isn't it?
Yes. Then I discover I forgot my hat, so I come back to the house.
Oh.
I get my hat and I kiss you goodbye again.
But, Jack, in that scene you're only supposed to kiss me goodbye once.
Well, I rewrote it a little. Anyway, I get my hat, and this time when I kiss you, I completely lose my head.
Then you won't need your hat.
Mary, you see, Alexis, I've got the scene rewritten so it has a sustaining interest. When I go out, I kiss you goodbye. Then you go out and you kiss me goodbye. Then for a change of pace, we both go out and we kiss each other goodbye.
But, Jack, instead of all this kissing, why don't we just stay in and play a game of gin rummy?
Well, I want a little excitement.
So do I.
Well, thanks. Come on, Alexa, let's rehearse the scene.
All right.
Now, this is the way we'll do it at the camp. You remember the one. Oh, yeah. Ah, my darling, I must leave you now. I'm going to Lancaster for a small Coke. Just a touch of cherry.
Don't leave me, Felix.
Felix?
Not tonight. Tonight of all nights. This is our anniversary. You can't leave me clap-saddle.
Clap-saddle?
This will be the first time we've been apart. Don't go, Albatross.
Albatross? Alexis, stop changing my name.
When she gets a jerk, she'll stick to it.
Mary, leave us alone. There's a magazine on that seat next to you. Pick it up and read it, will you?
Where? Oh, Liberty. I haven't seen it this week.
Good. Oh, my sweet.
Yes, Clearwater.
You know that I don't want to go. You're all that I live for. You're the guiding light in everything I do. You're the sunshine that brightens my drab existence. And, Mary, if you turn to page 16, there's a story about me. It tells about my career and my home life and how generous I am. What a hit I was in vaudeville and pictures and on the radio. And what a great guy I am.
Jack, who are you in love with, me or you?
Oh, pardon me, Alexis. Where were we?
We just passed Ma Green's.
I didn't mean that.
You were just about to kiss her, dope.
I was? Oh, yes, I remember. Let's go on, Alexis. I must go now. I must go now, darling. Kiss me. Well. Oh. Well, how was that?
Pew, 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 baby. Pew, pew, pew,
Mary,
baby.
I didn't ask you. You always have the fun.
When you think of the word affinities, what does that call to your mind? Romeo and Juliet, Hero and Leander, Priscilla and John Alden? Okay. But tonight I'm thinking of another kind of perfect mating when you meet up with at the breakfast table every morning. That's a whole grain cereal such as multi-rich grape nuts flakes and milk. Boy, for swell taste, you simply can't beat a big bowl of crisp, toasty brown grape nuts flakes and milk. You bet not. And now dietitian experts explain why, nutritionally speaking, these two are made for each other because each enhances the food value of the other. Grape nuts flakes are teeming with whole grain nourishment, including iron, niacin, and vitamin B1. Milk supplies more proteins, carbohydrates, and other essentials to complement the food values of the cereal. Together, they make a perfectly balanced dish. So, folks, whether or not you have to manage with less milk than usual, remember this. Your milk will do double nutritional duty when you serve it with delicious whole grain grape nuts flakes.
Thank you, Colonel Gore, and all you boys here at MUROC for another swell day. I also want to thank Alexa Smith, whom you will soon see in The Adventures of Mark Twain. And, folks, before I say goodnight, please remember the March of Dimes and the Fourth War Loan Drive. It's so important now. Good night, everybody.
Hot grape nut sweet meal. Hooray, what a treat. Delicious, nutritious, and so good to eat.
And if you are thrifty and if you are wise, get the giant new package economy size. That's hot grape nut sweet meal in the time-saving, money-saving new big economy package. 30 full ounces, more cereal for your money. You can't beat that luscious roasted wheat flavor, that full-bodied texture, that real whole wheat nourishment. Get hot grape nut sweet meal in the new economy package.
The origination of this program from the Army Airfield at MUROC, California, does not constitute an endorsement of the product advertised. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
Endorsement of the product advertised. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program. Friends, if you all had a time clock in your home and had to punch it coming and going for breakfast, you know what you'd find out? Well, you'd be surprised. According to a recent survey, it seems the average time that folks spend on breakfast is estimated at just 12 minutes. Kind of makes breakfast the brush-off meal, doesn't it? Whereas nutrition experts all tell us breakfast is actually the most important meal of the day. The time when you should get at least 1/4 of your entire day's nourishment after a fast of 10 or 12 hours. All right, say you are pressed for time in the morning. Just start off with ready-to-eat, swell-to-eat grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. Because these same experts tell us the adequate breakfast should include a cereal with whole grain nourishment. And that's grape nuts and grape nuts flakes for you. Both are crammed full of energy-giving, body-building, whole grain nourishment. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And for a neat time saver as well as good eating fun, feature nutritious, malty-rich grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. Ladies and gentlemen, in starting off a comedy show, it is customary for the announcer to say something humorous. But tonight I can't think of anything funny, and here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, did you make up that clever introduction all by yourself?
Yes, Jack, I certainly did.
You mean nobody even helped you with it?
No, not a soul.
You mean you hatched up that witty gem in your very own little fat head? Huh?
But, Jack, I thought you said it was clever.
Oh, it was, Don, but something happened to it when it came out of your big fat mouth. That's all.
Oh, Jack, you're sore about it.
No, Don, really I'm not. Believe me. I'm not sore at all. I'm very happy that you're my announcer. Really, I am.
But, Jack, if you're not angry, why are you tearing up my contract?
I'm not tearing up your contract because I'm angry, Don. I'm just making a paper doll that I can call my own.
Say, Jackson, look. Now, why are you getting all steamed up? You get sore and excited and lose your temper just because Don makes a clever widow kiss him.
Phil, the word is witticism. Anyway, I'm not sore and I'm not excited and I'm not losing my temper.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Mary?
Are you going to shave?
Of course not. Why?
It's a shame to let all that foam around your mouth go to waste.
Well, I've got a right to be mad. When Don introduced me, he inferred that I wasn't funny.
Well, that's no military secret, Jackson.
Wait a minute, let me ask you something, and this goes for the three of you. If I'm not funny, how come I've stayed in radio 12 years? Well, answer me. There must be some reason. Well?
I know why I'm on the air, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, you're a dope.
That's it.
It certainly is.
Well, it's worth it. You told me yourself you're paying me $186,000 a week.
Dennis, Mr. Benny's only paying you $35. But because your song just runs 2 minutes, it's equivalent to $186,000 a week.
Who cares about details as long as I get the dough?
Well, I'll be...
Dennis, when you get your check, what does it say on it? $186,000 or $35?
$35.
There you are. What does that mean to you?
Large withholding tax.
Thanks, kid. You had me worried there for a minute. Anyway, how do we get to talking about your salary? This all started with Don's introduction saying I wasn't funny.
Well, all I know is that last week Fred Allen said, quote, Jack Benny has done more for sleep than Sanka coffee. Unquote.
Look, Don, the next time you mention my name in the same breath with Allen's, please use Sensen. Quote, double strength, unquote.
Oh, Jackson, I think you're jealous of Allen. I heard him last week and he was terrific.
Phil, do you listen to Fred Allen's program?
Well, sure I do.
Oh, you do, huh?
Well, you don't mind, do you?
No. Why should I mind? I don't care at all. If you want to listen to Allen, it's certainly your privilege.
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. What are you doing with my contract?
You know that paper doll I made before?
Yeah?
Well, I'm fixing her up with a boyfriend. Let's drop whatever we were talking about, including Allen.
Well, you certainly are a hypocrite, Jack. When I came over to your house last week, Allen's program was tuned in on your radio.
Well, that was a mistake. Rochester tuned it in while I was in the next room.
Well, you could have walked in and turned it off.
I would have, but I thought it was my CAMEL I was smelling. Now, let's change the subject. Dennis?
Yes, please?
Yes, please. You've got a song ready. Let's have it.
Okay. He hates me because I'm making $186,000 a week.
Dennis, if I hated you, would I be paying you that much? Now go ahead and sing, will you, kid?
Branches speak to me of love. Pale moon is casting shadows from above. Fine Sienna, somehow I feel the jungle heat. Within me there grows a rhythmic savage beat. Love is everywhere, its magic perfume fills the air. and fro you sway my hearts in time. I've learned to care. Fine Sienna, from now until the dawning day, I'll learn to love forever, come what may. Arbol tropical, cántame tu canción. Please sigh to me, soon my love I will
That was Poinciana, sung by Dennis Day and accompanied by Phil Harris. All right, Don. Dennis Day and Phil Harris.
Oh, Jack, not this season, please.
Don, I wrote this commercial myself, and I want you to do it. It's clever. Now go ahead. Dennis Day and Phil Harris.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, when you go to bed at night, it's dark. But when you wake up in the morning and see the sun streaming through your window, then it's day, and it's time to eat your grape nuts flakes.
There you are. Now do the part that isn't clever, but educational.
Okay. Grape nuts flakes are toasty brown, sweet as a nut, and have that malty, rich flavor.
Good. Now go back to the clever part. Phil Harris.
Oh, darn it. So remember, folks, if you're hungry and want your fill, Harris nothing better than grape nuts flakes in the big 12-ounce economy size package. I thank you and forgive me.
You see, Don, those are the kind of commercials that people remember. Now, wasn't that a clever idea, Mary?
Well, if you want to know the truth, I thought it was
Phil, what did you think of it?
Well, as long as you're asking for it, I thought it was...
Dennis, did you like it?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. I thought it was wonderful.
You did?
Yeah. Gee, the way you took my name, Dennis Day, and made a commercial out of it.
Yes, it was a brilliant thought. And now, fellas...
You'd have been in a spot if my name was Hassenpfeffer.
Yes, I would. And now, fellas...
Dennis Hassenpfeffer.
All right, that's enough, kids. And now, fellas...
That was Poinciana, sung by Dennis Hassenpfeffer. Gee, that's awful.
Well, what's awful about it?
Well, how do I know Hassenpfeffer can sing?
Stop being so silly, Dennis.
Oh, you can call me Hassie.
Thanks. Now, fellas, let's see, what was I going to say? I had something on my mind. Oh, yes. Now, fellas, beginning next week, we'll have to do our rehearsing at Warner Brothers because I'm starting my new picture there. You know, the one I'm making with Alexis Smith.
Oh, is that The Horn Blows at Midnight?
Yes, that's the title. And, oh, boy, just wait till you see it. It's a fantasy. You know, I'm a sort of an angel like Gabriel. And in the picture, I come down to Earth to blow a trumpet and destroy the whole world.
You can do that with your violin.
I'm not playing a violin. I blow a horn. That's where the title comes from. The horn blows at midnight.
Wait a minute, Jackson. Where'd you ever learn to blow a horn?
Oh, it's easy.
Sure, he just puts it up to his mouth and lets the air out of his head.
I do not. Anyway, when I get to Earth, I lose my angelic powers, and that's when I meet Alexis Smith. In the picture, her name is Elizabeth, and my name is Nathaniel.
My name is Hassenpfeffer.
Dennis, don't interrupt me when I'm trying to explain something. Now, where was I?
You were letting the air out of your head.
Oh, yes. Well, anyway, When I come down to Earth, I meet Alexis Smith, and that's where we're supposed to fall in love and have our big romantic scene.
What do you mean, supposed, Jackson?
Well, Raoul Walsh, the director, wants to take the love scene out of the picture, and I can't understand why. I don't mind for myself, but poor Alexis will be heartbroken. I don't understand why they took it out.
Jack, instead of worrying about it, why don't you go over to the studio and find out?
Oh, I am down. Rochester's outside waiting to pick me up. In fact, I'd go now if I thought the program could possibly go on without me, you know?
Well, go ahead, Jack. I can get laughs.
Oh, well, then you better come with me, Mary. Phil can play a band number.
That's okay with me, but what do you want me to play?
Anything, Phil. Just keep time. That's all I ask. Now, come on, Mary. So long, fellas.
Jack, you better tell Rochester which way to go.
Oh, yes. Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Make a left turn first. Now a right turn, then another left. Now go straight and make that first right turn. Now another left. Now make a right turn and then another left. Now a left. Now keep going straight and...
That's enough, boss. I can find my own way out of the parking lot now.
Good. Now, Rochester, right out to Warner Brothers Studio.
Okay.
Gee, I like working at Warner's, but I hope I don't have any trouble about that romantic scene.
Oh, Jack, no matter who you make a picture for, you always have trouble. When you made Love Thy Neighbor, you had a big argument with Paramount.
Well, I had the last word, didn't I?
Yeah, but you had to phone it in from Warner's.
What's the difference as long as I'm healthy? What does that mean? Say, Rochester, did you fix up my new dressing room yesterday?
Yes, boss, but I got bad news. You have to move out of this one, too.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
What's the matter, Jack?
First, they gave me Errol Flynn's dressing room, but they decided to paint it. Then they gave me Humphrey Bogart's, but they had to put in a new floor. Then they gave me John Garfield, but they had to redecorate it. Now I'm getting pushed out of another dressing room. Rochester, what's the matter this time?
Lassie came home.
Lassie? She works at MGM. What's she doing at Warner's?
Well, you know the housing problem.
Oh, well, animals have to be comfortable, too. Say, Rochester, did you feed the camel before you left the house?
Yes, and then I put her out in the backyard.
Good.
I strung a clothesline between her humps and hung out the laundry.
Well, you see, Mary, I told you we'd find some use for her. Oh, Rochester, here's Warner's. Now drive us to the main office and go slow through here. I want to see Raoul Walsh, my director, first and get this thing settled. I don't think there'll be any trouble. Mary, that's Humphrey Bogart's dressing room.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You know, I don't think I'll have any trouble about the love scene. That's Betty Davis's dressing room. I think if I explain my viewpoint about that love scene to Raoul Walsh, he'll see it my way.
I know, Jack. That's your dressing room.
Yeah, I wonder what Lassie is so upset about.
Maybe they want to cut the love scene out of her picture, too.
See, Mary, I'm not the only one that gets it. Rochester, let us out in front of this building.
Okay, boss.
Come on, Mary. I want to see my director first. Raoul Walsh. His office is in here.
Okay. Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Walsh. I'm Jack Benny.
Just a moment, please. Oh, Mr. Walsh.
Yes?
Mr. Benny to see you.
Oh, Mr. Benny, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, try number 5.
Yes, sir.
Well?
Mr. Walsh isn't in.
Oh.
He's at his tailor's having the cuffs put back on his pants.
Well, will it be long?
No, he likes his socks to show.
Well, I wish you'd try to get in touch with him. It's very important.
I'll see if I can locate him. Just a moment, please. Mr. Walsh, he insists upon seeing you.
Oh, well, try number 8.
Oh, Mr. Walsh.
No good, huh?
Uh-uh.
Well, try number 3, Miss Steffen.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
Mr. Walsh left his tailor's, and on his way back to the studio, his car ran off the road and got stuck in the mud. He'll be there indefinitely.
Mud? Why, it wasn't even raining.
The studios can do anything.
Well, gee, miss, I wanted to get this thing settled today. It's really urgent. Can't something be done about it?
Well, I'll try to locate him once more.
Fine.
I'll lay 8 to 5.
Quiet.
Mr. Walsh, why won't you see Mr. Benny? After all, he is one of our stars.
I know, but I'm sure he wants to beef about that love scene that was taken out of the picture.
Well, why was it taken out?
Did you see Jack make love to Ann Sheridan and George Washington slept here?
No, I didn't.
Well, when you make love to a girl like Ann Sheridan, you should take her in your arms and gently kiss her on the lips.
Uh-huh.
You're not supposed to grab her by the earlobes and pull yourself up.
Oh, I see.
And anyway, the fact that the love scene is out isn't entirely my fault. Now, you tell Mr. Benny to take the matter up with the writers.
Yes, Mr. Walsh. Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
I spoke to Mr. Walsh on the phone.
Yes?
Oh, fine. They got telephones in the mud.
Mary.
Mr. Walsh suggested you see either Mr. Hellman or Mr. Kern, the writers of the picture.
I see. Well, thank you very much. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Oh, Mr. Benny, would you mind giving this note to Mr. Hellman or Mr. Kern?
No, not at all. Come on, Mary. Thank you again. Now, here we are. Sam Hellman and James Kern. Let's go in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello. I'd like to see Mr. Hellman or Mr. Kern.
Only Mr. Kern is in.
Well, will you tell him I'd like to see him and give him this note, please? It's from Mr. Walsh.
Very well. Oh, Mr. Kern.
Just a minute, I'm thinking. All right, Miss Fox, what is it?
Jack Benny is here to see you.
Oh.
And he brought you this note from Mr. Walsh.
Thanks. It says, don't try number 5, 8, or 3. It won't work.
Well, then what shall I tell him?
I don't know.
Shall I try number 12?
No, not number 12. That's for my wife. Now, let me think. I know he wants to see me about that love scene we took out of his picture, but there's nothing I can do about it.
Why not?
Did you see the way he made love to Ann Sheridan and George Washington slept here?
Yes.
Well, Annie hasn't worn earrings since.
I see. Well, Mr. Benny is waiting. What shall I tell him?
Just a minute. Let me think.
Quiet! Mr. Kern is speaking!
Let me see. Okay, I've got it.
All right, Mr. Kern is through.
Tell Mr. Benny he'd better go and see Mark Hellinger, the producer. After all, he's the one who has charge of the whole production.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
Mr. Kern is on the long-distance phone right now, so he suggests that you get in touch with Mr. Hellinger. He's right down at the end of the hall.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Come on, Mary.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Never mind. I'll try it without a note this time. Come on, Mary.
Oh, Mr. Hellinger. Mr. Hellinger.
Yes? What is it, Miss Jones?
Jack Benny's here, and he'd like to see you.
Oh, send him right in.
Yes, sir. Go right in, Mr. Benny.
Well, when he gets back, will you tell him that... What?
You can go right in. Mr. Hellinger wants to see you.
Oh, thank you. Come on, Mary.
Don't rush in. It might be a booby trap.
Don't be silly. He's always glad to see me. Well, hello, Mark.
Hello, Jack. When did you get back from Africa?
Why, Mark, I've been back for months. I'm going to start your picture pretty soon.
Oh, yes. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mr. Hellinger.
Say, Jack, I understand that you're very anxious to get started with our new picture.
Yes, I am, Mark, but...
And I hear that you're very, very happy about it.
Oh, I am, yes. But there's one little thing that bothers me.
Oh, it bothered us, too, so we took it out.
What?
You know, the love scene between you and Alexis Smith.
Now, Mark, I personally think that the love scene is very important to the picture and should have stayed in. Now, why did you take it out?
Well, look, Jack, this is a fantasy. You play the part of an angel, and Alexis Smith is an angel, too. So when you meet, there must be no thought of love.
I know, but...
We feel there should be no connection between love and anyone wearing wings.
Well, now, that's silly. What about the birds and the bees? Answer that.
I wouldn't know. They're not on the contract to warn us.
You're evading the question. Now, look, Mark. I'm capable of doing love scenes. I've done love scenes before, and I can do them again. I'm good in love scenes.
Jack, I'll take your word for it. Stop kissing me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think I was that close to you, you know.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, get off his lap.
Mary, I got excited. I'm sorry. Now, look, Mark. I hate to get tough about it, but unless the love scene comes back...
Mark. What is it, John?
I got a new idea for the Jack Benny picture.
You have?
Yeah. Now, in my version, Jack makes his entrance as though, and that makes the audience think that he. So I have him coming around, but not the way you think, because Alexis would then be in a close-up while Jack. It isn't exactly her character, so we have to.
What?
Hey, you got something there, John.
But you take that scene where he's just about to, which comes after the one where he did. I have it where he doesn't.
But I want to. I'm one of the stars.
Well, what do you think about it, Mark?
I think it's a great idea. That's the way we'll do it.
Okay. Now, shall I empty the wastebasket?
Later.
Now, look, Mark.
Yes, Jack, what were we talking about?
My love scene. I don't want to get nasty. But if that doesn't get back in the picture, you'll just have to get yourself another boy.
Excuse me, Jack. Hello? Yes? Just a moment. For you, Jack.
Who is it?
Mr. Hasenpfeffer.
Oh, hang up. It's that silly kid. Now, listen, Mark. I've got a contract here, and that love scene is going back in the picture, or...
Well, Jack, I'm sorry. I didn't know you felt that way about it. After all, we want everybody to be happy. We wouldn't think of hurting you for the world.
Jack, look what he's doing to your contract.
I know, and he's making the legs too long. Look, Mark, when you want to make a paper doll, you're supposed to shape the head like this. Then you come around the shoulders like this.
Oh, yes. And how do you make the arms?
Well, that's easy. You see, you just tear it to one side with a little curve. See, like this. Then you go out a little for the hips, in a little for the thighs, see? A little curve for the knees, and then straight down to the turkey woodpecker.
Oh, Jack, remember the good old days of the horseless carriage?
Well, I know, Don. Can't say that I do.
No? Well, that's funny. Well, you must remember the gay old days of the linen dusters and that song, A Bicycle Built for Two.
Well, frankly, no, Don.
Say, what's the idea anyway? Oh, I see. I suppose you were too young for those old-timers. Before your day and so on, huh?
Well, you know, Don, after all, I'm only...
Yeah, I know. Well, now you spoiled my whole story.
What do you mean? What story, Don?
Well, the fact that you and Grape Nuts are just alike.
Well, you mean because we're both so distinctive and so pleasing and so...
I mean that for over 40 years, since way back in the gay 90s, Grape Nuts has been a leading American favorite. Now, I was going to say the same thing for you.
Well, if you want to put it that way, I could add a few years.
No, Jack. Let that swell, malty, rich Grape Nuts flavor, that crisp, crunchy Grape Nuts texture speak for itself. And Grape Nuts is a basic 7 food, too, friends, full of all-around whole grain nourishment. So for a delicious, nutritious breakfast treat, just call for Grape Nuts, America's favorite.
Well, folks, next Sunday we'll be with you at the same time broadcasting from the Navy Small Craft Training Center at Roosevelt Base on Terminal Island. I want to thank Mark Hellinger, Raoul Walsh, and Jimmy Kern for appearing here through the courtesy of Warner Brothers. And, oh, yes, Lassie barking through the courtesy of MGM. Now, folks, please remember the March of Dimes and War Bonds. Good night, everybody.
Hot Grape Nut Sweet Meal. Oh, boy, what an elegant dish. Why, for nourishment and flavor, it's got everything you'd wish. Hot Grape Nut Sweet Meal. Oh, boy, what a wonderful prize when you buy this swell new cereal in the new economy size. Ask for the big new economy package of Hot Grape Nut Sweet Meal. Compare the value. Grape Nut Sweet Meal gives you 30 full ounces more cereal for your money. Luscious, grand roasted wheat flavor, real whole wheat nourishment. Get Hot Grape Nut Sweet Meal in the new economy package tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcast.
From Roosevelt Base on Terminal Island, the Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Would you believe it? I've just discovered Homer Blunt is, well, he's a shirker. Now, don't misunderstand me. Homer doesn't shirk his work, not that guy. But do you know what that poor egg does? He shirks breakfast, takes it on the sip and run. Now, listen, Homer. It's mighty important for you to get a good breakfast every morning. Remember, you haven't had anything to eat for the last 10 or 12 hours. Why, nutrition experts say morning's the time we should get at least 1/4 of our entire day's nourishment. And they also tell us the adequate breakfast should include a cereal with whole grain food values. Well, that's Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes for you. 2 delicious cereals that are crammed full of whole grain nourishment. Iron, niacin, and vitamin B1. Yes, and what downright good eating Grape Nuts are. Crisp and crunchy. And Grape Nuts Flakes, tempting toasty brown flakes. Both with the same distinctive sweet-as-a-nut flavor. Now, don't be a homer, friends. Eat a good breakfast. Do a better job. And for a treat that can't be beat, feature Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all gathered here at the Navy's Small Craft Training Center at Roosevelt Base, Terminal Island. That is, all except Jack and Mary, who are driving down. They should be here any minute, as they left just a little while after we did.
Can't understand it. We should have been there an hour ago.
Well, it's your own fault for not following instructions.
Gee, I hope we get there in time.
Yeah. You know, Jack, we've played lots of Army camps and Marine camps, but this is the first time we've been to a Navy base this year.
That's right, isn't it?
Well, I'm glad we're going to Terminal Island today, because there's something I just love about a Navy base.
Really? What is it?
Sailors.
Oh, Mary, when we're at an Army camp, you love soldiers. When we play for the Marines, you love Marines. Now we're going to a Navy base, and you say you love sailors. What's the matter with you?
Look, Jack, a uniform is a uniform as long as it isn't empty.
Well, I can understand that, Mary. When I was in uniform in the last war, the girls were nuts about me, too. What babes?
That was 25 years ago. It's about time you gave them up.
Yeah, gee, I hope we're on the right road. I better take another look at the directions they wrote down for us. Here it is. Follow Highway 101 to San Pedro. Turn to the right and put on your brakes.
Is that what they wrote down? Put on your brakes?
Yeah, they said if I didn't, I'd hear an awful splash. I wonder what that could be.
Probably us. That's where we crossed the drawbridge.
Oh, for goodness sake. Isn't there some other way we can get over to the island? I hate going across those things.
Jack, it's a drawbridge, not a toll bridge.
Oh, now let's see. I wonder where we are. Oh, Rochester. Rochester.
Yes, boss.
Rochester, do you have any idea where we are?
Well, let me see. An hour ago, we were in Wilmington.
Uh-huh.
2 hours ago, we were in Cucamonga.
Uh-huh.
3 hours ago, we were in Azusa.
Well, where are we now?
3 hours from Azusa.
Oh, for a minute I thought we were lost. Now, Rochester, while we're doing our show, put some gas and oil in the car and fill the tires with air.
Oh, boss, not air from Terminal Island. The tide's out.
Why not?
Well, have you got a cold?
Yes.
Then I'll never be able to explain it to you.
What does he mean, Mary?
Well, Jack, Terminal Island is where they have so many fish canneries.
Oh. Well, why don't they do something about it?
They do. It's the proving grounds for gas masks.
Well, what do you know? Say, you better step on it, Rochester, or we'll be late.
Okay.
Say, Jack, we're almost there.
That's right. There's the sign.
What does it say?
4 hours from Azusa.
Does not. It says this way to Terminal Island. What's the matter?
Say, boss, this is a steep hill we're on.
Well, you better put the car in second. Gee, it is steep.
We ain't gonna make it, boss.
Well, give her a little more gas.
Okay.
Keep at it, Rochester.
Hey, you, stop climbing up the drawbridge.
Drawbridge? Well, what'd you have to open it for? Is there a boat passing under?
No, it's just a P-38 flying low.
Oh, a wise guy, P-38. You expect me to believe such a silly...
Watch out, here comes another one. Now, what were you saying, buddy?
Nothing. Look, Mary, the bridge is closing. Okay, Rochester, let's go.
Hey, Jack.
What is it?
Would you like your windows washed?
Of course not.
Then you better wait for the other half of the bridge to come down.
Oh, yes. It's all right now, Rochester. Go ahead. Of all the silly things, having a drawbridge there. And Rochester, drive straight along here till you reach the sentry gate with the big sign that says stop.
Yes, boss.
I wonder what happens if you don't stop.
There ain't no one alive that can tell you.
Well, you better start slowing down. There's the sentry.
Halt! Who goes there?
I'm Jack Benny.
Don't antagonize him.
Mary.
I hate to trouble you, Mr. Benny, but I'll have to see your pass before I can let you into the naval base.
Oh, yes, sure. See, Mary, no matter how important you are, you've got to have a pass. Now, let's see. Where did I put it?
Maybe it's in your wallet.
No.
In your change purse?
No, I didn't put it there.
In your money belt?
No, I didn't put it there either.
Under your toupee?
No. Oh, stop. Say, I think I left my pass in my other suit.
Your other suit, boss?
Yes, in the inside coat pocket.
Well, sure enough, here it is.
Rochester, I thought that suit looked familiar. I told you not to wear any of my suits until they get a little shiny.
A little shiny? Boss, you wear them till there's a searchlight in the stern.
Never mind. Here you are, sailor.
Thank you.
Do I need a pass, too?
No, miss. As long as your father has one, it's all right.
I'm not her father. Drive on, Rochester. There's the auditorium where we're doing the broadcast. Geez, a shame we're so late. Mary, turn on the radio and let's hear what the gang's doing.
Okay.
And here's another one for you, fellas. This is a Lulu. Don, ask me why a sailor sleeps in a hammock.
Okay, Phil. Why does a sailor sleep in a hammock?
Because he'd look silly laying there without anything holding him up. Oh, Philip, you buffoon, you.
Imagine a guy getting laughs with that kind of stuff. Drive faster, Rochester, before it's too late.
Okay, boy.
We'll ruin the show.
Long ago my heart and mind got together and designed a wonderful girl for me. Oh, what a fantasy! Though the idol of my heart can't be ordered a la carte, I wonder if she will be always a fantasy. Will I ever find the girl in my mind, the one who is my ideal? Maybe she's a dream, and yet she might be just around the corner, waiting for me. Will I recognize a light in her eyes that no other eyes reveal? Or will I pass her by and never even know that she is my ideal? Though she may be late, I'll trust in fate, and so I'll wait for my
Very good, Dennis. Very good. That was My Ideal, sung by Dennis Day. And now, fellas.
Okay, Don, I'll take over. You know, fellas, as I was coming down here today,
That's enough, Phil. That's enough. You can sack up your corn now. I'm here.
What are you talking about, Jackson? I got the audience warmed up for you. I told some gags that had them rolling in the aisles.
Phil, while I was driving down here, I tuned in the program and heard one of your gags.
You did, Jackson?
Yes, and it's the first time a radio ever changed stations by itself. You ought to cut that stuff out.
Oh, what's the matter with you anyway? I pulled a gag and it got a big laugh, didn't it?
Well, pull up your pants. The laugh is over. You know, Phil, I don't mind a guy getting laughed by dropping his pants. But when you've got Abbott and Costello tattooed on your knees, that's going too far. Not even Abbott and Costello do that.
They don't?
No. Now, let's get on with the...
Say, Mr. Benny, if you don't like Mr. Harris's joke, I've got a good riddle.
Never mind.
What is it that barks and has feathers?
Barks and has feathers? All right, what is it?
A dog.
Where do the feathers come in?
It's a bird dog.
Well, I'll be...
Oh, Dennis, you Hassenpfeffer, you.
Look, kid, will you stop with that Hassenpfeffer? I had enough of it last week. What's got into you?
Well, I'm going to change my name from Dennis Day to Dennis Hassenpfeffer.
Legally?
Gee, that sounds nice.
What?
Dennis Legally Hassenpfeffer.
Well, that's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
Dennis, why do you want to change your name to Hassenpfeffer? Day is such a simple name and so easy to remember, like Benny.
Yeah, but that's going too far.
What do you mean?
Benny Dennis Legally Hassenpfeffer.
Look, kid.
Junior.
Now, look, Dennis, I just got here and I want to talk to the sailors, so go over in the corner and sit down.
Okay. Come on, pal.
Dennis, who are you talking to?
Legally.
Well, anyway, fellas, I don't know how many of you know this, but I was a sailor in the last war, and I was at Great Lakes. That's about 6 miles from my hometown, Waukegan. And I'll never forget...
Jack, do you mind if I interrupt you for just a moment?
No, Don, what is it?
Well, there's a friend of mine stationed here, and he'd like to say a few words.
Oh, well, let him talk. Any friend of yours is a friend of our sponsors. Let's hear from him.
All right. Oh, sailor, would you mind telling us what your favorite breakfast food is? I know all that, but why do you like grape nuts and grape nuts flakes?
Don, did he say grape nuts and grape nuts flakes?
Yes, Jack.
I could have sworn he only said grape nuts. Oh, well.
No, he said them both.
Really?
Now tell me, sailor, why do you like grape nuts and grape nuts flakes? Well, you're right. They are crunchy and have that malty rich flavor. And they're delicious with sugar and cream. And tell me, sailor, what else do you like about them? Oh, you're right. Everybody knows they're toasty brown.
If that sounded like toasty brown, I'll eat my hat. Don, what kind of a... Yeah, with sugar and cream. Don, what kind of a...
Thanks a lot, sailor. Goodbye.
Don, how come your friend talks so fast?
Well, Jackie's only got a 3-hour pass, and he doesn't want to waste it around here.
Oh, I see. Well, he appeared to be an awfully nice fellow from what I saw of him. Now, what was I talking about? Oh, yes. You know, fellas, when I was in the Navy in the last war, I was stationed at Great Lakes. And I'll never forget when I enlisted. What a day.
Oh, I changed that to Hassenpfeffer.
Listen, kid, I'm trying to tell the boys about the last war when I was a sailor.
Say, Jack.
What?
I bet you were a jolly tar.
Well.
You a sailor.
Well, what are you laughing at? Huh?
Remember last night when you put sugar in your coffee?
So what?
It made a wave and you got seasick.
Mary, did you make up that little joke all by yourself? Huh?
No, one of your writers gave it to me.
Well, if you just tell me which one, you'll save me a lot of money. Now, fellas, as I was saying, when I enlisted in the Navy...
Say, Jackson, nobody's interested in what happened to you in the last war. They want to be entertained. Let Mary and me do a song.
A song?
Sure, you don't think the sailors just want to look at me.
Well, did you and Phil rehearse a song?
No, we're going to do it incognito.
Oh, brother. Well, go ahead. Let me hear it. Come on, hit it, boy.
You gotta talk me into it, baby. A little conversation might change my no to a maybe.
Well, I'll spread it on thick like butter on bread, and I'll get results if I use my head.
Well, I'm a baby lamb, I love to be led by you. You gotta, baby, talk me into it, baby.
Well, if it's Mendelssohn you hear, would you lend an ear?
Well, I don't know. Maybe. But I'm a cinch for a clinch.
A blaze for a phrase of love words.
Now that I've told you how.
Well, I will spread out. I got some jive that won't quit here. Listen, I'm going to talk you into it, baby.
Well, if it's Mendelssohn I hear, I might lend an ear, maybe.
Yes, you're a cinch for a clinch, a blaze for a phrase of love words.
Now that I've told you how, won't you marry me now?
All right, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. That was You Gotta Talk Me Into It, Baby, sung by Dinah Livingston and Phil Sinatra. Now, let's see. What was I talking about before your song?
What you're always talking about, Jack Benny.
Oh, yes. When I was in the Navy. Well, it's a long story. I'm not going to bother about it now.
No. Go ahead, Jackson. Tell them these sailors can take anything.
No. They don't want to hear about it.
Okay, let's forget the whole thing.
Mary, that isn't patriotic. It was 1917. Our country was at war, and something kept pulling me to join the Navy. It was 2:00 in the afternoon when I entered the recruiting office. I was eager, anxious, enthusiastic about my new adventure.
Here he is, Chief. Okay, you can untie him now.
Now, wait a minute. I was coming here to join the Navy anyway.
Now, we'll stick to the business at hand, young fellow. First of all, your name.
Jackie Benny.
Your age.
16.
16?
Yeah.
How come you need a shave?
If you didn't shave for 16 years, you'd need one, too. Wouldn't you?
Never mind. Take this application and go into the next room for your physical examination.
Thank you, sir. Just imagine me, little Jackie Benny, about to join the Navy. Hello, Doctor.
Hello.
Doctor, the recruiting officer, told me to come in here for my physical.
Okay. Stick out your tongue and say, ah.
Ah.
My, what a place for an airfield.
An airfield? Why, that's the silliest thing.
What were you going to say, buddy?
Nothing.
Now I'll take this needle and give you a blood test.
A blood test? Yes, sir.
Roll up your sleeve.
Like this?
That's right. Now hold still. Steady.
Will it hurt, Doctor?
Of course not.
Good. Did you get any blood out of me?
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you.
And now I think I'll listen to your...
Dr. Ferguson, call your wife immediately.
Okay. Now, young man...
But, Dr. Ferguson, they wanted you to call your wife immediately.
Oh, I always do. That's her name. Immediately Ferguson.
What a name. Immediately Ferguson.
My name is Hassenpfeffer.
Dennis, get out of here. This is 25 years ago.
I'm playing the part of my father.
Oh.
Boy, am I going to have a son that's a Lulu.
Now, Doctor...
Lulu Hassenpfeffer.
Now, Doctor...
just a moment. Now, lie down on this rug and face the floor.
Like this?
That's right. Now, inhale.
There.
Now, inhale again. Once more. That's enough, and thank you.
Say, Doc, what was the idea?
I haven't had this place vacuumed all week.
Look, Doc, do I get in the Navy or don't I?
Well, son, I'm sorry, but I'll have to report some bad news.
For me?
No, for the Navy you're in.
Well, what do you know?
right, boys, all right. All you new recruits, line up for your uniforms.
I take a size 34, please.
Well. Really?
Yes, 34 waist.
Uh-huh.
29 pants leg.
Yes.
And 32 sleeve length on the coat.
Well, I'm glad you told me.
Yes.
Any particular color?
Well, would you happen to have something in blue?
Blue? Well, buddy, you certainly are in luck.
I am?
Yeah, it just happens that I've got 3 million left.
Gee, I am lucky.
Yeah. Next.
But, officer...
Keep moving, keep moving.
Where do I put on my uniform?
Right here as you're walking along.
As I'm walking along, but my old clothes.
Oh, just drop them. We have chambermaids who'll come along and pick them up.
Oh.
Come on. Change your clothes, all of you.
Oh, officer, I've almost got my uniform on.
Good.
Would you mind buttoning me up?
That goes in front.
Oh.
Either take them off and change them or turn around and keep moving.
Yes, sir.
And go over to that desk where it says assignment officer.
Yes, sir. Gee, I'm a regular sailor now.
Okay, buddy, stop mumbling to yourself and step up to the desk.
Me?
Yes, you. It's my job to find out what you're best suited for. Now tell me, what just did you do in civilian life?
I was a violinist.
Oh. Well, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I don't think they'll be able to hear you during the heat of battle.
Oh, I think they will. I play without a mute.
I see. Now tell me, young man, what part of the service would you like?
Well, I'd kind of like to be a submarine. I mean, I'd like to be in a submarine.
That's fine. But of course, you know that being in a submarine sometimes gives you the bends.
Bends? And these pants, I wouldn't dare. Anything else, sir?
Nothing except to give you my congratulations. You're now a member of the United States Navy, one of the greatest fighting forces in the world. And now that you're a part of it, it's your duty to uphold its traditions and its honor.
Yes, sir.
Now, in starting your naval career, you will be stationed at Great Lakes, Illinois.
Great Lakes? Gee.
Now, let me give you a tip. If while you're there, you work hard and do a good job, who knows but that someday you'll be sent to Terminal Island.
Terminal Island? Yippee! Gee, I wonder where that is.
4 hours from Azusa.
Oh, yes. Play, Phil.
What makes anybody enjoy a meal? Why, flavor, of course. And what makes Grape Nuts Flakes America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal? Flavor. Malty rich, sweet as a nut flavor that's outstanding.
Say, Mr. Wilson, could I ask you something?
Okay, Dennis, I guess so.
Well, I tried some Grape Nuts Flakes this morning, and I had a little trouble.
Oh, now, Dennis, that couldn't be. Why, those delicious toasty brown flakes are the most tempting breakfast treat you could ask for. Because Grape Nuts Flakes are a rich two-grain blend, and they have a flavor that's tops.
That's what I thought I heard you say, and that's why I tried them. But I had a little trouble when
Nonsense! Grape Nuts Flakes have a luscious flavor and a crispy texture.
Yeah, it's the texture I had a little trouble with.
Now, Dennis, that's absurd. So, friends, ask your grocer for that big economy-sized package of Grape Nuts Flakes. Take it home, open it up.
Open it? Did you say you open it?
Why, certainly, Dennis. Open the package, pour out a helping, and go to it.
Oh, well, I guess that's where I had my trouble. I didn't open the package.
You didn't open it? Oh, so long, Dennis. Friends, ask your grocer for Grape Nuts Flakes tomorrow.
I want to thank all the men here at the Small Craft Training Center, Roosevelt Base, for a grand reception today. It was a lot of fun being back in the Navy again. Next Sunday, we'll be coming to you at the same time from the Army Air Base at Marchfield, California.
Say, Jack, I want to ask you something.
What is it, Mary?
Were you only 16 when you joined the Navy?
Yes, Mary, that was about 25 years ago.
But that would make you 41 now.
Yeah. How'd I get that extra year added on? I'm must have been 15 when I joined, I think. Well, anyway, folks, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to be serious for just a moment. It's the boy up the block who's fighting this war for us. It's the freckle-faced kid who used to deliver the grocery. It's the youngster fresh out of the local high school. It's your neighbor's son. Perhaps it's your own. Yes, the kids who used to play cops and robbers are playing for higher stakes now. They're fighting a war for freedom, and they're fighting it for us. So if you've been thinking that you can't afford an extra $100 bond during this fourth war loan drive, stop and think again. As you sit quietly at home listening to the radio, think of the boys who will never come back home. Then make up your mind to buy that extra war bond. Too many people, it will mean a sacrifice. Every one of us is asked to buy at least one extra $100 bond. Now, how can anybody say no? It's our war. It's our boys fighting it. So buy that extra bond and don't wait, because war doesn't.
For a value that's super, a treat that is real, get the giant new package of Grape Nut Sweet Meal. Yes, lady, that's 30 full ounces, you bet, of the rich, hot brown cereal, the best eating yet. It's more for your money, it's more for your dough. Get hot Grape Nut Sweet Meal, you'll thank me, I know. You bet, 30 full ounces of the best hot brown cereal yet, with fresh roasted wheat flavor, full-bodied texture, real whole wheat nourishment. That's the money-saving big new economy-size package of Grape Nut Sweet Meal.
This broadcast from Roosevelt Base does not constitute an endorsement of our products by the Navy Department. This is the National
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from Marchfield Air Base of the 4th Air Force. Say, folks, how good are you on higher mathematics? Because I have a little problem here that's a poser. The question is, how can you get a plus for your morning's work if you started off the day with a breakfast that was strictly minus? You know, one of those sip and run affairs. Well, with that kind of a minus for breakfast, your work will never add up to a plus. You're more apt to fold up like an accordion along about 11. Remember, in the morning, you haven't had a lick of food to eat for 10 or 12 hours. So stoke up with a good breakfast and let moldy-rich grape nuts or grape nuts flakes become the backbone of that good breakfast. Both of these delicious cereals will bring you all-around whole-grain nourishment. And the nutritionists say that an adequate breakfast should include a cereal with whole-grain food values. Well, that's grape nuts and grape nuts flakes for you, all right, and boy, are they good. Grape nuts, crisp and crunchy. Grape nuts flakes, tempting, toasty brown flakes. Both with that marvelously malty-rich flavor. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. Eat grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. Here we are broadcasting from the Army Air Base at Marchfield, California. And I know all you boys are anxious to meet the star of our show. So without further ado, we bring you a man who needs no introduction and is one of radio's best loved...
Hello, Don.
Hello, Mary. How are you?
Mary, you butted in just as Don was going to introduce me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack.
That's all right. It's all right. Go ahead, Don.
Okay. So, without further ado, we bring you one of radio's best-loved personalities. A man who, for the past 11 years, has brought joy and laughter...
Hey, say, Don, you made a mistake. Jackson's been on the air 12 years, not 11.
Oh, that's right. Hello, Phil.
Hello.
Phil, it was nice of you to correct Don, but you didn't have to do it in the middle of my introduction.
Well, I'm sorry, Jackson.
You should be. Go ahead, Don.
Okay. So, without further ado, we bring you one of radio's best-loved personalities. A man who for the past 12 years has brought joy and laughter...
Say, Don, you were right the first time. It is 11 years.
Mary, it doesn't make any
No,
difference.
Mary, it's 12 years. Jackson started on the radio in 1932.
Phil, it doesn't make any
It was 1933.
Look, Mary, it doesn't make any...
It was 1932.
Phil, it doesn't make the least bit of...
1933, and that makes it 11 years.
Now, wait a minute. Don is trying to introduce me. Anyway, 11 or 12. What's the difference?
You haven't shot much crap, have you, Jackson?
Now, Don, never mind, Phil. Don, will you please finish my introduction?
Okay.
It's embarrassing.
So without further ado, we bring you one of America's best-loved personalities.
Hello, Mr. Wilson. Who are you talking about?
Dennis, please. Boy, am I sweating this one out. Now, go ahead, Don.
We bring you a man whose voice has been heard on the radio for the past 12 years.
Gee, President Roosevelt.
Dennis, you... Well, I'll be darned. You see that fellow in the fourth row? A fine way to applaud Roosevelt. Clapping two Wilkie buttons together. Look, Don, forget all about my introduction. Everybody keeps interrupting, and if you ask me, I think it's a put-up job.
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, it was a put-up job.
What?
We didn't want Don to read that introduction because we have a surprise for you.
A surprise? For me?
Yeah. Okay, fellas, all together.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday to you.
Well, gee. Gee, thanks, fellas.
There you are, Jackson, you see?
Yeah, tomorrow is my birthday. Gosh, and you all remembered it.
How could we forget? You sold us a birthday card.
Oh, yes, the ones with the pink ribbons on them. I remember, yeah.
Say, that reminds me, Jackson, you owe me some change.
I'll give it to you later, Phil.
When I break this $5 bill.
Yeah. You took the words right out of my mouth.
You should open your wallet that wide.
Never mind, I'll pay you later. Well, anyway, kids, another year, another birthday. You know, it's amazing how many prominent people were born in the month of February. Washington, Longfellow, Lincoln. It's so hard for me to be outstanding.
I can imagine.
Of course, I don't want you to think for a minute that I'm comparing myself to a man like Washington.
Why not? Washington wore a wig, too.
He did? Say, those Westmore brothers got around, didn't they? Just think, Washington, Lincoln, and Benny. What a trio. Gee.
I like the Andrews sisters.
Dennis, I happen to be talking about famous men in history. Washington, the father of our country. And Lincoln, the man who freed the slaves.
If you'd ever break that $5 bill, you'd free Lincoln.
Phil, I told you not to worry. You'll get your change later. But you know, kids, getting back to my birthday, the years come along so fast you can hardly keep track of them.
They certainly do. By the way, Jack, how old will you be tomorrow?
What was that, Don?
You heard him.
Oh. Well, go ahead and guess my age. Go ahead, kids, guess. And the one that gets nearest to it gets fired. No, go ahead, kids. Go ahead, guess. 32? No.
33?
No.
34?
No.
Are we going in the right direction?
Yes, Bud, but slow down. Anyway, kids, there's no use guessing. I'm not going to tell you. My age is my own business.
Well, you've been in business a long time.
That's so. Well, you can't make me mad today.
Well, Jack, since you've been such a good sport, the entire cast and the orchestra boys and the writers all chipped in and bought you a birthday present.
A birthday present for me?
Yes, and here it is.
Well, I'll be darned. Just what I've always wanted. A can of K-rations. Gee, I bet you fellas envy me, huh? Hey, wait a minute. How do you open a can of K-ration?
You don't open it. You just pull the pin, count 10, and throw it.
Well, what do you know?
Say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, kid.
You know what else?
What?
I'm going to sing my song now and dedicate it to you.
Well, that's very sweet. Go ahead, kid. Let's hear it.
Bésame, bésame mucho. Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine. Bésame mucho. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine. This joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would be through. Bésame mucho. Love me forever and make all my dreams come true. This joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would be through. Bésame mucho. Love me forever and make all my dreams come true.
Good fellas, huh? That was Bésame Mucho, sung by Dennis Day. Gee, I couldn't pronounce that rehearsal. Very good, Dennis. And it was awfully nice of you to dedicate that song to my birthday.
You know, Mr. Benny, I had a birthday about 3 weeks ago.
You did? Well, that's nice, kid. And now... now, fellas...
Happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me, happy birthday, dear Dennis, happy birthday.
Well, finish it.
I forgot the rest of the words.
Oh, fine.
And next week he's going to try and sing Maresy Dose and Dozy Dose and Little Lambs Like...
Leave him alone, Mary. And now, fellas, as I started to say, I have a surprise for you tonight. Since we're celebrating my birthday and you've all gotten into the spirit of the occasion so enthusiastically, I'm going to show my appreciation by giving each and every one of you soldiers sitting in the audience a 36-hour pass. Yep, that's what I'm going to do.
Jackson, you're nuts. You can't give passes to all these soldiers.
Well, maybe I did exaggerate a little, but the commanding officer here, Colonel Malin, said I could give one soldier in the audience a 36-hour pass. That is, if I can find someone who wants it. You know?
Oh, don't be silly, Jack. They'll all want the pass. Your problem is to give it away without showing any partiality.
Yeah, that's right. How can I do it? It wouldn't be right to auction it off, would it? You know? Or maybe it would.
Why, Jack Benny, that would be the cheapest thing you ever did.
It would not. Why, I remember once 3 years ago and walked in.
Oh, stop bragging.
Well, I know what I'm going to do. I have all the seats in the audience numbered, and later on I'm going to pick a number out of a hat. And the soldier holding that lucky number gets the pass. Be
Well-
a serial number.
Well, congratulations, Jack. You invented a new game, GI Bingo.
Yes, sir. Well, anyway, Mary, some soldier's going to get a 36-hour pass that he ordinarily wouldn't get.
And to that same lucky winner, I'm going to give a box of Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes.
Don.
Yes, sir. Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. He'll have one delicious flavor in two distinctive forms for 36 carefree hours.
But, Don, he may want to go out with his girl. You know, put his arms around her and kiss her.
That's my motto. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job.
I know, but Don's
And
involved.
remember, folks, not only is it a tempting-looking dish, but it's not rationed.
The girl?
No, Grape Nuts Flakes.
Oh.
And not only that, folks, they're toasty brown.
Toasty brown, that's for me.
Rochester, where are you?
Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone.
Pick up the phone? I didn't hear it ring. Well, I'll be... Excuse me, Don, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, this is Mr. Benny's residence.
What?
Star, stage, screen, radio, and television if they ever get that stuff.
If they ever hurry up with that stuff, it's all right. Rochester, you didn't have to be nice to me. It was all right. Rochester, there's something screwy going on. Rochester, right now you're talking to me from Beverly Hills, and a minute ago I heard your voice here at March Field.
Oh, boss, that must be a figment of your imagination.
A figment?
Yeah, that's something that you think is, and yet it could be, but it ain't.
What?
Well, take my salad, for instance.
Never mind that. Well, I guess it must have been my imagination. I'm kind of excited today anyway. Now, Rochester, when I come home tonight... Wait a minute. Rochester, do I hear someone playing the piano in my house?
Yeah, that was Joe.
Joe who?
Joe Figment.
Now, cut that out. Rochester, you're throwing a party.
Well, boss, I thought as long as you were out, I'd invite about 30 of my friends over. We're celebrating New Year's.
New Year's? That was 6 weeks ago.
I know. We're warming up the next one.
Well, look, Rochester, I don't like wild New Year's parties in my house, especially in February. So tell your friends to go home.
But, boss, you got the wrong impression about this party. All we had is 2 bottles of 7-Up.
2 bottles of 7-Up for 30 people? That's impossible.
Not when you thin it out with a case of 90-proof Central Avenue tomatoes.
Fine tomato juice. Well, I'm not going to argue with you any longer. I'll see you when I get home.
Oh, Jack, before you hang up, find out if Butterfly's there, will you?
Okay. Oh, Rochester's Butterfly there with you?
Yeah, she's in the kitchen making sandwiches.
Well, Miss Livingston wants to talk to her.
I'll call her. Oh, Butterfly.
Yes, Uncle Rochester?
You weren't on the telephone, honey.
Oh, goody. I was expecting this call. Hello, Jerome.
Butterfly, this isn't Jerome.
Oh, who is it? Satchmo?
No, it isn't Satchmo. It's Mr. Benny. Miss Livingston wants to talk to you. Here you are, Mary.
Okay. Butterfly, this is Miss Livingston.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Now, Butterfly, when you told me you were going over to Mr. Benny's house, I didn't know your Uncle Rochester was throwing a party there.
Neither did I. Isn't it a pleasant surprise?
Yes, very pleasant.
Oh, Miss Livingston, I hope you won't be mad at me, but I wanted to look nice, so I used your bottle of liquid stockings.
My bottle of liquid stockings?
Yes. How much do you have to drink before it goes to your leg?
Butterfly, you're not supposed to drink that. You're supposed to put it on with your hands.
Oh, I tried that.
And what happened?
I got a pair of gloves.
Well, Butterfly, the next time you want to borrow anything, ask for it, and I'll tell you how to use it.
Yes, ma'am.
And another thing, Butterfly, I think you're too young to go to your Uncle Rochester's party.
Oh, Miss Livingston, it's a very nice party. We were just sitting around listening to your program, but we had to stop.
Why?
Well, Uncle Rod on the radio, and all the tubes blew out.
Butterfly, I think you better go home, and I'll see you when I get there. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mary, I'm glad you got off the phone because now I got a big surprise for all the boys.
Oh, are you going to give out that 36-hour pass?
Yes, at the end of the program, but right now I have another surprise. You know, fellas, last summer I was overseas entertaining the boys, and in our USO unit was one of the most outstanding artists that I've ever been associated with. I'm speaking of Larry Adler, the world's greatest harmonica player. And did they go for him? I'll never forget one night in Algiers. The boys were all gathered around in a circle. The moon was shining as the melodic strains of his harmonica floated out over the desert. How I remember that night. And when Larry finished his first number and the cheering died away, a hushed expectancy fell over the crowd. Remember, Larry?
Yes, Jack. And there in the desert night under the same romantic moon, the whole audience moved in closer so they wouldn't miss a note of the haunting strains of...
Ah, remember that, Larry.
I'll never forget it, Jack. Your playing was absolutely wonderful.
Oh, Larry, it was nothing.
Oh, then you know.
Yeah, but Larry, we sure had a wonderful time on that trip, didn't we?
Yes, Jack. Remember the day we went to the bazaar in Cairo and you bought a camel?
A camel. I'll never... Gee, I could just see it now. The bazaar in Cairo. Cairo, Egypt, where East meets West, where an ancient civilization mingles with the 20th century. Cairo, the bazaar. Well, here we are, Larry. Larry, here we are in a real Egyptian bazaar. Did you ever think we'd see anything like this?
Gee, this is even better than the Leia room at the Mission Inn.
Yeah, I hope I can buy some nice souvenirs here.
Well, remember one thing, Jack. You've got to bargain with these people. Don't accept their first price.
I see.
You must try and get everything as cheap as possible.
As cheap as possible? Don't let me forget that, will you, Larry? Oh, here comes the clerk.
Now, remember, Jack, bargain with him. Don't let him stick you.
I won't.
السلام عليكم خواجات مرحب سعيد تفضلوا في الدكان.
That's too much. What do you think we are, sucker? What do you think we are, suckers? None of that stuff.
But, Jack, look, he was just bidding you welcome.
Oh. Well, look, Larry, I want to buy something for Mary. Maybe a bracelet in gold filigree that'll cost about 30 piastres, you know?
Jack, 30 piastres is $1.60.
$1.60? Oh, well, it's for Mary. How often do I come to Egypt? Go ahead, Larry. You speak a little Arabic. Ask him if I can have the gold bracelet for $1.60.
Okay. عندك أسرة ذهب؟
كام؟
40 ساعة.
انتوا مجانين؟ احنا مش حرامية. اطلعوا برا.
What did he say, Larry?
He wishes he was on your draft board.
Well, let me handle this, Larry. I'll talk to him. I can. Now, look, mister. Me like 'em, buy 'em, gift 'em. If not cost 'em too much. Savvy?
Oh, how interesting. An American Indian, I presume.
I'm not an Indian. I got red in the face waiting for the Riverside bus. Now, look, mister, as long as you understand English, what can I buy here that's a little souvenir of Egypt?
Gentlemen, I sell everything from a postcard to a camel.
A camel? Say, that's an idea with a gas shortage. Gee, what a surprise when it arrives in Hollywood. Okay, mister, I'll buy a camel.
Very good, sir. Will you take one hump or two?
Oh, is there a difference?
Oh, certainly, sir. A one-hump camel can go 7 days without a drink, and a two-hump camel can go 21 days.
Oh, really? Well, what does he keep in his second hump?
Pepsi Cola.
Oh, I see. Well, okay, mister, I'll take the two-hump camel and a bottle opener. Yes, sir.
The camel is yours. Where shall I deliver it?
At Shepherd's Hotel here in Cairo. I'll pick it up in the morning. Oh, wait a minute. Is there a charge for delivery?
Oh, no, sir.
Well, then send it to 360 North Camden Drive, Beverly Hills, California. Come on, Larry, let's go. Gosh, what a wonderful street this is. Larry, listen to that. That's real native music. Just the kind you were so anxious to hear.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
Well, what do you know? An Arab from Dallas.
Friends, if there's anything more delicious than a bowl full of crisp, malty rich grape nuts...
Say, Don, that reminds me. Do you know what I got Jack for his birthday? Now, it's something crisp. Can you guess?
Ah, Phil, you're so obvious. Friends, grape nuts are truly distinctive with a wonderful sweet-as-a-nut flavor.
Don, my present for Jack has a sweet-as-a-nut flavor. Now, can you guess?
Oh, Phil, be yourself. Let it go. And, friends, grape nuts are a mighty thrifty buy. That big little 12-ounce package brings you up to 16 servings for only about a penny a serving. Grape nuts are plentiful and unrationed.
Don, my present for Jack is unrationed. Now can you guess?
Oh, brother, are you corny? And friends, grape nuts are chock full of whole grain nourishment. One kind of nourishment nutrition experts say we need every day.
Oh, gee. Whole grain nourishment? Well, I can't say that about my present.
What do you mean? You can always say that about grape nuts.
Grape nuts? Oh, I didn't get grape nuts for Jack.
What? Well, what have you been talking about all this time?
I've been talking about a box of peanut brittle, Don, see?
Oh, Phil, who ever heard of peanut brittle with milk and sugar for breakfast? You better go out and get Jack some grape nuts.
And now, fellas, I'm going to keep my promise and give one of you a 36-hour pass. I'm going to pick the lucky number out of this box. Now, this is no kidding, really. I got permission. Here it is. Get your serial numbers here, fellas. Yeah. It's number 041650. 041650. Will the soldier with that number please stand up and take a bow? Come up on the stage right after the show, and you'll get your pass for 36 hours. Come on up, buddy. Here he is.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, really and truly?
You bet. When you buy the big new economy package of hot grape nut wheatmeal, you get more cereal for your money. Compare and see. A bargain in quantity and quality, too. Get hot grape nut wheatmeal in the big new money-saving package that says economy and really means it.
This broadcast from March Field does not constitute an endorsement of our products by the War Department. This is the National...
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. You know how we talk about a man being a swell provider, don't you? Meaning he's the guy that produces the goods, and how. Well, tonight I'd like to talk about two swell providers for your breakfast table. They're Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. Boy, do they produce the goods. First, with that grand go-right-to-your-heart flavor, the malty rich flavor of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. Grape Nuts, crisp and crunchy. Grape Nuts Flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. Oh, boy. Why, when you sit down to a breakfast with one of these two cheerful, tempting treats, right away you feel all's right with the world. And you'll continue feeling that way all morning long. You see, nutritionists tell us the adequate breakfast should include a cereal with whole grain food values. And there you are. Both Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes are cram full of whole grain nourishment, including iron, niacin, and vitamin B1. Yes, for delicious goodness plus grand nourishment, get those swell providers, Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our show opens today, we move the clock back a few hours and take you to Jack Benny's house, where Jack is entertaining his friend, Groucho Marx, and Rochester is busy cleaning up the library.
My heart tells me this is just a... My, this library sure is dusty. Must be 50 shelves in here. I wish Mr. Benny would get books for him. This room certainly looks empty. Just a pair of bookends holding up a Social Security card. My heart tells me this is just a fling. Yet you say our love means everything. Do you mean what you are saying? Hello, Mr. Benny's residence. Oh, hello, Sam. What's the good word? I can't get off today. And even if I could, I wouldn't participate. I made a New Year's resolution not to play dice anymore. I can't show you the resolution. I lost it in a crap game. Anyway, Sam, I'm too busy. We have company. I don't know. Some grouch by the name of MARZ.
Rochester.
I'll be with you in a second, boss. I gotta say goodbye now, Sam. See you Wednesday. Oh, well, I'll see you Friday. The game ought to be over by then. So long.
Rochester, we're out in the patio.
Coming.
Boy, that was a tough game, wasn't it, Groucho?
Yeah. I never thought you'd beat me.
Groucho, would you like to start another game, or do you want to rest first?
I don't need any rest. Only this time you set up the checkerboard.
Okay. Of course, I could get Rochester to set it up.
No, that way we wouldn't get any exercise at all.
That's right.
Did you call, boss?
Rochester, Mr. Marks and I just finished our game. We'd like a drink. I want a Coke. What would you like, Groucho?
Right now, I'd like heading the mob, but my sponsor wants me to say Blue Ribbon Beer.
Oh, well.
I'll have a man-to-man talk with my sponsor. I'll talk to him about the birds and the beers and
Groucho, please.
You're sorry you didn't think of that line, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, that makes two of us that are sorry.
Come on, Groucho, let's play. Which checkers do you want this time, the blacks or the reds?
Doesn't make any difference, Jack. I'm colorblind.
Colorblind?
Sure, the minute I came in, I gave my coat to you and shook hands with Rochester.
That was me. I spent last week in Palm Springs. I couldn't get a room, so I had to sleep out in the sun.
Well, that wouldn't be so tough if you combed your eyebrows down over your eyes instead of up over your scalp.
I never thought of that. Huh?
I didn't think of it either. I just read it here in the script. I read anything they put in for me.
What? Yes, sir. Here's your Coke, Mr. Benny, and Mr. Marks, here's your bottle of beer.
Thank you, Rochester.
That'll be 15 cents.
Rochester, Mr. Marks happens to be my guest.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Marks. There's no charge for the beer.
Thanks. Say, how about a bottle opener?
That'll be 15 cents.
Rochester.
Jack, I thought the ticket I bought at the front door covered everything.
It does, Groucho. Now, here's your drink.
Fine-looking beer. Glass of grape nuts with a head on it. Wish I could say as much for you.
Groucho, stop clowning and let's get on with our game of checkers.
Okay, it's your move.
So it is. Let me see. I think I'll move this man. No, I think I'll move this one.
What have you got there, a butler or an outboard horse?
What? Oh, now let me see. Oh, yes, I think I'll move this checker.
Don't!
Huh?
Don't throw bouquets at me!
What?
It's a very subtle game.
Now, let's see. Maybe if I move this one.
Wait!
Huh?
Wait till the sun shines. La, 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 la.
I wish Frank Sinatra was on my side.
Let me see. Maybe if I move this one. Yes, I think I will.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't you want to wait till you hear from the hit parade?
Now, wait a minute. Oh, I know. I'm going to move this one.
My eyes tell me that is not the one.
Huh?
Unless you're playing just for fun.
What?
Do you know what you want to do?
Quiet, Rochester. I'm trying to concentrate.
This is the first time I've ever been to a checker recital.
Now, let's see.
I'd have been better off if I paid for the beer. Say, Jack, we each have 8 checkers left. How about doubling the bet?
Well... Oh, I don't know.
All right, let's leave it a nickel.
Yeah, if we make it any more, it takes all the fun out of the game. Oh, say, Groucho, look, before we play any more, I want to show you a trick. Watch me balance these 5 red checkers on my fingernails. Look.
Hey, that's a pretty good stunt.
Uh-oh, boss, here comes your crazy boarder, Mr. Billingsley.
Oh, yes. Hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Getting a manicure, I see.
No, I'm playing checkers with a friend of mine. This is Groucho Marz.
How do you do, Mr. Billingsley?
Now, don't tell me your name. Let me guess.
It's Groucho Marz.
I'll get it. Give me time.
Mr. Billingsley, it's Groucho Marz.
Marx, M-A-R-X, M-A-R-X.
Pleased to meet you. I'm LSMFT. LSMFT.
Mr. Billingsley, if you don't mind, we're trying to play a game of checkers.
Oh, then I'll run along. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Oh, I haven't seen her in years.
Come on, Groucho, let's continue with the game. Huh?
Say, Jack, what's that peculiar odor I smell around here?
Oh, that's my CAMEL.
I think I'll get one for my house. I need an excuse, too.
Well, let's get on with our game. Gee, Groucho, isn't California wonderful? Here it is February, and we're sitting outdoors in our shirt sleeves, playing checkers.
You're right, Jack. It's a beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky.
Yeah. And say, isn't it... Groucho, isn't it funny how all of us radio comedians kid about the California weather?
Yes, and try to make people believe that the sun doesn't always shine here.
You said it. Go ahead, Groucho. It's your move.
Now, let me see. I'll move this one.
All right. Then I'll move here.
Just a moment, Jack. That's off the board.
Oh, then I'll move here. Go ahead, Groucho.
Now, let's see. I'll move this one.
Well, that makes me move this one.
That was a pretty clever move, Jack. Now, let's see.
Well, I'm afraid you're going to lose this game, Groucho.
Oh, I don't care, Jack. Just sitting here looking at you is sheer ecstasy.
Keep your mind on the game, Groucho.
Who moved last?
I did. Hey, wait a minute. Look what time it is. My goodness, I have to go over to the studio for my broadcast. Say, Groucho, do you want me to drive you home?
No, thanks. I'll just wait here and catch my house as it floats by.
Oh, yes. Yes, you do live upstream, don't you? Just above the dam.
Yes. Yes, we come down and spawn during the month of May.
Yeah, I got to pick up Mary and take her to the studio. So, say, Groucho, why don't you come along and see my program?
All right, but don't forget, you're coming over to my program next week.
Okay, Groucho, it's a deal.
Okay, goodbye, Jack.
Boss, you better come in.
Why?
That California dust is coming down in buckets.
Oh, it is at that. Come on in, Groucho.
Oh, Butterfly. Butterfly.
Yes, Miss Livingston?
Mr. Benny's picking me up in a few minutes, and I don't know what dress to wear.
Well...
Do you think it'd be all right if I wore my green dress with my brown coat?
Oh, it's all right with me if it's all right with you.
Well, the only trouble is when I wear that green dress, everybody keeps looking at me.
You should worry, as long as you got it on.
I suppose so. Anyway, Mr. Benny always likes to see me nicely dressed at the broadcast. I wish he were here now.
Well, don't worry. Your green dress looks awfully pretty.
Well, I'm not worried about the dress now. I'm thinking about the shoes. I don't know whether he'd like me to wear high heels or low heels.
I think Mr. Benny is a low-heel type.
Butterfly, what do you mean?
I mean, he'd like you to look shorter than him.
Oh.
Now take my boyfriend Jerome. He always wants me to wear high heels.
Why? Does he want you to look taller?
No, he likes to trip me.
Trip you? Well, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Oh, that must be Mr. Benny now. I better hurry along, Butterfly. See you when I get home from the broadcast.
All right. Goodbye, Miss Livingston. And I hope you'll be very funny on the program.
Well, thanks, Butterfly. I'm glad you're interested.
Oh, it's not that. But when you don't get lost, I can't show my face on Central Avenue.
Well, I'll try my best. Goodbye.
Bye.
Mary, hurry up. We'll be late for the program.
I'm coming.
Hello, fellas. Hiya, gang. Here we are.
Hello, Jack.
Hiya, Mary.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Don, are we ready to start the show?
Well, Jack, the show's been on 10 minutes.
Oh, that's right. Is everybody here?
Yeah.
Good, because I've got a big surprise. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight for our feature attraction, we're going to do one of our great mystery melodramas entitled Who Put the Thumbtack on Mrs. Gilroy's Davenport? Or... Now, in this play... In this play, I will once again be that master super sleuth, Captain O'Benny. And Phil...
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack. Every time we do one of these plays, you always want to be the captain.
Yeah, why don't you let somebody else be the captain?
All right, Phil, you can be the captain. I'll be the sergeant.
Well, it's about time I got a decent part.
All right, you're the captain. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as the scene opens at police headquarters, the captain is found dead. Which immediately promotes...
Hey, wait a minute.
There's something wrong, Bud?
Well, I want to be the sergeant. You be the captain.
Well, if you insist, Phil, you're the sergeant. Now, Dennis, you're going to be my expert on fingerprints.
What's a fingerprint?
Look, kid, when you put your hand on a doorknob, pull the door open, and go inside, what do you leave on the doorknob?
My glove. It's too big for me.
I don't mean that.
Oh, I'll explain it to him, Jack. Look, Dennis, did you ever see Mr. Benny eating in a restaurant?
Yeah.
Well, a fingerprint is what he leaves on the table for the waitress.
Very funny. Who told you that joke?
A waitress.
I know. Phil, you and Dennis will be my assistants, and Don, you're going to be the murdered man.
The murdered man?
Yes. You don't mind, do you?
Oh, no, not at all. But tell me, Jack, do I get killed before breakfast or after?
Oh, Don, what's the difference?
What's the difference? Are you crazy?
Don.
Why, if I'm killed before breakfast, I won't have a chance to eat those toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes.
I know, Donsy, but...
Let me die after breakfast, then I can act.
You can?
Yes, my motto is eat a good breakfast, do a better job.
Oh, I see. Well, all right, Don, we'll fix it that way. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this mystery melodrama will go on immediately after Don has his breakfast and Dennis sings his song. Go ahead, Dennis.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Benny, before I sing, there's something I'd like to ask you.
What is it, kid?
Did Mrs. George Bernard Shaw leave you anything?
No, Dennis. Go ahead and sing, will you?
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart, you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I tried so not to give in. I said to myself, this affair never will go so well. But why should I try to resist when, darling, I know so well I've got you under my skin. I'd sacrifice anything, come what might, for the sake of having you near, in spite of a warning voice that comes in the night and repeats in my ear. But you know, little fool, you never can win. Use your mentality. Wake up to reality. But each time I do, just the thought of you makes me stop before I begin. 'Cause I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin.
That was I've Got You Under My Skin, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery melodrama entitled...
Say, Jack.
What?
Did you hear Fred Allen's program last week?
Well, I was driving along in my car listening to the radio just as Allen was coming on the air.
Oh, then you heard him.
No. Fortunately, I had a wreck in the nick of time. What happened on Allen's program?
Well, he was talking to Luella Parsons about the book she wrote.
Oh, the one about all the leading radio and screen personalities?
Yes, and Allen said if she tore out the pages about you, the book would sell for a higher price.
Oh. Well, Allen was just mad because his life story was so short. Born in Boston, died in vaudeville. Buried in radio. There. Anyway, Mary, that book Luella Parsons wrote is really swell. It's called The Gay Illiterate.
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. Don't get personal.
Phil, I wasn't talking about you. I just mentioned the title of the book, The Gay Illiterate.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong in being gay.
Thank you, kid. Anyway, getting back to Allen, I could tell you more, but since this is Good Fellowship Week, I must admit that deep in my heart, I love Fred Allen. And now, folks...
Say, Jackson, that reminds me. You know the magazine Billboard had a radio editor's poll, and they voted Fred Allen's program the funniest on the air.
Oh, they did, eh? Well, let me tell you...
Jack, this is Good Fellowship Week.
Oh, yes. Congratulations, Freddie. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our thrilling mystery melodrama entitled The Gilroy Murder Case, or He Must Have Been a Sword Swallower Because the Stabbing Was an Inside Job. That sounds like a Groucho Marx if I ever heard one. Huh? The scene opens behind closed doors. The scene opens behind closed doors at police headquarters, where we find that rough, tough, hard-bitten super sleuth, Captain O'Benny. Curtain. Music. Lay that pistol down, babe. Lay that pistol down.
Captain O'Benny.
Woo! I wish you wouldn't scare me, O'Harris. I'm alone here, you know. Now, what is it?
Well, Sergeant O'Day and me want to know if you have any more assignments for us.
More? What happened on that Langley murder case I sent you two to investigate?
Oh, that we did, sir.
That's right, Captain. We went over there, but we found the man dead.
Good. What did you do?
We buried him and went home.
Fine bunch of assistants I've got. Now, listen, men. I'll take it. Hello, Police Captain O'Benny speaking.
Oh, Captain, this is Mrs. Gilroy.
Yes?
Come over to my house at once. My husband was murdered.
Murdered? When?
Now.
Now?
Yes, he ate a good breakfast, but I did a better job.
I see. Well, we'll be right over. Goodbye. All right, men, there's been a murder. Close the doors and don't let anybody out.
But, Captain, it didn't happen here.
Oh, that's right. Come on, fellas, let's go. The police car's outside.
and we'll find the murder of Mrs. Gilroy's husband, or my name ain't Clearwater, Clapsaddle, O'Benny. This is the house, man. There she is now. Where are the police? Are you the widow?
Yes. Oh, poor Donald. He was such a good husband. Oh, Donald, why did you leave me?
I know how you feel, Mrs. Gilroy.
And what an ordeal I'll have to go through. You see, Donald loved my voice, and I promised him I'd sing at his funeral tomorrow.
We're going to bury him today.
Quiet and cut out the dialect.
Oh.
I hope he hears me. Oh, my poor Donald.
You promised your husband you'd sing at his funeral?
Yes. Maresy dotes and dozy dotes and little lampsy divey, a kipsy divey too, wouldn't you? Oh, poor Donald.
I'm sorry, man.
Hey, Chief.
What?
I happen to know that yesterday Mrs. Gilroy took out $1 million insurance policy on her husband.
Uh-huh.
Then she went out and got herself a pistol permit. Then she bought a sharp knife, an axe, and a pound of arsenic.
That must have been Phil Harris's line. Well, then what killed him?
Measles.
Oh, yes. X marks the spots.
Oh, my poor husband. He's gone and left me with 7 children. 7 little children that I'll have to raise myself. Oh, why did he have to die and leave me to care for those poor little innocent darlings? Oh, why?
Wait a minute. Calm down. You haven't any children.
I know, but this is the week of the Academy Award, and I thought I'd make a stab at it.
Well, forget about it. Come in.
Say, I understand that a man was murdered here a couple of hours ago.
That's right. What do you know about it?
Nothing. I just want to rent his room.
Well, I don't know.
I'm sorry, but his room's not for rent, honey.
Okay. Goodbye, honey.
Aha, my first suspect.
What are you talking about? I never saw that man before in my life.
And why did you call him honey and kiss him?
This is Good Fellowship Week.
Oh, yes, I keep forgetting. Well, I'm going to search this room. Now, listen, Mrs. Gilroy.
Hey, Chief!
What is it, O'Day?
Would you think a man is guilty if you saw him running around with a smoking gun in one hand, a blood-stained knife in the other, and he just kept screaming, I did it, and I'm glad! I tell you, I'm glad I did it! Ha! I'm glad I did it!
Why, of course that man is guilty.
Well, if I see anyone like that, I'll arrest him.
That O'Day is a great detective. Now listen, Mrs. Gilroy. I'm going to search this room to find the murder of your husband. I'll look in this closet first. Aha, here's a gun. Put it in your handkerchief, O'Harris.
In my handkerchief?
Yes, then you won't erase the fingerprint.
Okay.
Now let's... O'Harris, what happened?
I shouldn't have blown my nose with it.
That's all right. You look better that way. Now, come on, O'Harris. Let's go out in the backyard and look for more clues.
Yeah, it's too nice a day to be inside.
Yeah. Hey, look! A box. Face down on the grass.
Yeah, and he's wearing a checkered suit.
A checkered suit? Say, that gives me a great idea. Can you play checkers, O'Harris?
Yeah, Chief.
Then what are we waiting for?
Sure, we can use the buttons for checkers.
Okay. It's your move, O'Harris.
Now, let's see. Okay, I'll move this one.
Okay. I think I'll move this one.
All right, I'll jump you.
Doggone, it looks like you got me cornered this time. Well, let's see. I'll move this one here, and then we'll...
Mr. Wilson, you worked real hard in that mystery drama, so I'm going to help you out now.
You're going to help me out?
Yes, sir. I'm going to do some announcing for you. Folks, you just don't know how good breakfast can be unless you've enjoyed that malty-rich, toasty brown flake cereal that's American favorite.
Now, just a second, Rochester. You left out something.
Oh, no, Mr. Wilson. Folks, if you've never tried this distinctive flake cereal with the sweet as a nut flavor, you just don't know.
Rochester, you left out something.
Oh, no, Mr. Wilson. Folks, you never tasted anything more delicious than that malty-rich goodness, and that wonderful whole-grain nourishment is something you need every day.
But, Rochester, listen, and this is important. You've left out something.
What, Mr. Wilson? What did I leave out?
You left out the name. What's the name of this malty-rich, toasty brown flake cereal with the wonderful whole-grain nourishment?
Huh? Why,
Well, Rochester, I haven't heard you mention it yet.
Mr. Wilson, when you say the malty-rich, whole-grain flake cereal that's an American favorite, why, everybody just knows it's... Well, I gotta go now. I'll see you later, Mr. Wilson.
Rochester, it's Grape Nuts Flakes.
Well, what do you know? So long, folks.
Groucho, I'll see you on your program next week. Good night, everybody. Good night.
Aha and oh-ho, if you crave something good, get hot Grape Nuts Wheatmeal. Ladies, you should. Aha and oh-ho, if you want a real prize, then ask for the big new economy size. Yes, a bargain in quality and quantity, too, of the luscious hot cereal that's tops in flavor, full-bodied texture, real whole wheat nourishment. That's hot Grape Nuts Wheatmeal in the big 30-ounce economy size package.
This is the National
Flakes program coming from the Hollywood Canteen.
The Jack Benny program, transcribed from its earlier release for presentation at this more convenient hour.
Eagership, they mean that it's not only ready, but raring to go. Well, for my money, that's a swell word for grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. Here are two eager as well as grand tasting breakfast dishes for you, all right. Both are so quick to fix, they're always ready, and after you've polished off a big bowl of their malty-rich goodness, you're raring to go. Yes, make them a part of your adequate breakfast, and you'll keep right on raring to go all morning long. Remember, Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes bring you all-around whole-grain nourishment, Energy Plus, and say, they're both such cheerful breakfast treats. There's such a pleasing, teasing zest to eating them. Grape Nuts, crisp and crunchy, Grape Nuts Flakes, tempting, toasty brown flakes. Yes, sir, for luscious goodness plus grand nourishment, you can't beat delicious, nutritious Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. So eat a good breakfast, do a better job. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're broadcasting from the world-famous Hollywood Canteen. Yes, the Hollywood Canteen, where hundreds of thousands of servicemen come to see stars like Dorothy LeMoore, Betty Grable, and Lana Turner.
That's right.
So, without further ado, we bring you a man dressed in a sarong, showing his legs, and wearing a sweater, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I hate those corny introductions. You don't have to make up a lot of silly things just to be funny.
But, Jack, I didn't make anything up. For one thing, you are wearing a sweater.
So what? I'm cold. I've got just as much right to be cold as Lana Turner. Besides, when I take the trouble to knit something, I'm not going to throw it away. Anyway, I'm not trying to look like a glamour girl.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Hello, Don. Hiya, fellas. Gee, it's great to be here in the canteen.
Hey. Hiya, Phil.
Hello, Dorothy. Yes, sir, fellas. It's wonderful to be right here in the canteen tonight.
Phil, stop calling me Dorothy.
Oh, it's you, Jackson. I'm sorry. That sarong had me fooled.
Phil, this is not a sarong. I've been making sandwiches in the kitchen, and I'm wearing an apron.
An apron? Then how come you got it pinned up over one hip with a rose?
Where? Oh,
Oh, well, I didn't put it there. When I came here, that rose was in my lapel.
Then what's it doing down on your hip?
It's a rambling rose, and shut up. Anyway, we're here to entertain the boys, so let's get started.
Yeah, and say, Jackson, you want to know what's happening tonight?
What?
Well, Alice is letting our baby daughter listen to the program for the first time. And, gee, I'd like to say a few words to her.
Well, go ahead, Phil.
Okay. Hello, my little bitty tootsie roll. This is your great big Dowdy talking. And your great big Dowdy is going to come home soon, and then a little Lamsy Wamsy can pull your little arms around him and give him a great big kiss.
Oh, that was cute, Phil.
Thanks, Jackson. Now I'd like to say something to the baby.
Phil, I thought you were talking to the baby.
Listen, Jackson, if I ever talked that way to my kid, she'd hide my cornbread.
Well, I wouldn't blame her. By the way, Phil, fine ad-lib line, hide that cornbread. Phil, how old is your kid now?
Oh, she's, let me see now. Well, she was born in February 1942, and this is February 1944, so, well, now let's see. There's 1942, and 1944. You got a pencil, Jackson?
Yes, Phil, but this one won't do you any good. There's no eraser on it. Anyway, here.
But, Phil, the answer's very obvious. If your baby was born in February 1942, and it's now February 1944, she must be 2 years old.
How do you know? It ain't your kid.
Wait a minute, Don, I'll make it easier for him. Look, Phil, how many candles did you put on your baby's birthday cake?
63.
You put 63 candles on your kid's cake?
Why not? I can afford it.
Oh, yes, Alice is working. But, Phil, I don't care whether you can... At least my ad-lib gets something, you know. Phil, I don't care whether you can afford it or not. Your kid was born in February 1942. This is 1944. She must be 2 years old.
All right, so she was born in 42. 42, 43, 44. She's 3 years old.
Phil, she's 2 years old.
I say she's 3. I don't know how old my own kid is.
Answer the phone, Don. Give me that pencil, Phil. I'll show you.
Hello? Yes, he's here. For you, Phil.
Okay. Hello. What? Oh. Are you sure? Okay, honey, goodbye. You're right, Jackson. The kid is 2 years old.
Who was that, Alice?
No, the kid.
Well, I'm glad she straightened you out. We come to the Hollywood Canteen to do a program, waste half of it by...
Hello, Jack. Well, how's the show going?
Oh, hello, Mary. Mary, I was trying to find you. Where were you? You're all out of breath. Your hair is mussed up. Look at your shoes. What happened?
I was jitterbugging with a soldier in the middle of Vine Street.
In the middle of Vine Street? Mary, if you're going to jitterbug with a soldier, you should do it right here at the canteen.
Where do you think we started?
Oh, you mean someone opened the door while you were dancing?
What door? We just went da-da-da-da-da, and we were out in the street.
Well, most of these boys here are in such a hurry. They like to dance with a girl and see the town at the same time.
Well, it wasn't so bad and when there were just the two of us dancing down the street, but before I knew it, we picked up 12 more soldiers, 17 sailors, 9 Marines, and 2 civilians.
2 civilians?
Yeah, with that mob hanging on me, they thought I was the Sunset Bus.
Well, Mary, you certainly are having a lot of fun today, aren't you?
Yeah. You know, Jack, I like to dance with servicemen, but the way they grip you, oh, brother.
Grip you?
Jack, they hold on to a girl tighter than you hang on to a dime.
Mary, I don't hang on to dimes.
You don't, huh? Every time you open your coin purse, a little sign comes out and says,
That's That's the name of the manufacturer. Smith. And Son. Anyway, Mary, forget about me and think about the boys here at the canteen. You promised to help serve sandwiches.
Oh, you're right, Jack. I better go out in the kitchen and see how my maid Butterfly's doing. She's helping out, too, you know.
Okay, Mary. I'll see you later.
My heart tells me this is just a fling, though you say our love means everything. Oh, Butterfly.
Yes, Miss Livingston?
Butterfly, how are you getting along with the food?
Oh, fine. But the radishes keep disagreeing with me.
I don't mean that. Tell me, how do you like working here at the Hollywood Canteen?
Oh, it's wonderful. You know, Miss Livingston, last week when I was working in the kitchen, Hetty LEMOORE was there, too.
Hetty LEMOORE? Well, that was nice.
Yes. And you want to know something? I think you're much prettier than she is.
Now, Butterfly, if you were working for Miss LEMOORE, would you still say that I'm prettier than she is?
Oh, Miss Livingston, you see right through me, don't you?
Well, flattery is nice, but you shouldn't overdo it. By the way, wasn't your soldier boyfriend supposed to come here to the canteen today?
Yes, ma'am. But Jerome Coleman told me he couldn't get away from camp because they liked him there and gave him a special award.
A special award?
Yes. KP.
But, Butterfly, that's no special award. KP means kitchen police.
Oh, I thought it meant Captain's pal.
Well, it doesn't. How could they possibly give an award for... Oh, there's the introduction for Dennis Day's song. Let's open the door so we can hear it.
Deep in Shadowland I drifted through the night that used to be. Ah, but now the veil is lifted and I see. Oh, heaven, one high in the here in your eyes. I never dreamed to kiss an angel, but darling, here you are. In an overcoat of moonbeams, buttoned with a star, I'm thrilled to high heaven. Just feeling your touch, my heaven. I love you so much. And while our lips are making memories, this moment is divine to heaven. And both of them you so much. And while our lips are making memories, this moment is divine. I see to heaven over them.
To Heaven, sung by Dennis Day for the first time on the air. And Dennis, you sang that beautifully.
I don't think so.
You don't?
No, I sing and I sing, and the only one that swoons is me.
Well, kid, you certainly are frank.
I wish I was.
I don't mean him. Now, look, kid, after our show tonight, I want you to go home and pack because we're going up north to do some camp shows.
Up north?
Yep.
Oh, boy, are we going as far as San Diego?
Dennis, San Diego is south of here.
That was before the rain.
Oh, yes, that's right. I agree with everything. Well, anyway, Dennis, be sure to pack tonight because we're going to leave tomorrow, and our next broadcast will come from the Army Air Base at LEMOORE.
Okay. Oh, say, Mr. Benny, do you mind if I take my mother with me?
Your mother? I don't even want her to come down to the station. Every time I get near that woman, we wind up in an argument.
Well, you don't know how to handle my mother. Why don't you do what my father did?
What did he do?
He killed himself.
Dennis, I met your father on Wilshire Boulevard this morning.
Doesn't he look awful?
Now stop with that silly talk and tell your mother to stay home.
Say, Jackson, when we go up to San Francisco, what am I going to do about the band? You know, they're working here in Hollywood.
Phil, just tell them to play a little louder and we're all set. You know, don't worry, we'll hear them.
Oh, Jackson, you're always complaining about my boys being too loud. They don't play loud at all.
They don't, eh?
No.
Phil, last summer you were playing here in Los Angeles while I was in Cairo, Egypt. And when one of your boys stood up and played his flute, 3 snakes stuck their heads out of a basket and spit at me. Play loud. And now, fellas...
Oh, say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
I meant to ask you, speaking of Cairo, are grape nuts and grape nuts flakes as popular in Egypt as they are here?
What did you say, Don?
I said, are grape nuts and grape nuts flakes as popular in Egypt as they are here?
Popular? Let me tell you a story, Don. Come closer. This may be interesting. Very interesting. I was crossing the Sahara Desert on a camel, and the sun, the merciless, unrelenting African sun, was beating down, scorching the desert sand. When out of this burning vastness, a figure came staggering toward me, weak from exhaustion and starvation. As I jumped down off my camel, this man, this stranger, this wanderer, crawled up to me and, sobbing hysterically, he cried,
Food! Give me food! I'm starving, I tell you, starving! Save me! Oh, save me! I'm dying!
I gazed at this pathetic figure. With pity in my heart. And then I reached into my knapsack and took out 2 boxes. One grape nuts, the other grape nuts flakes. His eyes lit up with anticipation. And again he screamed,
Food! Food! At last! I'm saved! Saved!
So I said... Here, my good man, which will you have, grape nuts or grape nuts flakes? For the next 3 days, he couldn't decide. So in trying to help him reach a decision, I said, listen, my friend, grape nuts are a malty rich, sweet as a nut cereal with whole grain nourishment.
Yes, I know!
While grape nuts flakes are a malty rich, sweet as a nut cereal with whole grain nourishment. So he looked up at me and said,
I like them both, I tell you. Both. I don't know which to eat. Oh, save me. Help me decide.
So I said, take them both, my good man. They're not rations. So he took them down and he ate them both, grape nuts and grape nuts flakes, not even noticing there wasn't any sugar and cream. And when he got through, he was so happy and so grateful to me for saving his life. He threw himself on the ground in front of me and said,
My, what big feet.
Jack, Jack, is that story you told me the truth? Did that actually happen?
Yes, Don, it happened exactly 4 times.
With the same man?
No, he was busy one night. We had to get another actor. Anyway, the story is the truth.
That's right, Don. I was there with Jack when it happened.
Oh, hello, Larry.
Well, look who's here. Larry Adler. Larry, what are you doing at the Hollywood Canteen?
Oh, I drop around here quite frequently.
So do I. I generally bring my violin and play for the boys.
For one thing, Jack, you know your constitutional rights.
Larry, after a crack like that, you ought to do something to redeem yourself. How about playing a number on your harmonica for the boys? Begin the Beguine. What do you say, fellas? Go ahead. Begin the Beguine, played by Larry Adler, the world's greatest harmonica player.
Oh, now, Jack.
You know, Larry, I wish I could play an instrument that you could blow, like a harmonica or a clarinet or something.
You shouldn't have tried it with your violin, Jack.
Now, what do you mean?
Well, I saw a picture of you and Larry in North Africa, and you had your violin in your mouth.
Yeah?
Mary, that picture was taken just as the boys were shoving it down his throat.
Oh, yes, I recall that.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Don, with sugar and cream. Yes. And now, fellas. Oh, say, Mary. He don't care as long as it's got sugar and cream on it. That's all. Fellas, Mary, Mary, how's the food coming along?
Well, Butterfly's finished making the sandwiches.
Gosh, I wonder if the lemonade is ready. Oh, Rochester. Rochester! He never hears me. Phil, give me a pair of dice, will you? Thanks.
Who's doing it? For how much and what's the point?
Rochester!
Rochester. He went right down on his face, folks. Rochester, where were you when I rattled those dice?
In Pomona.
Way out in Pomona?
Yes, boss. I'd have been here sooner, but I came in on my knees.
Well, get up off your knees. People will think you're Al Jolson.
Al Jolson? After it rains, I'm still Rochester. Who's he?
Well, get up. You're supposed to be in the kitchen mixing some punch.
Well, boss, as long as I'm here, I'd like to help entertain the boys. I rehearsed the song.
Well, that's a nice gesture, Rochester, but you can't sing.
Who can't sing? You just don't appreciate my soft, tender voice.
Soft, tender voice?
Yeah, in my part of town, they call me the sentimental fellow with the mellow bellow.
Oh, sure.
Really, boss, I used to sing with the Hall Johnson Choir.
What happened?
Johnson threw me out in the hall.
And how do you expect to sing here?
I've been practicing. I got a trained voice. Listen. Chloe.
Wait a minute. You call that a trained voice?
Yes.
Sounds like it was trained with a whip and a chair. Anyway, Roch, I'm not going to argue with you any longer. You can't sing here.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. This is the Hollywood Canteen. If he wants to sing, let him sing.
Oh, hello, Eddie.
Hello, Mr.
Go ahead, Rochester, and sing.
Now, wait a minute, Cantor. If he sings, I won't have time to play my violin.
Play your violin?
Yes, I don't mind doing comedy and jokes and everything, but to me, music brings out the real Benny.
Anybody who hasn't got an answer to that is stupid.
Mary, keep out of it. No kidding, Eddie. Don't you think that I have the poise of a great violinist?
Well, Jack, remember 2 weeks ago when I came to your birthday party and you played Love and Bloom?
Yes.
Let me tell you something, Jack. When you lifted your violin and placed it under your chin, that was true artistry.
Uh-huh.
And when you finished and took it from under your chin, well, Heifetz couldn't have done better.
Thanks, Eddie.
But, brother, that stuff in between must be a new secret weapon.
Oh, what do you know about music? You're just jealous because I've been in show business longer than you have.
How could you have been in show business longer than I have? I'm older than you.
You're older than me? Are you kidding? I'm older than you.
What are you talking about? I'm much older than you. I'm 39.
39? Well, I'm... Oh, are you as old as that, Eddie? Gee, I didn't know that, kid.
Well, I did exaggerate a little. I'm 37.
Well, even at that, I'll have to admit I'm a year younger.
Well,
answer the phone, Phil.
Okay. Hello? Yes? Okay, I'll tell him.
Who was that, Phil?
My baby. She wants you two kids to come over and play with her.
Well, what do you know?
Shall we bring our rattles?
Yeah, let's.
With your bones, you won't need any.
Oh, yes. Come on, Eddie. Let's go. All right, Well, fellas, we sure had a lot of fun here at the canteen, and Larry Adler, thanks a lot for joining us.
You're welcome, Jack. It was swell.
And Eddie, it was nice of you to drop over, too.
Say, Jack, do you mind if I say a word?
No, not at all. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to listen to my program next Wednesday night when I have a most important announcement to make. Somewhere there is a man in uniform who will be $5,000 richer when he returns from the war. You, his mother, his father, sister, brother, wife, sweetheart, or friend can help him get that $5,000. For complete information, listen to my program over the same station next Wednesday night. Goodbye.
Well, this has been rather a musical program, wouldn't you say, Mary, with Dennis singing and Larry Adler's fine harmonica solo? It's too bad Jack didn't play his violin.
Well, to tell you the truth, Don, I know why Jack didn't play his violin tonight.
Oh, why, Mary?
Well, he didn't take time this morning to eat a good breakfast.
Well, Mary, do you mean if Jack had eaten a good breakfast, he could have played his violin?
No, but at least he'd have the strength to hold it.
Well, I think you're right, Mary, and my idea of a good breakfast is one that includes delicate, toasty brown grape nuts flakes with a crisp, distinctive texture and grand sweet-as-a-nut flavor. And grape nuts flakes are a whole grain cereal, so they bring you all-around bodybuilding nourishment. They're a thrifty buy in the big 12-ounce economy-size package. So, friends, if you want to play the violin beautifully, start your day with delicious, nourishing grape nuts flakes. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job.
And, fellows, we'll be with you next Sunday night broadcasting from the Army Air Base at LEMOORE near Fresno, California. And to the Hollywood Canteen, thanks for inviting us to broadcast here today. Good night, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny. There's a tough job ahead of us in winning this war, and millions of more whacks are needed to help win it. This need is real. It's crucial. And if you have menfolk overseas, this is your way of speeding their return. Enlistment in the whacks means many unusual opportunities for women. There are 239 different jobs to choose from. And as a whack recruit, you can select the Army Air Forces, Ground Forces, or Service Forces. Your pay as an enlisted whack or an officer is exactly the same as Army pay. You'll lead an interesting life. You may get a chance for service overseas. The uniform you wear will win attention and respect. It's the uniform of your country. You are eligible for the whacks if you're an American citizen between 20 and 49 years of age, with no children under 14. And you can apply at the nearest U.S. Army recruiting office. Remember, this is invasion year. As a whack, you can share with our brave fighting men the responsibility and the honor of winning this war.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from the Army Airfield at LEMOORE, California, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Look, folks, the crops are good this year, and there's enough food to go around if we all do our part and back up Uncle Sam's no-point, low-point food program. That means if we all eat plenty of the swell foods we can get for few points or no points. Now, one of the foods we're asked to eat more of are cereals with whole grain food values, because they're plentiful, thrifty, wholesome, and they cost no points at all. Well, malty-rich Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes are two delicious cereals that are crackling full of all-around whole grain nourishment, including proteins, iron, niacin, and vitamin B1. And don't forget that cereals with whole grain nourishment, like Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes, are a must for that adequate breakfast you should eat. Yes, doctors and dietitians say you should get at least 1/4 of the entire day's nourishment at breakfast. So start the day right, folks. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job, and enjoy nourishing no-point Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes every morning. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're broadcasting from the Army Airfield at LEMOORE, California. And now, folks, I don't mean to brag, but I've been a radio announcer for 15 years.
And a mighty good one, too, Don.
I know. And of those 15 years, 11 have been spent in introducing Jack Benny.
How proud you must be, Don.
11 long years. 572 weeks of introducing Jack Benny. Benny, nothing but Benny, Benny, Benny.
Don.
Awake or asleep, it's Jack Benny, Jack Benny, Jack Benny.
Donzy boy.
It's driving me mad.
Don! Donzy, kiddo, what's come over you?
I can't stand it any longer, I tell you. I can't stand it.
Quick, somebody, hand me a wet towel. Don.
Where am I? What happened?
Don, we're at the Army Airfield at LEMOORE, California, and you were introducing me.
Oh, yes, I remember. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce America's best-loved personality, a man who is everybody's friend, Jack Benny.
Thank you. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I was surprised, really amazed at the way you broke down during my introduction. After all, you've been with me for 11 years.
I couldn't help it, Jack. It was just something that's been pent up inside of me, and I've been fighting against it.
Oh. Well, how long has this been bothering you?
11 years.
11 years? Why, Don, I remember the day you came to me and auditioned for the job. You were so eager and enthusiastic.
Well, for heaven's sakes, that was 11 years ago. When's the audition over?
What?
When are you going to hire me?
Don, are you trying to force me into making a snap judgment? After all, I've got to think it over. That's only fair, you know.
Well, I'm giving you my ultimatum, Jack. Either you'll have to start paying me right now or I'm walking off the show.
Well,
I'm waiting for your answer.
Don, don't rush me. My goodness. After all, I can't say...
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. You're just in time. Well, am I glad to see you.
Oh, Jack, what were you and Don talking about?
It's not important, Mary. Well, how do you like being out here at the LEMOORE Airfield, Mary?
Oh, it's all right, but as I was walking over here from the PX, one of the cadets grabbed my hat as a souvenir.
Well, why didn't you grab it back?
I couldn't. He was in a BT-15.
Oh, Mary, they don't fly that low.
They don't, huh? All I know is when they have a date with a girl, they pick their flowers on the way.
Really? How do you know so much about these boys?
Well, when we got here this morning, one of the cadets told me he'd show me how to fly an airplane. So we went up for 2 hours.
Did you learn anything?
No, I knew how to kiss that way before I went up.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. The cadet didn't take you up without an instructor, did he?
That guy didn't need one.
Oh.
Well, what do you say, Jack? I'm waiting for your answer.
I'll be with you in a minute, Don. Tell me, Mary. Mary, are you as popular here at LEMOORE as you were at the other camps we visited?
Well, I don't know, but that handsome cadet who took me up in the airplane went for me in a big way.
Really?
Yeah. He wants to impress me and show me how sophisticated he is.
Uh-huh.
So tonight he's going to take me to the El Patio.
El Patio?
Yeah, that's Spanish for lift your feet a little higher. You're stepping on my face.
Is it, oh, fella, you should see this gang. Is the El Patio crowded? Huh?
Crowded?
Yeah.
A private walked in there one night and came out wearing a second lieutenant for a hat.
Well, what do you know? What do you know, a brass hat? Well, that's very good. That's good.
Jack, I'm still waiting for an answer.
Don, don't be such an eager beaver. What's the matter? A fat one, too. Don, can't you see I'm talking to Mary?
But you've already talked to Mary. Now, I want a decision or else.
Jack, tell me, what's this all about?
Mary, it's nothing.
Well, I don't know. Every time you say it's nothing, somebody sues you for it.
Well,
Now tell me, what does Don want?
well.
Go ahead, tell her.
Well.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, how are you, kid? Well, well, if it isn't Dennis Day.
If it isn't, his underwear fits me perfectly.
No, Dennis. When I say if it isn't Dennis Day, it's just a figure of speech. It's like a sight for sore eyes.
My underwear?
No, forget it, kid. Well, anyway, Dennis, I'm glad you're here. I really am.
Thanks.
Yes, sir, I'm sure glad to see you. You know, kid, I've always had your interest at heart.
Gee, Mr. Benny, do you really mean that?
Of course I do.
And my mother said you were a louse.
Your mother certainly doesn't like me, does she, Dennis?
No, every time I mention your name, she calls you a louse.
Well, then why do you keep mentioning my name?
She tricks me into it.
Oh.
Anyway, Mr. Benny, I don't care what my mother says. I like you.
Well, thanks, Dennis. And now, fellas...
You've always been okay with me.
Well, thanks, kid, thanks. And now, fellas, before
You know, Mr. Benny, sometimes I wish you were my father.
You do? Well, that's nice. And now, fellas...
So does my father.
Well, I don't blame him, kid. Say, Dennis, when your mother and father have those arguments, whose side are you on?
I don't know. They keep shoving me back and forth.
Oh, well, you must have quite...
Jack, I'm waiting.
What did you say, Mary?
I didn't say anything. That was Don.
Oh, yes, Don. Say, Dennis, it's about time for your song. What are you going to sing for the boys?
This is a lovely way to spend an evening.
Good. Well, go right ahead.
Jack, I've waited as long
Don,
as
Dennis is going to sing. Please don't interrupt him. Go ahead, kid. Take your time, Dennis. Take your time.
Never, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause I love you. Just the way you look tonight. This is all of anyone as lovely as you. This is a lovely way to spend an evening. Can't think of anything that I'd rather do. A casual stroll through a garden, kissed by a lazy lagoon, catching a breath of moonlight, humming our favorite tune. This is a lovely way to spend an evening. I want to save all my nights and spend them with you. 'Cause I love you just the way you look
This is a lovely way to spend an evening dedicated to the El Patio and sung by Dennis Day.
And very good, Dennis, very good. There's nothing better than listening to your voice. And now, fellas.
What else can you do with it?
I wouldn't know. And now, boys.
Say, Mr. Vinny.
What?
Did you hear Fred Allen's program last week?
No. I never listen to Allen. Every time he's on the air, I put my radio out in the garden to get rid of the Japanese beetles. You know?
Gosh, does Mr. Allen's program kill the Japanese beetles?
No, but after 10 minutes of listening to it, they tap on my window, I hand them a knife, and they commit hara-kiri. You know, Allen's a sort of a coast-to-coast flit gun, you know?
You know, Jack, I heard his show last week, and you know what Alan called you?
I don't care.
He said you were the Surrey with no fringe on top.
Well, now, isn't that clever? The Surrey with no fringe on top. Oh, hubba, hubba, hubba. Isn't that...
Ah, Jack, you're just sore because Fred Allen is funnier than you are.
Listen, Mary, I played in vaudeville with that guy, and I know just how funny Allen is. He'd start off his act by laying an egg, and for an encore, he'd hatch it. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack.
Why, when he played a theater, it was so empty, the balcony came down and sat in the orchestra. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack.
And what
right.
a ham he is for applause. In one theater, a mousetrap happened to snap shut, and he took 4 bows. You know that. Don't tell me about Allen. I know. You said it. And now, fellas. And now.
The Surrey with no fringe on top. Oh, boy, that's terrific. Oh, that's my idea of comedy.
How do you like an ungrateful guy like that? Oh, well.
Hiya, Jackson. What's all the excitement about?
Oh, hello, Phil. Hello.
Say, Jackson, what's the Wilson laughing about?
Who knows?
Go ahead, Don. Tell Phil a joke.
Okay, get this, Phil. Last week, Fred Allen...
Don, hold your stomach still. You're air conditioning the theater. Please.
Well, come on, Don. Lay it on me. Let me hear it.
Well, Fred Allen called Jack the Surrey with no fringe on top. Isn't that terrific?
What's a Surrey?
There you are. It's supposed to be a gag, Phil.
Gag? Why, my baby can think of better jokes than that, and she's only
2
years old.
Remember, I figured out her age for you last week, remember?
Oh, yeah. And you know something, Jackson? Alice knew it all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, hubba, hubba, hubba. Well, Phil, it's a shame. You know, Phil, it's really a shame. You know, you're such an intelligent-looking fellow. It's too bad you didn't have better schooling.
Well, it ain't my fault, Jackson. You see, my folks wanted me to be a great musician.
A great musician. Phil, it took you 5 years to learn how to put a nickel in a jukebox.
Well, Jack, I've never seen you put a nickel in a...
Maybe not, but I know how. Anyway, look who calls himself a great musician.
Oh, what are you talking about? I'm getting along all right. I'm doing as well as Harry James.
You're doing as well as Harry James?
Certainly. Alice is just as pretty as Betty Grable.
Oh, I see. Well, looking at it from that angle, I must agree with you. Oh, by the way, Phil, you say you're a great musician. Just what instrument, of any, do you play?
Are you kidding? I played drums for 12 years.
Oh.
Say, Phil, if you played drums for 12 years, how come you became an orchestra leader?
I lost one of the sticks.
Well,
I'll give you the address of Uncle Dan's flop house in case you lose the other one, you know? Anyway, Phil, I'm a better musician than you are. At least I'm not afraid to play my instrument.
No wonder. You've got the only violin in the world with a built-in foxhole.
Built-in foxhole, built-in foxhole.
When Jack plays, the fox comes out and takes up a collection.
Mary, I had to let the fox go. He wanted a 10% cut. I can go along with the gag. Say, I'm kind of foxy myself.
You're too old to be Wolfie.
Dennis.
Don't be mad. I don't know what it means.
Well, if you don't know what you're talking about, be quiet. Now, Phil, as long as you've got one stick left, how about shaking it at your sad sack musicians and see if a band number comes out?
Okay.
Wait a minute, Phil. I'll take the phone. Hello? Oh, how are you? Yes, I'm broadcasting from the LEMOORE airfield today for the soldiers. What? You'd like to entertain at a camp, too? Oh, sure. You needn't be afraid. Soldiers are wonderful audiences. Of course they'll laugh at you. Sure. Now, you go right up there and don't be nervous. You're welcome. So long.
Who is that?
Bob Hope. Go ahead, Phil. Let's have a number.
One more time. Just one more time. Let me do the things that I used to do. Let me sit down to some tea for two. One more time. Just one more time. You can bawl me out, you can call me names if you let me play those parlor games. One more time. Just one more time. Eating all alone, being all alone's making me lazy. Walking all alone, talking all alone's driving me crazy. One more time. Just one more time. You can call me names, you can drink my gin if you'll snap that lock and let me in one more time. Lazy, walking all alone, talking all alone's driving me crazy. One more time, just one more time. Let me touch that skin I love to touch that I didn't think I'd miss so much. One more time.
That was Just One More Time, sung and played by Phil Harris and his Makes You Want to Go to Hanford Orchestra. And now, kids, before we go any further, in fact, I meant to tell you about this at lunch. I had the funniest dream last night. It was so realistic, and all of you kids were in it.
We were in your dream?
Yes, it was the strangest thing. You see, I dreamt I was an air cadet here at LEMOORE. And Mary...
Yes?
You were my girlfriend. And Phil...
Yeah?
You were my flight instructor. And Don...
Yes?
You were my pal. And Hetty... Oops, wrong dream. Anyway... Last night I was so tired I thought...
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I'm not going to be your pal even in a dream unless you give me your answer.
Are you starting that again? Don, if you've waited 11 years, you can wait till the end of the program. And incidentally, you've got a commercial to do, so let's have it.
Until you give me your answer, I'm not doing any commercial.
Oh, you're not, eh? Well, let me tell you something, Don. If you think you're the only one that can do it, you're sadly mistaken.
What do you mean? It takes years to become a good announcer.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll just pick anyone here. And... Hey, wait a minute. There's the bus driver, the guy that drove the boys in the band up here. He can read it. Hey, driver, come here a minute.
Yes, sir.
Now, driver, take Mr. Wilson's script and read what it says near the bottom of page 10.
Okay.
I'll show you, Wilson. Now, go ahead, driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you get up in the morning and want a good breakfast, why don't you try grape nuts or grape nuts flakes? They're malty rich, sweet as a nut, and both have whole grain nourishment.
Very good. Very good.
Grape nuts are delicious and
nutritious.
Grape nuts are delicious, new and tricious.
No, it isn't new and tricious. It's nutritious.
Oh, you know I drive a bus.
I know. Continue.
Grape nuts are a mighty thrifty buy in the Big 12 Oz.
That's ounce.
Oh. You know I drive a bus.
I know you do. I know. Now go ahead. Huh?
In the Big 12-ounce package. They're delicious with sugar and...
Well, what's the matter?
I gotta turn the page.
All right, driver. What's taking you so long?
I always stick out my hand before I make a turn.
Oh.
They're delicious with sugar and cream. They're not ration, and they're very you know, I drive a bus.
I know. Now finish it.
Economical. So remember my motto, eat a good break, fast and do a better job.
Look, jerk, that's eat a good breakfast and do a better job. Anyway, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Hey, you know, Mr. Benny, back there where I stuck my hand out to turn the page?
Yes?
That was a joke.
Well, it was very clever, very clever. Now go over there and sit down.
Say, Mr. Benny.
What, kid?
If you ever want a singing commercial, I can do it.
A singing commercial? You can?
Sure.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I've got a beautiful feeling that grape nuts and grape nuts flakes with sugar and cream are coming my way.
George Burns can sing it that good. Hey, that's kind of cute, though. Huh?
You think it's too subtle?
No. We'll use it sometime.
Hey, Mr. Benny, why didn't you tell me you wanted a song? I can do that, too.
Well, look, it may be some other time, driver.
Merci, don't send a lambs eat grape nuts, a kettle eat grape nuts, too, wouldn't you?
That's fine.
With cream and sugar.
That's enough. Look, that's enough.
That's so delicious.
Now cut that out.
Why, what's wrong with grape nuts?
Nothing. I don't want to hear any more singing. Now, as I was saying, I'll get it.
I hope it's a sponsor.
Quiet. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, you were supposed to be here 2 hours ago. Where are you?
Stuck on the road. I'm out of gas.
Out of gas? Are you sure?
Yes, sir. I just looked at the gauge.
Oh. Well, where does the needle point?
To the nearest gas station.
Well, get some gas and pick me up after the broadcast.
I got bad news on that, too, boss. I left in such a hurry this morning, I grabbed the wrong ration book.
The wrong ration book? Well, there must be some way you can get the car out here.
Not unless it'll run on hamburger.
Never mind that and get started right away. I want you to be here when the program's over.
Well, you better sit down, honey. This is going to take longer than I thought.
Rochester, who are you talking to?
A lady who's having car trouble, too.
Oh, sure. Sure, I suppose she also ran out of gas.
Uh-huh.
And at the same time.
Uh-huh.
I suppose she even ran out of gas in the same place.
In fact, in the same car.
That's what I thought. Rochester, you know you shouldn't be driving around with girls when you're supposed to be working.
It was purely accidental, boss. I was getting into the car.
Yes?
When I noticed in the car parked behind me the most beautiful girl I ever saw. She was a humdinger from Coalinga.
Well?
So I immediately organized a carpool.
Well, I'll be... Rochester, you fall for every girl you see.
But this one's different. She's gorgeous.
Oh, stop exaggerating.
No, really, boss. It's just like looking through Esquire with smoked glasses.
Now stop that and get here right away. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Rochester, where are you calling from?
I just stopped in a place here to have a Thomas J. Collinsworth.
A Thomas J. Collinsworth? What's that?
A long Tom Collins.
Well, get out of there and be quick about it. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What are you laughing at?
A Surrey with no fringe on top.
Darn that, Rochester. I can't see how he ran out of gas.
play, Phil. He couldn't have used it for a chaser. I don't know.
Say, Mr. Wilson, you know I'm a bus driver.
Yes, yes, my good man. We all know that. And now, friends, just a word about delicious grape
Hey,
nuts.
Mr. Wilson, could I read the commercial?
Now, look, you've had your chance. Now I'm doing
But
it.
this time I can do a better job.
Oh, well, just what makes you think so?
Because I just ate a good breakfast.
What? Well, you can't eat breakfast at this time of day. It's supper time.
Oh, gee, I never thought of that.
Well, now, you think of it tomorrow morning. Then eat a good breakfast and do a better job. And be sure to include grape nuts.
Naturally.
For grape nuts, with that sweet-as-a-nut flavor, that distinctive texture, provides all-around whole-grain nourishment. One type of nourishment recommended by nutrition experts as a daily breakfast must. Yes, grape nuts are delicious, nutritious, thrifty. So, friends, if you want to be able to read commercials, eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And feature tempting, malty-rich grape nuts, an American favorite for over 40 years.
I want to thank Colonel Maughan, Captain Blair, Captain Laughlin, and all the men here at the LEMOORE Airfield for their wonderful hospitality. Good night, everybody.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from the Naval Air Station at Livermore near San Francisco, California, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Guess what? This may be a little hard to believe, but government authorities say that most folks don't get enough breakfast, and they're concerned about it. They want us all to eat a good breakfast and do a better job. Now, it turns out the reason why so many people give breakfast the brush is because of the time and cost involved. But if you start your day with malty-rich grape nuts or grape nuts flakes, you solve the whole situation. For these delicious cereals cost only about a penny a serving, and they're so quick to fix, they cost you nothing in time. Now, as you know, nutritionists say that a cereal with whole grain food values is a must for the adequate breakfast. Well, both Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes are cram full of all-around whole grain nourishment, including iron, niacin, and vitamin B1. Proteins, too. So thanks to Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes, you can have a good breakfast in about the same time it would take you to sip and run. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. Enjoy Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let me take you behind the scenes of radio and show you how an announcer introduces a comedian to get the program off to a good start.
Go right ahead, Don.
You see, folks, we announcers depend upon holidays and special events to give meaning to our introduction.
That's right, folks. Every introduction has a meaning all its own.
For instance, last Thanksgiving, when I introduced Jack, I said, since this is a new Thanksgiving, we bring you an old turkey.
That's why Roosevelt went back to one Thanksgiving. He didn't want to hear that joke twice. Continue, Don.
When the Christmas holidays rolled around, I introduced Jack by saying, we can't bring you Santa Claus, but we bring you a man who's holding the bag.
Now that joke never had a chance. It was given its primary training by Red Skelton, grounded by Abbott and Costello, and washed out by Fred Allen. All right, Don, proceed with your lecture on introductions.
When I introduced Jack on Washington's birthday, I said, George Washington threw $1 across the Potomac. We can't bring you that dollar, but we bring you the man who has all the others.
I'll never forget the reaction to that gag. The audience rose to their feet, bowed their heads for 1 minute, and sat down again. Continue, Don.
So you see, ladies and gentlemen, The various holidays have much to do with introducing a radio comedian. But this is not a holiday.
That's right.
So for absolutely no reason at all, I bring you Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I agree that today isn't exactly a holiday, but there is a reason for introducing me to these sailors here at Livermore.
There is?
Why, certainly. I used to be a sailor myself, back in 1917.
Oh, did they take men over 38 then?
Don, how could I be 38 then when I'm only 32 now? I mean, don't let this gray hair fool you. It isn't mine. So there.
But, Jack, 1917 was 27 years ago. And if you're 32 now, that means you entered the Navy when you were only 5 years old.
I was a daring little devil, wasn't I? You know, I still have the tattoo of Shirley Temple on my arm. I really have. Anyway, let's get on with
But, Jack, you were so young. What could the Navy do with you?
They made me an ensign. That's what.
An ensign at 5?
They thought I was 7 and shut up. This gray hair fooled them, too, you know. And, Don, I wish you wouldn't make me lose my temper while we're here. I'm sentimental about the Navy.
Oh, me too, Jack. You know, I wish I were a sailor. I feel that I could put my heart into that uniform.
Don, you'll never... Oh, your heart. Your heart. Anyway, we better get started with the... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
You may not remember me, but I'm Mr. London, the manager of the St. Francis Hotel.
Oh, yes. I've been staying there all week.
Well, congratulations. We got a room for you now.
Well, I'm glad. It was a little noisy sleeping in the lobby there, you know.
In the lobby? Why, Jack, wasn't it embarrassing getting undressed?
Oh, no, Don, no. They have 2 lobbies, one for men and one for women. And what a scramble getting dressed in the morning. Yesterday I came out of there wearing a commander's pants, an admiral's coat, and a sailor's hat. I almost went crazy saluting myself. But, Don, no kidding, we have had a very exciting week up here, haven't we?
Oh, we certainly have.
Especially last Monday night at the Henry Kaiser shipyards when Mary launched that ship. We had a great time.
Well, I was enjoying it until the foreman at the shipyard insulted me.
Don, the foreman apologized. He told you he was nearsighted. He didn't try to launch you intentionally. It was just a natural mistake, that's all.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
What's going on, boys?
Oh, we were just talking about you launching that ship Monday night.
Oh, that certainly was a thrill. I'll never forget it as long as I live.
And gosh, Mary, the way you socked the boat with that bottle. What a swing.
No kidding, Mary. You were terrific, really. The girl who launched that other ship didn't have half the swing you had.
She's never been out with a sailor. I guess the proudest moment of my life came when I launched the boat and said, I christen thee the Edward E. Hale.
But, gee, Mary, I asked you to try...
Don, I told you 1,000 times they wouldn't let me call it the SS Grape Nut.
Oh, fine. Don probably wants you to launch it with sugar and cream, you know. But then on second thought, why should he? Grape nuts are for breakfast, not for launch. My. Did that come out of me? Huh? What happened then? What happened? Oh.
Oh, brother, those are the kind of jokes that keep us moving from camp to camp.
Yeah, but you know, Mary, I can't get over how many boats they've launched here in such a short time and the amount of champagne they have to use. Imagine all that champagne falling into the water.
Then that explains it.
What?
Yesterday I saw a man fishing, and as he pulled one out of the water, the fish shrugged his fins and said, "In my condition, who cares?"
Mary, it's all right to be silly and but don't overdo it. You know, fish can't talk.
Well, this one was so cockeyed he didn't know what he was doing.
Oh, that's different. But all in all, it has been an exciting week from the moment we crossed the bay and arrived in San Francisco.
Say, Jack, did you notice those huge Navy planes landing on the water?
Yes, and I was puzzled by those big things at the bottom where the wheels should be. What are they?
Those are pontoons.
Yes, you've seen them before, haven't you?
Pontoons?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, those are the things the automobiles use in Los Angeles during the rainy season. Oh, yes, I remember that. Well, look who's here. Alice Faye's pinup boy.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, fellas.
Well, Phil, it's good to see you. What have you been doing all week?
Just fishing and wringing them out. What? It's the first time I ever had champagne with bones in it.
Oh.
Say, Jackson, you want to know who's stationed at this base? I just saw him on the outside.
No, who?
Robert Taylor.
Robert Taylor?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know he... Mary, come back here. No kidding. Phil, I didn't know Robert Taylor was stationed here.
Sure, he's a lieutenant. He's a flight instructor.
Well, what do you know? Now, I bet he looks handsome in his uniform, huh?
Oh, I don't know. I've seen him. When you stop to think about it, he's not so handsome.
Well, maybe not. I don't know.
When you stop to think about it, he's not so cute either.
Well, you'd know more about that than I would. I don't know.
And when you stop to think about it, he's just another man, that's all.
Well.
You know, Jack, I think they're crazy.
Who?
The girls who stop to think about it.
I should have known you were leading up to something. Phil, for heaven's sake, play a band number, get Mary out of this romantic mood.
Okay.
I was handsome, too, when I was a sailor. That was Spain, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And, Phil, I want to tell you something. You've been with me about 9 years. The first time I really enjoyed your boys. You know?
Well, thanks, Jackson, but these ain't my boys. You know, I left my regular orchestra in Los Angeles.
Oh, well, I should have known this wasn't your regular orchestra. These fellas are wearing shoes, you know?
Now, that don't mean nothing. When my boys play, they have a reason for not wearing shoes.
They have?
Sure. When they come to an 8-bar rest, they got to have something to count on, don't they?
Well, now I've heard everything, you know?
Oh, Jack, you're always picking off Phil's orchestra. They must be pretty good. After all, they're working for Slapsy Maxie.
I know. What do you think made Maxie Slapsy? And now, fellas.
All right, Jackson, all right. So my band ain't so good. What do you want me to do, fire the boys?
Well, it wouldn't be a bad idea, Phil. I mean, give them 2 weeks' notice.
Only 2 weeks' notice to fire him?
Sure.
What are you talking about? I got to give him 8 months' notice to learn a new song.
Well, then start now. I want him to know Jingle Bells by Christmas.
Listen, Jack.
What?
Phil may be too modest to brag about his orchestra, but he had an offer to play in one of the most exclusive places around here.
Really? Where?
The Rodeo Club.
Say, that's a funny name for a night spot. I wonder why they call it the Rodeo Club.
Because after you take one drink, they throw you, hog tie you, and brand you to show that you've been waited on.
Well, gee, they must really be doing business. And now, fellas, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
You may not remember me, but I'm Mr. London, the manager of the St. Francis Hotel.
Yes, I know.
We have your room ready, but due to the shortage of help, you'll have to make your own bed.
Oh, I don't mind making my own bed.
Good. Here's a hammer and saw. Get busy.
Well, anything to help, you know. And now, fellas, as a special tribute to the Livermore Air Base, tonight we're going to...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Dennis. As I was saying, fellas, tonight we're going to...
How are you?
Fine, kid. Fine. As a special tribute to the Livermore Air Base...
Gee whiz, Mr. Benny, you haven't seen me all week and you don't even say, hiya, Dennis, old kid, old pal. Gee, I'm glad to see you. What have you been doing?
Okay, hiya, Dennis, old kid, old pal. Gee, I'm glad to see you. What have you been doing?
Nothing.
Just as I thought. Tonight, fellas, we're going to try...
Except last Tuesday.
What?
Last Tuesday night, I had a date with a beautiful blonde.
Dennis.
And oh boy, did I paint the town red. The Bal Tavern, the Gay 90s, the Top of the Mark, and the 1079 Club.
Wow. Hey, you. Listen, kid, Dennis, you really were stepping. Did your girl have a good time, too?
I don't know. She didn't show up.
Well, of all the things...
Dennis, there's no fun going to all those places by yourself.
There isn't?
Of course not. And another thing, kid, how can you afford to go to those expensive nightclubs?
I don't check my hat.
Well, how can you save money that way?
Jack, this may come as a surprise to you, but when people get their hats back from the check room, they're supposed to leave the girl a tip.
Oh, yeah. Say, you know, girls are lucky. They don't have to check their hats. Huh?
Of course not.
Well, anyway, Dennis, getting back to... Say, I wonder...
Stop thinking about it. You'd look silly wearing a lady's hat.
I wasn't thinking about it at all. I was just thinking how silly it was for Dennis to go to all those nightclubs without his girl.
Well, gee, Mr. Benny, I was having so much fun, I didn't even realize she wasn't there.
Well, when did you miss her?
When I went to kiss her goodnight.
Well, at least it didn't spoil your evening. I'm glad you got around, kid.
Yeah, I went to one place yesterday afternoon where they threw me, hog-tied me, and branded me.
Oh, the Rodeo Club.
No, the Income Tax Bureau.
Oh, yes, March the 15th does roll around. Well, anyway, now that you're here, kid, how about singing a song for the boys, huh?
Okay.
Okay, well, let's have it.
There's no one as pretty as Kitty. My blue-eyed Kitty, oh, too. When she walks along on the street, fellas shout, here, pretty kitty, blue eyes. You can hear 'em shout every time she goes out, here, pretty kitty, blue eyes. But she looks at nobody, she's lonely in New York. Oh, she loves a doughboy named Johnny O'Rourke. That's why she'll never hear anyone till he'll shout, I'm here, pretty kitty, here, pretty kitty, blue-eyed. Her eyes are like the blue skies of Erin. Her beauty is something quite daring. There's no one as pretty as Kitty. She's got the whole town staring. When she walks along on the street, fellas shout, Billigadoosh, Shinnamaroosh, Balderal, the blue eyes. You can hear 'em shout every time she goes out, Billigadoosh, Shinnamaroosh, Balderal, the blue eyes. But she goes with no boy, she's got her memories. Oh, she loves a doughboy who's now overseas. That's why she'll never hear anyone till he'll shout, I'm here, pretty kitty, here, pretty kitty, blue eyes. There's no one as pretty as Kitty, my darling Kitty O'Toole.
That was Pretty Kitty Blue Eyes, sung by Dennis Day for the first time on the air. Dennis, that was beautiful.
Thank you. Say, Mr. Benny, I wanted to talk to you about something. You know, when I was at the Income Tax Bureau, I got all mixed up.
You did? Why?
Well, my salary is $35, isn't it?
That's right.
And because my song only takes 2 minutes, you told me it amounts to $186,000 a week.
That's right, kid.
Then what do I pay tax on, $35 or $186,000?
Dennis, $186,000 is a theoretical figure. You're not really getting that much.
I'm not?
No.
No wonder my girl didn't show up.
Dennis, let me try to...
Wait a minute, Jackson, wait a minute. You better let me handle this. I'll explain this whole thing to the kid.
Oh, fine.
Now, look, Dennis, theoretically, Jackson is right.
What?
Now, the $186,000 is your hypothetical compensation.
Uh-huh.
Which means that your remuneration is based on the limited time of your just skip that. Productivity.
Oh.
Now, the element is the question to segregate the actual from the supposition.
Oh, brother.
Now, so summing it all up and then condensing it to simple phraseology.
Yes?
You're a bum.
Phil.
Hypothetical remuneration, phraseology. Phil, for heaven's sake, where did you learn all those big words?
Oh, I was up with them all night. And, Jackson, the next time you give me a speech like that to read, I'm going to punch you right in the nose.
Phil, just once I wanted people to know that you can pronounce words even though you don't know what you're talking about, you know?
Oh, you and your educated writers, you.
Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
You may not remember me, but I'm Mr. London, the manager of the St. Francis Hotel.
I know.
You lucky man. I now have a room for you completely furnished.
Oh, fine. Thank you. That's swell.
I'm glad.
Tell me, do I have a tub?
Yes, but if you button your coat, nobody will notice it.
Now that I can't understand at all. Oh, my goodness, I forgot to ask him something.
I'll get him back. Oh, Mr. London! Mr. London! Here he comes, Jack. Mr. Benny wants to talk to you.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
You may not remember me, but I'm Mr.
Never
London.
mind that. Now, here's what I'd like to know, Mr. London. Do you serve breakfast in the rooms?
Why, yes, certainly. You can have anything you want.
Good. Now, tomorrow morning for breakfast, I want grape nuts flakes.
Why?
Ooh, what he said.
Why? I'll tell you why. Because
they're malty rich, sweet as a nut, and have whole grain nourishment.
That's why.
That's telling them, Jack.
And furthermore,
they're a thrifty buy in the big 12-ounce economy size package, and they're not rationed.
Either.
That's telling them, Jack.
And another thing.
I met a sailor friend of mine here, and he told me that he likes to start his day with a big bowl of grape nuts flakes. Because his motto is, eat a good breakfast, be a better gob.
Yes, sir. And do you realize that grape nuts flakes are an American favorite?
Why?
Why? Are you crazy?
No, I'm London, manager of the St. Francis
I know. Peculiar fella, but likable. Now, where were we before he came in?
I was a bum.
Oh, yes. No, Dennis, you're not a bum. And let's not start that again. Let's get on with the... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, what's the idea of calling me long distance from Beverly Hills?
I'm making out my income tax and I'm stuck.
Well, what's sticking you?
The first line. The one that says gross income. What's that?
Well, that means your entire income. For example, Rochester, I pay you $2,000 a year. That means your gross income is $2,000.
$2,000?
Yes.
Boss, is that theoretical, hypothetical, or did the operator give me the wrong number?
Don't worry, you haven't got the wrong number. Now look, Rochester, in figuring your income tax, put down all you made, then list your deductions, such as contributions, donations, bad investments.
Bad investments? Does that include money lost while on bended knee?
No, it doesn't. It has nothing to do with shooting craps. Anyway, I thought you told me Lady Luck always smiles at you.
She does, but yesterday she forgot to use Irium.
Well, it serves you right for playing with strangers.
This wasn't a stranger, boss. You know my friend Sam?
Yes?
Well, he's got the only paradise you can locate with radar.
You mean they're trick dice?
Trick? When you roll them out, one comes up 7, the other 11, so there's nothing to be in doubt about.
Well, this certainly ought to teach you a lesson.
Uh-huh. Yesterday sure was a bad day for us.
Us?
Yeah, that green sport coat of yours fits Sam perfectly.
Rochester, you mean to say you lost my sport coat in a crab game?
I couldn't help it, boss.
You couldn't help it? You had the nerve to gamble with my coat?
I was trying to win back your tuxedo.
Well, that's the... Rochester, you better have my clothes back by the time I come home.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
If you go to another luncheon, will you do me a favor?
Sure, what is it?
Bring me back 2 cases of fish.
2 cases of fish?
Yeah, and when you pull out the hooks, cork up the holes. I don't want to lose any of it.
Okay, I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Darn it, every time I go away, something happens.
Well, Mr. Lennon, it really seems a shame Jack didn't had to go through all that trouble about getting a room.
Yes, it was too bad, Don, but what could I do?
Well, frankly, you should have consulted me.
You mean you have the answer?
Right. You should have put Jack in a breakfast room.
Well, that never occurred to me. Next time I will.
And with a great big bowl of malty rich toasty brown grape nuts flakes.
Why, of course, that goes without saying.
And you know grape nuts flakes are a whole grain cereal, chock full of all around whole grain nourishment. One type of nourishment nutrition experts say we need every day. And delicate, toasty brown grape nuts flakes taste so swell everybody goes for them. They have a malty rich flavor, a crisp, distinctive texture that makes them tops for breakfast pleasure. So, friends, if you always want to be able to get a hotel room, eat a good breakfast, do a better job, and make tempting sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes your favorite dish.
I want to thank Captain Champion, Commander Walker, Lieutenant Tyser, and all the men here at the Livermore Naval Air Station for another swell day. And now, just another word. President Roosevelt, in a recent statement, urged every young American who will be a high school graduate by July 1st to investigate the Army and Navy Reserve Program immediately. It is of the greatest importance to the nation that as many as possible take the March 15th examination. For those who properly qualify in this age group, the Enlisted Reserve Program provides the best possible opportunity for them to serve their country. These tests will be held in your local high school at 9 o'clock Wednesday morning, March 15th. Thank you and good night.
Oh, hi, dear grocer mother. Get hot grape nut sweet meal and say, it's so tempting, so hot.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Say, folks, do you know what it is to wake up some morning with that just confess it feeling? Why, sure you know. It's the day you get out on the so-called wrong side of the bed. Well, that's the morning to be doubly certain there's a big bowl of crisp and cheerful grape nuts or grape nuts flakes to clap your eye on first thing when you get to the table. They look so good, and boy, they are so good, you'll feel all perked up in no time at all. Yes, and you'll keep right on feeling perked up all morning long because both grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are crammed full of sustaining, energy-giving, whole-grain nourishment, iron, niacin, vitamin B1, plus proteins, too. And don't forget cereals with whole grain nourishment, like grape nuts and grape nuts flakes, are a must for that adequate breakfast you should eat. Remember, you haven't had a thing to eat for 10 or 12 hours. That's why doctors and dietitians say you should get at least 1/4 of the entire day's nourishment in the morning. So eat a good breakfast featuring grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. Do a better job. Ladies and gentlemen, let's turn back the clock. It's Saturday evening, and we take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills.
Mr. Benny's residence, star of stage, screen, radio, television, and violin recitals at ridiculously low prices.
Hello? Is Mr. Benny in?
Do you want to complain about his camel?
Well, no, I don't. Is Mr. Benny in?
How much does he owe you?
He doesn't owe me a cent. I'd like to speak to Mr. Benny.
How much do you want to borrow?
I don't want to borrow anything.
Well, congratulations. You have met the necessary requirements. You are 1A on Mr. Benny's receiving list. Oh, boss! Boss!
Coming, Rochester.
Mr. Benny, you want it on the phone.
Oh. Who is it?
I don't know, but it's safe.
Oh. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Walter Wanger of the Academy Award Committee.
Oh, Mr. Wanger. Yes. Are you calling on official business for the committee?
Well, yes, I am, Mr. Benny. And I want you to know that we did exactly as you requested.
You did?
Yes, we counted and recounted those ballots 20 times. And Paul Lucas is still the winner. Goodbye.
Rochester, there's nothing to laugh at. All right, I was wrong about. Winning the award is a serious business. In totaling the ballots, the results can change up to the last minute.
That's too complicated.
Complicated?
Yeah, in my business, all you got to do is roll them out, count them up, and that's it.
Well, I'm not interested in your business. Besides, I'm taking Miss Livingston to a movie, so get out my razor and give me a shave.
Oh, boss, why don't you shave yourself? After all, yesterday I gave you a haircut.
What are you talking about? I wasn't even home yesterday.
What's that got to do with your hair?
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard of. The hair on a toupee doesn't grow.
The one you bought doesn't. I'm talking about the one you trapped yourself.
Oh, yes, I did trap a couple of them.
And you better stop wearing the one with the white stripe down the middle or you'll lose all your friends.
Rochester, stop being silly and give me a shave.
Okay, but boss, do me a favor this time and break the monotony.
What do you mean?
When I cut you, for heaven's sakes, bleed.
Okay, start shaving. When you cut me, nudge me, and I'll force myself. Miss Livingston may get here a little early, so hurry up. I want to be ready when she arrives.
Oh, Butterfly.
Yes, Miss Livingston?
Butterfly, I can't find my lipstick. Have you seen it?
No, ma'am.
How about my mascara?
I haven't seen that either.
Well, that's funny. Have you seen my false eyelashes?
No, ma'am.
My goodness, I can't even find my false fingernails. Butterfly, what are you laughing at?
You certainly are lost, aren't you?
Butterfly, a lot of girls wear false eyelashes and things to make them look prettier.
But, Miss Livingston, you don't need any of those things. I think you're very pretty.
Oh, Butterfly, you're just saying that.
Oh, no, Miss Livingston. And another thing, I heard that Dorothy LEMOORE wishes she had something that you have.
Really? What is it?
Me. Help is hard to get, you know.
I guess you're right. Now, Butterfly, help me button up my dress. I've got to hurry over to meet Mr. Benny. He's taking me to a movie.
He is?
Yes, that's why I'm going to his house. Mr. Benny's taking me to the CAMEL Theater, and it's in that neighborhood.
Gee, the CAMEL Theater?
Yes, Butterfly. Have you been there?
Not since they raised the price to 15 cents.
15 cents?
Oh, they had to do that when they took out the benches and put in the folding chairs.
15 cents. He would. I'm going to call up Mr. Benny and tell him... come in.
Oh, Miss Livingston, after all, you have a maid.
Oh, I'm sorry, Butterfly. You answer the door.
Yes, ma'am. Come in.
Oh, fine. Butterfly, please go to the door.
Yes, ma'am. Marcy goats and dozy goats and little lambs eat ivy, a kimby divey too, and you all. La 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 la.
Hello, Butterfly.
Oh, hello, Miss Stanley.
Is Miss Livingston in?
Yes, here she comes now.
Hello, Mary.
Well, hello, Barbara. Gee, I'm glad to see you. How's Bob?
He's fine. I just heard from him this... Say, Mary, am I intruding? You look like you're going out.
Oh, if you want to call it that. Jack's taking me to a movie, and I just found out it's a 15-cent one.
I'll bet it's the CAMEL Theater.
It is the CAMEL Theater. Has Bob ever taken you there?
Not since they took out the benches and put in the folding chairs.
Oh, for heaven's sake. I didn't know Bob was cheap, too.
Well, he wasn't always, Mary, but he started running around with Jack, and he got some of it on him.
Leave it to Benny.
No kidding, Mary. Is Jack really that type?
Barbara, all I know is in Scotland, when two Scotchmen meet, one says to the other, "Say, McGregor, did you hear the new one about Jack Benny?" Anyway, I'm going to call Jack and tell him he can save us 30 cents because I'm not going to a movie... Say, wait a minute. What are you doing tonight, Barbara?
Nothing.
Good. Then you come to the movies, too, and we'll make Jack buy tickets for the three of us. Would you like to come?
Oh, I'd love it. It'll probably be a cowboy picture, and I'll be able to whoop it up.
Whoop it up?
Yeah. I haven't whistled at anything since I got married.
Well, all right, let's go. Oh, boy, will Jack be sore.
shaving you, boss.
Gosh, Rochester, what a rough shave you gave me. Gee, my face feels awful. Did you cut me?
I ain't saying, but if I held your nose and mouth, you could still breathe.
Well, it's the last time you're going to shave me.
It almost was.
You can say that again. Well, that must be Mary now. Come in. Oh. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
What are you doing here, kid?
I had to see you because I'm still having trouble about my income tax.
Dennis, I've explained it to you a dozen times. What did you tell him at the income tax office?
I told him what you told me, that I make $186,000 a week.
You told him that?
Yeah, the tax man figured for 3 hours, and then he said I owed $6.5 million.
$6.5 million?
Was I embarrassed? I didn't have that much with me.
Dennis, I've told you over and over again, $186,000 is your theoretical salary. You actually get $35 a week.
Oh.
Oh, what?
I'll probably get a refund. I gave him a check for $6.5 million.
Well, don't worry. You'll get the whole thing back. Anyway, Dennis, you shouldn't be talking. Excuse me, kid.
Well, I'm here, Jack.
Good. Now we can go to... Well, hello, Barbara.
Hello, Jack. How are you?
Fine. Come on in.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Barbara, I want you to meet Dennis Day. Dennis, this is Barbara Stanwyck.
Barbara Stanwyck? Gee.
Hello, little man.
Little man? She should know what a wolf I am.
Dennis, stop with that silly talk.
Well, I want Miss Stanwyck to have respect for me.
Oh.
I do respect you, Dennis, and I think you're very sweet, too.
You do?
Of course I do.
Would you ask me for a date if you were sure I'd accept?
Well, I wouldn't say that. You see, the man I like to go out with is, well, my husband, Robert Taylor.
But he's married.
I certainly hope so.
Well, come on, Jack. Let's get started. It's time we went to the movie.
You know, Mary, as long as Barbara dropped in, it isn't polite for us to go to the movies and leave her here. I mean, especially since...
They took out the benches and put in the folding chairs.
I didn't mean that. Anyway, I've got 2 passes. Say, kids, I've got an idea. Why don't we stay home and play gin rummy?
I don't want to play gin rummy.
But Barbara wouldn't enjoy the picture. It's a Western.
Oh, I love a good Western.
But it's not a good Western, Barbara. You see, it was made since the beef shortage and the cattle thieves had to rustle gophers. It's no good, you know?
Well, if you don't want to go, we'll go by ourselves. Come on, Barbara.
All right. Hey, kids, would you like to have my passes?
No, Jack. We can make a better deal at the box office.
Okay. Now, look, Dennis.
Just a minute. Oh, Miss Stanwyck.
Yes?
Dennis, come back here. I wish you wouldn't act so silly.
What did I do that was so silly?
Trying to date a Barbara Stanwyck at your age.
It'd be sillier at your age.
What did you say?
Miss Stanwyck would have fallen in love with me if it hadn't been for you.
Me? What did I have to do with it?
You don't pay me $186,000 a week.
Well, that's the craziest thing. Why would Miss Stanwyck fall in love with a kid like you?
I could tell by the way she looked at me.
You could tell what?
That if you and Miss Livingston hadn't been here, she couldn't have controlled herself.
Dennis, what's happened to you?
I don't know, but it feels good.
What? Now, look at Dennis. I've had enough trouble. Listen, I've had just about enough out of you. You come over to my house, eat my fruit.
What?
I've been watching you. Now, you go on home, and when you feel like apologizing for the way you acted, you can come back.
Okay, and goodbye.
Goodbye. And get your hand out of that fruit bowl. Now go home and think it over.
I'll show him. Such a wise guy. He pays me $35 a week, treats me like a kid, and expects me to sing good. I'll get even with him. Next Sunday, I'll sing lousy. That's what I'll do. You're darn right. I'll sing like this. Adios, little girl, I must go. Wait for me by the old Alamo. I met her by the river of the roses, the sweetest girl this side of the Alamo. I left her by the river of the roses. With tear-dimmed eyes she whispered, I'll miss you so. All the roses have faded since we've been apart, but the one rose she gave me will always bloom within my heart. And someday, by the river of the roses, I don't know when, but we'll meet again, I know. She's waiting by the river of the roses, the sweetest girl this side of the Alamo. Adios, little gal, adios, till we meet by the old Alamo. Say, that wasn't so bad. But I'll sing lousy on the program even if I have to practice to do it. I'll show Mr. Benny. Oh, darn it, I passed my house. I always do that. I always do that, too. Oh, well. Oh, Mother! Mother!
Your mother isn't here, son.
Who are you?
Your father.
Oh. Hello, Pop.
Hello, son. Well, where have you been?
I just came from Mr. Benny's house.
Well, take a bath and no one will notice it.
Okay. Say, where's Mother?
She went to work.
Oh. Who are you betting on?
Strangler Lewis.
Oh. Say, Pop, I just had a big fight with Mr. Benny about Barbara Stanwyck.
Who?
Barbara Stanwyck. Gee, Pop, is she beautiful. She's got eyes like stars, lips like rubies, a figure like Venus de Milo, and...
Son, stop talking like that in front of your mother's picture.
Gee, even you're against me. Everybody's against me. I'm going to get undressed and go to bed. I can get along without Mr. Benny, believe me. Last week I was on Frank Sinatra's program. When I stepped out on the stage, the girls screamed louder at me than they did at Sinatra. Then Frankie told me I forgot my pants. Frankie said I should have my own program, and I'm going to have it, too. And another thing, from now on, I'm going to listen to Fred Allen with the door wide open. No more of that sneaky stuff. I'll show Mr. Benny. Oh, boy, this bed feels good. I don't need Jack Benny. Anyway, where would he be without his violin? I'm going to have my own program one of these days and be a big star. And girls are going to be crazy about me. My own program. That's what I'll have. I'll show Mr. Benny. My own program. Big star. Girls crazy about me. Big star.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Dennis Day, with Winston Churchill, Henry Morgenthau, Queen Elizabeth, Samuel Goldwyn, and yours truly, Gypsy Rose Lee.
I'm a big star now, my own program. I don't have to sing anymore. I've got the best in show business. Take it, Don.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll open the Dennis Day program with a song by Nelson Harris and Jeanette McLivingston.
Mammy's little children love grape nuts, grape nuts. Mammy's little children love grape nuts, flakes. Mammy's little children love grape nuts, grape nuts. Mammy's little children love grape nuts, flakes.
Oh, well, I put on the sugar.
Well, I put on the milk.
It's a tasty dish and smooth as silk.
Mammy's little children love grape nuts, grape nuts. Eat it for breakfast and you'll be well fed. Mammy's little children love grape nuts, grape nuts. It even tastes better than shortbread bread.
Grape nuts.
Thank you, thank you. That was a cup of coffee, a grape nut, and you, sung by Flat Top and Mrs. Pruneface. Very good, too. And now, folks, for our feature attraction tonight.
I'll take it. Hello?
Hello. I'd like to speak to Dennis Day, please. This is Miss Stanwyck.
Miss Stanwyck? Gee. Just a minute, please. It's for you, Dennis. It's Barbara Stanwyck.
Oh, is that dame calling again? She drives me nuts. Tell her I'm not in.
But, Dennis.
You heard me, fat boy. Tell her I'm not in.
Okay. Miss Stanwyck, I'm sorry, but Mr. Day isn't in.
I know he's there. I know it. I heard his voice. Tell him I've got to speak to him, please, please.
Yes, ma'am. Dennis, she insists on talking to you.
Oh, all right. I'll give her a thrill. Hello?
Dennis, I must talk to you. It's urgent.
Oh, hello, urgent.
No, it's Barbara.
Oh, well, what do you want, kid?
Dennis, I haven't heard from you in 5 days. What's the matter? What's happened between us? You've been neglecting me. You've changed, Dennis. You're not the same. I know it. I can feel it. Oh, if there's anything I should know, I wish you'd tell me.
Well, if you must know, I don't love you anymore, kid.
Oh, how can you do this to me, Dennis? After 17 years. Oh, I must see you alone. Someplace where we can talk. Meet me at the Brown Derby.
The Brown Derby? Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye, darling.
Oh, well, I might as well meet her and get this over with. Gee, it's crowded here at the Brown Derby.
A table for Mr. Day.
A table for Mr. Day.
A table for Mr. Day. A day for Mr. Table.
A day for Mr. Table.
A day for Mr. Table. A derby for Mr. Brown.
A derby for Mr. Brown.
A derby for Mr. Day.
It's Derby Day!
But, darling, it's been 5 days. 5 whole days since I've seen you. It was never like this before, never.
Not so loud. People are listening. Let's order something to eat. Oh, waiter! Waiter!
Yes, Mr. Day. What will you have, sir?
$186,000 on whole wheat toast.
Yes, sir. And what will you have, madame?
The same thing, and hold the toast.
Yes, madame. But first, would you mind standing up for a minute?
Why?
We're taking out the benches and putting in folding chairs. Thank you.
Oh, Dennis, it's been such a wonderful evening. Just being near you again has given me something to live for.
Well, I'm sorry, Barbara, but this is the end. I'm never going to see you again.
Oh, no. No, Dennis, darling, don't say that. You mustn't say that. I love you. You mustn't leave me. You mustn't.
Tell me more. You fascinate me.
Oh, you're cruel. You're heartless. You're selfish.
You're urgent.
Dennis, you're making fun of me. You're toying with my emotions. You're tormenting me. If you leave me now, I'll kill myself. Do you hear? I'll kill myself.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, yes, I would. Do you see this gun?
Yeah?
Well, tell me that you love me or I'll shoot myself right now.
Well...
Say you love me or I'll shoot myself.
Well... I love you. Oh, my goodness. She did it. She killed herself. But it wasn't my fault. I'm not to blame. I'm not to blame.
Oh, yes, you are.
I'm not. Who said that?
I did. I saw you, Dennis Day. You killed her.
No, I didn't, Mr. Benny. Really, I didn't. She killed herself.
You drove her to it. And you'll sit and fry in the electric chair.
No, I won't. No, I won't. Barbara, speak to me.
You killed her. She's dead.
Barbara, speak to me. Speak to me.
LSMFT. LSMFT.
You killed her. You killed her.
Get away from me. Get away from me. Mother! Oh, Mother! Father! 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 Father!
What's the matter, son? What's the matter? What are you screaming about?
Oh, Father, I just had the most horrible nightmare.
Oh, is that all? For a minute, I thought your mother'd come home. All right, now go back to sleep.
Okay. Good night, Pop.
Good night.
Say, Butterfly, Butterfly, tell me something.
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
Is that really true about the Cameo Theater? I mean, that it only costs 15 cents?
Oh, yes, Mr. Wilson. Jerome and I used to go and sit right through till breakfast time.
Oh, my goodness. Did you get awfully tired?
Yes, we did, Mr. Wilson. But then we'd go out and eat a good breakfast.
Well, that's fine. Then you could do a better job.
Yes, we could go back to the Cameo Theater and stay all day.
Oh, Butterfly, how you talk. But, friends, a good breakfast, one that features crisp, crunchy, malty, rich grape nuts, will help you do a better job no matter what the job is. For grape nuts bring you all-around whole-grain nourishment, one kind of nourishment you need every day. And grape nuts have such a distinctive texture, such a wonderful sweet-as-a-nut flavor, they're fun to eat down to the last crisp kernel in the dish. So if you want to sit all day at the movies, eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And be sure to include delicious, malty-rich grape nuts.
Well, folks, we'll be with you next Sunday night at the same time. And I want to thank Warner Brothers for allowing Dennis Day to dream about Barbara Stanwyck. Good night, folks.
Spring is here. Springtime in Southern California. Flowers are blooming. The sun is sending down its glorious rays.
while the birds are singing in the trees. So, like the birds, let us fly to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills. At the moment, Rochester is dusting the living room.
Besame, besame mucho. Each time I cling to your lips, I hear music divine. My, I clean this room and I clean this room, and before you know it, it's dusty again. Seems like I'm in here every month. Oh, well. Besame, besame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última.
Rochester, what are you doing in there?
Just a little spring cleaning, boss.
Oh, well, don't dust the table. I've got a couple of phone numbers written on it.
Phone numbers?
Yes, one in particular, Gloria Bagelquist. Very good friend of mine.
Uh-oh, I just wiped out a beautiful friendship.
Oh, for heaven's sake, why did you have to clean the table anyway?
But, boss, I didn't know it was a table till I got through dusting it.
Now, that's silly. Didn't you see those Duncan Fife legs?
Uh-huh.
Well, what'd you think it was?
Gloria Bagelquist.
Oh, stop being funny and go on with your cleaning. I'll be in the library.
Okay. Dum-da-dum, da-da-da-dum-da-dum. Well, look what's on top of the piano. Mr. Benny's violin. Maybe I ought to dust that, too. And look what's up here on the mantel. Nail clippers. All I have to do is clip the strings on this violin, and I will replace the dog as man's best friend. Now, Clippers, don't get nervous. All you got to do is bite those strings, like this. There. Now I better hide the fiddle in this closet before Mr. Benny.
Rochester!
Yes, boy!
What was that sound I just heard?
It wasn't Besame much.
Rochester, there's something funny going on in here. I want to know just what it was. What was that sound I heard?
Sound?
That plink, 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 plink.
Plink, 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 plink?
Yes.
Well, let me think.
Think.
About the plink, 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 plink.
Now cut that out.
Okay, let's both forget it.
Rochester, I don't know what's come over you lately. You're getting so silly, sometimes I... Come in!
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
It was such a beautiful day, I went for a walk and thought I'd drop in.
Well, I'm glad you did. I called up the whole gang this morning to come over for a swim in my pool, but you weren't home.
A swimming party? Gee, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
But, Jack, if you're inviting people to your house, you ought to get rid of that camel. The odor is something awful.
What are you talking about? My camel's out in the backyard, and we're in the house with the doors closed.
I know, but that smell is strong enough to turn the doorknob.
Well, Mary, if you were living here, you'd get used to it.
Jack, if that's a proposal, that camel isn't helping any.
I'm not proposing. Anyway, Mary, I can't get rid of the camel because I hired an Arab to take care of it. A real Egyptian Arab.
A real Arab from Egypt?
Yeah.
Well, gee. Doesn't he miss the desert?
Yes, but I take him to Azusa twice a week. Mondays and Thursdays. Say, Mary, if you stay for my swimming party, you'll get to see him later.
Okay.
Here, give me your jacket and I'll hang it up in this closet.
Thanks.
You know when the... Well, I'll be... Look, my violin and the strings have been cut. Rochester! Rochester!
You call me, boss?
Now, Rochester, why did you cut the strings on my violin?
I just wanted to prove something.
Prove what?
That life can be beautiful.
I can't understand you, Rochester. I don't know why you keep doing things to make me unhappy. Do you know what I'm going to do with you?
Oh, boss, are we going on Mr. Anthony's program again?
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself cutting the strings on my violin. Don't you like music? Mary, stop laughing. You'll only encourage him to do it again.
I know.
Well, come on, the gang ought to be here any minute now. Let's go out in the kitchen and prepare a little snack.
Okay. Oh, Jack, I think I'll phone my house and tell Butterfly to bring my bathing suit over.
Sure, go right ahead.
Oh, gee, I've only got 4 pennies.
That's all right. You can owe me a penny. Don't worry about it.
Okay, here.
Thanks. While you're phoning, Mary, I'll make some toast for the sandwiches.
Okay. Jack, the line was busy.
Oh, here.
Jack!
Oh. I'm sorry. I had a little mayonnaise on my finger. Now, come on, Mary. Help me with the sandwiches, will you? Da-da-dum, dee-da-da-dum, sweet Georgia Brown. Dee-da-da-dum, dee-da-dum-dum, dee-da-da-dum. Gee, I hope the gang gets here pretty soon. Gee, it'd be fun getting in that pool now that the nice weather is here.
It sure will. Say, Jack, when did you have the pool filled?
Oh, about 3 weeks ago.
Who did it?
Are you kidding? No, it did rain a little, you know.
Say, if I expect to get my bathing suit, I better call Butterfly again.
You don't have to, Mary. My girlfriend, Gladys Abisco, left her suit here. You can wear that.
Jack, her suit would be much too big for me.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Gladys isn't so fat. She's just broad across the hips.
I know, but her hips run clear up to her shoulders.
Oh, Mary, stop being catty.
Well, I'm going to phone Butterfly and get my own suit.
Okay. Thanks.
Hello? Hello, Butterfly. This is Miss Livingston. I've been trying to get you, but the line's been busy.
Oh, yes. My boyfriend Jerome called, and he wanted to take me to a movie. May I have a night off?
Why, certainly, Butterfly. Anytime Jerome comes in from camp, it's perfectly all right.
Thank you. He's taken me to see Madame Curie.
Madame Curie? Butterfly, I thought you saw that picture last night.
I did, but I didn't understand it.
Well, do you think you'll understand it tonight?
Who cares? I'll be with Jerome.
Oh, I see.
Don't tell Jerome.
I won't.
Mary, hurry up. Tell her to bring your bathing suit.
Okay. Well, look, Butterfly, the reason I called is that I want you to bring my bathing suit over to Mr. Benny's house.
Oh, hasn't he got one of his own?
No, Butterfly. I'm going to wear it. It's in the bottom dresser drawer on the right-hand side.
Yes, ma'am. But, Miss Livingston, I don't know how to get to Mr. Benny's house.
Oh, well, look. First you go to the corner of Lexington.
Just a minute, Miss Livingston. I'll get the fountain pen and write it down.
All right.
I'm ready.
Good. Now, first you go to the corner of Lexington.
Just a minute, Miss Livingston. I'll get some paper to write it on. I'm ready.
First you go to the corner of Lexington and Camden.
Just a minute, Miss Livingston. I'm stuck.
You're stuck?
Yes. I sat down on the fountain pen.
Oh, look, Butterfly. I'm in a hurry. Go to the corner of Lexington and Camden, catch the bus there, and get off at Mr. Benny's house. The bus goes right past it.
Yes, ma'am. But how'll I know which is Mr. Benny's house?
Well, you see a big sign out in front that says, if I can't act better than Paul Lucas, I'll eat my hat. It's a big sign.
But, Miss Livingston, I broke my glasses and I can't read.
Well, that's all right. You'll see Mr. Benny out there eating his hat. Goodbye, Butterfly.
Goodbye.
Mary, that wasn't a bit funny.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Imagine putting a sign on the lawn that you're a better actor than Paul Lucas.
Mary, Rochester wrote that sign out there.
Well, why don't you make him take it down?
Freedom of the press, that's why. Anyway, Mary, the reason I...
Boss!
Rochester, what's happened? What's the matter?
Boss, you'll just have to get rid of that camel.
Get rid of my camel? Why? What'd she do?
Nothing, but if you get rid of your camel, you'll get rid of that Arab. He wants to kill me.
The Arab? What did you do to him?
Nothing. Boss, I was just...
Never mind, here he comes. I'll ask him. Mustafa!
إذا كان الراجل دي ما سيبنيش أنا هنموته. طلعوا برا روتشستر ولا نروح من بيتكم. لاوس.
Mustafa, what did Rochester do to you?
ساكن معاكم جمعتين ثلاثة والراجل دي أخذ كل فلوسي. طلعوا برا.
Rochester. Did you do that?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Mustafa, now calm down and tell me, what did Rochester do to you?
إذا كان الراجل ده ما سيبنيش أنا هموته. Come, 7. Baby needs new shoes.
I see. Rochester, come back here. Rochester, when that Arab came here, I warned you not to get him into a dice game.
But, boss, it wasn't my fault. I was teaching him English, and we drifted into cubic arithmetic.
Well, don't let it happen again. And give him back his turban. It looks silly on you. Now, Moosey, go take care of my camel like you're supposed to. Mustafa, control yourself.
روتشستر بختارني فدحني اخذ كل فلوسي 3 معارض.
What a house. This is crazier than a radio program.
Say, Jack, I won't wait for Butterfly to bring my bathing suit. I'll go in the other room and put on Gladys's.
Okay. Come in! Well,
Hiya, Jackson. Oh, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas. Say, how come the 3 of you all got here at the same time?
Oh, we got a carpool.
A carpool?
Yeah. Yes, sir, we sure have.
Well, that's nice. Say, who are you?
Herman Peabody.
Herman Peabody?
Oh, it's all right, Jack. He belongs to our Share the Ride Club.
Oh, say, I go downtown a lot. Maybe I could get in your carpool, too.
No, sorry, Jackson. We haven't got enough room.
Oh, too many people already, huh?
Not only that, but 2 of them never get out.
Never get out?
Yeah, some sailor and his girl.
That girl with the sailor is mine.
Oh, fine. Well, come on, fellas. Let's all go swimming.
Me too?
Okay, you too, Herman.
I really shouldn't stay. I ought to be working. I'm an insurance salesman.
But it's so beautiful out, Herman. Why don't you take the day off?
Well, okay.
Now, let's get into our bathing suits.
Oh, I just thought of something.
What, Herman?
Maybe I shouldn't take the day off. Maybe if I worked today, I'd sell somebody an insurance policy.
Well, you can sell it to them tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, fellas,
but something might happen to him today.
Who?
That man that won't be here tomorrow to buy the policy I should have sold him today, may he rest in peace.
What are you talking about?
Think of his poor wife and children.
Oh, now, Herman, you're letting your imagination run away with you.
I guess you're right. Come on, let's have fun.
Boys. Kid. Come on, everybody. Let's get into our bathing suits.
Yeah, let's.
Dennis, you're supposed to take your clothes off first. You ought to know that.
Oh. Hey, Mr. Benny, I don't think I ought to stay.
Why not?
That poor widow and her 2 children. can't get them out of my mind.
Well, look, if it bothers you that much, Herman, why don't you go?
Okay, I will.
All right.
Say, Jackson, how do I look in my bathing suit?
Phil, only girls are supposed to wear bare midriffs. But as long as you've got it on, wear it.
Mr. Benny, I decided to stay.
Good. Oh, Mary!
I'll be out in a minute, Jack.
We'll wait for you, but hurry up. We want to get in as much swimming as we can before we go to rehearsal. Oh, by the way, Dennis, what are you going to sing today?
On the program?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know the name of it, but it goes like this.
I'll get by.
Say, Dennis, that song will be swell for the program, and the name of it is I'll Get By.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. Hey, Mary, we're waiting. Aren't you ready yet?
Here I come. Hello, fellas. How do I look?
Oh, fine, Mary. Swell, Mary. Say, Jackson, before I go in, I'm going to use your telephone.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, that's a fine way to treat me. You let Phil use the phone for nothing.
Never mind. Say, Mary, you thought Gladys Zabisco's bathing suit would be too big for you, didn't you?
Well?
Why, it's snug. Look how you had to pull it up to pin it up over your shoulders.
Well, Jack, I've got a surprise for you.
What?
I'm only wearing the pants.
Oh.
I'm wearing the shirt.
Well, well, it looks real nice on you, Herman.
I'm in here, too.
Now get out of there, Dennis. You've got your own suit. Say, Don, you must have been out in the sun a lot. You're as brown as a berry.
No, Jack.
All right, you're as brown as a grape nut. Are you satisfied?
No.
A malty rich grape nut?
Well.
A munchy crunchy one?
With milk and sugar?
Yes.
Yes.
I now pronounce you man and wife. Let's go.
Mary.
Yeah, we can go in now. Here comes Mr. Harris.
Good. Say, Phil, did you make your phone call?
Yeah. Here, Jackson, you can punch my ticket.
Okay, kid. There.
Well, of all the cheap. Now I've seen everything.
No, you haven't. Wait till you ask for a towel.
Rochester, go back to the kitchen and take that turban off. If you know what I mean, Rochester. Well, come on, kids. Let's all run out and jump in the pool.
Okay.
Gosh, I hope the water isn't too cold.
Oh, don't be a sissy, Phil. Come on, everybody. Last one in is a rotten egg.
Gee, the water's...
Yeah, it's great.
Hey, look at me. I'm a whale.
Gosh, this is swell. Hey, look at Jack.
Where?
Oh, Jackson, come on in.
Well, is it cold?
No, the water's warm.
Well.
If you don't believe us, stick your foot in and see.
Okay. Say, it is warm.
Mr. Benny, take your foot out of my mouth.
Oh. Hey, Jackson, the best way is to get up on the diving board and then jump right in.
Well, okay, get out of the way, everyone. Keep away from around the diving board. Here I come.
diving board.
Ooh. Hey, Jackson's hurt.
Ooh. Mr. Benny, aren't you coming in?
Ooh. Mr. Benny.
Herman, can't you see he's unconscious?
Oh, when he comes to, will you tell him I decided to go?
All right. Now, come on, boys. Let's pick Jack up and carry him to a more comfortable spot.
Okay, I've got his feet. I got his head.
Hey, look at me. I'm Monty Woolley.
Dennis, take that off your chin and put it back on Mr. Benny's head. Here, give it to me. I'll hold it.
Look at poor Jack.
Yeah. I wonder what to do now.
I know. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, Mr. Harris.
Rochester, there's been an accident. Bring some whiskey and some spirits of ammonia.
Yes, sir.
Gee, I better cover Jack up with this robe. There.
Look at him lying there with such a blank expression.
Yeah, let's turn him over so he's facing us.
Oh, good. Here comes Rochester with the whiskey and the spirits of ammonia.
Here you are, Mr. Harris.
Okay. Now give Mr. Benny the spirits of ammonia.
I'll give it to him. Here, Jack. Here.
Ooh.
It's no use, fellas. He's still groggy.
I know how to revive him. Let's pick him up and throw him in the pool.
Yeah, that'll do it.
All right, fellas, lift him up. Oh, no, you don't. I went to all this trouble to keep out of the pool. I'm going to stay out.
What?
It wasn't easy to land back on that diving board. I had to practice.
Oh, so that's it.
Come on, fellas, in with them.
Put me down.
1, 2. Darn you, fellas. You'll never come to mine.
Say, the water is warm. Gee, it's nice. Hey, come on in, gang. Come on in, you great big sissies. You two.
Say, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, Herman?
Where'd everybody go?
Oh, they had to go to rehearsal.
Gee, that's too bad. Just when I decided to stay. Now I'll be lonesome.
Well, if you want, I'll talk to you.
Please do.
Well, now, look, Herman. When you start out in the morning to sell your insurance, don't just rush out of the house. First, eat a good breakfast. You'll do a better job and feature multi-rich grape nuts.
You fascinate me. Tell me more.
Well, now, Herman, no matter what your job is, you'll do it better if you start off with a nourishing breakfast. And grape nuts make an ideal breakfast dish because they bring you grand all-around whole-grain nourishment. Herman, grape nuts are crisp and crunchy with the sweet-as-a-nut flavor that makes them swell eating every time. So, Herman, if you want to be a good insurance salesman, eat a good breakfast, do a better job, and include delicious, nourishing grape nuts.
Hey, you're nice.
Well, thanks, Herman, but I have to run along now to rehearsal.
You have to go?
Yes, I do, Herman, but when you leave, don't forget to turn out the lights, will you?
Okay, bye.
We're a little late. Good night, folks.
Ring the bell for Pell-Mell.
Pell-Mell. Pell-Mell. Pell-Mell.
Pell-Mell Famous Cigarettes, the cigarette of modern design, presents the Jack Benny Program with Mary Livingston, Bill Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ring the bell for Pell-Mell. Yes, friends, Pell-Mell rings the bell for you in smoothness, coolness, and better taste. Your eye tells why. Just make this test for yourself. The next time you see a Pell-Mell smoker try to light an old-fashioned short cigarette, watch what he does. You'll find that he holds the flame a good half-inch beyond the tip of the short cigarette. Of course, he's looking for something that isn't there. He's looking for Pell-Mell's modern design. Modern design means Pell-Mell is longer. From the very first puff, Pell-Mell's greater length travels the smoke further, diminishes heat and bite on the way. filters the smoke naturally over a 20% longer route of Pall Mal's traditionally fine tobaccos. Yes, friends, modern design means Pall Mall is smoother, cooler, a better tasting smoke. That's modern design. Pall Mall's modern design. And that's the answer. That's why Pall Mall rings the bell.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is Easter Sunday. So let's turn back the clock one day and take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack trying to decide on what clothes to wear in the Easter parade. Mary is helping him.
Ja la la da dum bum 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 ba bum ba bum bum dum dum da dum da dee da dum. Oh, sweet Georgia Brown. Gosh, Mary, I don't know what to wear tomorrow. My gray suit is at the cleaners.
Well, what about the green suit you wore yesterday?
That's my gray suit. That's why it's at the cleaners. You know, it always turns green in the spring. You know. La, 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 la. Gee, Mary, I'm glad you dropped in. What shall I wear tomorrow?
Jack, Easter only comes once a year. Why don't you buy yourself a new suit?
Well,
You can afford it, you know.
well,
For heaven's sake, Jack, it's not such a big decision.
I know, but with my luck, I'll buy a new suit today, and tomorrow I'll be drafted.
Well, now I've heard everything. You drafted?
Yes, me.
Jack, they stopped drafting beer, and that had a better body than you have.
Don't be so funny, Mary. I'm in pretty good condition.
Oh, yeah? Well, I got a surprise for you.
What?
I was doing some volunteer work at the local draft board, and I saw your file.
You did? What was my classification?
I didn't notice that, but yours is the only card there trimmed in black.
Mary.
All the other cards are written. Yours is engraved.
Mary.
And in the corner it says, keep off the grass.
Now cut that out. If you want to help me pick out a suit to wear, all right. If not, you can... There's someone at the door. Yes?
Pardon me, are you the owner of this house?
Yes, why?
You better fix that broken cement on your sidewalk.
What?
I was just walking by here with my wife, and she tripped and fell.
Oh, that's terrible.
Worse than that, it could have been me.
What?
It's a lucky thing I'm nimble.
Well, I hope your wife isn't hurt, and I'm sorry it happened.
Then you admit it happened.
Huh?
You're under oath, you know.
What?
I'm suing you.
Suing me?
$25,000.
$25,000? Now, wait a minute. You can't sue me.
And why not?
You got to have witnesses. How do I know your wife tripped and fell on my sidewalk? You got to show me. I'm from Missouri.
Well, take off that Wilkie button. I'm from Wisconsin.
I don't care where you're from, and get out of here.
All right. Don't get excited. You can't blame a guy for trying. All right, honey, you can get up now. We'll try the next street.
Are you cheap, Chiseler? Go on, beat it. Imagine that guy coming here to sue me because of that hole in my sidewalk.
Well, that's what you get for neglecting things. That walk has been broken a long time.
I know it, Mary. I bought some cement a couple of months ago, but I never got around to fixing it.
Well, you better get it done before something really happens.
I guess you're right. Oh, Rochester! Rochester!
Just a minute, boss. I'm busy.
What are you doing?
Coloring some Easter eggs.
Oh, that's good. Did you boil them first?
No, boss, I fried them.
Fried them? Then what are you coloring them with?
Ketchup.
Rochester, stop eating those eggs and come in here. That guy eats everything. Doesn't he know that food is rationed?
He ought to. It's been rationed in this house for 12 years.
It has not.
What is it, boss?
Rochester, I want you to go out in front and cement that broken piece of sidewalk.
Cement?
Yes.
You mean a cement job?
Certainly.
Boss, when you hired me for your butler, I read the contract very carefully.
Well?
And the word cement, cemented, or cementing does not appear even in the small print.
What?
Or in Section 3, Clause 8, which is written in Egyptian hieroglyphics.
Oh, it doesn't, eh?
No.
Rochester, how many pages are there in our contract?
76, including the index, appendix, and list of illustrations.
All right, and what are those pages held together with?
You got me, boss. It's cement.
I know what I'm doing every minute. Now, Rochester, let's go out in the garage, grab the tools, and get started. Oh, boy, my arm. Breaking out these old pieces is hard work. Rochester, have you got the cement mixed yet?
Yes, sir. Doggone it, boss, you sure are perspiring.
Yeah, this is hard work.
I haven't seen you sweat like that since you were on Information, Please.
Rochester, I was never a guest on Information, Please.
Oh, that's right. I must have been thinking of Fred Allen. No, boss, forgive me. Forgive me. I didn't mean that. How could I have mentioned that name when you got a hammer in your hand?
You shouldn't mention it anyway. Remember, Article 7,
Section 19, Clause 8, page 12. And unfortunately held together with cement.
That's right.
Say, boss, I think you could make a straighter edge on that sidewalk if you used a chisel.
Yeah, I guess I could.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Hand me that chisel, Rochester. Thanks.
How are you, Mr. Benny?
Fine.
Have you read any good books lately?
No. Rochester, keep mixing that cement so it won't settle.
Okay, boss.
What are you doing?
What am I doing? What do you think I'm doing?
Planting a victory garden?
Look, Dennis, why in the world would I plant a victory garden on a cement sidewalk?
So you won't have to tear up your lawn.
Look, kid, there was a hole here and a lady tripped and fell in it, so I'm trying to fix it.
Oh.
Now, don't bother me. I'm busy.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Benny.
Not now, Dennis.
Mr. Benny.
Dennis, please.
But, Mr. Benny.
For goodness sake, Dennis, what is it?
You've got the chisel on my foot.
Oh. Did I hurt you, kid?
No, it went between my toes.
Well, I'm glad it didn't hurt you. Now, Dennis, will you please do me a favor and go in the house and talk to Miss Livingston? We got to finish this job.
Okay, I'll go in and rehearse my song for tomorrow's broadcast.
Good. There, Rochester, the space is all cleared out now. Will you pour the cement in?
Okay.
Good. Now I'll smooth it over with the trowel. Boy, this is really work. Rochester, what's so funny?
Both of us playing in the mud here, we look like Topsy and Eva.
Yeah, we do at that.
Hey, Jack.
What is it, Mary?
Dennis going to rehearse his song for tomorrow. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, leave the window open.
Okay.
Now, Rochester, you smooth that corner over near you, and I'll level this part over here.
clouds have passed, you're here at last. Chills run up and down my spine. Aladdin's lamp is mine. The dream I dreamed was not denied me. Just one look and then I knew that all I longed for long ago was you.
Well, I'm nearly through, Rochester. How does the cement job look?
Boss, you're wonderful. That's the best thing I've ever seen.
Yes, sir. And they gave Paul Lucas the Academy Award. It'll look even better, Rochester, when I give it the finishing touches.
Say, here comes Mr. Harris and Mr. Wilson.
Where? Oh, hello, fellas.
Hello, Jack. Hey, Jackson, what'd you lose?
I didn't lose anything. I'm cementing the sidewalk.
Oh, well, it's about time. The other night I passed by here and stubbed my knee.
You mean they're getting the joke already? Phil, you stubbed your toe.
I stubbed my knee. I was coming home from a party.
Oh, well, why didn't you come in?
I couldn't. Alice had me on a leash.
That's very funny, Phil. Now stand back while I... Don, get away from my cement with that stick. What were you going to do?
I was only going to write, Donald loves grape nuts.
Don, I don't care how much you love grape nuts, you're not going to advertise your romance on my sidewalk. How would you like it if you had just cemented your sidewalk and I wrote in it, Jackie loves Gladys Zabisco?
Well, I wouldn't mind if she was malt rich, sweet as a nut, and had that whole grain nourishment.
Yes. I wouldn't mind if you didn't have a frog in your throat, either. You know, Don, if you ask me, I think you're silly.
I think he's cute.
Huh? What?
You remember me. I'm Hyman Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, yes. You belong to the carpool with my gang. I didn't see you standing there behind Mr. Wilson.
I couldn't see you either.
Well, that I understand, Herman.
What you doing?
Oh, there was a hole here and a lady tripped, so... a lady tripped, so I'm fixing it.
Oh.
Now, Rochester...
You know, that's very dangerous, Mr. Benny. You could be sued for a thing like that.
Yes, Herman, I know.
We have a very liberal insurance policy that covers all that. It only costs $10 a year, and if you trip and fall, you collect $1 million.
$1 million? Herman, you mean I'd collect $1 million if I tripped and fell?
That's right.
Gee.
Only you have to be hit by lightning at the same time.
Hit by lightning?
On Tuesday at 3:30.
What?
Bull of a watch time.
Oh, fine. Imagine putting in a provision that you have to be hit by lightning. I wouldn't take out that kind of a policy.
Oh, I don't blame you, Mr. Benny. You look silly wearing it in your hat.
Wearing what in my hat?
No chances.
Look, fellas, I got to finish my job here. Why don't you go in the house and take Herman with you?
Okay.
You'll find Dennis and Mary inside.
See you later, Jackson.
Now, Rochester, just a little more smoothing out here and we're all through. Hand me that...
Oh, here comes somebody, boss. I better take some of these tools off the sidewalk.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to trip on them.
Pardon me.
Boss, look up. Look up. It's Mr. Basil Rathbone.
Where? Oh, hello, Mr. Rathbone. Basil, it's me, Jack Benny. I'm doing a little cement job.
So I see. I didn't think you'd last long in radio.
I'm only cementing the sidewalk because it's an emergency. That's all.
That's right, Mr. Benny. Still on the radio.
Oh, some soap program?
No, food. Breakfast food.
I see. Well-fed but dirty.
Just a minute. Did you say I'm dirty?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said that.
Rochester, please. I guess, Mr. Rathbone, you just said that because right now my clothes are covered with cement. Thanks. I bet you're surprised that I'm capable of fixing a sidewalk like this.
Oh, no, not at all. I've seen you in pictures, and I realize you must be able to do something.
Well, look, Mr. Rathbone, I've followed your career for years, and if I remember correctly, you've never won an Academy Award.
Have you?
No, but nobody sees my pictures. What's your excuse? I guess that'll hold you for a while.
Oh, say, Mr. Battlebone, is somebody following you?
Where? Oh, no, that's my butler.
You mean you make your butler walk along the street with you?
Oh, yes, he doesn't mind. He's very democratic, aren't you, James?
If you say so, sir.
Well, I say so, James.
Thank you, sir.
Rochester, gather up the tools.
If you say so, sir.
Now cut that out and stop curtsying. Please.
Oh, Mr. Rathbone, sir, should I fill your pipe again?
Yes, James, please do.
There you are. May I give you a light now?
Yes, James.
There you are, sir.
My, this tobacco is strong. James, a cough for me, will you?
Yes, sir.
What?
Once again, please.
You feel better now, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Rathbone, do you have your butler cough for you?
Yes, with my heavy schedule in pictures, I can't afford to strain my throat.
Oh, Rochester. Rochester.
I know, boss. I'm going to catch a cold so I can practice.
Good, I'll audition you later. It's not a bad idea.
Oh, James.
Yes, master.
I think we've daddied long enough with this dilly. Let's bounce along, shall we?
If you say so, sir.
Toodaloo.
How do you like a guy like that? Who does he think he is, anyway?
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Mary?
We're getting hungry. How about some sandwiches?
Okay. Rochester, you've worked pretty hard out here.
Yes, boss.
Come on inside and make some sandwiches.
If you say so, sir.
Wait till the gang sees what a nice, smooth job I did with that cement. I'm really proud of it.
Have they gone to the house yet? Yes, master. And if I may say so, you have a funny gleam in your eye. What's up, sir?
That wet cement on the sidewalk. I can't resist it, James. For years, I've wanted my footprints in cement in Grauman's Chinese theater, but I've never had the chance.
I've been ashamed of it, too, sir.
But now, Jack Benny, unknowingly, has given me the opportunity to put my feet in cement.
Yes, sir.
Just look at it. So fresh and nice and soft. Here, James, hold my shoes.
Yes, sir.
And wait a minute. Here are my socks.
Yes, sir. You'd better let me hold your arch supports, too.
Oh, yes, by all means. Now to put my feet firmly in this wet cement.
Would you like me to test it first with my elbow?
James, I only want to stand in it, not sit in it.
I'm sorry, sir.
Now, the left foot first. And now the right. Oh, James. You haven't lived until you've had the thrill of having wet cement ooze up between your toes.
If you don't mind, sir, I'll stick to my blue jay. Are you enjoying yourself, sir?
You've no idea, James. It's wonderful. Now I shall remove my feet. Just look at those
beautiful footprints.
Come on outside, kids. I want you to see it.
Oh, Master, I think they're coming back. Let's run. Yes, James, hurry.
I'll show you the best cement job you've ever seen. I'm really proud of it.
Oh, pulling your chest. It's almost out to your stomach.
Well, what if it is?
I don't blame you for being proud, Jack. You worked hard on it.
Well, there she is, kids. Take a good look. Yikes!
What happened, Jackson?
What happened? Look at the cement. Look. Somebody put their footprints in it.
And look at the size of them.
Yeah.
I wonder where the other footprints are.
What other footprints?
Anything that has feet that big must have 2 more to go with them.
You're not kidding. I wonder who stuck their big feet in my cement.
I can't understand it. My mother's in Cleveland.
This is the dirtiest trick that has ever been played on me. Who could have done it? Why, there wasn't anybody around when... Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter, Jack?
Basil Rathbone. Basil Rathbone was here just a few minutes ago.
Why would he do a thing like that?
Yeah, why would he do it?
That could be the reason.
I don't care what his reason is. I'm going over to Rathbone's house and punch him right in the nose.
I don't blame you, Jackson. I'm going to punch him in the nose, too.
After me.
Don't argue about it, fellas. He's got enough nose for all of us. Anyway, I'm not afraid of him. You guys wait here, and I'll handle this myself. They don't come too big for me.
Yes?
Tell Mr. Rathbone I want to see him. You remember me.
Oh, yes. Yes, you're a cement worker.
I'm Jack Benny, the movie star.
If you say so, sir.
Well, I say so, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now tell Mr. Rathbone I want to see him.
Yes, sir. Wait right here, please.
I'm not waiting for anything. I'm coming in right now.
Oh, Mr. Rathbone. Mr. Rathbone.
Yes, James?
Wipe off your feet, sir. Here he comes.
Oh, no, you don't, Rathbone. I've caught you red-handed, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
But, Jack.
Imagine a man of your position in the community doing a thing like that.
But, Jack.
Sticking your big feet in my cement. What have you got to say for yourself?
Jack, I know it'll be difficult for you to understand, but it's a phobia with me. When I see cement, something happens to me. Something comes over me. Something seems to snap inside me.
Basil.
I can't control myself, Jack. Please believe me. I fight against it. But it has me in its vicious, unrelenting power, and no matter what I try to do, it overwhelms me.
Basil, control yourself. It isn't that serious.
Yes, it is. You're only being kind to me.
But, Basil, if it bothers you that much, you can come back and help me fix the cement.
Oh, Jack, I will. Oh, this is so kind of you, so generous of you. I don't deserve it.
Basil.
I don't deserve anything. I'm a cad. I'm a scoundrel.
Basil.
I should be horsewhipped.
Basil.
Oh, why? Why did I do it?
Basil, calm yourself. Just come over and help me fix it.
For heaven's sake, Jack, will you wait till I finish my scene?
You've seen? You mean you're just acting now?
Certainly. You're not the only one who hates Paul Lucas.
Basil, you too?
Yes, pal.
Well, what do you know? Come here, chum. I want to talk to you. Imagine giving Lucas the Academy Award for one scene where he left his home and said farewell to Betty Davis. Oh, brother. You said it.
Ring the bell for pell-mell. Yes, here, there, wherever particular people congregate, you see the smart red pell-mell package. Day after day, the demand for this smart, distinctive, better-tasting cigarette is growing. Yes, it's easy to tell the swings to pell-mell. And no wonder. The moment you take a pell-mell out of the package, you see why pell-mell means a smoother, cooler, better-tasting smoke. Instantly, you see pell-mell's greater length. That's modern design. Now, light up a pell-mell and see what happens. Pell-mell's modern design travels the smoke further, filters it naturally over a 20% longer route of pell-mell's traditionally fine tobaccos. Heat and bite are diminished. Yes, modern design is a difference you can see. Modern design means a difference you can taste. Modern design means pell-mell is longer. Modern design means pell-mell smokes cooler. That's why pell-mell rings the bell for you in smoothness, coolness, and better taste. So swing into line with modern design. The next time you buy cigarettes, ask for Pell-Mell in the smart red package. Ring the bell for Pell-Mell.
Pell-Mell. Pell-Mell. Pell-Mell.
Good night, everybody.
This is the National Broadcasting Network.
Hey, Don.
Yes, Jack?
How long before we're on the air?
About 8 seconds.
That long? Gee, I can't wait till I pull that first joke. Oh, brother, it'll kill him.
But, Jack, it's such an awful...
Don, never mind. There's the signal.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from the Army Air Force's Pilot School at Stockton, California. And starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The end of a perfect day, that peace and contentment which comes with evening. But did you ever stop to think it may all depend on how you start the day? If you get through your morning's work in high, you're over the worst hurdle. And that's why breakfast is so important. You haven't had a thing to eat for 10 or 12 hours, so your breakfast should be a well-rounded, nourishing meal. Nutrition experts agree on that, and they also agree it should include a cereal with whole grain food value. Well, you can't do better than feature Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes. For both of these delicious cereals do provide whole grain nourishment. Iron, niacin, vitamin B1, plus protein. So crisp, crunchy Grape Nuts or delicate, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes make an ideal breakfast dish. Cram full of nourishment, cram full of flavor. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And for a really swell start, feature malty-rich Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes.
Oh, boy, I can't wait.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Army Air Force Pilot School at Stockton, California, we bring you...
Don, never mind the introduction. I want to get to that first joke.
And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, let's not keep him waiting. Let's get into that gag. Go ahead, Don. Ask me how I got up to Stockton.
Oh, Jack, that's such an...
Don, ask me how I got up to Stockton.
Okay. Say, Jack.
Yes, Don.
Jack, how did you get up to Stockton?
I came on foot. Now, wait a minute, fellas. That's not the joke yet. Wait a minute. That isn't it. No. Wait a minute. Now, go ahead, Don. Ask me why I came on foot.
Jack Benny, you ought to be ashamed of...
Don, ask me why I came on foot.
Oh, all right. Say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
Why did you come up to Stockton? Why did you come on foot?
Because I came through the Sand-Walking Valley. Get it, fellas? Get it? Huh? Sand-walking on foot, walking. It's a little subtle, you know, but it's no, really, but it's clever. Huh?
Jack, maybe I don't know much about comedy, but if that's a clever joke, I'll eat the buttons off your shirt.
I'm sorry, Don, but the laundry beat you to it. And don't tell me what's clever or funny because... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hi, fellas. What are you sneering at Don for?
Oh, he tried to tell me that Sand-Walking Valley gag isn't...
Jack, for heaven's sake, you didn't tell that one here, did you?
Why not? It's very funny.
If that joke is funny, I'll...
You're too late. The laundry beat you to it. Anyway, what's the matter with you and Don? That's the kind of stuff these guys love. They really laugh at a gag like that.
They wouldn't laugh at that gag if Colonel Higgs told it.
Oh, yeah? Well, Colonel Higgs told it to me. Now, let's forget it.
Okay.
Say, Mary, how do you like being up here at this Army airfield?
Oh, it's wonderful, Don. The pilots here are such a nice bunch of fellas.
Oh, they certainly are.
Yeah, I met one this morning. I said hello. He said, how do you do? I said, how are you? And he said, how about a kiss?
Mary, you mean he kissed you so fast?
Fast? Around here they call him Wallflower.
Wallflower, Mary, nobody could kiss a girl faster than that.
They couldn't, huh? When I was coming over here from the PX, a group of pilots passed me. They said hello. I said, how do you do? And they showed me.
Mary, stop making things up.
I'm not. Even the colonel warned me.
The colonel warned you?
Yeah. He said if I see any guy around here with puckered lips and he isn't carrying a bugle, watch out.
Well, that explains it. This morning, the whole camp looked like Tommy Dorsey's brass section. Anyway, Mary, we're up here to entertain the boys, so let... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, what are you so excited about?
I just asked a pilot how high they fly around here, so he took me up to show me.
Really?
Yeah, we went up to 10,000 feet, and then 20,000 feet, and then we went up to 30,000 feet, and from then on I had to take his word for it.
Take his word for it?
Yeah, I dropped my tape measure.
Well, that's logical. Well, now that you're here, Dennis, how about a song?
Okay, but first, Mr. Benny, ask me how I came up to Stockton.
What?
Ask me how I came up to Stockton.
Dennis, I'm not...
Jack, you did it. Give him a chance.
Oh, okay. All right, Dennis. How did you come up to Stockton?
By bus.
Well, that I don't get at all.
I haven't finished it yet. Now ask me why I came up by bus.
Dennis, I haven't got time.
Jack.
Oh, all right, Dennis. Why did you come by bus?
Because if I came on foot, I'd have to tell that lousy joke.
That's not a lousy joke, and go ahead and sing.
Okay.
I never met a kid like that. No sense of humor at all.
I used to be bewildered. My outlook on life wasn't clear. Then all at once a mist seemed to disappear. Now I know why I go walking round in a wonderful glow. There's a love that I'm not conscious of, but this feeling I feel must be love. Now I know why it's so, why I'm alive and I thrive on the thrill. Here am I riding high on a hill, far away from the usual drone, with a world of my own at my feet, all because it was heavenly sweet to have planned that we'd meet. Never dreamed wildest dream that I thought, why so wholeheartedly, now I know love is all that is cracked up to be.
That was Now I Know, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis. You sang that beautifully.
What's your opinion against all my fans?
No use waiting. I'll have to have a talk with that kid. Huh?
Say, Jack, when you talk to him, be sure to tell him about grape nuts and grape nuts flakes.
Don, Dennis knows all about grape nuts and grape nuts flakes.
He does not.
He does, too.
I do not.
Dennis, what has Mr. Wilson been yelling about for the past 2 years?
More money.
Look, Dennis, Mr. Wilson's been talking about those malty rich, sweet as a nut grape nuts and grape nuts flakes.
That's right, Dennis. Mr. Benny's right.
You're just siding in with him because you want more money.
Well, now I've heard everything.
No, Dennis, I don't want more money.
What?
No, I didn't mean that.
It's too late, Don. Jack's got witnesses.
Mary, I don't need witnesses. Don's perfectly happy with his salary. Aren't you, Don? And now, fellas, tonight we have a surprise for you. For our feature attraction, we are...
Here I am, Jackson. Hiya, fellas.
Well, hello, Phil. Well, where were you, Phil?
I was outside. Am I too late to save this show?
What do you mean, save the show?
Well, I was sitting out in the car and I heard the first part of it, that sand walking valley joke. Oh, hubba, hubba, hubba. Oh, hubba.
Hubba? Say,
Yeah.
Listen, what's the matter with that joke?
Listen, Jackson, they write funnier stuff than that on tombstones.
Oh, stop, will you?
Look, if you want to make these guys laugh, give them some real humor.
Oh, fine.
I mean that sharp stuff. Now, get a load of this. Say, fellas, did you hear about the flying cadet that went to the burlesque show?
Phil, please.
He wanted to see how they could take off on such a short runway. Oh, Harris, you're so lovely and you're not even trying.
Hey, that wasn't bad. No kidding, Phil. Did you make that up yourself?
Sure, Jackson. Anytime you want that Mark Twain twist, come and see me. I got
Well,
it.
that one was all right. Say, that reminds me, Phil, I've been looking for you ever since we got into Stockton Thursday. Where are you living?
I got a table at Mattioni's.
Mattioni's?
Yeah, Jack, that's the place in town where all the boys go dancing.
Where the boys go dancing? Oh.
I saw girls there, too.
Well, naturally, the boys aren't going to dance without girls.
Of course not, Dennis. Mr. Benny's right.
Or you're just trying to get more money.
Dennis, when you don't know what you're talking about, be quiet. Phil, what is this Mattioni's you mentioned?
Well, it's a
I was there last night, Jack. One of the pilots took me.
Oh, what kind of a place is it?
Well, I don't know just how to describe it, but getting in is basic training, dancing is blind flying, and when you leave, you're washed out.
You nearly washed out that joke there. Hey, I must go there sometime.
Me too.
Huh? What?
Remember me? I'm Herman Peabody, insurance salesman.
Oh, yes, you belong to the carpool with my gang. Herman, how'd you get up to Stockton?
Oh, no, you don't.
What?
You're not going to force me into that joke.
I didn't mean that, but you're an insurance salesman. You only belong to the carpool with my gang. I mean, when they started off for Stockton, why didn't you get out of the car?
Oh, I couldn't do that.
You got a lot of nerve taking advantage of Herman like this. I want you to give him back his car and apologize to him.
Okay. I'm sorry, Herman. Dennis, give him his car keys.
Here you are, Mr. Peabody.
And here, Herman, here are your gas coupons.
There you are, Herman.
This is awful.
What's the matter now? You got your gas coupons, you got your keys, and you've got your car.
I don't know how to drive.
Well, now I'm all confused. Herman, if you don't know how to... Answer that, will you, Mary?
Okay. Hello?
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester.
What is it, Rochester?
Will you tell Mr. Benny I'm in Stockton? I just got in.
You just got in? What made the train so late?
I didn't come by train. I was on Highway 99 freelancing.
You mean you hitchhiked?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Well, instead of a train ticket, Mr. Benny gave me a road map. And a short talk on the generosity of the American motorists.
You mean to say that's all Mr. Benny gave you?
No, he also gave me a white glove for night operations.
Well, that's the
Who
worst.
is it, Mary?
Rochester. He just made Stockton the hard way.
Oh, let me talk to him. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, boss. I made pretty good time, and you were right.
I was right about what?
That if you lie down in the middle of the highway, 9 out of 10 cars will stop.
Oh, that? Why, sure.
But when the 10th car comes along, it pays to be nimble.
Oh, well, look, Rochester, where are you now?
I'm in your room at the hotel.
Good. Be sure and hang up all my clothes so the wrinkles will get out of them.
Okay. Do you want me to press your pearl gray suit?
I left that in Beverly Hills. My pearl gray suit isn't here.
Oh, yes, it is. I didn't come up here in my underwear.
Rochester, why did you wear my suit up here?
Well, mine's at the cleaners, and the man wouldn't give them to me on account of my unpaid balance, which is overdue from 42.
You mean he won't let you have your suit because you owe him some money?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said that.
Well, Rochester, get everything straightened up there at the hotel, and I'll see you after the broadcast.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. I like to go someplace just once and have everything go right. I've never seen... That was a quick fade played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Very good, too, Phil. Very good. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just before I left Hollywood, I was at the Brown Derby having breakfast with Bob Hope. And as it started to get dark outside, Bob said to me...
As it started to get dark outside, I thought you were having breakfast.
We were, but until that guy picks up a check. Really. Oh, brother. Well, anyway, when I told Hope we were going to play the Army Airfield at Stockton, he told me to be sure and say hello to his brother, Sergeant George Hope, who is stationed here. I told him I would, and not only that, I've asked him to come up here and say hello. And here he is, Bob Hope's brother, Sergeant George Hope.
Hello, everybody.
Well, George, it's nice to have you here with us. And incidentally, when I saw your brother Bob, he had to hurry away on a tour. Your brother sure plays a lot of camps, doesn't he?
Yeah, in fact, I enlisted in the Army so I'd get to see him.
Well, tell me, George, are there just you and Bob in the family?
Oh, no, there's 7 brothers, Jack. There's Bob, Jack, Ivor, Fred, Sid, Jim, and me.
7 boys, huh? Not even one sister?
Oh, sure, one.
What's her name?
Poor Miriam.
Oh, come, George. Poor Miriam isn't your sister. She's the gal who can't get a date.
Yeah, she's a female sad sack.
That's what I thought. Well, George, when I see Bob again, I'll tell him that I saw you and you're looking fine.
Thanks, Jack, and tell him I miss him a lot. You know, I don't even get to hear Bob's program.
You don't?
No, I haven't got a radio.
What? You mean to say you never get a chance to hear Bob Hope's program, your own brother?
Nope.
Well, that's a shame. I'll tell you what, George. You sit right down here and we'll put on one of his programs especially for you.
You will?
Yes, sir. Hey, kids, come here. We're going to put on a Bob Hope program. Now, I'm going to be Bob. Mary, you'll be Francis Langford.
Okay.
Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, you'll be Professor Colonna.
Professor Colonna? Gee, I wish you told me that this morning.
Why?
I would have raised a mustache.
Please, silly. Now, it so happens that we have no girl to play the part of Vera Vague. So, Phil...
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. I ain't going to play the part of no dame here.
Why not? Gee, and Charlie's aunt, I play the part of a woman.
Yeah, but you got the shape for it.
You got the curls. Never mind, Phil. You're going to be Vera Vague, and that settles it. All right, Don, introduce the program. Well, here we go, George. Are you excited?
I sure am.
Take it, Don.
For the armed forces at the Stockton Army Air Force Pilot School, we bring you the Pepso-Nut Show. Starring Bob Benny.
Because it's got what it takes, and after you brush your teeth, you can eat those flakes. Or, this is Bob Air Force Benny telling all you aviators that Pepso-Nuts will give your face that gleam, and then when you smile, all the Stockton babes will come in on the beam. Or, I thought I had another one. Yes, sir, Stockton Airfield. The boys here love this camp. What other camp is there where a soldier can get leave, wash up, get a shave and a haircut, shine and a manicure, then go into Stockton, spend a lovely evening standing on a street corner howling at the moon? Thank you, fellow howlers. And here comes Francis Livingford. Here's Francis.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, Francis. How do you like it here in Stockton?
Fine, Bob. I like it much better than Hollywood, but that's because of the men here. They're different.
Wait a minute, Francis. What do you mean the men are different?
Well, all the men in Hollywood are wolves.
Now, wait a minute. I resent that. After all, I'm a Hollywood man. I don't look like a wolf, do I?
No, you look more like a gopher with an inferiority complex.
Hey, Bob Hope's show's going as good as ours, isn't it? And now Francis Langford will sing I Couldn't Sleep a Wink Last Night.
I couldn't sleep a wink last night because...
Thank you, Francis Langford. Well, Sergeant Hope, how do you like it so far?
Well,
You ain't heard nothing yet, George, because here comes Professor Colonna. Hello, Professor.
Greetings, Gate. Did you gain weight?
Tell me, Colonna, are you enjoying yourself here at camp?
Ah, yes, but I really came to visit my brother. And now, much to my surprise, I found that my brother was washed out.
Your brother was washed out? What was wrong? Too little IQ?
No, too much B.O.
Look, Colonna, I've got a secret for you. There's no place on this program for a jackass.
Egad, don't tell me you're quitting.
Never mind that, Brush Mush. Suppose you sing a song for us.
Ah, yes. Music, please. To Mandalay. Rough road, wasn't it? And the dawn comes up like thunder. Pardon me. Out of a China cross the bay.
Well, that's very good, Colonel. Colonna. And now I've got a job for you. Remember the big surprise we planned for the soldiers here?
The big surprise we planned for the soldiers here? Ah, yes. We're supposed to act out a play.
Colonna, you fool. That was supposed to be a secret. You let the cat out of the bag.
Sir, you're speaking of the woman I love.
Well, look, Laura, we need a leading lady for our play, and I want you to go out and find one.
Ah, yes. Goodbye now. I'll be back soon with a female goon.
Hey, George. George, how do you like it now?
Well,
Atta boy, and pretty soon we're going to have...
You, Mr. Hope!
Why, it's Vera Vane! Vera Vane!
Mr. Hope, it's me in the flesh.
Well, it's a shame they gave you such a sloppy fitting. You look like an Antica from Manteca.
Oh, you dear boy. Bless your little heart. Yes. You must have come over sometime, and I'll open up a gas jet.
Now you're cooking. Say, I wonder what's taking Kelowna so long. Hello?
Hello, Hope.
Speaking.
Hello, speaking. Put Hope on.
This is Hope. What's up, Professor?
Great news, Hope. I found a leading lady for your play. I found her here in New York.
Now, wait a minute. New York is 3,000 miles away, and you left here only 2 minutes ago. How did you get there so fast?
Took the Stockton bus.
Oh, so you took the Stockton bus. Did you get a seat?
Huh?
Did you get a seat on the bus?
Naive little character, isn't he?
Well, Kelowna, what's the name of the leading lady?
Some kid called Cleopatra.
Kelowna, Cleopatra's been dead for thousands of years. If you've got Cleopatra with you, she's only a mummy.
You mean she's not alive?
Of course not.
Get off my lap, honey. You're a little too late.
Kelowna, she won't do. Find another girl and call me again. You know, Francis, someday that professor is go... Hello, Bob Hope speaking.
Who?
Bob Hope.
Who?
Bob Hope.
Now, Mr. Benny. Why don't we be satisfied with what we've got and just do the best we can?
Never mind. Imagine phoning right before the finale. Thanks for the memories. We've had a lot of fun. We're sorry that it's done. But now our show is over and we really have to run. So thank you so much.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes, Herman.
Can I call on you tomorrow morning? I have something very interesting.
I'm sorry, Herman, but I'm tied up tomorrow morning.
Oh. How about tomorrow afternoon?
Well, I have a date for tomorrow afternoon.
Oh. How about tomorrow night?
Now, Herman, the fact is that I just can't afford to buy any more insurance.
Buy it? Why, a couple of weeks ago you told me to eat grape nuts.
Yes, Herman, but...
Well, I've done so much better that I wanted to give you an insurance policy.
Oh, well, Herman, that's very kind of you, and I'm glad that my advice worked out so well. And, friends, it's true. Eat a good breakfast and you'll do a better job. And crisp, malty-rich grape nuts make a top-notch breakfast treat. For grape nuts bring you all-around whole-grain nourishment. You get iron, niacin, extra vitamin B1, plus proteins as well. So eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And for distinctive flavor, texture, and nourishment, feature tempting grape nuts.
Well, fellas, we've had a wonderful day here. I want to thank Colonel Higgs, Lieutenant Parnell, Lieutenant Harris, and Sergeant George Hope. Next Sunday night, we'll be broadcasting from Vancouver, British Columbia, for the opening of Canada's 6th War Loan Drive.
Oh, Jack, Bob Hope must have heard the show. Here's a wire from him.
Oh, well, read it to me.
You don't read this kind of a wire. Just twist it around your neck.
Oh, good night, everybody. Good night.
For all you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, a rebroadcast of The Jack Benny Show with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Jack Benny's special guest singer, and Don Wilson.
gentlemen, as you all know, radio is one of the world's greatest mediums of entertainment. All week long, you are entertained by your radio. On Monday, you hear...
The Cavalcade of America.
On Tuesday...
It's Bob Hope.
Wednesday...
Eddie Cantor.
On Thursday...
You hear Bing Crosby.
Friday...
Amos and Andy.
On Saturday...
It's Truth or Consequences.
And on Sunday, you wait for none other than Jack Benny.
Who?
On Sunday, you listen to Jack Benny.
Look, fat boy, this is a free country. When Sunday comes around, you listen to what you like, and I'll listen to what I like.
Oh, yeah! Well, have you had enough?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't want your teeth kicked in, you better listen to Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, fellas, it certainly is great being here at Campidale. Yes, sir, it's really...
Hey, Mr. Benny, can I go now?
Certainly you can go. We don't force anybody to listen to this program. If you want to hear it, we're happy. If you don't want to hear it, it's up to you. Don, untie him. Go ahead.
Okay.
There you are. You can go now.
Take the anchor off my foot, too.
Oh, get out of here.
Who was that guy, Jack?
I don't know. He told me he was a talking horse, so I thought it'd be a novelty on the program. Anyway, Don, now that he's gone, these boys have waited long enough to be entertained. So let's start out with that joke I wrote.
Oh, you mean the one about the soldier on leave?
Yeah, this'll kill him. I mean, it's made to order for these guys, you know? Oh, really, they'll love it. Okay, here goes. Say, Don, what's the difference between a soldier on leave and a flea on a cat's stomach?
I don't know, Jack. What is the difference between a soldier on leave and a flea on a cat's stomach?
One's on furlough and the other's on low fur. Oh, Benny, if you were any sharper, you'd cut yourself. Great gag, isn't it, Don?
It certainly is, Jack.
Yeah, it's a shame to tell that clever stuff so early in the program. But we might as well start off with a bang. It helps the... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas. Say, Jack.
What?
As I walked in, I saw a fella come out of here, and he looked like he lost an argument with a Sherman tank.
Oh, that was some wise guy, a Mr. Fitch or somebody. He interrupted the start of the program. So Don beat him up.
Don beat him up?
Yeah. I thought I'd never get to tell that gag about the furlough and the low fur.
Jack, did you tell that joke here?
Yes, why?
Don beat up the wrong guy.
What are you talking about? When I pulled that gag, these boys screamed at it.
I know, Jack, but when they pull their hair out at the same time, that's not good.
Well, maybe you're right. Anyway, if you want to know something, I was tricked into telling that furlough joke. I didn't even write it.
Then where'd you get it?
I have a lend-lease agreement with Fred Allen. Imagine him sending me a lousy gag like that after the gem I sent him.
Gem?
Yeah, listen to this, Don. Here's the one I sent Allen. Allen says to Jimmy Wallington...
Say, Jimmy, why does a corporal have such a tough time in the Army?
And Jimmy says, I don't know, Fred. Then Allen says,
a corporal has such a tough time in the Army, because he already has 2 stripes against him.
Listen to the audience razzing Allen. It serves him right.
Jack, let me get this straight. You told Alan's joke here on the West Coast, and Alan is going to tell your joke on the East Coast?
Yeah, what about it?
I'd hate to be in Kansas City, trapped in the middle.
Mary, if you don't appreciate good comedy, then there's no use of... Come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Here I am again.
Look, we untied you, so you... Say, what are you doing in that uniform?
I just enlisted in the Army.
You did?
Yeah, if you're a civilian, I want to be on the other side. Goodbye.
What a smart. I bet he won't last in the Army 2 hours.
Well, I hope he isn't the guy that's going to drive us back in that Jeep tonight.
Now, are we going back in one of those things?
Yeah, why?
Well, that's the way they brought me here. I was sitting in the back seat, and every time we hit a bump, oh, brother.
What do you mean? What do you mean, oh, brother?
Don, for years the slogan was the Army travels on its stomach. And then somebody invented the Jeep. Well, if we're going back in the Jeep, I better have Rochester bring my overcoat. I'll call my hotel. He must be in my room packing, I think.
Hello, Hotel Benton.
Operator, this is Jack Benny. Give me my room.
Very well. Shall I wrap it up or will you in here?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I used to be a waitress at the Brass Duck.
Oh, well, get me my room. It's 425.
Yes, sir. I liked working at the Brass Duck, but I got fired for dancing with a customer.
That's too bad. Now, will you please get me my
We
room?
were jitterbugging, and boy, can he jitterbug.
Miss, all I want is my room. Now, will you please get it for me? It's 4...
Bad enough I got fired, but the boss accused me of stealing.
Look, miss.
Was it my fault if my foot got stuck in a cuspidor?
Now, wait a minute. I don't care anything about your job at the Brass Duck. All I want
Hey, you
is...
sound like the guy I dance with. What did you do with my lipstick?
Now, hold on a minute. You've got the wrong party.
Oh, well, then I'm sorry I bothered you. Goodbye.
Miss, hello. How do you like that? She hung up. Oh, well, I'll call later. That was Dark Eyes, played by the orchestra. And now, fellas...
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. Don't give me no brush off. Tell them whose orchestra.
What?
Well, let me have a little billing. Tell these soldiers here's whose band that is.
Phil, I don't have to tell them. When they see 18 men wearing overalls, no shoes, and fatigued faces, they know whose band it is, believe me.
Well, I don't care about the band. I'm talking about me. You didn't give me no introduction.
Introduction?
Yeah, me, Phil Harris, the kid with $1 million personality.
Huh?
And 175 pounds of glamour.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't introduce you, Phil.
No wonder I got an inferiority complex.
Inferiority complex? You're about as shy as a hand grenade. And not only that...
Oh, Jack, why don't you leave Phil alone? It isn't his fault that he's better looking than you are.
Who said he was better looking than I am?
I did.
You did? Phil, do you mean to say that you go around telling people you're better looking than me?
No, I don't make no personal issue out of it. I just say I'm better looking than anybody.
Well, now I've heard everything. You know, Phil, you amaze me. You're the only fella I ever met that always talks about himself. Just once in a while, Phil. Once in a while, it's nice to talk about the other fella. Get the idea?
Yeah, I think I do, Jackson, and I think you're right. Come on, let's try it. Now, I meet you on the street and you greet me.
Okay. Good morning, Phil.
Good morning, Jackson. Did you have a good breakfast this morning?
Yes, Phil, I had a wonderful breakfast this morning.
Well, I'm still better looking than you are.
Well, there's no use explaining anything to you.
Say, Jack.
What?
Forget about Phil. If we're going back in that Jeep, you better try and get Rochester again.
Oh, yes. I want him to bring my overcoat. Mary, you get the number. I don't want to get in another fight with that telephone operator.
Okay.
Drives me nuts anyway. Silly Jane.
Hotel Benton.
Will you get me room 425, please?
Yes, ma'am, and you can tell Mr. Benny he's a coward.
Here, Jack. She's ringing your room.
Okay, I'll take it.
Hello? Hello, temporary headquarters of Mr. Benny. Star of stage, screen, radio, and television, whether it's listening or looking, he's open for booking.
Rochester, this is Mr. Benny.
Hello, boy.
Now, Rochester, they're taking us back in a Jeep, and I don't want to catch cold. So will you bring my...
But, boss, I saw you put it on when you left this morning.
My coat?
Oh, I thought you wanted your hair.
I wanted my coat. It'll be cold.
Then you better take your hair, too. It's got earmuffs.
Only when I part it in the middle. Now, bring my coat. I'll bring my coat over here right away.
But, boss, I got a date. Besides, you promised me I could have this Sunday off.
Sunday off. Look at these soldiers here. They work every day in the week.
Yeah, but look at the dough they're getting.
They're not getting much more than you are. But if you want our household run on a military basis, it's all right with me.
It's part military now.
Rochester, you're just making that up.
Not the military part. Remember when we were home and you locked me in the guardhouse for 10 days?
Yes? What are you laughing at?
If you didn't have to come in there every morning to wash up, I'd have never got out.
Never mind that and bring my overcoat here right away.
Okay, General. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, that Rochester. Tell you, if he wasn't a private, I'd demote him. And now, in keeping with the spirit of the day, the boys have selected one soldier to represent them on our program. And he's going to sing a song for us. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Private First Class Luther Balliet of the 276th Infantry. What's the number going to be, Luther?
I'm going to sing It's a Lovely Way to Spend an Evening.
Not in Corvallis. It'll go right ahead. Anyway, go right ahead.
This is a lovely way to spend an evening and think of anything I'd rather do. This is a lovely way an evening and think of anyone as lovely as you. A casual stroll in the garden, a kiss by a lazy lagoon, catching a breath of moonlight, humming our favorite tune. This is a lovely way to spend an evening. I want to save all my nights
to spend an evening sung by Private First Class Luther Balliet. And very good, Luther. It was a great pleasure having you with us.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
And I want to tell you something, Luther. You're in a great outfit and a great branch of the service. The good old infantry. If I was a year or two younger, the infantry is the branch of the service I'd like to be in. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah? Tell them what happened when they let you go marching yesterday.
Well...
Go on, Jack. Tell Luther.
Oh, Mary, he's not interested.
Well, then I'll tell him.
Mary, will you please...
Listen, Luther, Jack wanted to show how rugged he was, so he asked the sergeant if he could march with the soldiers.
Mary, now will you please...
We all went along because we wanted to see how Jack could take it. We were out for about a half an hour,
This is a life. Nothing like a good hike.
Yeah, we must have gone about 6 miles, and I don't even feel tired. How about you, Jack?
Oh, I feel fine, except that my shoes are beginning to bother me.
Really?
Yeah. I wonder where I left them.
Why, Jack, I didn't even notice you weren't wearing shoes. When did you take them off?
When this archers fell and sent out an SOS.
I didn't take my shoes off. They just dropped behind. Here they come now. Halt. Here. Help me out with them, Rochester.
Okay.
Hey, you. Benny.
Yes, sir?
Why don't you keep up with the company? This is the third time we've had to come back for you.
Well, I'm sorry, but I got a little tired.
Well, it's your own fault. You shouldn't have tried to march with these young men.
Wait a minute. Are you insinuating that I'm old?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said that.
Rochester, stop helping him.
All right, let's get going. The red patch! 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2.
Oh, brother. How long is this going to go on?
All right, man. Fall out. Rest period.
Thank heaven it's about time. Come on, Mary. Let's find a soft spot to sit down.
Okay.
Here's the place. Ah. Oh, boy, this feels good.
All right, everybody. Up on your feet, man.
What?
All right. Hatch.
Forward hatch. What's that? Now, wait a minute. Give me a chance to get my breath, will you?
I'll run ahead and stop them.
Oh, let him go. We can find our way back to camp.
Oh, Jack, let's not turn back. This is fun.
Fun?
Certainly, Jack. We ought to keep hiking a little more. Walking is good for the figure.
It is not good for the figure.
It is, too.
Oh, yeah? Well, there are 10 million soldiers in the American Army who go out on 20-mile hikes every week, and not one of them looks like Lana Turner. Figure. Now, let's get back, will you? Come on, follow me, will you, fellas?
We should have stuck with the soldiers, Jack. Now we're lost.
Yeah, I wonder where that trail is. We're either in the jungle or in the middle of Corvallis here. Let's try this direction. That ought to take us somewhere.
Roll him out, brother. You're faded.
Rochester! Rochester, get up. That's a rattlesnake. Rochester, I told you that's a rattlesnake.
So what? His money's as good as anybody.
Stop acting so silly. It'll be dark soon, and we won't be...
Oh, look, Jack. There's a soldier over there in that clearing.
Oh, yeah. Hey, soldier! Soldier!
Yes, sir?
How do we get to Camp Adair?
Just take that trail to the left.
Thanks. Come on, gang.
Hey, everybody, come over here and take a look at this sign.
Sign? What does it say?
I don't know, but I think it's in English.
Here it is. It says infiltration course. What does that mean?
Huh?
What does that mean, Jack?
I don't know. I guess it's Army talk for shortcut. Let's go through it. Follow me, kids. Follow me.
Hey, those are bullets.
Yeah, are we being shot at?
I don't know, boss. Let's lie down until we talk it over.
I wonder who... Down, everybody, down! Flat on your stomach! Wilson, lie down!
I am lying down.
Well, then stand up. You make less of a target that way. Hey, this must be the course where they train the soldiers with live ammunition. Rochester, stand up and see where they're firing from.
I ain't that curious.
Those soldiers don't know we're here. I'll stand up and let them see me.
They saw you. I better stand up and let them see me.
They see you, Mary. Hey, look, they're waving at us. Hey, there go the soldiers we started out with. They're on their way back to camp. Come on, let's join them. Come on, gang. Follow me.
The Jack Benny Show is rebroadcast especially for you soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen of the United Nations. Now we turn the remainder of the program over to the Benny bandmaster, Phil Harris. Music, Phil.
This is a G.I. jive, man alive. It starts with the bugler blowing reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's the G.I. jive. Roodly-toot, jump in your suit, make a salute. Boot, then you wash and dress, more or less. You go get your breakfast in a beautiful little cafe they call the Mess. Jack, when you convalesce, out of your seat, into the street, make with the feet, reach. Now, if you're a PFC, your duty is to salute L-I-E-U-T. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-T, the MP makes you KP on the QT. This is the G.I. jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called fluid drive. Jack, after you revive, chunk all your junk back in your trunk. Fall on your bunk. A clunk. This is a G.I. jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called fluid drive. Jack, if you survive, chunk all your junk back in your trunk, fall on your bunk, clunk. Soon you're counting Jeeps, but before you count to 5, you'll be right back digging that G.I. jive.
is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. You know, when you stay at a hotel and leave word to be called in the morning, and the operator says, 7:30, time to get up. Well, 10 to 1, you just yawn and feel sort of grumpy. But if that operator said, 7:30, time for a delicious Grape Nuts breakfast, well, I bet you'd jump out of bed with a grin. Yes, sir, crisp, crunchy Grape Nuts or toasty brown Grape Nuts flakes make a mighty cheerful start for any morning. For both Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts flakes have a malty, rich, sweet as a nut flavor that sure hits the old spot. And both bring you important whole grain nourishment. Iron, niacin, vitamin B1, plus protein. The kind of nourishment nutrition experts say you need as a part of your adequate breakfast every day. So eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And for good cheer and good nourishment, feature malty-rich Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes, two swell breakfast treats. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny's troupe has been away for 5 weeks touring service camps throughout the Pacific Northwest. Jack arrived home late last night and went straight to bed. It's now morning, and Rochester is entering his bedroom to awaken him.
Come on, Bertie. You'll have to get off of Mr. Benny's head. I gotta wake him up now. Wait a minute, Bertie. Take your worm with you. It's 9 o'clock, boss. Boss, it's 9 o'clock. I better not stand in front of him. He'll open his eyes, look at me, think it's dark, and go back to sleep again. Boss, wake up! Man, when he gets into the arms of Morpheus, old Mort sure holds on. Uh-oh, he's dreaming he's playing the violin again. How can a man torture himself like that? No use, I gotta get him up. Guess I'll have to resort to the old standby.
Huh? Where, what? Who's? Huh?
It's just me, boss. I had to do that to wake you up.
Oh. You know, Rochester, when I get in the arms of Morpheus, old Morph sure holds on. Say, I'm pretty sharp this morning, eh? Eh, Roch?
Yeah. You not only talk in your sleep, you hearing it.
What?
Nothing. Say it's after 9 o'clock and your gang will be here pretty soon for rehearsal.
Yeah, stand back, Rochester. I want to do my exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bend down and touch the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up again and down some more. 1, 2, 3. Rochester, pick up my toupee. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you pick up my toupee?
1, 2, 3, 4. Caught it before it hit the floor.
1, 2, 3, 4. Tomorrow I'll do a little more. One.
Gee, boss, you're doing your exercise much better these days. You touch the floor every time you bend.
Yeah. Now help me up off my knees. Thanks. Now, Rochester, I'll take my shower and you go down and make breakfast, will you? That's what I call a swell breakfast, Rochester.
I know, Mr. Benny, and I admire your loyalty to your sponsor, but don't you think that sometimes you go a little too far?
What do you mean?
Well, after all, boss, soft-boiled grape nuts.
Rochester, they're good any way you fix them. They're toasty brown, they're malty rich, they're sweet as a nut, they're a whole grain cereal, and they're a basic 7 food. And they're also...
Boss, stop reading off the box and talk to me.
Rochester, I'm merely trying to show you that you need a whole grain cereal every day, and you should eat them.
Oh, boss, I do.
I'm glad. Glad because, Now answer the door, Rochester. You straighten up the kitchen.
If you wish, I'll answer the door and you can...
Never mind. We'll do it my way, today. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day.
Hiya, Jackson.
Well, Phil, hey, rehearsal isn't for an hour yet. What are you doing here so early?
Well, I just couldn't wait. I had to tell you.
Tell me what?
Well, you remember when we were in Victoria, Canada, and all the newspapers printed stories that me and Alice had another baby?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, it's true.
I know. Come on in the house.
And say, Jackson, my new baby is the cutest thing you ever laid eyes on.
Yeah? Does she look like you, Phil?
Yeah. Guy, she's beautiful.
Well, I can understand that, Phil. After all, you're such an Adonis.
Ain't I, though? But you know what surprises me most of all, Jackson?
What?
Little babies are so young.
Yeah, especially the young ones.
And my kid is so tiny.
Of course, all babies are tiny when they're first born.
How about Don Wilson?
Look, Phil, Wilson wasn't born. He was assembled at Lockheed. Speaking of the Flying Fortress, here he comes in for a landing. Wilson is the only guy I know that comes in on the beam and brings the beam with him. Hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. Am I in time for rehearsal?
Oh, sure. Mary isn't here yet. Say, fellas, while we're waiting, would you like a cup of coffee?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Well, thanks, Jack. I'll have a cup.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Rochester, coffee for Mr. Wilson and Mr. Harris.
Okay. Sugar and cream, gentlemen?
Yes, thank you.
Sit right down here, fellas. Would you like some toast with your coffee?
No, thanks.
Sweet rolls or donuts?
No, thanks.
Oh, Rochester, turn on the radio. Would you like some music, fellas?
Oh, it doesn't make any difference.
Oh, yes, it does. With music, there's a 30% entertainment tax.
Rochester, that's not my fault. It's a government regulation. Now turn on the radio and let's have some music.
And as our Melody Express rambles southward and approaches New Orleans, our quartet, High, Low, Jack, and Shapiro, will entertain you with...
Way down yonder in New Orleans, in the land of dreamy scenes, there's a Garden of Eden, that's what I mean. Creole babies with flashing eyes, softly whisper with tender sighs. Stop, oh, won't you give your lady fair a little smile? Stop, you bet your life you'll linger there when you'll hear the band from Dixie. Way down yonder, oh, look at a way down yonder, way down yonder in New
Say, fellas, that's a pretty good quartet.
Yeah, I wonder what program that is.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you wake up in the morning, do you feel tired, worn out, dull, listless, and logy? You do? Well, don't expect any sympathy from me. I'm a louse. But you can get sympathy from my sponsor, the makers of Sympathy Soothing Syrup. Remember, folks, sympathy spelled backwards is yatapapus. So, folks, if you can't remember sympathy, just think of yatapamus. YHTAPMYS.
Yatapamus, 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 hide your blues away.
Turn off the radio, Rochester. You tap 'em, miss. I'll have to try some of that. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, fellas.
Hiya, Mary. How are you?
Mary, how'd you get in the house?
The door was open. Am I late for rehearsal?
No, we've got plenty of time.
I overslept.
Rochester, get Miss Livingston a cup of coffee.
Yes, sir.
No cream, no sugar, no radio.
Okay.
Say, Mary, how do you feel after our long trip?
Oh, fine, Don. And say, fellas, I must tell you something. I had the wildest dream last night.
What was it, Mary?
Well, I dreamt we were all flying back from Seattle, and Jack was the pilot.
Me?
Yeah. And right in the middle of the trip, when we were 15,000 feet in the air, you stopped the plane, turned to me and said, Mary, either kiss me or get out and walk.
Really?
Yeah. And if it wasn't a dream, I'd have broken my neck.
A silly dream. Me, a pilot, trying to force you to kiss me.
And that's not all. When I stepped out of the plane, I kept falling. And just as I was about to hit the ground, another plane came along, and I dropped right into it.
Gee.
And guess who the pilot was?
Who?
You again.
Me?
So I jumped out and fell right into a wagon load of fish.
Hey. Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah. You look so funny lying there with your mouth wide open.
I bet you're making up the whole thing.
I am not.
Come on, Jackson, let's get started with our rehearsal. We're going to be late for the broadcast.
Okay, wait till I get the script.
Oh, say, Jack, before we start, I want to call home. My trunk is supposed to arrive today, and I forgot to tell Butterfly about it.
Okay.
Operator. Oh, operator, get me Crestview 67071.
Oh, no, you don't.
What? You heard me. Now, look here, operator, will you please...
Oh, I forgot, Mary. Give me the phone. Hello, operator.
Yes?
This is JB, OK, one local. Put it through.
Yes, Mr. Benny, and welcome home.
Thank you. Here you are, Mary. She's getting your number.
Okay.
Hello, Jerome?
Butterfly, this is Miss Livingston.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was hoping it was my boyfriend, Jerome. You know, the soldier.
Yes, I know. Now, Butterfly, a man's going to deliver my trunk, and I want you to pay for it because I had it sent COD.
How do you pronounce that name?
Butterfly, COD is not a name. It means cash on delivery. Like OPA means Office of Price Administration. And FBI means Federal Bureau of Investigation.
My goodness. You have to go through all that just to get a trunk?
No, Butterfly. I was just giving an example of what certain groups of letters mean.
Well, Miss Livingston, the only letters I know are AWOL.
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know what AWOL means.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, what does it mean?
Jerome is in town.
Oh. Now, Butterfly, let's forget about Jerome for a minute.
I guess I'll have to forget about him. He came in town last week and went out with another girl.
Oh, that's too bad.
I wouldn't mind if she was half as pretty as I am.
Oh.
But I'm not half as pretty as she is.
Well, Don't worry, Butterfly. Jerome will come back to you.
Do you really think so?
Well, certainly. Maybe Jerome isn't himself right now. You see, Butterfly, everybody has two sides, the good side and the bad side. And once in a while, the good side weakens a little and the bad side predominates. Do you know what I mean?
I think I do, Miss Livingston. When Jerome brings me a box of candy, it's his good side that brings it.
That's right.
But before I even get a chance to taste it, his bad side predominates the whole box.
Well, you see, Butterfly, Jerome has two sides.
Yes, half wolf and half pig.
Well, something like that. Now, goodbye, Butterfly. Don't forget to pay for the trunk.
I won't. Goodbye, Miss Livingston.
Well, you know how to handle her. I certainly got to hand it to you, Mary, giving Butterfly all that hooey about the good side and the bad side.
Well, that's not hooey, Jack.
Mary's right, Jack. Everybody has two sides.
Don, you've got four sides, but that doesn't prove anything. Two sides.
Well, now, this is just what I mean, Jack. You know, everybody has a split personality. It's called schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia?
Yes, it's...
Is this like your tapomiss?
No, schizophrenia, it's that little man inside of all of us that subconsciously governs everything we do. So you see, Jack, everybody is really two persons.
Oh, I don't believe that stuff.
He's right, Jackson. Even you have a dull personality.
That's dual. Maybe you believe in that, Phil, but not me.
Well, certainly I believe in it. I got two sides to me, too.
Oh, fine.
There's one side to me that everybody knows. Harris, the show-off, the guy that loves himself, the guy that always wants to be in the limelight.
That side I know. Now, what's what's the other side?
Harris, the genius.
A fine genius. You're the only guy I know who sent flowers to Flat Top's funeral. Besides one girl in the Times. Now, let's cut out this silly talk about people having two sides and get started with our rehearsal.
Jack, it's not silly talk. Even you have two sides.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, generally, you're a nice fellow. But on the other hand, look at the way you treat Rochester. I never saw anybody get so much out of a butler for so little.
Mary, are you suggesting that I overwork Rochester and underpay him?
That's what she said. That's what the lady said. She said that.
Rochester, this doesn't concern you. Now, come on, kid. Let's cut out all this gab about two sides and get started with the rehearsal. First thing you know, we'll be late for the... Come in. Yes?
Remember me? I'm Herman Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, hello, Herman. Well, Herman, we just started to rehearse our program for this afternoon. We're awfully busy, so maybe you better come back some other time, huh?
All right. Don't need any insurance, do you?
Not right now. We'll talk about it the next time you come around.
All right.
Now, fellas, at the start of the program, right after Don introduces me...
You know, you have a lot of funny experiences in the insurance business.
I don't doubt it, Herman. I don't doubt it. But right now...
Last week, a man wanted some life insurance, and by mistake, I sent him an automobile policy.
Well, then, instead of being here, Herman, why aren't you out rectifying the mistake?
It's too late. The man died.
Well, that's a fine how do you do.
How do you do?
I don't mean that. Look, Herman, I'm thinking of the man's wife. Now, her husband wanted some life insurance. You gave him a policy for an automobile. The company wouldn't pay off on a thing like that.
Oh, they wouldn't at first, but I fixed it.
What do you mean?
I told the company he died of a rusty transmission.
You mean to say the company paid off?
More than that. They offered to send his wife a new body, but she wouldn't take it.
well, look, Herman, I told you I'm busy right now. Look, we got to rehearse, so come back some other time, will you?
All right.
Oh, wait a minute. Come here, Herman. I want to ask you something.
Yeah?
You're a mild-mannered man, aren't you?
Yeah?
I mean, every day you do exactly the same things, don't you?
Uh-huh.
I mean, you never lose your temper, do you, Herman?
Oh, no.
There you are, Mary, and you too, Don. Your whole theory of dual personalities exploded. You can go now, Herman.
Would you like to hear about my other side?
What?
There's another side of me that's a mean, conniving, bloodthirsty monster.
Bloodthirsty monster?
Did you ever hear of Dracula?
Yes.
Kid stuff.
Now, look, Herman, you can go now. We have work to do.
Okay, I'm going outside and frighten people. Boo!
Don, pick him up and let's go on with the rehearsal. All this silly business about two sides.
Say, Jackson, it's getting pretty late.
Maybe we ought to go over to the studio.
Okay, let's do that. Come on, Mary. I'll drive you over. All this silly talk about split personalities and two sides. It's ridiculous.
All right, Jack. If you don't believe it, forget about it. Let's get to the studio.
Two sides.
Jack, unfold your arms and put it back on the wheel.
Don't worry, my other side is driving. He's careful, too, you know.
Don't be so sarcastic. Well, what are you stopping here for?
I'm going into the cigar store. I'll be right out. Split personality. Little man inside of you. What bunk.
Well, sir, what can I do for you?
I'd like a cigar, please.
Yes, sir. What kind?
Oh, I don't know. I see you haven't got the kind I smoke. I just want something mild.
Well, here's a nice mild cigar for $0.25.
$0.25, eh?
And here's one a little stronger for 10 cents.
I see. Well, gee, I don't know which one to get. This one's $0.25, and that one's 10 cents, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know. I like the looks of that quarter one, and yet...
You know which cigar you're going to take, Jack Benny.
What?
You're going to take the 10-cent one. You always take the 10-cent one.
Yes, but the quarter cigar is milder, and it's much better for my throat.
A lot you care about your throat. Come on, take the 10-cent one and let's get going.
No, I won't take it. I want the quarter one, do you hear? I want that quarter cigar.
I know you want the quarter cigar. But remember, Jack Benny, if you buy the one for a dime, you save 15 cents.
15 cents, 15 cents, 15 cents, and that ain't hay. 15 cents, and that ain't hay. 15 cents.
Stop it! I don't care about the money. I don't care what I say. I want the mild one. Hey, mister, give me that quarter cigar.
Yes, sir.
Jackie boy, reflect a little. That cigar costs $0.25. 2 dimes and a nickel. 25 pennies. Think, man, think.
Okay. Hold it, clerk. Hold it, please.
Make up your mind, will you? Which cigar do you want?
Take it easy. I'm in conference. I don't know what to do. I want the quarter one, and yet...
You know what you're going to do, Jack Benny. You never smoked a quarter cigar in your life, did you? Did you?
Yes, I did.
Not a new one.
It was a new one. What about that time Phil Harris threw a birthday party for me? I smoked 3 of them right in a row.
Phil gave you those cigars.
He did not.
He did, too.
You're a miser, you're a miser, you're a miser, you're a miser. Promo seltzer, promo seltzer, promo seltzer, promo seltzer.
Stop!
You tap a miss, you tap a miss, you tap a miss, drives your blues away.
Get away from me! Get away from me! If you don't, I'll go crazy.
Will you please decide which cigar you want? There's another customer waiting.
Yes, I'd like to buy a pipe, please.
Well, I only have 2 kinds. Here's one that sells for $8, and this one's $15.
I'll take the $15 pipe.
Here you are. Thank you very much. And now what about you, Sporty?
What?
Have you made up your mind yet? You know I close at midnight.
Look. Clerk, give me just another minute. I'll decide.
25 or 10 cents, 25 or 10 cents, 25 or 10 cents, 25 or
Those
10
voices,
cents.
stop! Stop, I'll go mad, I tell you. Mad! Do you hear me? Mad!
He's not as good as Paul Lucas, not as good as Paul Lucas, not as good as Paul Lucas, not as good as Paul Lucas.
How does that get in there? Say, clerk, I made up my mind. Give me that quarter cigar.
No, Jack. You want the 10-cent one.
The quarter one.
The 10-cent one.
The quarter one.
The 10-cent one.
All right. Give me the 10-cent one. I'll take it. I knew this would happen to me. I knew it. Hey, you know, Mary?
What?
I was just thinking. There might be something to that split personality thing after all. Maybe there is such a thing as a person having 2 sides.
Oh, you believe it now, eh? What happened in the cigar store?
Oh, nothing.
Say, Mr. Wilson, do you by chance solve mysteries?
Mysteries? Well, Herman, I might. What is it?
Well, it's my wife. She won't talk to me in the morning.
In the morning, you say?
Yeah, at breakfast, she just sits...
At breakfast, you say?
Yeah, she just sits...
Why, Herman, you should cheer her up with grape nuts.
Oh, did you say crispy, crunchy, malty rich grape nuts?
Yes, I mean, no, I was going to. And delicious grape nuts bring you all around whole grain.
Grape nuts bring you whole grain nourishment, the kind you need every day. Iron, niacin, extra vitamin B1. Did you say that?
Well, I was just coming to that. Grape nuts make a grand basic breakfast dish, and everybody should eat...
And everybody should eat a good breakfast, do a better job. Did you say that?
I was going to say it, Herman. And grape nuts are a swell thrifty.
They're a thrifty buy in that big little 12-ounce package.
Now, listen, Herman, I want you to solve a mystery for me. If you know all about delicious, malty-rich grape nuts, why don't you see that your wife eats them for breakfast?
Why, she does, Mr. Wilson. That's just the trouble. She's so busy enjoying her grape nuts, she won't talk to me.
Oh, I see. Well, Herman, there's no mystery about that. Goodbye now.
Well, folks, this concludes another half hour. We'll be with you next Sunday night at the same time. Say, Mary, what'd you think of the show?
Pretty good. I wish my mother'd heard it.
Why, doesn't she listen to our program?
Yeah, but she always tunes out early.
How early?
About November.
Oh, well, then maybe she missed it. I know. Good night, folks.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, friends, I have a little poem here for you tonight, and it goes something like this. A pert little welder named Susie found by 10 she felt washed out and woozy. Now, a good breakfast she takes with crisp grape nuts flakes. And at noon, she's still peppy, not snoozy. Well, you can all take a tip from Sue. Don't try to do a man-sized job on a canary-sized breakfast. After all, your vitality's low in the morning, because you haven't had a thing to eat for 12 long hours. That's why doctors and dietitians say you need at least 1/4 of your entire day's nourishment at breakfast. And dietitians say it should include a cereal with whole grain food values. Well, that's the kind you get with Grape Nuts Flakes, because those tempting toasty brown flakes are packed with energy-giving whole grain nourishment. Tomorrow, try a big bowl full of Grape Nuts Flakes. Pour on the milk, pile on the fruit. Man, what an elegant dish. So eat a good breakfast, do a better job. You'll sure enjoy those moldy-rich Grape Nuts Flakes. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Don, hold up the introduction. Jack isn't here yet.
He isn't? Well, where is he?
Maybe he followed some babe down Vine Street and forgot to look up when he passed NBC.
Oh, now, don't be silly, Phil. Jack doesn't follow girls.
He doesn't, eh? How do you think he met me?
No kidding, Mary. Is that the way you met Jackson?
Yeah. If I didn't have to stop for that traffic light, I'd still be working at the May Company. But I'm not sorry. I'm making just as much working for Jack.
Well, gee, you're lucky. But where is Jackson anyway?
Oh, he'll show up in a minute. And fellas, wait till you see him. Oh, brother.
Why, what's the matter, Mary?
Well, Warner's called him up and told him they want him to make a big feature picture called The Life of Jack Benny.
The Life of Jack Benny?
Yeah, and you know, fellas, since Jack found out about it, he's absolutely unbearable. I never saw such conceit in all my life.
Well, if that's the case, when Jackson gets here, I'm leaving.
Leaving? Why?
Well, if he's getting to be anything like me, there'll be no standing the guy.
You said it, Phil. Uh-oh, here he comes now.
Well, hello, everybody. Hello, Donald.
Hello, Jack.
Philip.
Hello.
How do you do, Miss Livingston?
Jack Benny, take off that monocle.
That's not a monocle. I broke my bifocals and managed to save one focal. Here, Donald, take my gloves and cane. Thank you. There.
Gloves and cane? Oh, boy, are you snooty.
Phil, the gloves are snooty. The cane is necessary.
Go ahead, have your little fun. But you'll all apologize when you know what's happened to me.
We know.
Yes, Jack. Mary told us that Warner Brothers were going to make a picture about your life.
Yes, sir. The same studio that made the life of Emile Zola, the life of Louis Pasteur, the life of Mark Twain, and now, the life of Jack Benny. Now cut that out. Smart aleck musician.
You know, Jackson, I can't understand. I can't understand any studio wanting to make a picture of your life.
Now, what do you mean?
Well, I'm the guy. Color, glamour, excitement. That's what they should make. The life of Phil Harris.
The life of Phil Harris?
Why, sure.
Phil, the story of your life wouldn't pass the Hayes office if it was endorsed by Good Housekeeping. So don't be ridiculous.
All right. So what's so good housekeeping about your life? What makes your life so interesting?
Well, my life is the story of adventure, courage,
The real true life of Jack Benny. Now stop with that. Enough's enough. Listen, Phil, you may not believe this, but my life has been one adventure after another. It started when I ran away from home to face the world all by myself.
How old were you?
32.
I was 27. I remember because I didn't want to leave until I finished high school. 32. Well, fellas, I have to leave you now. You see, they're making my life. Rochester's waiting in the car to take me to Warner Brothers.
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. We got a radio program to do.
Radio. Radio.
Yeah, radio. R-A-D. R-A-D.
Oh, brother, is he going to have trouble when television comes in? Anyway.
Television. T-E-L-U.
Never mind. Come on, Mary, you can go with me.
Okay.
Gee, Mary, just to think of it gives me a thrill. Imagine on the marquees of theaters all over the country, in big bright lights, the life of Jack Benny. Oh, shut up. Come on, Mary. Go. Take it easy, Rochester. Watch where you're going.
Oh, Jack, don't be so nervous.
I'm not nervous.
You must be, boss. You're telling me to take it easy and you're driving.
What? Wait a minute, Rochester. When we started out, you were driving. What happened?
Remember that big bump we hit back there?
Yes?
Well, when those people put us back in the car, they put us in wrong.
Oh. Well, you, Rochester, you take the wheel now. And hurry up. I want to get to the studio. Say, Mary, I just thought of something. If they're going to make the story of my life, I shouldn't only be acting in it, I should direct it.
Jack.
And not only that, who knows my life better than I do? I should write it, too.
Well, if you do all that, you might as well produce it.
Yeah.
That'll look fine on the screen. The Life of Jack Benny, starring Jack Benny, directed by Jack Benny, written by Jack Benny, and produced by Jack Benny.
Gee, won't that look swell?
Well, and monotonous.
Oh, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. Gee, The Life of Jack Benny, starring Jack Benny, directed by Jack Benny, and produced by Jack Benny. What are you laughing at?
I'll lend you my girdle and you can be your own leading lady.
No, that'd be going too far. Gosh, imagine the story of my life. Rochester, let's put the top down so people can see me.
So people can see you. Oh, Jack.
That's nothing, Miss Livingston. This morning he wanted to ride down Hollywood Boulevard on a white horse like Lady Godiva.
Lady Godiva?
Yeah, but his toupee wasn't long enough.
Rochester, I was just going to do that to save gas. That's all.
I wonder how I'd look on a white horse.
Never mind. Now, Rochester, we have quite a ways to go yet, so turn on the radio. Might as well have some entertainment.
Okay.
So remember, folks, if you feel dull, listless, and logy, try Sympathy Soothing Syrup. Sympathy spelled backwards is Yatapamys. The Y-H-T-A-P-M-Y-S.
Get something else, Rochester.
Ladies and gentlemen, is your mattress lumpy? Do you feel like you've been sleeping uphill? If you do, discard your old mattress and get yourself a genuine Sleepmore. Sleepmore spelled backwards is Erompils. E-R-O-M-P-E-E-L-S.
Oh, Rochester. Rochester, get something else.
Okay.
So remember, folks, eat a good breakfast and do a better job. And you can do that by eating malty rich, sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes. Grape nuts flakes spelled backwards is Sikal Stun Epard.
The Calf's done a part.
SEKALFSTUNEPARG.
Hey, now that's a clever commercial.
Television. TELU.
Shut it off, Rochester. Shut it off. Say, we're here at the studio. Stop right at the main gate.
Okay, boss.
Now, let's see. Where's Jerry Wall's office? He's in charge of production for my picture.
Maybe it's down this corridor.
Yeah, here are some offices. Let's see. Waterman, Silverman, Overman, Gentleman. Kern, Kirchhoff, Wall. Here it is.
Yes?
I'm Jack Benny. Mr. Wall is expecting me.
Mr. Wald is in conference. Would you mind waiting?
Not at all. Come on, Mary. Let's sit down over here.
Say, Jack.
Sweet
Jack.
Georgia Brown.
Jack.
What?
Look at that fella sitting on the other side of the room. Isn't that Danny Kaye?
Danny Kaye? Where?
Reading that newspaper.
Oh, yeah. And he used to be such a nice kid.
Used to be? What did he ever do to you?
What did he do to me? Did you see that Samuel Goldwyn picture he made, Up in Arms?
Yes, he was a big hit in it. He was sensational. What about it?
What about it? I'm having enough trouble with Paul Lucas.
Oh, Jack.
And now Danny Kaye. Get that nonchalant manner. Sitting there reading that newspaper. Look at that expression on his face. Loaded with confidence.
Jack, that's a picture of Wilkie on the back page.
Oh, Wilkie? Hasn't anybody told him yet? Anyway, that Danny Kaye burns me up.
You know, Jack, I can't understand it. Every time somebody makes a little progress, you get sore at him.
I do not.
You do, too. When Mickey Rooney put on long pants, you stopped talking to him.
I did not.
Why, you even bit Lassie.
Well, she bit me first. Anyway, this is different. I practically gave Danny Kaye his start. Well, I remember the day he came to me for advice, and I was fool enough.
Oh, Jack, Danny sees you and he's coming over.
Oh, well, I'll just have to hide my feelings.
Hello, Jack. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
How are you, Jack?
I'm fine. How's your mother, Danny?
She's fine.
And your father?
Oh, he's fine, too.
Well, the next time you see them, tell them they certainly have a louse for a son.
Jack.
Well?
Jack, what's the matter? What's happened? I thought we were friends.
Friends? A lot you know about friendship. I heard about that rumor you're spreading around that you're the new comedy sensation.
Oh, now, Jack, I didn't spread that rumor. And look, I'm sorry my picture was a big hit.
Oh, sure.
And if it'll make you feel any better, I'm sorry that I came to Hollywood.
I'll bet.
Oh, really, I am. I'm sorry Up in Arms was a success, and I'm sorry that I was funny in it.
Being sorry doesn't help. You made the picture, you were a hit, and the damage is done. It's too late to apologize.
Oh, Danny, don't pay any attention to him.
Mary, what's the matter with you?
He's jealous of any newcomer that's a big success.
Oh, God, Jack, I wouldn't hurt you for the world. I know how you love show business. I wouldn't do anything to take the bread and Nuco out of your mouth.
Go ahead, keep talking. I know what you're thinking, Bud.
No, Jack. Jack, you've got me all wrong. I've always been your fan. Why, I've followed your career for years.
Really? Well,
sure, Jack, and I could never hope to become as popular as you used to be.
Used to be?
I mean, used to was. Used to are. Was. Oz.
That's better.
Jack. Honestly, Jack, I think you're great. No kidding. And in fact, every time I pass a theater where your picture is playing, I go in to see it. Why, you know, I saw George Washington slept here 4 times.
So what? I saw it 20 times. I'm going again tonight. So there.
Well, can I go with you, Jack?
Don't give me any. What?
I could see your picture every night. I think you're the greatest comedian in the world.
You do?
Yeah. I think you're swell.
Oh. Well, then I'm sorry I acted the way I did, Danny. I think you're pretty swell, too.
No, but you're sweller than I am, Jack.
No, Danny, you're the swellest.
Oh, no, Jack, you're the swellest.
Well.
As soon as the swelling goes down, can I get a word in here?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Danny and I were just complimenting each other. Oh, say, Danny, you know, Jerry Wall sent for me because Warner Brothers are going to make a picture of my life. And to show you how much I really like you, I'm going to ask them if they can't find something for you to do in my picture.
Oh, gee, that'd be wonderful, Jack.
Now, Danny, I know you can sing and dance, but can you act?
Can I act? You know I studied with Stanislavski.
Stanis what?
Why, of course. His method is famous all over the world.
It is?
Of course it is. Let me give you a picture of one of his disciples. Who is the world's greatest actor? And how did I get that way? Who made me a genius, the greatest projector who ever wore a toupee? Who made me most miserable Hamlet, the deadest Romeo who died for his bride? Who made me most awful Dr. Jekyll, and then made me hide? Stanislavski of the Moscow Theater, Stanislavski, a director from the heart. I will never forget the day I first met the great master. He took me by the hand and beat my head against the wall. And in one word, he told me the secret of the great Stanislavski method. Suffer! That's all. Suffer! You must live before you give. Suffer! You must ache before you make. Suffer! You must think before you stink. Suffer! 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 Suffer!
Hello.
Suffer! And the audience suffers with you. Stanislavski, I will never forget the day they give me first part to play. I'm supposed to play part of sailor. But first I must suffer. What I'm going to do? I join Navy, become sailor. First day out, big storm. At first I was afraid I was going to die. Then I was afraid I wasn't going to die. But I suffered. I came back to Moscow, and in this part, I was wowed. Here is what the great critic George Jean Yasha Sasha Vladimir Nathan say. Господин Горяченко, зачем это ночь так была хорошо? Ты плес красивый большой, люди там тоже здравствуйте. Нет, если зла и знай, нет, брошь. Just like in America, 3.5 stars. So if you want career on stage, you mustn't dream of merely acting. Use the Stanislavski method of mental chiropractic. Be a tree, be a sled, be a purple spool of thread, be a storm, a piece of lace, a subway train, an empty space. Take it fast, take it slow. Hello, Mo. Hello, Joe. I just got back from a vaudeville show. Stanislavski. I will never forget the day Luella Parsons said I stink. I was playing part of stable boy. It was in Great Russian Tragedy. It was beautiful. Everybody died. I also played part in Great Russian Comedy. Everybody died. But they died happy. This makes it funny. But I will never forget the day of my greatest triumph. I was playing part of Antique Mahogany Bureau. So convincing in the third act, my drawers fell out. And who was the man who loosened my screws? Who pulled me all apart? Stanislavski of the Morsky.
Danny, that was great. I'll find room for that in my picture if I have to cut myself out of one scene.
Oh, thanks, Jack. I hope you can fix it.
Oh, Mr. Benny, Mr. Wall will see you now.
Thank you. Come on, Mary. You too, Danny. Hello, Mr. Wall.
Hello, Mr. Wall.
Hello, Mr. Wall.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, Danny. Hello, Mary. Sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go out and get a chair for myself.
Oh, excuse me, Mary. Take my chair.
Well, Jack, I'll bet you're pretty excited now that Warner Brothers are going to make the story of your life.
Yes, I'm quite thrilled.
We've got the whole thing laid out, Jack. We're going to make your entire life story from the day you were born to the day you died.
Died? How can that be?
When you start acting and the director says shoot, he won't be kidding.
Mary, don't be so funny. Anyway, that picture's going to be directed by me.
You? You're going to direct the picture?
I'm going to write it, too.
Oh, direct it and write it, huh?
Yes, sir.
Who's going to supervise it?
I am.
Who's going to produce it?
I am.
Who's going to finance it?
May I have the next dance with you, Miss Livingston?
Danny, please.
Now, look, Jack, we've been making pictures for a long time, and you're not going to tell us how to run our business.
Well...
Now, get this. We're going to make a picture called The Life of Jack Benny, and you're not going to direct it.
I'm not?
No. And you're not going to write it, supervise it, or produce it.
Well, Mr. Wall, I guess you're right. I should be satisfied just starring in it. I am going to star in it, ain't I?
Well, Jack, that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Mary, give me back the chair. What did you want to talk to me about, Mr. Wall?
Well, we feel that somebody else ought to play the part of Jack Benny.
Somebody else? For heaven's sake, what's the matter with me?
Well, you've been Jack Benny too long.
What?
We feel that we ought to inject some new blood.
New blood? Any blood will help.
Mary, you keep out of this. Well, look, Mr. Wall, if you don't think I'm capable of playing myself in my own picture, who did you have in mind?
Danny Kaye.
Danny Kaye?
Yes, that's why I sent for him.
You sent for... Danny! Danny, don't just sit there. Say something.
Well, Jack, Mal.
Wait a minute. Wait a Now, Danny Kaye, you knew about this all the time.
No, I didn't, Jack. Really, I didn't. This is all a surprise to me.
Imagine even thinking of making the picture of my life without me being in it.
Jack, I didn't say you weren't going to be in it. I have something very important for you.
You have?
Yes. You're going to play the part of your father.
My father?
Yes. Danny Kaye will be your son. Oh, and I think Mary will be excellent in the part of Jack's childhood sweetheart.
So do I.
You keep out of this.
Yes, Father.
Don't bother me, you traitor.
All right, boys, now let's cut out this arguing. Now, here's a scene I want you to try, Danny. It's where you come in and ask your father for money to buy a violin. You read the father's part, Jack.
Okay. Why, I'll never know.
Stop mumbling. All right, go ahead, Danny. Now remember, you're asking your father for money, and you're Jack Benny at the age of 9.
Yes, sir.
I couldn't deny him about it. One time.
Wait a minute. When I was 9 years old, I could talk. Now read it right.
Go ahead, Danny. Ask the old man again.
Okay. Dadichka. Could I please have $4 to buy a violin, Dadichka, please?
Just a minute. What's the idea of doing Russian?
Well, isn't Waukegan in Russia?
Oh, it's in Illinois.
Jeepers. Now try it again, Danny, and remember, you're a little country boy.
Uh-huh, okay.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul, can I have $4 to kind of buy myself a fiddle and a place? Paul.
Now, stop it! What do you think I was when I was a kid? A moron?
And besides, he outgrew it.
Yes, heavens to Betsy.
Danny, you better try it as a city boy.
A city boy? Okay. Hey, Baldy! Hey, Baldy, can I put the bite on you for 4 fox skins to buy a scratch box? Everybody in Brooklyn is playing, and I want to get one of the scratch boxes.
Now, cut that out! Now, look here, Mr. Wall. If this is the way you're going to do the story of my life, you can drop the whole thing.
All right, then. We won't make the picture.
Now, let's not be hasty, Mr. Wall. What's bothering you?
You're bothering me, and I'm sick of it. We're not going to make the life of Jack Benny.
Well, that's okay with me. Goodbye. Come on, Mary. Come on, Danny. Imagine pulling that stuff on us.
Oh, but, Jack, this was a great opportunity for me. I don't know when I'll ever get another chance like that.
Look, Danny, let me give you a little piece of advice. You're a very clever kid. You're very talented, and you've got a lot of charm. But take it easy. Climb the ladder of success slowly. One rung at a time.
Yes, Jack.
And when you do get to the top, don't let it go to your head. Don't ever be hammy.
I won't, Jack.
Come on, kid. Let's go see George Washington slept here. Come on.
Mr. Wilson, can I ask you something?
Oh, you're the movie producer's secretary, huh? Well, no doubt you want to ask me about crisp, crunchy, malty, rich grape nuts.
Well, no, Mr. Wilson, that's not exactly it.
And I'll be glad to tell you anything you want to know about tempting, satisfying grape nuts.
But, Mr. Wilson, that's not exactly what I was going to ask you.
You people in the movies need to eat a good breakfast and do a better job. And delicious grape nuts bring you valuable whole grain nourishment. Is that what you want to know?
Well, no, Mr. Wilson, that's not exactly it.
And besides being delicious and nourishing, grape nuts are plentiful, thrifty, and unrationed. There are 12 full ounces in that big little package. Up to 16 servings for only about a penny a serving. Was that what you wanted to know?
Well, that wasn't exactly it, Mr. Wilson.
Well, what in the world were you going to ask me about grape nuts?
I wasn't. I was going to ask you about grape nuts flakes.
Oh, well, I'll tell you all about that next week. Meanwhile, eat a good breakfast, do a better job, and feature delicious grape nuts or grape nuts flakes.
Good night, folks. Thank you, Danny Kaye, and thank you, Samuel Goldwyn.